Inside a room, a man is watching television. The TV is broadcasting a news report about a woman who on her way home from a night shift encountered a dancing ghost. Just as the ghost is about to attack the woman, a man appears. Unfortunately, his strength is far from enough, and his attempt at heroically saving the beauty ends in failure. He pays for his reckless bravery with his life. Xiaohao, stop watching TV. We have work and elder calls. All right, Grandpa. Chunhao replies, picking up the remote and switching off the television. He follows his grandfather into another room. Sigh, I've lost count of how many this makes just this month, Chunhao's grandfather mutters with a weary sigh. Chunhao, however, remains utterly composed. Heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all living beings as mere straw dogs. If you want to survive in this world, you must possess absolute strength, he says calmly. Without hard power, forcing yourself into the limelight is no different from courting death. As Chunhao speaks, he picks up a pair of white gloves and slips them onto his hands. He lifts the white shroud, revealing a mangled corpse beneath, barely recognizable as human. This body turns out to be the very hero shown earlier on television. He takes up a needle and thread from the side and begins his work. After carefully stitching the man's limbs and features back together, Chunhao reaches for his makeup brush once more. He gives the man a meticulous makeover. All done, he declares. Seeing this, Chunhao's grandfather leaves the room. Before long, he returns leading in several sobbing people. They are none other than the deceased man's relatives. Gazing at the body whose face has been restored, they choke out, thank you so much." An elderly woman, clearly the deceased man's mother, breaks down in tears and moves as if to kowtow to Chunhao and his grandfather. Oh, pleased. Chunhao's grandfather Chunchong quickly steps forward to support her. Please accept our condolences. This is simply what we ought to do, he says gently. After the mourning ritual is completed, Chunhao and his grandfather send the body into the cremation furnace. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host corpse collection successful. You have obtained a crank ability, strength enhancement. Chunhao is stunned. Hearing the system's notification, he is utterly bewildered. I've obtained an ability. Chunhao had never imagined that his very own golden sheet would awaken in such a manner. What is more, it has already granted him the crank strength enhancement ability. Strength enhancement crank, once activated, it doubles the user's physical strength. This is a world where people awaken supernatural abilities. Someone awakened stir-fry master and became an expert at fried noodles, while another awakened basketball king and turned into a slam dunk prodigy. Yet another awakened red dragon bloodline and went off to wrestle wolves. Chunhao, having gained strength enhancement, walks to an adjacent room. There is a gym there, his usual training space. He steps inside and activates his strength enhancement ability, then casually grips a barbell on the floor with one hand. Loaded with 400 gene of iron plates, the barbell is nonetheless lifted effortlessly by Chunhao. Damn, this ability is incredible, he exclaims. You've awakened an ability. Chunhao's grandfather Chunchong enters at this moment, puffing on his dry tobacco pipe. You could say that, Chunhao answers. Good. Our Chun family finally has someone promising. Chunchong says, somewhat emotional. You no longer have to live like your grandfather, relying on this single craft to get by. What's wrong with this craft? Chunhao responds lightly. Grandpa, I think this line of work is quite good. At the very least, it keeps the two of us from going hungry. Chunchong nods in agreement. The craft Chunhao speaks of is of course the art of preparing corpses. They are what others call corpse-preparing artisans, specialists in dressing and making up the dead. These days there are only two ways to make money: either do what others cannot do, or do what others refuse to do. Clearly the trade of the corpse preparer belongs to the latter. Ordinary people associate corpses with taboo, even terror. Chunhao, however, does not see it that way. He considers his profession dignified and noble. To him, he is like a ferryman guiding the dead and ensuring they depart this world with grace and beauty. Beep, beep, beep. Chunhao's phone suddenly rings. He glances at the screen and sees that it is a call from Jia Bing. Monitor, what's the matter, he asks. Chunhao, even though you haven't awakened an ability, she says, you mustn't lose heart. All roads lead to Rome. As long as you're willing to work hard, you will definitely achieve something. Our class is having a graduation gathering tomorrow. The venue is the 666 private room at the Heavenly Paradise Hotel at 6 in the evening. You must come, she adds. Don't worry, Monitor, I'll definitely be there, Chunhao replies. After hanging up, the image of Jia Bing surfaces in his mind. She is a girl with short blue hair, gentle and approachable in her daily demeanor. Fortune favored her during the recent ability awakening ceremony. She awakened a crank ice ability. The next day, Chunhao dons a casual outfit and heads to Heavenly Paradise. After giving the name of the private room, he follows a waiter inside. Most of the classmates have already arrived. Yo how bro, a classmate cries excitedly upon seeing Chunhao, immediately leaping up and hurrying over to him. You brat, after your awakening that day, I was planning to treat you to a drink, he laughs. But you ran faster than a rabbit. The one approaching is Li Gang. His family runs a restaurant, and as a result Li Gang is a bit chubby. This time he hit the jackpot by awakening a Brank ability, superdigestion. Superdigestion, it allows him to rapidly digest any food he eats, thereby strengthening himself. To outsiders, this ability might seem rather trashy. Still, trashy or not, it is an ability. In this world, only those who have awakened abilities can cultivate. For when a person awakens, an ability orb appears within their body. That orb is the key to cultivation, much like spiritual roots in a world of immortal cultivation. After Chunhao arrives, Li Gang eagerly has him sit down. After a short wait, the remaining classmates arrive one after another. Since everyone is here, let's begin, class monitor Zhao Bing announces. Bang! Just as they are about to start the feast, the door of the private room is kicked open. A guy strides in, flanked by a few lackeys. Monitor, that's really not cool, he sneers. The class is having a graduation gathering, and you didn't invite me, Zhao Ritian. Are you looking down on me? Zhao Ritian glances over everyone present, his eyes filled with contempt. He carries himself with such overblown arrogance that one look suggests he is not long for this world. Zhao Ritian. At the sight of him, the faces of the classmates all change. Zhao Ritian is the class bully and has tormented them plenty in the past. He has also refused to participate in previous class activities, which is why Zhao Bing did not invite him this time. She never imagined that Zhao Ritian would happen to be dining here as well and catch sight of their gathering. Ha ha ha. Watching everyone squirm, Zhao Ritian looks exceedingly pleased with himself. His goal has already been achieved. Come now, we've been classmates for years and finally made it to graduation, he says. Why the long faces? Put on a smile, he continues. Seeing most people force out awkward smiles, Zhao Ritian chuckles and adds, that's better. Eat and drink your fill tonight. With that, Zhao Ritian turns to leave. As he reaches the doorway, he cannot resist a final jab. People flock with their own kind, birds of a feather flock together. Trash is still trash, he sneers. Think about it, Zhao Ritian, a dignified Brank ability awakener, forced to share a class with a bunch of garbage. It's disgraceful, utterly disgraceful, he proclaims. Watching Zhao Ritian snapping at everyone like a rabid dog, Chunhao narrows his eyes. Years of constant contact with corpses have honed in him a talent for reading faces. At this moment, Zhao Ritian's face bears the mark of impending death. How could Chunhao lower himself to quarrel with a dead man walking? Zhao Ritian's ability is powerful, but if he dies, that ability will become Chunhao's. It is a Brank flame control ability after all. Chunhao quietly begins plotting how to get that ability into his own. Zhao Ritian's words made everyone's faces flush crimson. The cheerful atmosphere was abruptly shattered. All of them clenched their teeth, yet not a single person dared to make a move. TCH, what a piece of trash. Isn't it just that he awakened a Brank ability, flame manipulation? Li Gang could not help grumbling. Exactly what's so impressive about that? He's only that strong because of his family. If my family were as rich as his, I'd flaunt ability potions all day too. Maybe I could awaken a Brank ability too. Yeah, exactly, all he knows is how to bully others with his status. People like him will be killed sooner or later. Although they spoke that way, there was an unmistakable note of envy in their voices. In this world, the rank of one's ability determined how high one could rise. The stronger the awakened ability, the greater one's ultimate achievements. Most of the people present, like Chunhao, had not awakened any ability at all. They had fallen to the very bottom of society. The rest, though they had awakened abilities, mostly possessed F or A rank powers, virtually useless. How about why aren't you saying anything? Do you think Zhao Ritian went too far? Hearing this, Chunhao shrugged his shoulders. That guy is always like that. Though he spoke casually, in his heart, Chunhao was already wondering when Zhao Ritian would die. All right, everyone cheer up. Don't let that guy Zhao Ritian ruin our mood. We're here today for our graduation gathering. Come for our beautiful future, let's all drink a toast. Zhao Bing, worthy of her position as class monitor, immediately stepped in to smooth things over. She lifted her glass and clinked it, with everyone else downing the drink together. The graduation banquet continued. As the beer flowed, everyone began to chat idly. The room that had been somewhat oppressive suddenly became lively again. In no time, they were all pleasantly drunk. Riding the warmth of the alcohol, everyone started chatting freely. Old Wang, I really envy you for having the wall-climbing gecko ability. You can easily run along walls and rooftops, go wherever you want. Hey, it's not as great as yours. Your nimble tongue is pretty good too. When you meet an enemy, you can attack like a frog, spitting your tongue at them. I think Xiao Li's ability is even better. His power is snowman control. No way, the snowmen I control still have to be built by hand. Anyone who has built snowmen knows they're a nightmare to make. But snowmen are fun. Everyone who's played with them knows, of those who know just know. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. By the way, Xiao Jiang, what's your ability? Guess. Give us. Jiang Taigong. Jiang Taigong. What's that supposed to mean? Fishing. My ability is fishing, the legendary fishing master. With this ability, I can catch a great many fish. The chatter went on and on. Soon, in the midst of laughter and jokes, the classmates began to topple over one after another. Chunhao's cheeks were slightly flushed as he glanced around at his classmates. Looking at these lovable classmates, he couldn't help but smile. All of them had a bright future waiting for them. Not long ago, Chun-Hao had felt miserable because he had not awakened any ability. But now he possessed the corpse collection system. As long as he collected corpses, he could grow stronger. With time, Chun-Hao would gradually become powerful. After draining a glass of beer, a strong urge to relieve himself surged up. Beer might not be too intoxicating, but it certainly filled the stomach. Another downside was that drinking too much always sent people running to the restroom. Chun-Hao walked into the restroom, pulled down his zipper, and opened the floodgates. Just then he heard voices coming from one of the stalls. Are all the preparations in place? Everything's set. We're just waiting for the target to appear. Good. Be careful. Don't let anyone find out. Yes. Every word from the toilet stall reached Chun-Hao's ears. His brows knitted together as his expression grew solemn. It was obvious that whoever was inside was plotting something. But none of it had anything to do with him. He was just a small nobody without an awakened ability. Their target would certainly not be him. Chun-Hao returned to the room. By then it was already quite late. He turned to the class monitor Jia Bing and said, "Monitor, I've got something to do tomorrow, so I'll head back first." All right. The feast was nearly over and most of the classmates were already drunk. Naturally, there was no need for Chun-Hao to stay. He grabbed his jacket and prepared to leave. Stepping out of the entrance of the Heaven on Earth Club, he was met with a gust of wind. A sudden chill brushed past him. Chun-Hao shivered, instantly sobering up a little. From ahead came a cacophony of noise. It was Zhao Ritian. He was thoroughly drunk, staggering toward a car at the roadside supported by several underlings. Just as they were about to reach the curb, screech. A van sped toward them and came to an abrupt halt right in front of Zhao Ritian. The door swung open and several burly men stepped out. They drew sharp knives. With a few simple thrusts, Zhao Ritian's underlings collapsed into pools of blood. The thoroughly drunk Zhao Ritian was then forcibly dragged into the van. The vehicle sped off into the night. What's going on? Is this a kidnapping? Was that why Zhao Ritian's face looked like death earlier? Doubt churned in Chun-Hao's heart. Who did this? He found it hard to believe. Who would target Zhao Ritian? Given Zhao Ritian's personality, he surely had made plenty of enemies. His being kidnapped was in a way within expectations. Chun-Hao glanced at the bodies lying on the ground, and none of them even groaned. It was obvious they were dead. Chun-Hao did not interfere. Instead, he walked off to the side, distancing himself from that place of trouble. He hailed a taxi. He got in and left by car. The next morning, "Master," that guy called again. Chun-Hao was jolted awake by the shrill ringing of his phone. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Li Gang calling. "Chun, how did you see the news?" "The news? What news? I knew you didn't." "Hurry and turn on the TV. Zhao Ritian's been killed." "Zhao Ritian's been killed." Chun-Hao was taken aback. He had thought those men had abducted Zhao Ritian for ransom. He never expected it to turn into a murder case. Chun-Hao turned on the television, and at that moment, it was broadcasting news of Zhao Ritian's death. He watched for a while. The report stated that Zhao Ritian had been beaten, and a large hole had been carved into his abdomen. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys had all been removed. The news concluded that it was the work of an organ-harvesting criminal. An organ-harvesting criminal. Though that was what the news said, Chun-Hao did not believe it. With so many people in the city, why choose Zhao Ritian, of all people? There was definitely something fishy behind it all. Ding dong. At that moment, someone rang Chun-Hao's doorbell. He opened the door to find a woman standing outside. The woman wore a uniform and looked crisp and professional. "You're Chun-Hao?" "Yes. My name is Tian Wenjing from the Ability Bureau. I'm here to ask you a few questions." Tian Wenjing. Hearing her name, Chun-Hao was somewhat surprised. She was a famous female detective whose cases were often reported on television. People said she was like Bao Qing Tian reborn, impartial as iron, solving cases with uncanny precision. She was a good detective. "Please come in and have a seat. I'll make you a cup of tea." Chun-Hao ushered Tian Wenjing inside. Soon he brewed a cup of tea and handed. "Thank you." Tian Wenjing accepted the cup. Then she got straight to the point. "You should know why I've come to see you. Because of Zhao Ritian. There was surveillance at the entrance of Heaven on Earth, and Chun-Hao was a witness, so Tian Wenjing had come to investigate." "Yes." Tian Wenjing nodded. "Tell me everything you know." Chun-Hao began to recount what had happened. After listening to his account, Tian Wenjing looked somewhat disappointed. She had hoped to obtain some useful information, but there was nothing substantial. "Thank you." Tian Wenjing rose to leave. "I'll see you out." Chun-Hao escorted her to the door. Once he closed it behind her, he exhaled in relief. Chun-Hao had not told the truth. He had actually seen the person who led the hunt for Zhao Ritian. That man had a scarred face and a scorpion tattooed on his right shoulder. But none of that had anything to do with Chun-Hao. He only wanted to live a peaceful, steady life. Besides, the one who died was that guy Zhao Ritian. Risking his own neck for him would not be worth it. After pouring the tea down the drain, Chun-Hao headed to his family's shop. Chun-Hao arrived at the Chen's funeral home. This was their family's business, and it was quite famous in the city. As soon as Chun-Hao arrived, he noticed many luxury cars parked at the entrance. Which tycoon has kicked the bucket? Just as Chun Hao was muttering to himself, Chen Chong walked out from inside. "You little rascal, hurry up and come in. Today we received a big order. If it goes well, they will pay us 200,000. Chen Chong appeared quite excited. 200,000, he hadn't seen that much money in a long time. Usually those clients only paid around 10 or 20,000. Chun Hao walked inside, put down his backpack, changed into his work clothes, and then went to the workroom. Chun Hao was taken aback. He recognized the man standing inside. Zhao Tianba. Zhao Tianba was the father of Zhao Ritian, a burly man with a face full of flesh and a gold chain around his neck. He wondered if that big gold chain would float in the swimming pool. Chun Hao had seen him during a parent-teacher meeting at school. He remembered him because he was quite distinctive. "I heard you were Xiao Tian's classmate." Chun Hao nodded. Zhao Tianba seemed very cold, giving off a sense of calm before the storm. "Then it's just right you can help send him on." "All right." Chun Hao walked over and lifted the white cloth. The deceased Zhao Ritian was revealed. He still had that punchable look. Upon seeing him, Chun Hao couldn't help but think, in your next life, be a good person. He began to handle the situation. It must be said that Chun Hao's skills were deeply rooted in Chen Chong's teachings. Under his makeup, Zhao Ritian regained his former glory. Xiao Tian. Looking at Zhao Ritian's rosy face, Zhao Tianba could no longer contain his grief. He leaned against the workbench and cried out loud. Chun Hao quietly stepped back. He had long been accustomed to such situations. After waiting outside for a while, Chun Hao was called back in. As Zhao Ritian was sent into the incinerator, a system notification sound echoed in Chun Hao's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host corpse collection successful. Gained level ability, flame manipulation. Hearing this system notification, a hint of joy flashed across Chun Hao's face. However, he quickly composed himself. After all, Zhao Tianba was still nearby. If he showed any signs of happiness, he would probably get beaten. After sending Zhao Tianba off, Chun Hao went to his room. He casually locked the door. Snap! Chun Hao snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Is this the flame manipulation ability? Chun Hao tried to separate the flame from his body. However, as soon as the flame left, it quickly dissipated. My proficiency in flame manipulation isn't enough. Moreover, it seems my energy is also insufficient. Abilities are like mages, they need to improve their skill proficiency and increase their energy. This energy is akin to a mage's mana. Chun Hao opened the door only to find Chen Chong standing at the entrance. Xiao Hao, young man, I understand your youthful energy. But you also need to take care of your health. If possible, Grandpa hopes you can find a girlfriend. Sooner or later the Chen family needs to expand. What do you think? Do you want me to introduce someone for you? Wu Ani's daughter Xiao Chui is quite good. She works as a waitress at a hotel. I see she has a big backside. She would definitely give us Chen family a robust. Chen Hao, upon hearing this, pictured Wu Xiaocui in his mind. She was a hefty girl weighing over 200 pounds who ate fatty meat at every meal. Forget it, Grandpa, I'm still young. There's no rush. How can there be no rush? I'm almost dying from anxiety. Just as Chen Chong was about to say more. Grandpa, we have a guest. Chun Hao immediately went to greet them. Nighttime. Chun Hao and Chen Chong were having dinner at the same table. Come try the braised pork made by Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Hao picked it up and put it in his mouth. Then he turned to Chen Chong and said, Grandpa, I need a favor. What favor? If there are any orders from ability users in the future, you must call me. Let me handle them. Oh, Chen Chong nodded. Seeing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but ask, Grandpa, don't you want to know why? I don't want to know. Chen Chong shook his head. You do this for a reason. As for what it is, Grandpa doesn't want to know, you don't need to tell me. Everyone has their secrets. As the saying goes, the old become wise. Chen Chong at this age was no fool. Chun Hao clearly hadn't awakened his powers, yet suddenly he had. Chen Chong knew about the tricks involved. However, he did not investigate further. This was both to protect himself and Chun Hao. The main concern was for Chun Hao, because this was a world full of ability users who knows if someone with ulterior motives would target him. At that time, they might use him as leverage or find a breakthrough through him. Xiao Hao. What is it, Grandpa? Regardless of what you do, Grandpa doesn't care about how much success you achieve. I just hope you stay safe. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will take care of myself. That's good. Come have another piece of braised pork. Chen Chong picked up a piece of braised pork for Chun Hao. In the following days, Chun Hao focused on training his flame manipulation ability. He quickly mastered it with agility. However, he encountered a problem. That was the insufficient energy in his body. He could not use flame manipulation for long before it became unusable. Damn it, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. What can a mage do without mana? I need to find a way to increase the energy in my body. Suddenly a figure popped into Chun Hao's mind. Li Gang, he's the one. Chun Hao decided to approach Li Gang and get a cultivation method from him. Chun Hao immediately contacted Li Gang. Li Gang was a righteous person, and upon hearing that Chun Hao wanted to visit him, he welcomed him warmly. Chun Hao took a ride to Li Gang's home. Li Gang's house was a spacious flat of 140 square meters. After Chun Hao entered, Li Gang invited him to sit down and brought him some fruit. Chun Hao, why do you have time to visit me today? Li Gang asked curiously. It's been a while since we brothers met, so I naturally want to catch up with you. You're about to go to college soon, I guess we'll have fewer opportunities to meet after that. I brought some good wine today. Today we won't leave until we're drunk. Saying this, Chun Hao pulled out a large bottle of mineral water from his backpack. Looking at the mineral water bottle in Chun Hao's hand, Li Gang was not angry. Instead, he was somewhat excited. Is this peach blossom wine? Chun Hao nodded. Indeed. Li Gang was overjoyed. This peach blossom wine was specially brewed by Chun Hao's grandfather. The process was rather intricate and required time to settle before the wine became exceedingly sweet and fragrant. Li Gang had once tasted it at Chun Hao's home and was utterly amazed. If it weren't for the fact that this wine couldn't be mass-produced, he would have invested immediately and transformed into a liquor merchant on the spot. Li Gang went to fetch 2 wine glasses. Quick, pour me some. Chun Hao poured a glass for Li Gang and another for himself. I still have some leftover braised snacks in the fridge. They'll get them now. They'll go perfectly with the wine. Chun Hao and Li Gang began drinking with the braised snacks. Delicious. Truly fine wine. Tasting the peach blossom wine once more, Li Gang wore a look of sheer contentment. Although Li Gang had awakened his superpower, his lightweight drinking constitution remained unchanged. After just a few sips, he was already tipsy. Chun Hao chatted casually with Li Gang, subtly steering the conversation toward cultivation techniques. Li Gang was a straightforward fellow. When he heard Chun Hao wanted to have a look, he hurried inside and brought out a book to hand to him. The moment Chun Hao took the cultivation technique, Li Gang fell into a deep sleep. Chun Hao began flipping through the manual. This technique was the most inferior one issued by the nation. Yet no matter how poor it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. Chun Hao read it through once and committed the entire book to memory. After confirming there were no mistakes, Chun Hao placed the book on the table. He grabbed a blanket nearby and covered Li Gang, then stood up and left. Li Gang had been good to him. According to the rules, cultivation techniques issued by the state were not to be shown to others. But Li Gang had no guard up around Chun Hao. So he generously let Chun Hao read the manual. Perhaps he instinctively thought Chun Hao was an ordinary person and reading it would be useless. Chun Hao left Li Gang's home. After returning to the Chun family funeral parlor, he entered his room and attempted to cultivate. As he practiced, he discovered a problem. His comprehension was insufficient. Damn it, there are parts one don't understand. It was like a student working on math problems. Some were easy, others obscure, and required help to grasp. The problem was that Chun Hao had no teacher now. Just as he was perplexed, a knock came at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The door was pounded. Xiao Hao, we have a job. Hearing this, Chun Hao's eyes lit up. Ever since learning that Chun Hao had awakened a superpower, Ching Chong rarely called him to work. He left Chun Hao time to cultivate. Now that Ching Chong was summoning him, there could only be one reason. A superpowered person had arrived. Coming. Chun Hao opened the door and stepped out. Ching Chong whispered to him, this time it's a programmer. He died suddenly from staying up all night writing code. I heard he awakened in Frank's superpower, Superbrain. Chun Hao walked in and followed the procedure to collect the programmer's remains. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Acquired Frank's superpower, Superbrain. Superbrain Frank enhances mental agility. Chun Hao found that with the Superbrain ability, it was as if his Run and Do meridians had been opened. The world became clear. Problems that had troubled him were now effortlessly solved. If before he had been a poor student, now Chun Hao was a top scholar. He had fully grasped the cultivation technique obtained from Li Gang. He hurried back to his room to try it out. This time, Chun Hao completed a full cycle of the technique. He now looked forward to more superpowered individuals, but those with superpowers were rare. Everything depended on fate. In the following days, Chun Hao occasionally helped his grandfather with odd jobs. The rest of the time was spent cultivating. During this period, he browsed the superpowered forum in his spare time. These days, there was never a shortage of kind-hearted people. The forum was filled with posts about superpowers, giving Chun Hao a deeper understanding of them. After finishing his cultivation, Chun Hao felt he had broken through a barrier. I've broken through. I've reached the soldier realm. Superpowered individuals were ranked from low to high. They were Soldier, Warrior, Master, General, King, Spirit, Venerable, Sovereign, Saint. 9 ranks, each subdivided into 9 minor levels. The number 9 multiplied by 9. I'm now at Soldier Realm, first level. Cultivating superpowers required resources. Chun Hao had successfully reached Soldier first level without any assistance or resources, demonstrating his impressive talent. One day, Ching Chong knocked on Chun Hao's door excitedly. Xiao Hao, we have another guest. What superpower this time? Ching Chong didn't answer directly, but said mysteriously, you'll find out when you get. Chun Hao felt speechless. He went to the workroom and looked at the workbench. He saw a client with delicate fair. A sissy. Those 2 words popped into Chun Hao's mind. Nevertheless, he followed the procedure to collect the remains. After finishing, ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Acquired Frank's superpower. Mine is big. Mine is big. Chun Hao checked the description of this superpower. Mine is big, Frank, mine is big. You'll have to bear with it. Can make your good buddy twice as large. Chun Hao. He finally understood why that guy had such fair skin. So he was literally a male prostitute. After acquiring mine is big, Chun Hao felt a warmth in his crotch. Am I going through a second growth spurt? That evening, after helping his grandfather close up shop, Chun Hao drove the Santana home with his grandfather. It's so hot, Grandpa. I'm going to take a shower. Go ahead. Chun Hao entered the bathroom undressed and turned on the light. Good heavens. He wouldn't have known unless he looked, but seeing it gave him a shock. Just then his grandfather turned on the TV. From the television came a voice. I have a big sausage, I have a small After washing, Chun Hao went to sleep. That night, he had a sweet dream. Discussing philosophy with it. The next day, after washing his underwear, Chun Hao went to work. There were no customers today, so he sat in a day. Maybe I could become a gigolo. Now that Chun Hao had the capital for it. No. A man should stand tall between heaven and earth. How could he live off a woman? But if room and board were included, maybe I'd consider it. Thus passed the day, lost in his wild thoughts. Returning home in the evening, Chin Chong was seized by a craving for alcohol. Unfortunately, the refrigerator held no snacks to accompany his drink. He turned to Chin Hao and said, Xiao Hao, go buy me some braised pork head meat. Okay. Chin Hao stepped out. The braised meat shop was some distance from his residential complex. The best braised meat shop was tucked away in a narrow alley. Though the alley appeared somewhat grimy, the braised goods were clean and hygienic. After purchasing the braised meat, Chun Hao was crossing the alley on his way back when he noticed two figures locked in combat. Bam bam bam. They exchanged blows fiercely. Ability users. By the moonlight, Chun Hao discerned a werewolf and a woman engaged in battle. The woman was shrouded in wind, her strength slightly surpassing the werewolf's. Bang. Seizing the moment, the woman drove a fist into the werewolf's chest. Her right hand, wrapped in raging wind, carried devastating force. It pierced straight through the werewolf's chest, emerging from his back. Thud. The werewolf collapsed. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, glanced at the fallen werewolf, and forcing her severely wounded body, staggered away. Chun Hao gave a look, then turned and left as well. With only a little liquor left at home, he decided to go farther to buy some rice wine for his grandfather. Grandpa, I'm back with the braised food. Chun Hao returned home to find the door ajar and his grandfather lying on the sofa, already drunk. On the table lay a plate with a few scattered peanuts. Several empty bottles were strewn on the floor. How much did Grandpa drink tonight? Chun Hao lifted his grandfather in his arms, intending to carry him to his room. Huh? His grandfather looked dazed and confused. He murmured, Is that Xiao Hao? Hey, I just went downstairs to water the flowers. How come you were lying on the ground then? I carried you back to your room and put you on the bed. How did you come back from outside? Are you an immortal who can tell? Chun Hao's grandfather worked as a corpse handler accustomed to carrying bodies, which had given him considerable strength. Chun Hao was completely baffled. Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking? And I've told you countless times. If you need to pee, use the toilet, don't go to the flower bed downstairs. If someone sees you, they'll call the police and have you arrested for indecency. You'll lose your dignity in old age, and I won't bother with you. As he spoke, Chun Hao helped his grandfather up and guided him to the bedroom. Once inside, he laid his grandfather flat, removed his shoes, pulled the quilt over him, and stepped out. He was about to head to his own room when the door got stuck. This broken door again. After fiddling with it and finding it wouldn't open, he had to force it. Bang! Chun Hao kicked the door open. The moment he entered, a strong smell of blood hit him. Frowning, he flicked on the light. To his shock, Tian Wenjing lay on his bed. The window beside her was open, the night wind whistling in. Seeing her unconscious, Chun Hao was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this good cop everyone talks about in my room? Then it hit him. It was Grandpa. Chun Hao felt a headache coming on. His drunken grandfather had apparently picked up Tian Wenjing. Despite his frustration, he went to the utility room and retrieved the medical kit. He began to dress Tian Wenjing's wounds. After applying medicine and bandaging, he left the room and settled on the living room sofa for the night. The next morning, Chun Hao groggily woke up on the sofa. He instinctively headed toward his bedroom. He had a habit of relieving himself in the morning. Though there was a bathroom in the living room, he preferred the toilet in his own room. Like some people who can't sleep in a different bed. As he opened the door, he saw Tian Wenjing sitting on the bed holding a device. She pressed its switch and let out a sigh of relief. The device had no effect on Chun Hao. You're not a beast. Tian Wenjing had sensed an ability used. Seeing it was Chun Hao, she was startled and quickly used the device to test him. The reason was that Chun Hao, being self-taught, couldn't suppress his aura. I'm curious. You didn't have an ability before, but now you do. I don't know either. Chun Hao said, wait. After the awakening ceremony that day, I went home and slept. The next day I had it. Then why didn't you tell? According to Dragon Kingdom's rules, every ability user must be registered. Those at D level or above, or even below D level, but with offensive abilities, must undergo specialized training. Then serve the country. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not interested. I just want to run my family's funeral parlor, earn a little money, and see my grandfather through his old age. Hearing this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help twitching her lips. Are you done asking? Now it's my turn. What do you mean by beast? Tian Wenjing began to explain. In this world, there is an organization called the Scorpion Brigade. The Scorpion Brigade is formidable. Its members share a common trait: black scorpion tattoos on their bodies. Most members are heinous criminals. Most of them are ordinary people who later plunder others' ability orbs. That's how they become ability users. But plundering comes at a cost. Their bodies are gradually devoured by the ability orb. We classify plunderers into two types. Those who plunder mental ability orbs are called voids. Those who plunder physical ability orbs are called beasts. Last night, I encountered a beast. After a fight, I managed to kill it, but I was badly injured. Chunhao nodded. He had witnessed Tian Wenjing's battle with the werewolf the previous night, confirming her story. Tian Wenjing had somewhat recovered. Thank you for last night. She knew Chunhao had saved her and bandaged her wounds. Otherwise, she would surely be dead by now. She continued, I'm curious. What ability did you awaken? But Chunhao already had an answer ready. The imitation ability. He had once read the Encyclopedia of Ability. He possessed an eidetic memory, so he remembered all the abilities inside. Imitation had only ever been awakened by one person. Its effect allowed the user to copy others' abilities, but only at 1/10 the original power. Imitation. Tian Wenjing was unfamiliar with this ability. But she had a phone and ways to look up information. She quickly searched and found details about the imitation ability. It can mimic others' abilities. But the prerequisite is to see someone else release that ability and also understand its principle. Then you can use that ability. You have strength enhancement. Did you see someone use it before? Ye Zhonglong from our class awakened strength enhancement. Tian Wenjing listened and nodded. I don't know whether to envy you or sympathize with you. Imitation makes you, but just like a jack of all trades, you know a bit of everything yet excel at nothing. After saying that, Tian Wenjing changed the subject and extended an olive branch to Chunhao. How about it? Interested in joining our organization? Tian Wenjing wanted to repay Chunhao for saving her life, so she planned to use her connections to bring him into the ability bureau. Chunhao shook his head. Seeing this, a flicker of disappointment passed over Tian Wenjing's face, but she quickly composed herself. That's fine. You don't have to join. Our door is always open for you. Alright, it's getting late. I should be going. As for yesterday, I owe you a favor. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out. With that, Tian Wenjing walked out of the room and passed straight through the hall. She left through the front door of Chunhao's house. At that moment, Chinchang just woke up and saw Tian Wenjing emerging from Chunhao's room. Chinchang's heart leaped with joy. He quickly went to the family altar, lit incense, and began to pray. Bless Guanyin, thank you for helping our Chen family. Now our Chen family can flourish. Chunhao was speechless at his grandfather's words. He thought Chunhao and that girl had done something intimate. Chunhao chose not to explain, knowing it would only make things worse. After having a meal with Chunchang on the way to the funeral parlor, Chunchang pulled out a card and handed it to Chunhao. Xiaohao, there's $1,000,000 in here. Take it. It's not easy for a girl to be with you. You should put more thought into it. Buy her little gifts and prepare some surprises. Okay. Chunhao took the card. He had been wondering how to get money to purchase cultivation resources. Unexpectedly, his grandfather, who was usually stingy, had become generous. $1,000,000 at once. As soon as Chunhao and Chunchang arrived at the funeral parlor entrance, they saw people already waiting there. They wore sunglasses and black suits, both men and women. For some reason, Chunhao felt these people gave him an unusual vibe. He felt somewhat uneasy. But since guests had come, he had no reason to refuse them. After seating the guests, Chunhao put on his work uniform and began the day's tasks. Looking at the corpse on the table, it's him. Chunhao recognized the corpse on the table. It was the one who had fought Tian Wenjing last night. Do a good job, the reward won't disappoint you. The man had already been eroded by the ability orb and turned into a beast. So even now he retained his. Chunhao began to restore and apply makeup to the werewolf. Soon he was done. After a few mourners paid their respects, Chunhao sent the werewolf into the cremator for incineration. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpses collected successfully. Acquired great ability. Werewolf, transformation. Another great ability. Including the previously obtained great flame manipulation, Chunhao now had his second great ability. Before leaving, they coldly said, don't say anything about what happened today. I trust you've been in this business long enough to know what should and shouldn't be said. Of course, of course. Chunchang nodded, bowing and smiling obsequiously. In the following days, Chunhao kept to his routine of two places. Either at home or the funeral parlor. Whenever free, he would cultivate. Until one day a car stopped at their. Several people got out of the car. Carrying a child, they walked into the house. Wah! My poor boy. The woman wept bitterly. Even though Chunhao was used to such scenes, he still felt a pang of emotion. How did he? Chinchang followed the procedure and needed to register first. Alas, it's all because of that wicked eldest lady. A burly man spoke. He said indignantly. Our eldest lady saw that the second young master was exceptionally gifted, afraid he would usurp the eldest young master's position as head of the family. So she deliberately gave the awakening stone to the second young master to play with. As a result, the second young master accidentally awakened his ability, because he was too young to withstand the power of the awakening. In the end, the second young master ran a high fever and passed away this morning. As he spoke, the man unconsciously clenched his fists. Chinchong nodded. We heard this is the best funeral home in the region, so we brought the second young master here, hoping to see him off on his final journey. Yes, rest assured, we'll do a splendid job. With that, Chinchong called Chunhao to work. Chunhao went to the workroom and began applying makeup to the child. Everything was practiced and familiar. When he finished, ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpses collected successfully. Acquired SS grade ability, Truth Vision. Just as the system's prompt faded, Chunhao felt his eyes burning. But he quickly adapted. Truth Vision and SS grade ability. Chunhao was astonished. He hadn't expected the child before him to be so remarkable. It seems his family background isn't simple. However, this had nothing to do with Chunhao. He was just a corpse handler. He only needed to focus on his work. After everything was done, Chunhao and the others saw off the weeping woman and her party. Watching the departing car, Chunhao narrowed his eyes. Chief Su. General rank, 3rd tier. Ability grade rock manipulation. With Truth Vision, Chunhao could now perceive others' information. Now I also possess an SS grade ability. The only pity is that it's a supportive ability with no effect. Still, Chunhao was quite satisfied. Keep working, keep pushing. A good life awaits me. After acquiring SSS Truth Vision, Chunhao continued to bury himself in cultivation. Imperceptibly, his strength reached soldier rank, 3rd tier. The cultivation technique I got from Li Gang is too low level. The training effect is too poor. I think I need a more advanced technique. Chunhao finally felt a bottleneck. He believed he could become stronger, but the impoverished technique hindered his. Every ability user's dantian is like a pool, the meridians like a suction pipe, and the cultivation technique is the pump. The purpose of cultivation is to fill the dantian with ability energy, and simultaneously expand the dantian. Chunhao discovered that inside his dantian there was a massive ability orb surrounded by many smaller ability orbs. Those ability orbs were what he had acquired. The Scorpion Brigade plundered ability orbs akin to organ transplantation, causing rejection symptoms. But the ability orbs Chunhao obtained through the corpse collection system experienced no such phenomenon. I need to find a way to get a new cultivation technique. Chunhao began browsing the ability user forum. One day he stumbled upon a piece of information. The ability users had set up an underground market, where they sold many things that couldn't be traded openly. He was uncertain whether this information was authentic or false. Perhaps he could procure a superior cultivation. Nevertheless, Chunhao resolved to investigate. With his true sight ability, he might find a hidden treasure. Before setting out, Chunhao disguised himself. He arrived at the designated location at the appointed time. It was night. The black market was set up in a forest clearing. Chunhao did not act immediately, but observed from the sidelines. After waiting for a long time and finding no issues, he finally entered. The black market was bustling with activity, many strolling among the stalls. The vendors had arranged themselves in 2 rows, creating a path in the middle. Many people were arguing heatedly, with the vendors haggling as if in a vegetable market. Chunhao walked along the central aisle, constantly looking left and right. With the help of True Sight, Chunhao could see the attributes of these items. Trash, all trash. True Sight was highly intelligent, directly distinguishing the rarity of items by color. White, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, rainbow. 9 colors in total. Although there were many items on the stalls, most were white tire equipment. Occasionally there were red or even orange items, but Chunhao did not even glance at them. After finishing a round, he felt somewhat disappointed. Damn, where's the promised bargain? Just as he was puzzled, a commotion arose. Uncle Tuya, you dog, you sold me a burly dark-skinned man grabbed a buck-toothed man. The surrounding vendors seemed long accustomed to such scenes. Uncle Tuya sure has guts. He cheated someone and didn't even run away, daring to come here. Maybe he wanted to take a gamble. A gamble. Now he's caught. Tisk tisk tisk. Back in the day, Uncle Tuya was quite a figure. He was a top-tier tomb raider in the business, with strength at the peak of the 1st grade of the Jiang realm. But he failed once and was cursed by the tomb owner. He couldn't break the curse, so his strength plummeted. He fell from the 1st grade of the Jiang realm to the current 8th grade of the Shi realm. Tragic, utterly tragic. If I were him, I probably couldn't bear it and would find a place to slit my throat. Uncle Tuya was grabbed by the collar by the burly man, and he anxiously said, "Easy, easy, this is really a good treasure. It was stolen from a tomb." Hearing Uncle Tuya's words, the burly man snorted. "You're fooling a ghost. I didn't know you before and fell for your tricks. Everyone knows you, Uncle Tuya, are an expert at selling fakes." Since he was cursed, Uncle Tuya had spent all his fortune trying to break the curse. But after spending a fortune, there was no effect. With no other choice, Uncle Tuya took the risk and embarked on the path of counterfeiting. With his current strength, tomb rating would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. It's true, it's true. Uncle Tuya looked anxious, feeling even more wrong than doughy. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Master Lu. Uncle Tuya didn't know what to say. He was a man who sized up his customers and would never offend someone like Lu Zhihui. What he gave Lu Zhihui was genuine. What a pity. Prejudice in people's hearts is like a mountain. After Lu Zhihui bought the manual, he couldn't comprehend it, so he instinctively thought it was a fake. Bullshit, genuine. Still playing dumb at a time like this. Saying that, Lu Zhihui rolled up the book into a stick and started beating Uncle Tuya fiercely. Uncle Tuya howled in pain from the beating. Seeing this, Chun Hao felt a pang of distress. Not because Uncle Tuya was being beaten, but because Lu Zhihui was using a blue cultivation manual to beat him relentlessly. Chun Hao was afraid Lu Zhihui might damage that blue manual. Fortunately, after a few hits, Uncle Tuya began to beg for mercy. I'll refund, okay. That's more like it. Uncle Tuya was a dragon stranded in shallow water, bullied by a dog. He could only swallow his pride. After seeing Uncle Tuya refund the money, just as he was about to ask for the manual back, Lu Zhihui said, "Keep this thing, and you'll only use it to harm others." With that, Lu Zhihui tossed the manual far away. My book. Uncle Tuya hadn't expected Lu Zhihui to throw his book away. The passers-by saw this, but none wanted to pick up the book. After all, Uncle Tuya had cheated too many people, so no one trusted him. Uncle Tuya originally wanted to retrieve it, but then recalled the scene when he obtained the book. He had studied it before, only to find the content obscure and difficult. It was pure nonsense. If it hadn't been stolen from a tomb, he would have thrown it away long ago. Now it seemed that book was indeed garbage. He couldn't understand it, and neither could Lu Zhihui. Although Lu Zhihui's talent was lacking, he was still an expert at the 7th grade of the Sure realm. For such a person, no matter how poor his comprehension, how bad could it be? Seeing no one pick it up, Chun Hao made a detour and stealthily went to the location of the book. It was night. Normally finding a book in the bushes would be extremely difficult. But Chun Hao now possessed SS-grade True Sight. With the help of True Sight, that manual was as bright as a street lamp in the dark night. Chun Hao picked up the manual and turned to leave. He did not go straight home, but deliberately circled the city several times. Only after confirming he was not followed did he return home. Chun Hao entered his room and opened the manual. Corpse cultivation. He began to read. He found the text was ancient script, so he had to understand the ancient characters first. Unable to proceed, Chun Hao put the book down and started looking up information, translating character by character. It took him 3 days to finally finish translating the entire book. This was with the help of his super brain ability. Chun Hao finally understood why Uncle Tuya and Lu Zhihui thought the book was garbage. He began to try practicing according to his translation, only to find the technique still wouldn't circulate smoothly. No way is my comprehension insufficient. At this moment, Chun Hao felt like a man with a beautiful naked woman before him, only to find his own body unresponsive. This feeling tormented Chun Hao greatly. I need to find a way to enhance my special ability. Chun Hao couldn't help but pray in his heart, hoping for the demise of another person with a similar ability to Super Brain. Chun Hao began to contemplate. Soon he devised a solution. Instead of waiting passively, he should take the... There are not just one, but several funeral homes in this Guang city. Chun Hao felt he could try his luck at another funeral home. He stepped out of the room. At that moment, his grandfather Qin Chong was watching television in the living room. Grandpa, do you know anyone from another funeral home? Yes, I do. Why do you ask? I want to go learn from them. As soon as he spoke, Chun Hao felt he had misspoke, because he himself didn't believe those words. Sure. Chun Hao didn't expect Qin Chong to agree. I happen to have a friend who runs one of those places. They are located on the other side of the city. He'll call him right now. With that, Qin Chong took out his phone and dialed. The next day, following the address provided by Qin Chong, Chun Hao arrived at another funeral home. You must be Xiao Hao. The other party had been expecting Chun Hao's arrival, so he was already waiting at the door. Chun Hao noticed that the person was an old man with a goatee, but the way the old man looked at him felt a bit off. For some reason, Chun Hao felt he was quite lascivious. His body involuntarily tensed up. Not bad, Chen Laogui didn't deceive me. Indeed, a handsome talent. The old man with the goatee kept scrutinizing Chun Hao. Hello, Uncle Gu. Hey. Hearing Chun Hao address him as Uncle Gu, Juji felt very pleased. He looked at Chun Hao like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, growing fonder with each glance. Xiao Hao, don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. Once inside, Chun Hao discovered a problem. It seemed that this Uncle Gu shared the same school as his grandfather. The layout of this room was identical. Xiao Yu isn't here, she went to work. If you're looking for her, you'll have to wait. Chun Hao, what the hell? Who is Xiao Yu? Just then someone walked in. Here comes the work. Gu Juji glanced at Chun Hao and said, You're just in time. I heard from your grandfather that you've learned the true skills of our sect. You can handle this case. Saying this, Gu Juji handed Chun Hao a work uniform. Alright. What he wanted to do was to achieve two goals at once. Once he became familiar with Gujuji, when there were bodies of ability users the other side could call him over to handle them. Chun-Hao walked in and found 3 corpses lying there. Why are there 3? All 3 corpses were 3 programmers. One is the department head and the other 2 are salesmen. They worked overnight to meet a deadline and ended up collapsing from exhaustion. Listening to the words of the person delivering the bodies, Chun-Hao nodded. Programmers, I hope they also possess abilities like Superbrain. Chun-Hao began to apply makeup on them. Once Chun-Hao finished, Gujuji stood by nodding continuously, his face filled with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You truly have learned the true skills of our sect. Gujuji noticed that Chun-Hao's corpse handling skills were superb. Even he, if he were to personally handle it, might not do better than Chun-Hao. As the 3 corpses were sent into the cremation furnace. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse handling successful. Acquired level ability, Superbrain. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse handling successful. Acquired level ability, Superbrain. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse handling successful. Acquired a level ability, Superbrain. Level Superbrain ability, stacked ability upgraded to a level. A level Superbrain ability, stacked ability upgraded to E level. The ability can be upgraded. Listening to the series of system notification sounds in his mind, Chun-Hao was immensely excited. 3 level Superbrain abilities could upgrade to 1 a level Superbrain. 2 a level Superbrain abilities could upgrade to E level Superbrain. That means if I get 1 more a level Superbrain, I can upgrade to level Superbrain. Xiao Hao. Just as Chun-Hao was immersed in the joy of his ability upgrade, Gujuji interrupted his thoughts. What is it, Uncle Gu? Xiao Yu is back. You 2 young people should get to know each other. Sure. Chun-Hao walked out, and he met Gujuji's granddaughter, Gu Yu. A girl dressed in training clothes with a pony. She was a sunny girl smiling with a small dimple on her face. You must be Chin Uncle's grandson. Chun-Hao. Hello, nice to meet you, on Gu Yu. Gu Yu extended her right hand towards Chun-Hao. Hello. Chun-Hao shook hands with Gu Yu. Chun-Hao was invited by Gujuji to be a guest. During this time, they went out to eat together. Gujuji intentionally or unintentionally tried to match Chun-Hao and Gu Yu. After dinner, Gujuji asked Chun-Hao and Gu Yu to go for a walk. Chun-Hao had no choice but to take Gu Yu to the nearby park to stroll. Upon arriving at the park, Gu Yu's little face turned slightly red, appearing shy. This was her first time hanging out with a boy in the park. Help! Help! Just as the 2 were walking, they suddenly heard a cry for help. Whoosh! Before Chun-Hao could react, Gu Yu had already dashed out. She arrived at the source of the cry for help and found a bald man pressing down on a woman with ill intentions. Looking for death. Gu Yu kicked with a whip-like leg, striking the bald man. Up! The bald man was kicked aside. He was quite unfortunate, his head crashing against a nearby tree, resulting in his death. Murder! Murder! The woman, seeing this, turned and fled. Staring at the deceased bald man, Gu Yu stood frozen in place. I didn't mean to. I really only gave him a light kick. Gu Yu had practiced martial arts since childhood. She was currently an apprentice coach in Jeet Kune Do. She was an ability user, having just awakened her level Jeet Kune Do. She hadn't expected the opponent to be so fragile. A single whip kick took him out. Jeet Kune Do is a lethal art. Every move is a deadly technique. This was Gu Yu's first time killing someone, so she felt particularly uneasy, looking flustered. Chun-Hao walked over to Gu Yu, patted her shoulder, and said, calm down, it's alright. This year Gu Yu awakened her ability. Through training, her strength reached the 3rd level of the soldier realm. Kicking the bald man to death was within reason. Chun-Hao walked over to the bald man, lifted him up, and headed deeper into the park. This park was unlike any. It leaned more towards a wild park, the kind that was unmanaged. Thus there were fewer visitors. Chun-Hao carried the bald man into the depths of the park. He quickly gathered a fireball in his right hand and hurled it to the ground. The ground immediately exploded into a large pit. Chun-Hao tossed the bald man's body into the pit, then launched another fireball to incinerate the corpse. Next he covered it with dirt. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the body has been successfully concealed. Gained a level ability, Superbrain. E-level Superbrain ability has been upgraded to D level. Is that possible? After Chun-Hao's Superbrain ability was raised to D level, he found his mind to be working faster. He began to swiftly deal with the traces at the scene. Soon Chun-Hao had turned the place into a complete mess. Even the strongest detective would be unable to solve it. Chun-Hao approached Gu Yu. He noticed Gu Yu squatting on the ground, crying, looking like a little girl who had been wronged. Not everyone like Chun-Hao had become indifferent to life and death after witnessing so much. This was Gu Yu's first time killing someone, and it was perfectly normal to feel this way. Even seasoned veterans reminiscing about their first kill often wore expressions filled with pain. For several days after killing, one would experience nightmares, forming a mental shadow. Don't cry, let's go home. Chun-Hao extended his hand to Gu Yu. Upon hearing Chun-Hao's voice, Gu Yu immediately stood up. She leaped into Chun-Hao's embrace. Chun Hao knew it was not wise to linger in this place. So he picked up Gu Yu and left. Fortunately, there were no cameras in the wild park, so Chun Hao didn't need to deal with that. However, he had to find a way to avoid the surveillance on the main road. Chun Hao found a back road without surveillance and returned to Gu Yu's home. By this time, Gu Yu had already fallen asleep. There were traces of tears at the corners of her eyes. My. Gu Juji did not expect that Chun Hao would actually carry Gu Yu back. What's wrong with Xiao Yu? Oh, she got too tired, so I carried her back. Gu Juji was somewhat shocked. He hadn't expected Chun Hao to move so quickly. You must treat Xiao Yu well in the future, or else you'll see how I deal with you. Chun Hao. Gu Juji must have misunderstood something. After placing Gu Yu on her bed and covering her with a blanket, he left. He took a taxi and returned to his own home. After getting home, Chun Hao did not go to sleep. He was somewhat excited to plant flowers with a heart, yet have them not bloom, to plant willows without intention, yet have them shade. He had not anticipated that his super brain ability had actually upgraded to the level. He was analyzing what had just happened. The bald man had awakened an A-level super brain ability, who although he possessed an ability, it was merely auxiliary. In terms of strength, it did not provide much enhancement. Moreover, judging by that guy's appearance, he had not trained much. Facing Gu Yu's level G Kyundu ability, he was surprisingly not a match. The main reason was that Gu Yu had adopted a stealth attack strategy. Looks like I need to be cautious in the future. Chun Hao no longer pondered this issue, and reopened the book on corpse cultivation to start reading. With the help of the level superbrain, Chun Hao finally comprehended the cultivation method of corpse cultivation. However, he felt somewhat unhappy. That was because it was a sinister cultivation method. Corpse cultivation was a technique that absorbed the death energy from corpses to enhance one's own cultivation. Chun Hao was worried, fearing that after training he would become a monster, neither human nor ghost. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Hao made a decisive resolution. Cultivate. Sinister cultivation is still sinister cultivation. Perhaps having seen too much death, Chun Hao feared it more than anyone else. Especially the moment he saw Zhao Ritian being taken away by the men in black. He felt that if it were him, he would not escape misfortune. Chun Hao despised the feeling of having someone grip his throat. My life is in my own hands, not dictated by fate. My destiny must be controlled by myself. Chun Hao began to cultivate. The next day, Chun Hao exhaled a breath of turbid air. I've broken through. My strength has reached the 4th stage of the soldier realm. Indeed, with a good cultivation method, the progress is twice as effective with half the effort. Moreover, what happened last night had also led Chun Hao to a new discovery. If he killed someone with abilities and burned them, he could obtain their abilities. This is quite good, really convenient. Otherwise, collecting them one by one is truly too troublesome. In the following days, Chun Hao continued to cultivate. If he wanted death energy, there was no better place than a funeral home. However, Chun Hao also discovered a major issue: the corpses from which he absorbed death energy would quickly shrivel up, turning into mummies. This led him to not dare to absorb too much after each makeup session. I wish there was a place where I could absorb freely. One day, after finishing his cultivation, Chun Hao walked out of his room. Seeing this, Chen Chong furrowed his brows, and could not help but speak to Chun Hao. Xiao Hao, are you sick? Your face looks so pale. I've told you young people need to pay attention to moderation. By the way, how's Xiao Yu doing? It seemed he hadn't contacted her recently. Chen Hao realized that since he returned that time, he hadn't reached out to. She had not contacted him proactively either. How can you do this? Saying this, Chen Chong picked up his phone. On the other end of the line, Gu Juji's voice was heard. Chen Chong's call was brief, and soon he hung up. Then he said to Chun Hao, Xiao Yu is currently at the Paradise Welfare Institute. Just go to the Paradise Welfare Institute to find her. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao was about to refuse. However, Chen Chong shot him a glare. Chun Hao could not resist Chen Chong, and had no choice but to head to the Paradise Welfare Institute. After arriving at the Paradise Welfare Institute, he saw Gu Yu in a white long dress. Today, Gu Yu looked a bit beautiful, surrounded by many children, which made her even more lovely. Chun Hao walked in. When Gu Yu saw Chun Hao, she was slightly taken aback, then smiled, and said, "What brings you here?" "I came to see you. Come here, kids, I'll treat you to some fruit." Before coming, Chun Hao had bought 2 large bags of fruit. Wow, there's fruit to eat. A group of children rushed towards Chun Hao. "Come on, don't grab, oh, everyone gets one." Chun Hao distributed the fruit to the children one by one. So Chun Hao looked at Gu Yu and noticed a hint of sorrow in her eyes. It was clear that she still had not moved on from that. Chun Hao walked over and patted Gu Yu on the shoulder. In a low voice he said, "That incident is not your fault, that guy deserved to die." Upon hearing this, Gu Yu unexpectedly burst into tears. She had thought that coming to the Welfare Institute would bring her redemption, yet she still could not forgive herself. Looking at the tear-streaked face of Gu Yu, Chun Hao felt a sense of helplessness. Some people inherently grow slower than others when it comes to such matters. Most people during their first kill would react just like her. This September, Gu Yu is set to report to Jiangnan Ability University. If she cannot break through this hurdle, Chun Hao feels she won't go far. Even though she possesses a level ability, Jeet Kyun Do. While Chun Hao and Gu Yu were discussing, he sensed a trace of hostility. Following his instincts, he looked over and spotted a man standing by the second-floor window. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and smiled slightly at Chun Hao upon seeing him. This guy has the ability of moral integrity, and he is a master at the 8th rank of the soldier realm. Chun Hao did not expect that moral integrity could also be considered an ability. Moral integrity, a level ability, transforms the evil energy emitted from within into righteous energy, making those around perceive you as a virtuous person, thus enhancing their favorability towards you. Note this is merely a masking effect. Seeing this, Chun Hao felt a bit of joy. This was precisely the ability he needed at the moment. The level of abilities represents their effectiveness. The higher the abilities level, the better the effects. Clearly under the influence of the level moral integrity, everyone regarded this guy as a good person. Just as Chun Hao was pondering, the man suddenly approached. Gu Yu, is he your boyfriend? Upon hearing this, Gu Yu recalled her grandfather's matchmaking efforts between her and Chun Hao, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The man noticed, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face, even revealing a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Chun Hao caught all of this. Chun Hao, let me introduce you. This is Jia Zhen. He is the director of this welfare institution. He is a well-known benefactor in this area, having taken in many homeless children. Gu Yu spoke with a bright smile, clearly having a good impression of Jia Zhen. Hello. Jia Zhen extended his right hand towards Chun Hao. Hello. Chun Hao shook hands with Jia Zhen. It's rare for you to come. I just instructed the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Please stay for a meal today. Sure, Chun Hao nodded. Everyone don't just stand there. Let's go to my office for tea. Jia Zhen invited both Chun Hao and Gu Yu. Alright. Chun Hao and Gu Yu followed Jia Zhen to his office, where they enjoyed tea for a while. Chun Hao felt a pressing need to urinate, so he stepped out of his office. Just after finishing in the restroom, he saw a dirty little boy standing at the door. The little boy seemed somewhat slow-witted, his bright eyes fixed intently on Chun Hao. Before Chun Hao could ask anything, the little boy ran away. He ran to the end of the corridor and stopped, seemingly waiting for Chun Hao. Is he going to take me somewhere? Chun Hao followed the little boy. Before he knew it, they arrived at the backyard. The little boy stopped at a certain spot. Chun Hao glanced over and noticed a wooden board on the ground. Although it was covered with some dry leaves, the board was. Seeing that Chun Hao discovered the wooden board, the little boy quickly ran away, seemingly scared, or for some other reason. Chun Hao reached out and lifted the board. Suddenly a large hole appeared before Chun Hao. This was a place resembling a basement. Filled with confusion, Chun Hao climbed down the ladder. Before long, he arrived at the bottom. What is that smell? Why is it so foul? Chun Hao began to walk. Goodness. Not knowing would have been fine, but seeing this was shocking. There was a large iron cage in front of him, filled with many children. However, these children were different from those outside. The outside children were healthy. These ones were missing arms and legs. Upon seeing Chun Hao, they curled up in the corner like frightened birds, trembled. Their eyes reflected despair at life. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Hao's anger surged, and he instinctively clenched his fists. He felt an urge to rush out and beat Jia Zhen senseless. This scene before him resembled hell. Without needing to guess, it was undoubtedly Jia Zhen's doing. Chun Hao was not an impulsive person, and he quickly calmed down. I need to find a way to deal with him, but not now. Chun Hao refrained from acting and quickly left. He then covered the wooden board and placed the dry leaves back on top. For Jia Zhen to become the director of the welfare institution, he must have someone backing him, especially since he is a master at the 8th rank of the soldier realm. If Chun Hao acted, it would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. I need to find someone who can deal with him. Chun Hao quickly thought, and soon a figure appeared in his mind. It's you. After planning everything, Chun Hao casually returned to Jia Zhen's office. Did you eat some? Why were you in the restroom for so long? Do you need me to accompany you to the hospital? Gu Yu asked with concern. It might be that the barbecue last night wasn't cooked properly, causing an upset stomach, which is why I stayed in the restroom longer. Sorry about that. Chun Hao said. It's fine, young people should take care of their health and not eat indiscriminately. Otherwise, when you get old, you'll suffer. Jia Zhen remarked. I must say he performed his moral integrity act to perfection. If it weren't for witnessing the earlier scene, Chun Hao would genuinely think he was a good person. After having lunch, Chun Hao and Gu Yu left. The next day, Chun Hao dialed the person's number. Chun Hao, what brings you to call me? The person on the other end sounded particularly surprised. Didn't you say before that if something came up, I could find you? What's the matter? You'll know when you arrive. Inside the welfare institution, Tian Wenjing felt somewhat incredulous. The matter you're talking about is for me to help take care of these children. What else? Fine. Tian Wenjing felt a bit speechless. Looking at the giggling little children, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes. He spoke. Everyone gather around. Oh, let's play a game together. A game? What game? How about hide and seek? Sounds good. Hide and seek is the best. Let's go to the back to play. Oh, it's too open here. There are more items to hide behind back there. All right. The group moved towards the back in a grand procession. At this moment, Jia Zhen stood on the second floor. He had always disliked Chen Hao. Seeing him bring another person, his expression turned even more displeased. When he heard they were going to play hide and seek in the backyard, he panicked. They could play anywhere except the backyard. Unfortunately, it was already too late. When the little children played hide and seek, they discovered the secret passage. Up! A scream drew everyone's attention. Tian Wenjing was the first to reach the entrance of the basement. She jumped in and found the child who screamed. At the same time, she discovered the children locked in the cage. Looking at these children with missing arms and legs, Tian Wenjing's eyes instantly turned red. Beasts, beasts. Truly a pack of beasts. Tian Wenjing stepped forward, unleashing a fierce wind blade that shattered the iron bars of the cage. She prepared to check on the children's conditions. However, the little ones were so frightened that they retreated, all huddling in a corner. Sigh. Tian Wenjing sighed and stomped her foot. She then climbed out of the basement. Just as she emerged, she found herself surrounded. Did you do all this? Tian Wenjing glared at Jia Zhan in anger. That's right, I did. Jia Zhan looked confident and assured. With so many people present, and being an 8th rank soldier stage ability user in Jia Zhan's eyes, Tian Wenjing was nothing more than a delicate girl. Although she seemed somewhat trained in martial arts, mere physical skills were utterly useless against a true ability user. Die! Tian Wenjing lunged at Jia Zhan. Grab her! Several burly men rushed. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing quickly delivered several kicks, sending the surrounding assailants flying. Damn, we've hit a tough one. Jia Zhan panicked as he witnessed her swift moves. He realized Tian Wenjing was no easy opponent. Turning around, he attempted to flee. Where do you think you're going? Tian Wenjing chopped her right hand like a blade and swung fiercely. A sharp wind blade tore through the air. Whoosh! The blade shot toward Jia Zhan's back. Thud! It struck him directly. Jia Zhan collapsed, heavily wounded. Just as Tian Wenjing prepared to press her attack, she sensed danger and instantly leaped aside. A fireball landed exactly where she had stood, exploding on impact. Tian Wenjing looked toward the attacker, but the figure had vanished without a trace. Damn it, he escaped again. The attacker was the same person who had stolen Zhao Rishan's ability. Tian Wenjing had been tracking him for days. She hadn't expected him to appear here. Glancing at Jia Zhan, she found him gone, leaving only a large pool of blood on the ground. Tian Wenjing had held back earlier. Overjoyed to survive, Jia Zhan tried to flee, but a figure. It was Chen Hao. Die! Despite his severe injuries, Jia Zhan threw a punch at Chen Hao. In response, Chen Hao activated his flame manipulation ability. A jet of flame shot toward Jia Zhan, engulfing him. Consumed by fire, he collapsed, wailing in agony. Following the screams, Tian Wenjing arrived and saw Jia Zhan being burned alive by the flames. Chen Hao's fire was so fierce that it reduced Jia Zhan to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Acquired great ability, Sanctimonious. Done. With the Sanctimonious ability, from now on, ordinary people would see Chen Hao's pale complexion and assume he was merely anemic or suffering from some illness. They would never suspect that Chen Hao practiced dark arts. Did you already know about this? Tian Wenjing asked, looking at the ashes of Jia Zhan. Yes. Chen Hao nodded. I wasn't strong enough, so I had to call you here that way. Tian Wenjing smiled gently. Thank you for this. If Chen Hao hadn't summoned her, she wouldn't have been able to rescue those children. They would have continued. As she spoke, the sound of police sirens reached her ears. Reinforcements had arrived. All right, you can go. Leave the rest to me. Once everything is settled, I'll treat you to a meal. Then I'll take you up on that. Chen Hao walked away without another. 3 days later, at a barbecue stall, Chen Hao picked up a large flatbread and stripped the meat from 2 skewers onto it, then added a spring onion. Here, try this flatbread with grilled meat. He handed the rolled-up wrap to Tian Wenjing. Thanks. Without ceremony, she took it and began to eat. How did things go at the welfare home? Chen Hao couldn't help asking. All sorted. The injured children have received treatment, and the healthy ones have been properly placed. As if recalling something, Tian Wenjing gritted her teeth in anger. Too bad we didn't catch the mastermind. Those damned bastards deliberately broke the children's arms or legs. Then they forced them to beg on the streets. If they didn't bring back enough money, they'd get beaten. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. At the same time, she felt remorseful. If only she had discovered it sooner. A sense of loneliness crept over her. She wished she had a partner. With that thought, she instinctively glanced at Chen Hao. Don't look at me. I'm just an ordinary civilian. I just want to live a quiet life. Ordinary civilian. What ordinary civilian can wield flames and burn someone alive? Tian Wenjing couldn't help but envy Chen Hao's ability. Mimicry ability. Truly formidable. She had to admit she had underestimated him. After finishing their meal, the two parted ways and returned home. Chen Hao had drunk a little, leaving his head. As he reached his doorstep, he noticed the door had been forced open. What's going on? Instantly alert, he entered cautiously. Barely a few steps in, a masked figure in black lunged at him. Reacting swiftly, Chen Hao condensed a ball of flame in his right hand and hurled it at the man. The scorching fire struck, igniting his clothes instantly. The man writhed in pain, frantically patting at the flames. Chun Hao clenched his fist, wreathed it in fire, and punched the man's head. With the boost of his Great Ability Strength enhancement, the punch shattered the man's skull. Gazing coldly at the fallen body, Chun Hao noticed a scorpion tattoo on the man's neck. Scorpion Brigade. A chill ran down his spine. Well, there goes my peaceful life. He never expected the Scorpion Brigade to come after him. The man was a 5th rank soldier stage ability user with a great ability knife hand. When using a knife, it increases dexterity, attack fluidity, and damage. Chun Hao applied the corpse refinement technique on the body. Immediately, the corpse deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly desiccating into a mummy. 5th rank soldier stage achieved. He realized that corpses of stronger ability users contain more energy, accelerating his cultivation. Scorpion Brigade, huh? Very well, you will aid my training. Previously, he had wondered how to advance his technique. Now he had a target, the Scorpion Brigade. Its members were all heinous criminals, so killing them would bring him no moral qualms. Chun Hao threw a ball of flame, instantly reducing the man to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the body collection is successful. However, his joy was short-lived as he suddenly recalled something. Grandpa. Chun Hao instantly became anxious and dashed into the house. After searching all the rooms, Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief. There was no trace of his grandfather, indicating that he was safe for the time being, possibly just not back yet. Chun Hao promptly called his grandfather. The call was answered. Before he could ask, a familiar voice came from the other. Is that you, Xiao Hao? Yes, it's me, Xiao Hao. Xiao Hao, your grandfather is drinking with me. You don't need to worry too much. Gu Juji spoke to Chun Hao. Yes, Xiao Hao, I'm drinking at your Uncle Gus' place. Hearing his grandfather's voice, Chun Hao felt relieved. Grandpa, I'm glad you're okay. Then there's nothing to worry about. I'll hang up now. Drink less tonight, it's too late. Just stay over at Uncle Gus. Okay. Chun Chong nodded in understanding. After hanging up the phone, Chun Hao glanced at the black ashes on the floor. He went to the bathroom, grabbed a mop, and began to clean the floor. After cleaning up, Chun Hao frowned. I need to think of a way. He was now an ability user, barely capable of self-defense. But his grandfather was an ordinary person. If he encountered the Scorpion Brigade, it would be like sending a sheep into a tiger's den. With this thought, Chun Hao called Tian Wenjing. What's wrong? Why are you looking for me so late? Didn't we just part ways? You don't have a crush on me, do you? Hearing Tian Wenjing's words, Chun Hao felt speechless. Weren't you the one who wanted to recruit me before? Yeah, have you come to your senses? Chun Hao's words left Tian Wenjing silent. After a long pause, she spoke. Why? I need protection. If I'm not mistaken, your organization should have protective measures for the family members of its members, right? As soon as Chun Hao finished speaking, Tian Wenjing responded. Are you in trouble? Let me guess. It's the Scorpion Brigade, isn't it? You just say whether it's possible or not. Chun Hao asked directly. Yes, of course, he'll take you to report tomorrow. He'll help you get the job. All right, thank you. The next day, Tian Wenjing arrived at Chun Hao's house as promised. She drove him to a towering skyscraper. The building seemed particularly busy, with many people in uniforms coming and going. Under Tian Wenjing's guidance, Chun Hao arrived at a basement. A tall man about 6 feet tall had been The muscular man wore a black tank top and green military pants. His explosive muscles and eyes like bells were fixated on Chun Hao. Are you Chun Hao? I am. Hello, my name is Shi Jian. Wenjing told me you want to join our organization, but you know our organization doesn't take just anyone. So to join us, you must undergo our test. Test? What kind of test? Fight me. Fight you. Chun Hao's brows furrowed. Shi Jian was a 6th-tier powerhouse. If he fought him, Chun Hao would be like a tortoise eating arsenic, asking for a long life. Shi Jian seemed to read Chun Hao's thoughts. Don't worry, I won't attack. Just attack me. Remember, give it your all. Whether you can pass will depend on your performance. All right. Chun Hao gathered a ball of flame in his right hand. Fire manipulation. Shi Jian was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Chun Hao to possess fire manipulation abilities. Boom. The searing flame shot towards Shi Jian. He hurriedly raised his arm to block. Chun Hao noticed that a layer of shadow seemed to envelop Shi Jian's hands. He successfully blocked Chun Hao's flames. Kid, is this all you've got? Hearing this, Chun Hao lunged at Shi. He launched a fierce attack on Shi Jian. Bang, bang, bang. With the enhancement of the ability amplification, Chun Hao's fist struck Shi Jian. However, he felt no impact, as if he were hitting cotton. A thin membrane on Shi Jian's skin absorbed all of Chun Hao's force. What tremendous strength is this, the ability amplification? This feeling should be tire ability. Seeing the ability amplification ineffective, Chun Hao transformed his hand into a blade simultaneously, using both ability amplification and the knife hand ability. Rip! The sharp hand blade cut through Shi Jian's membrane slightly. That feels good. Shi Jian couldn't help but throw a punch at Chun Hao. Chun Hao had no way to evade and could only raise his arm to block. Boom! Shi Jian's fist crashed into Chun Hao's hands. Chun Hao felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. His body flew backward quickly. Bang! Chunhao crashed heavily against the wall behind him. Cough, cough, cough. He started to cough violently. Teacher Shijian. Tian Wenjing stood aside witnessing Chunhao being knocked away by Shijian. She stomped her foot in anger and rushed over to Chunhao. Chunhao, are you okay? Chunhao gasped for breath, feeling a burning pain in his arms. Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment. Shijian spoke apologetically to Chunhao. Then he continued, Kid, you're quite impressive, you've passed. You can come to work directly. However, I have one requirement, which is that you must attend my classes. They'll give you special training. Your ability use is too poor. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Shijian upon hearing this. Then she assisted Chunhao, saying, Chunhao will take you to the infirmary. With Tian Wenjing's help, Chunhao left. Shijian's face, which had been full of smiles, suddenly turned serious. He took out his phone from behind and began to check. He quickly found information about Chunhao. His background seems relatively clean. However, he didn't awaken any abilities during the awakening period. But now he has abilities. Shijian pondered for a moment before making a decision. He must be a late awakener. In this world, many people were relatively slow. Awakening abilities usually occurred after the awakening ceremony. However, most people would register promptly after awakening. Chunhao was an exception, completely unconcerned. This kid. Shijian didn't know how to describe Chunhao. As for whether Chunhao would be a beast or a void, there was no need to worry. He must undergo equipment testing upon entering this base. The equipment didn't beep, proving that Chunhao was neither a beast nor a void. Chunhao, with the support of Tian Wenjing, arrived at the infirmary. As the door swung open, a flash of pure white caught Chunhao's eye. He couldn't help but swallow hard. A tall young woman in a white coat had her foot propped up on a stool. She was looking down, trimming her toenails. Her impressive figure was fully displayed before Chunhao. Wowo buns 4 for 1 yuan, hee. A thought flashed through Chunhao's mind. No matter how tough things get, we cannot let the children suffer. If he could marry this woman, he could save quite a bit on baby formula in the future. Sister Baijia. Tian Wenjing called out to the woman. It's Jingjing. What brings you here today? Sister Baijia, this guy just had a fight with Teacher Shijian. He was severely injured by Teacher Shijian. Please help him with treatment. Shijian. Baijia recalled the burly figure. That guy again, always causing me trouble. Baijia extended her right hand towards Chunhao, a beam of white light enveloping him. He instantly felt a warm sensation throughout his body, feeling extraordinarily relaxed. The area that had been painful was now free of discomfort. S-Class ability Holy Light Healing. Chunhao, possessing the SSS class True Vision, immediately saw through Baijia's power. This guy is actually a rank 4 ability user. She's even stronger than Shijian. Chunhao was surprised to discover hidden talents within this small base. So many experts present. Alright kid, you're healed now. You can leave. With that, Baijia resumed trimming her toenails. Seeing Chunhao staring at Baijia's beautiful feet, Tian Wenjing felt a surge of irritation. She pulled Chunhao and headed outside. Along the way, she couldn't help but ask, so what do you think? It's okay, quite beautiful. Who asked you that? I meant to ask, did you learn Sister Baijia's divine healing? No. Upon hearing this, a hint of disappointment flashed across Tian Wenjing's face. Men are indeed all big pig's hooves. Tian Wenjing thought that Chunhao was so preoccupied with Baijia's appearance that he completely forgot to sense her ability. It's fine if you didn't grasp it this time, there will be next time. Regarding the mimicry ability, Tian Wenjing also knew little. Chunhao nodded. In the following days, Chunhao settled into this base. The next day, Chunhao officially began receiving special training from Shijian. Through Shijian's teachings, Chunhao finally understood how to utilize ability energy, excluding those with unique abilities such as fire manipulation or water manipulation. Most people's abilities were quite ordinary. Thus, people created a unique method, that is to wrap ability energy around their bodies. Shijian spoke, my ability is B-class strength enhancement. Unlike your fire manipulation, which can attack from a distance, I can only engage in close combat. But that doesn't mean my combat power is weaker than yours. I can wrap ability energy around the surface of my body, resisting your fire attacks, then rush at you, engaging in close combat to defeat you. Ability energy is indeed a powerful thing. Once enveloped, our fists possess immense destructive power. As he spoke, Shijian threw a punch at the sandbag. Bang! The incredibly sturdy sandbag was instantly pierced by Shijian. Whoosh! Countless grains of sand poured out from the puncture. Then Shijian picked up a large machete and struck it against his own body. Clang! The machete struck something solid, making a metallic clanging sound. Ability energy can also provide us with powerful defensive capabilities. After discarding the machete, Shijian forcefully kicked backward. Whoosh! He instantly dashed dozens of meters away. It can also enhance our bodies, making us more agile, and speed increases along with it. Upon hearing this, Chunhao nodded. Initially, he was still wondering how those with different awakened abilities would train and increase their combat power. Shi Jian's teachings opened Chun Hao's eyes. He suddenly felt that joining this organization was a wise choice. Then Shi Jian began to share the secrets of using ability energy with Chun Hao. Alright, what I can teach you has been taught. The rest depends on your gradual comprehension. Your ability energy isn't sufficient, yet start by wrapping it around your right hand. Okay. Chun Hao began to try. In no time he felt his right hand being enveloped by some substance. Shi Jian was drinking water at that moment. Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing Chun Hao's right hand, he choked and started coughing violently. After a while, Shi Jian finally calmed down. He quickly approached Chun Hao and asked, "Have you learned this before? Has that little girl Tian Wenjing taught you already?" "No." Chun Hao shook his head. "No. It shouldn't be." Shi Jian prided himself on being a genius. He had spent an entire month to learn this. Yes, a whole month. The kind where he forgot to eat and sleep. It's an illusion, it must be an illusion. Kid, try punching the sandbag. Alright. Chun Hao walked up to the sandbag. He stepped back with his right foot, then pulled back his right hand. He suddenly threw a punch forward. Bang! The right hand enveloped in ability energy pierced through the sandbag. Whoosh! Watching the yellow sand fall to the ground, Shi Jian couldn't help but swallow hard. It worked. This brat actually learned it so quickly. Isn't that too fast? Shi Jian had taken a month to learn how to wrap his energy. But the energy enveloped was loose and lacked any attacking power. To solidify it, he had spent several more days. But Chun Hao learned it in just a few minutes. Could this be the legendary genius? Shi Jian felt you keep training. Okay. Chun Hao continued to train, trying to wrap ability energy around his left hand, then his right foot, and then his left foot. Following the tricks Shi Jian had given him. At first, Chun Hao was somewhat clumsy. Gradually, he became proficient, able to control the ability energy, as if it were an extension of himself. Chun Hao infused ability energy into his feet, and suddenly kicked backward instantly, running more than 10 meters away. Ha ha ha, this feels great. Looking at the laughing Chun Hao, Shi Jian felt a sense of defeat. This is the feeling of a teaching prodigy. There's truly no sense of achievement at all. Originally, Shi Jian intended to show off in front of Chun Hao, wanting him to admire him. However, it turned out that Chun Hao didn't really need his help, and comprehended everything by himself. Shi Jian could only sigh, feeling exhausted and burdened. Fortunately, his skills were not limited to just this. Shi Jian continued his teaching. He told Chun Hao about the use of extraordinary energy. Gathering it in the eyes is called vision. Gathering it in fists or feet for attack is referred to as attack. When an enemy strikes, concentrating extraordinary energy at the point of impact is known as defend. Spreading out extraordinary energy to sense the surroundings is called perception. There is also a method of concentrating extraordinary energy at a point and then releasing it for a long-range attack known as release. Through Shi Jian's instruction, Chun Hao gradually mastered this. Seeing this, Shi Jian shook his head repeatedly. A monstrous talent, truly a monstrous talent. His expression was a mixture of emotions. Master, how am I doing? Chun Hao asked. So I suppose. To prevent Chun Hao from becoming arrogant, Shi Jian deliberately said this. Come on, fight me. Let's see how much you've learned. Chun Hao began to battle Shi Jian. Over the next few days, one could witness a scene in the training field. That scene was of Chun Hao being knocked back by Shi Jian, only to get up and continue attacking Shi Jian. As the battle progressed, Shi Jian grew increasingly alarmed. He had initially been suppressing his strength. Now he had secretly lifted some of that suppression. Damn it, if it weren't for my realm being much higher than this brat's, I might really be in for trouble this time. Chun Hao was now able to flexibly use extraordinary energy. He and Shi Jian were evenly matched in their fight. At this moment, Tian Wenjing and Bai Jia were watching the show. Bai Jia was sipping a special milk tea, a mixture of milk and papaya. This brat is improving so quickly. Simply monstrous. Others need at least several years to learn these things. He only took a few days. Bai Jia could not help but comment as she watched Chun Hao fighting Shi Jian. Even she could not reach such a level. Bai Jia couldn't help but ask Tian Wenjing, Jingjing, where did you find this? I don't know either. I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. He had hidden his abilities, and I was fooled by him. Thinking of this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but pout. Then she smiled at Bai Jia and said, Sister Bai Jia, his rapid progress is also thanks to you. Without your help and healing, he would still be lying in bed. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia smiled slightly. Chun Hao had been beaten black and blue by Shi Jian every day. Bai Jia, as the healer, had to care for Chun Hao daily. Then the next day, Chun Hao would energetically challenge. Having tasted the benefits of healing abilities, Chun Hao wished to possess one himself. Unfortunately, during these days, neither at home nor at Gu Juji's place had there been any corpses of extraordinary beings. This made it impossible for Chun Hao to acquire new extraordinary abilities, let alone a healing ability. Teacher Shi Jian, be careful. Chun Hao suddenly transformed his hand into a blade. His right hand was engulfed in flames as he slashed towards Shi Jian. Bang! Shi Jian was caught off guard, and was knocked back several steps by Chun Hao. This. Shi Jian's eyes widened. He knew that Chun Hao possessed 3 extraordinary abilities: power, amplification, flame control, and blade hand. He never expected that he could use all 3 abilities at once, resulting in an effect greater than the sum of its parts. A genius, a clear genius. No, calling him a genius is an insult. He should be called a monster instead. Shi Jian was somewhat envious of to possess the ability of mimicry. Chun Hao, what level is your mimicry ability? I don't know. We can find out by testing it. Saying this, Shi Jian approached Chun Hao and said, let's go, follow me to the test. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao hesitated. Damn it, I hope it doesn't show that I have a bunch of abilities. Unfortunately, the arrow was already on the bow and he had to fire. He could only grit his teeth and follow Shi Jian to the testing room. As the instruments operated, a dazzling array of colorful light filled the entire room. Colorful, it's actually colorful. Holy crap, this brat has SS level aptitude. Shi Jian's eyes widened and his heart raced, his breathing quickened. It felt as if the awakening of SS level extraordinary abilities was happening to him. Tian Wenjing was also shocked upon seeing this, instinctively covering her open mouth with her hand. Bai Jia, with a stronger composure, slightly curved her lips, narrowing her eyes to reveal a playful smile. Interesting. Testing extraordinary abilities only reveals the aptitude type. It does not disclose the specific effects of the abilities. Only the person concerned knows the effects of their extraordinary abilities. Therefore, during the awakening process, staff members will inquire about the abilities. Most normal people will tell the staff about their awakened abilities, as this is the only way to gain greater benefit. As for hiding or deceiving, most people won't hide unless something is wrong with them. Deceiving is even less. To deceive others, unless the extraordinary abilities are very similar, they will eventually be exposed. The consequences of deceiving staff are severe. The most terrifying consequence is being crippled by those in power, becoming disabled for the rest of one's life. You brat, you're actually SS level mimicry. Shi Jian was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. Stomp. 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 The scene was very quiet, only the sound of high heels clicking on the floor was heard. Bai Jia had approached at some point. Taking a sip of her special milk tea, she said to Chun Hao, don't tell anyone about your awakening of SS level extraordinary abilities. To the outside world, just say you awakened a level mimicry ability. Your file I will report to the leaders, and keep it confidential. As for benefits, you can rest assured we won't shortchange you. Every month you'll receive 5 bottles of extraordinary ability potions. 5 bottles. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing's face showed an envious expression. Extraordinary ability potions are valuable items that can accelerate training speed. In the outside world, a bottle of extraordinary ability potion is sold for 500,000. Tian Wenjing has a level extraordinary ability wind control. She can only receive 1 bottle per month. 5 bottles compared to 1. This difference is too great. In that instant, Tian Wenjing turned into a lemon fairy, feeling a bit sour towards Chun Hao. However, thinking about Chun Hao possessing SS level extraordinary abilities, she quickly felt at ease. Brat, work hard and don't waste your talent. Yes. In the days that followed, Shi Jian continued to give Chun Hao special training. Perhaps because he knew Chun Hao had SS level abilities, Shi Jian was somewhat hesitant in his approach. In Shi Jian's eyes, Chun Hao was like an invaluable treasure. He was afraid that he would cripple Chun Hao. Until that day, a girl with bright red hair walked in. As she entered, the temperature in the entire room rose at a visible rate. She walked straight to Bai Jia's room. Bang! She kicked the door open. Bai Jia, seeing this, flashed a look of just as she was about to explode. Fire Phoenix sister. I've heard that an SS level ability user has appeared here. Yes. Bai Jia nodded. Where? Outside. Shi Jian is giving him special training. Outside. Hua Feng frowned. She stepped outside. She saw Chun Hao being sent flying by Shi Jian. Over the past few days, Chun Hao had used all 5 ability potions. After refining the potions, his strength had reached the 9th stage of Soldier Realm. He was just 1 step away from reaching the Scholar Realm. Bang! Chun Hao was sent flying once more. This time, after hitting the ground, he couldn't get back up. Lying on the ground, he gasped for breath. Just as Chun Hao was ready to take a good rest, he caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, the scent of peony. Are you Chun Hao? Shangguan Huafeng approached Chun Hao, looking down at him coldly. I am Chun Hao, and you? I am Shangguan Huafeng, the director of this ability bureau. Director? Chun Hao was surprised to hear this. Shangguan Huafeng's strength astonished Chun Hao even more. S-level flame manipulation, 1st stage of Spirit Realm. He had thought Bai Jia with her 4th stage of King Realm was impressive. Little did he know this person before him was the real powerhouse. Alright, stop lying down, get up and come with me. Shangguan Huafeng instructed Chun Hao. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao got up and followed Shangguan Huafeng to the medical room. Bai Jia, treat this kid. Sure. Bai Jia cast a divine healing spell on Chun Hao. His injuries were instantly healed. Chun Hao instinctively moved his body and felt a warm sensation. Now that you're healed, follow me. Where to? To the volcano. Volcano. Chun Hao was bewildered, but he obediently followed Shangwan Huofeng. They took a vehicle to a heavily guarded area. Shangwan Huofeng led Chunhao to a location resembling a teleportation portal. She stepped first into the portal, and Chunhao followed her in. They arrived in a world filled with flames. Welcome to the realm of flames. This is a fiery secret realm. Fiery secret realm. Yes, Shangwan Huofeng nodded. I've heard that you've awakened an SS-level ability. You also possess the talent for fire control. To ensure your skills are not wasted, you'll undergo special training here. Saying this, Shangwan Huofeng took out a book. This is my family's ancestral technique, the Phoenix Decision. Now you can start cultivating it. Pay close attention, kid. Once you learn it, return it to me. Upon hearing this, Chunhao frowned. Are you wondering why I'm teaching you the ancestral Phoenix Decision? Chunhao nodded. That's because we currently lack personnel. The Scorpion Brigade is growing stronger while we remain stagnant. You are an SS-level ability user, and I hope you can grow quickly and become independent. The Scorpion Brigade is becoming increasingly powerful, and Shangwan Huofeng felt the pressure. She had her own selfish motives for giving the Phoenix Decision to Chunhao. That was because her Shangwan family, by the time it reached her generation, was left with her as the only descendant. Shangwan Huofeng felt that she would not marry in the future, so there would be no issue of having descendants. To prevent the inheritance of her family's Phoenix Decision from being cut off, she decided to pass it on to Chunhao. Before this, Shangwan Huofeng had already reviewed Chunhao's profile. He was clean and still a dutiful child. There were no moral issues, which is why she made this decision. After receiving the Phoenix Decision, Chunhao began to browse through it. He was astonished to discover that this Phoenix Decision was actually a purple quality technique. It was only a step away from a colorful divine technique. With the help of his super brain, Chunhao memorized the Phoenix Decision. He sat cross-legged and began attempting to cultivate. What's going on? Is this not enough? Chunhao found that his level super brain was unable to fully comprehend the Phoenix Decision. Shangwan Huofeng seemed to see through this. She said to Chunhao, if you don't understand something, feel free to ask me, and I'll help you analyze it. All right. With Shangwan Huofeng's help, Chunhao barely managed to execute the Phoenix Decision once. He began to attempt to independently operate it a second time. What's wrong? While operating, Chunhao felt a sense of awkwardness. Shangwan Huofeng was wrong. After a moment of thought, Chunhao quickly realized. This part she misinterpreted. Just as Chunhao was considering whether to speak to Shangwan Huofeng, she had already walked aside and was sitting cross-legged to cultivate. Forget it, a common man bears the burden of possessing something valuable. Chunhao had not yet figured out Shangwan Huofeng's temper. He started trying to break through the awkward parts. No, I still can't do it. I can only practice according to Shangwan Huofeng's method for now. The technique itself, unfortunately, misinterpretation led to the technique becoming incomplete. Absorbing fire attribute energy caused some of the energy to dissipate. Bang! As the Phoenix Decision operated, Chunhao finally broke through the shackles of Soldier Realm and entered the Scholar Realm. Is this the realm of the scholar? Chunhao felt his 5 senses becoming sharper. The extraordinary energy within his dantian also increased. The absorption of external energy had sped up significantly. You've broken through? Shangwan Huofeng noticed Chunhao's unusualness. Yes, Chunhao nodded. Very good, let's end here for today. Let's go eat first, tomorrow I'll teach you the ability techniques. The next day, Chunhao followed Shangwan Huofeng back to the realm of flames. Shangwan Huofeng said to Chunhao, I will demonstrate for you. Flame Gale Slash. Shangwan Huofeng swung her right hand fiercely. A sharp fire blade cut through the air. Fire barrier. Boom. A circle of flame barrier formed around Shangwan Huofeng. Phoenix roar. Screech. A cry echoed. A fire phoenix appeared out of thin air. It opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. The area before them instantly transformed into a sea of fire. After using 3 skills, Shangwan Huofeng was slightly out of breath. She then approached Chunhao and began to explain. After listening, Chunhao began to practice according to Shangwan Huofeng's explanations. Flame Gale Slash. Chunhao fiercely slashed forward with his right hand. A fire blade cut through the air. This fire blade was significantly weaker than Shangwan Huofeng's, and its speed was much slower. Seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng frowned. Chunhao, are you sure your ability is not flame manipulation? Upon hearing this, Chunhao immediately replied, my ability is imitation, not flame manipulation. While saying this, Chunhao activated his sanctimonious ability. Yes, Shangwan Huofeng nodded. Phew. A month later. Flame Wind Slash. Wall of Fire. Phoenix's Roar. Chunhao demonstrated the results of his month-long training before Shangwan Huofeng. Shangwan Huofeng gave an expressionless nod. In the past month, Chunhao's performance had been too astonishing. Even she had grown somewhat numb to it. She too experienced what Shijian felt. Boring, truly boring. Mentoring a prodigy, or rather a genius. This feeling brought no sense of achievement whatsoever. Shangwan Huofeng felt like a mere tool. After a month of cultivation, Chunhao's strength had soared. From warrior 1st rank, he had broken through to warrior 5th rank. All this was thanks to the realm being saturated with fire elements. This made cultivating Phoenix art twice as effective with half the effort. Alright, the training is over. I have nothing left to teach you. Now go back and report. Then go with Wenjing to carry out the mission. Chunhao returned to the Special Abilities Bureau's branch. He found Tian Wenjing was not there, so he went to look for Baijie. Chunhao opened Baijie's door. Chunhao saw red. Red beans grow in the south, blooming a few branches in spring. Upon seeing the little red beans, Chunhao quickly retreated. You brat, stay right there at the door. If you dare to leave, I'll break your legs. Hearing Baijie's voice, Chunhao froze. His mind involuntarily recalled the scene just now. Then his nose heated up and a warm trickle flowed from it. Chunhao reached out and touched it, finding it was damn, him actually having a nosebleed. Chunhao quickly took out a tissue from his pocket and stuffed it into his nostril. Before long, Baijie walked out. She was wearing a white dress. Baijie smiled, walked straight up to Chunhao. She leaned toward him. Then lowering her voice in a seductive tone, she asked, "Does Big Sister's figure look good?" Good. Chunhao swallowed hard and blurted out instinctively. So you did see. Baijie seemed unwilling to pursue the matter. Forget it, just a little kid after all. Judging by your appearance, you just came back from Hulfing, right? Consider that just now a reward for you. Don't let it happen again. Go ahead, drop by home first and catch up with your grandfather. He hasn't seen you for a month, he must miss you. Yes. Chunhao left quickly. Baijie watched his receding figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. She subconsciously looked down and saw she couldn't see the tips of her feet. Seems my charm is still there. Earlier Baijie was troubled by feeling old, but now she regained her confidence. Chunhao returned to his family's funeral parlor. Chunchang was startled when he saw Chunhao. Then he couldn't help but kick Chunhao on the backside. You rascal finally remembered to come home. In the past month, if Chunhao hadn't sent voice messages every day via WeChat, Chunchang would have thought he had met with misfortune. Grandpa, any ability users these days? None. Strangely enough, lately there haven't been any ability users, and even ordinary bodies have been scarce. I haven't gotten a single job in the past 2 days. Chunhao frowned upon hearing this. Something abnormal must be harboring trouble. Normally they got at least 1 job per day. Now there was none, meaning something had happened. Grandpa, don't go wandering around these days. I know. Chunchang could sense the change in Chunhao, but he didn't ask, as long as Chunhao was healthy and well. After catching up with Chunchang, Chunhao returned to the Special Abilities Bureau's branch. At that moment, many people had gathered in the hall. What's going on? Chunhao had never seen such a scene before. Chunhao, perfect timing. Join the squad. You'll be under Tian Wenjing, who follow her arrangements later. Okay. Tian Wenjing was a Master Realm's 2nd rank expert with an rank ability, wind manipulation. Chunhao was a warrior 5th rank. Working under Tian Wenjing was no disgrace. After Shi Jian assigned the tasks, Tian Wenjing led Chunhao and another guy to set off. Jingjing, a man with fair skin, a typical dandy appearance. He seemed to be Tian Wenjing's puppy dog, calling her Jingjing with extreme affection. Chunhao felt goosebumps rise. Su Wenba, please have some dignity. You can call me Captain Tian or Stop calling me Jingjing. Tian Wenjing's face hardened. Sure thing, Jingjing. Seeing Su Wenba's dead pig not fearing scalding water attitude. Under normal circumstances, Tian Wenjing would have already whipped a kick at him. But since they had a mission, now she had to let Su Wenba be. On the way to their destination, Chunhao glanced at Su Wenba. Warrior 8th rank, crank water flow fist ability. I thought he was some big shot. Chunhao saw through Su Wenba's strength at a glance, and couldn't help mocking inwardly. The trio soon arrived at the destination. The destination was a cemetery. As night fell, a layer of mist spread around. Whoosh! A gust of wind brought a chill. Su Wenba couldn't help shivering. Damn, what kind of godforsaken place is this? So gloomy and terrifying. It's a cemetery. Of course it's terrifying. Cemetery. When they first walked in, Su Wenba's eyes were fixed on Tian Wenjing, so he hadn't noticed this. Seeing the eerie surroundings, Su Wenba couldn't help saying to Chunhao and Tian Wenjing, let's go back. If you want to go back, go ahead. No one's stopping you. With that, Tian Wenjing continued walking deeper. Chunhao followed closely. Hey, wait for me. As they ventured deeper in, Chunhao noticed the corpse energy around them increasing. Instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. Chunhao began circulating the corpse cultivation technique, absorbing the surrounding corpse energy. Awesome. If I'd known the cemetery had so much corpse energy, I would have come earlier. Tian Wenjing said to Chunhao and Su Wenba, let's split up. See if there's anything unusual. If you find something, call out to me. With that, Tian Wenjing headed off in one direction first. Chunhao chose another direction. Su Wenba wanted to follow Tian Wenjing, but she walked too fast and vanished within moments. With no other choice, Su Wenba set off in the opposite direction from Chunhao. Chunhao walked while absorbing corpse energy. His body instinctively moved toward areas with denser corpse energy. Clang, clang, clang. Chun Hao walked for a while, then heard the sound of a pickaxe striking stone. He followed the direction of the sound and walked over. In the small graveyard, dig dig. Digging up a tiny corpse, dig dig. A fellow was singing while, "Brother, it's true that these fellows have decent corpses, yet they insist on cremating them before burying them again. Fortunately, there are still a few disobedient ones, otherwise we wouldn't complete our task." The digger spoke to another fellow. Chun Hao arrived at the scene following the direction of the sound. He saw the fellow was wearing a red belly band, white shorts, and had a little tuft tied on his head with red blush smeared on both cheeks. "Shiwa, do a good job. When you're done, I'll treat you to chicken, but haha, chicken, but is the best. Shiwa loves chicken but the most." As Shiwa spoke, he quickened his pace with the pickaxe in hand. Seeing this, Chun Hao furrowed his brows. These two in front of him couldn't be insane, could they? Who? The man sitting nearby smoking discovered Chun Hao. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in them. "Since you've come, then don't leave. Shiwa, kill him for me." "All right." Shiwa jumped out of the grave pit. The smoking man noticed Shiwa munching on something and couldn't help but ask, "Shiwa, what's in your mouth?" "Tofu pudding." This fellow is really something. Even in death, he hid tofu pudding in the coffin. Ewed. The smoking man seemed to realize what it was and couldn't help but vomit. Just as the smoking man was retching, Shiwa lunged at Chun Hao with a shovel in hand. Seeing this, Chun Hao exclaimed, "Flame gale slash." Chun Hao's right hand turned into a blade, swinging fiercely. A sharp flame blade flew toward Shiwa. Seeing this, Shiwa rolled away, dodging Chun Hao's attack. This fellow is at the master realm. Chun Hao turned and fled. "Run? Why are you running? I haven't had my fun yet." Shiwa chased after Chun Hao. Fire flash. Chun Hao transformed into a streak of fire, flickering away into the distance. Fire flash was a unique ability that Chun Hao had developed himself. "Oh ho, you're quite fast, but it's useless." Shiwa also picked up speed. Seeing Shiwa getting closer, Chun Hao furrowed his brows. "What should I do?" Suddenly a figure appeared in Chun Hao's sight. He flickered and appeared beside Su Wenba. "I'll leave him to you." After saying that, Chun Hao ran away. "What a..." Before Su Wenba could react, Shiwa had already run over. The iron shovel in his hand swung towards Su Wenba. Su Wenba, seeing this, shouted, seeking death. He summoned water currents around his hands and charged towards the iron shovel. Bang! After one move, a figure flew out, crashing through several tombstones before finally stopping. "TCH garbage, can't even take one of my moves. That previous little brother was more fun." Shiwa glanced coldly at Su Wenba, then chased after the direction Chun Hao had fled. Su Wenba struggled to get up. Suddenly a shadow appeared before him. Bang! The fellow's sharp claws slashed down onto Su Wenba's head, directly exploding Su Wenba's head. Then it ran towards Chun Hao's location. Shiwa was hot on. Eventually he stopped. Two people. Two people are even better. Shiwa, wielding the iron shovel, charged towards Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing approached Shiwa. "Wenjing, be careful of his iron shovel. This fellow is a clever ability user, Iron Shovel Monster." With the enhancement of the Iron Shovel Monster ability, Shiwa's attack power became extremely terrifying. Tian Wenjing and Shiwa began to fight. Tian Wenjing was slightly stronger than Shiwa, causing Shiwa to retreat repeatedly. Not fun, not fun, Shiwa is leaving." As he said this, Shiwa turned to flee. "Wanna leave? No way." Fire Phoenix roar. Chun Hao summoned a Fire Phoenix. Chirp. The Fire Phoenix soared into the sky, opening its beak wide, and a scorching flame shot out. It directly struck Shiwa. Odd. Shiwa was burned by the flames and howled in agony. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing followed up with a wind blade. The fierce wind blade pierced through the air, hitting Shiwa's neck and severing his head. Hiss hiss hiss. A massive amount of blood spurted out like a fountain. Thud. Shiwa collapsed to the ground, his body and head separated, dying in a particularly gruesome manner. Seeing this, Chun Hao gathered a fireball in his right hand and threw it at Shiwa. It directly turned Shiwa into ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The body collection was successful. Acquired Clevel ability, Iron Shovel Monster. Clevel ability, Iron Shovel Monster. It seems useless. I wish I could exchange it for something else. Ding dong system prompt. The host can decompose useless abilities. Decompose. Is that possible? Why didn't I know before? This system has this function, it's just that the host didn't have such a request before. Chun Hao. Decompose Iron Shovel Monster. Decomposing Iron Shovel Monster. Decomposition successful. Congratulations, host acquired 1,000 raw ability orbs. 1,000 raw ability orbs? What are they useful for? Level abilities can be decomposed into 1 raw ability orb. A level can be decomposed into 10 raw ability orbs, and so on. Decomposing SS level abilities can yield 100 million raw ability orbs. Host is truly clever. 100 million raw ability orbs can elevate level abilities to SS level abilities. The system prompted Chun Hao. However, this system must remind the host that ability decomposition is irreversible, so it should be done cautiously. Irreversible? Chun Hao suddenly realized. System decomposition is akin to breaking a pottery jar into clay. But trying to turn the clay back into a jar is impossible, and adding it to other abilities. It's like other abilities have molds, and adding clay naturally shapes it. Here the clay refers to the raw ability orbs. Great, I finally found a new path to enhance the levels of abilities. Just as Chun Hao felt delighted, a chill ran down his back. Chun Hao hurriedly gathered his ability energy at his back. Clang! A sharp claw struck Chun Hao's back. Chun Hao was thrown forward. Thud! He fell in a faceplant. However, he quickly pushed himself up. Oh, I didn't expect a little ant to be so strong. The assailant looked surprised. Chun Hao glanced at the attacker, discovering he was dressed in black and smoking a cigarette. Fourth stage of Master Realm level ability, Iron Claw. Chun Hao saw that the attacker had an iron claw formed on each hand. Chun Hao, are you alright? Tian Wenjing hadn't expected there was another fellow here, and that he would launch a sneak attack on Chun Hao. Tian Wenjing looked at the smoking man with a wary expression. He was stronger than her. She didn't even react when the smoking man attacked Chun Hao. Kid, you're impressive. You were able to defend against my attack in such a short time. I admire you. Even though you killed my little brother, I won't hold it against you. As long as you surrender to me and become my new little brother, I'll let you go. The smoking man said to Chun Hao with a smile, though his smile was somewhat sinister. How about it? You're much stronger than that useless one I just killed. Don't be like him, or you'll end up dead too. Tian Wenjing said. Chun Hao, don't listen to his nonsense. You go first, I'll hold them off. You go get help. Go. Where can you all escape to? You won't get any. Seeing that Chun Hao had no intention of surrendering, the smoking man launched an attack. He lunged at Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing met him heat. Bang, bang, bang. In just 3 moves, she was sent flying by the smoking man. A sweet taste filled her mouth, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chun Hao saw this, and quickly embraced Tian Wenjing. Chun Hao, I'm sorry, I'm no match for him. Tian Wenjing's face was pale, filled with remorse. A hint of despair flickered in her eyes. She knew that unless a miracle happened today, both she and Chun Hao might meet their end here. Ha ha, what a pair of infatuated lovebirds. The smoking man continued to charge forward. As he drew closer, Chun Hao set Tian Wenjing aside. Roar! He let out a fierce howl. In an instant, he transformed into a werewolf. Werewolf transformation. A look of surprise crossed the smoking man's face. What's going on? What kind of ability do you have? Did you not just use fire abilities? I'll use my abilities to kill you. Chun Hao began to fight back against the smoking man. Bang! Chun Hao was sent flying by the smoking man. However, he quickly got back on his feet. In his werewolf form, Chun Hao's injuries healed rapidly. Moreover, they were in a cemetery filled with lingering corpse energy. Chun Hao practiced the corpse refinement technique, which allowed him to absorb corpse energy to heal his body. He was like an unkillable cockroach. Time and time again, he was knocked down. Time and time again, he got back up. Chun Hao, hold on. Tian Wenjing gritted her teeth, her face filled with anxiety. She had already sent out a distress signal, and help was on the way. Damn it, what a nightmare. What is this guy's situation? The smoking man began to grow impatient. He had used all his strength, yet Chun Hao was tough as nails. Even more terrifying was his recovery speed. One moment he was covered in injuries, and the next he was completely healed, charging at him once more. Seeing that he couldn't take down Chun Hao quickly, after driving Chun Hao back, the smoking man leaped away. Phew! Upon seeing the smoking man flee, Tian Wenjing let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Chun Hao and found that his clothes were all torn up. Tian Wenjing seemed to see something, and instinctively turned her head away. Chun Hao looked down. Unbeknownst to him, a large hole had formed in his pants. Crayon Shinchan appeared, proud and imposing. Should I add the original ability orb I just obtained to mine? Is huge. Chun Hao thought for a moment, but quickly, what pot matches what lid? If one day the pot is too big and can't find a lid, that would be a disaster. No matter how powerful a male elephant is, it can't do anything to a female ant. Just as Chun Hao was pondering, a figure rushed over quickly. It was Bai Jia. She approached Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing with a tense expression. Are you guys okay? I'm fine. Tian Wenjing forced herself to get up despite her severe injuries. Bai Jia frowned at the sight. Jingjing, how did you get so hurt? Bai Jia hurried forward to treat Tian Wenjing. As she treated her, she asked, what kind of opponent did you encounter? You were actually injured. It was Iron Claw. Iron Claw. Bai Jia had heard of Iron Claw. Isn't that guy an ability user of the 4th stage of Master Realm? How did you survive in his hands? Bai Jia was somewhat bewildered. Iron Claw was notorious for being ruthless. He wouldn't hold back. When he struck, it was to take lives. Yet unexpectedly, Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing had survived. Our survival was all thanks to him. She pointed at Chun Hao. Him. Bai Jia also looked at Chun Hao and noticed him taking off his shirt to tie it around his waist, blocking something important. Bai Jia with her keen eyes saw something she shouldn't have. Does this guy have this much to show off? After taking a glance, she immediately turned her head away. However, some things once seen are hard to forget. After tying himself up, Chun Hao walked over to Bai Jia and Tian Wenjing and said, "We should go check on Su Wenba." Right, Su Wenba. Only then did Tian Wenjing remember Su Wenba. The three of them immediately headed in one direction. After walking for a while, Chun Hao found Su Wenba, whose head had been crushed. "He's dead." Chun Hao checked and stood up. Bai Jia said nothing upon seeing this. After a while, some staff members arrived to handle the As for Chun Hao and the others, after handing over the situation, they returned. They also took Su Wenba's body. Bang! A guy forcefully pushed the door open. Upon seeing Su Wenba wrapped in a white cloth, he burst into tears. This guy was Su Wenba's father, Su Dachuan. Su Wenba could enter the Ability Bureau entirely thanks to Su Dachuan's connections. Su Dachuan cried terribly. After all, it's a case of sending a child off before the parents. Shangwan Huofeng was somewhat angry. No matter how useless Su Wenba was, he was still a person from the Ability Bureau. Where is the mortician? Why haven't they arrived yet? It's too late. The mortician has already finished work. One guy said apologetically. Finished work? Just as Shangwan Huofeng was about to explode, Sister Huofeng, perhaps I can do it. Chun Hao raised his hand. I was a mortician before. He had originally planned how to obtain Su Wenba. Unexpectedly, just as he was dozing off, someone delivered him a pillow. You? Shangwan Huofeng was skeptical. Yes, before entering the Ability Bureau, I was a professional mortician. Yes, Sister Huofeng, I can vouch for that. Tian Wenjing chimed in from the side. Alright, then you do it. Make sure to do it well. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go get my tools. Chun Hao was quick to leave and return. He began to apply makeup to the deceased Su Wenba. Chun Hao's movements were very skilled, and in no time he was done. Looking at Su Wenba's face, which had regained its rosy complexion, Shi Jian was somewhat stunned. You little brat, your skills are quite good. From now on, well, leave the mortuary work in the Ability Bureau to you. No more need to hire outsiders. After Shi Jian finished speaking, he felt many unusual gazes upon him. He realized he had misspoken and instinctively shut his mouth. Seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng nodded. Joining the Special Abilities Bureau carries great risks. Almost every month someone dies. Xiao Hao, from now on the task of preparing the deceased in our bureau will be entrusted to you. Work hard, and let our companions depart with dignity. Rest assured we will not let you work for nothing. Whatever price you charged before, we will pay you the same. Chun Hao nodded. His expression was emotionless, yet inside, he was overjoyed. Initially, he was considering how to take over the task of preparing the bodies for the Special Abilities Bureau. Unexpectedly, Shangwan Huofeng directly assigned this task to him. Not only could Chun Hao gain special abilities, but he could also earn some extra income, a perfect win-win situation. After Chun Hao finished preparing Su Wenba, everyone mourned together, and then sent Su Wenba into the crematorium of the Special Abilities Bureau. In this world, once a special ability user dies, they must be disposed of quickly. Otherwise, they might be stolen by those with ulterior motives. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. The body collection was successful. You have obtained Clevel's special ability, Water Flow Fist. Looking at the Clevel Water Flow Fist ability, Chun Hao contemplated and decided not to decompose it. Let's keep it for now. Chun Hao currently did not have any fist-type abilities. Chun Hao Wenjing, come with me, Shangwan Huofeng called out, and then left the morning hall. Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing followed Shangwan Huofeng to her office. Bai Jia just happened to walk in at this moment. Go ahead, tell us about what you encountered today. Tian Wenjing started recounting her experiences upon hearing this. Then it was Chun Hao's turn. When Chun Hao spoke of Su Wenba's righteous bravery, seeing him actively step forward to block the enemies while being pursued, both Shangwan Huofeng and Bai Jia couldn't help but roll their eyes at Chun Hao. They were well aware of who Su Wenba was. He was the type to turn and run at the sight of enemies. Without a doubt, Chun Hao had intentionally led the enemies to Su Wenba. Shangwan Huofeng and Bai Jia found Chun Hao's actions utterly despicable. However, compared to Su Wenba, Chun Hao's value was higher. Out of self-interest, they felt closer to Chun Hao than to Su Wenba. Alright, Chun Hao, let's keep today's matters between the four of us. Don't let it slip out. Rest assured, I am always tight-lipped. Chun Hao knew that if he let it slip, Su Dachuan would definitely come looking for trouble. It might even cost him his life. After leaving Shangwan Huofeng's office, Chun Hao turned to Tian Wenjing and said, be careful lately. I feel like something bad might happen. Do you know something? Not really, just keep an eye out. Tian Wenjing nodded. Chun Hao recalled the recent events. First, there were fewer corpses on his grandfather's side. Plus, tonight, someone had gone to the cemetery to steal corpses. Is someone going to use the corpses for something? Forget it, it's more important to improve my strength. In the following, Chun Hao occasionally helped his grandfather prepare the bodies, but most of his time was spent cultivating. His strength soared rapidly. He soon reached the 7th stage of the warrior realm. In recent days, Chun Hao had prepared the bodies of two special ability users. He obtained D-level fist enhancement and D-level leg enhancement. They were a pair of brothers who were killed by members of the Scorpion Brigade while on a mission. Chun Hao did not decompose either of these two abilities. One day, Chun Hao was sitting in the cafeteria. Tian Wenjing sat beside him, while Bai Jie sat across from him. "Xiao Hao, do you have something on your mind?" "In love, Bai Jie noticed Chun Hao's distracted demeanor and couldn't help but ask. "Sister Bai Jie, is there a way for low-level special ability users to challenge higher levels?" Low-level special ability users challenging higher levels. Bai Jie pondered for a moment. Soon she had an answer. "Yes." "What is it?" "Poison." "Poison." "Yes, as long as you can get your hands on a lethal poison, even if your opponent is strong. As long as they are injured by you, death is their only fate. Unless that person has special means to deal with poison." Bai Jie's words lit up Chun Hao's eyes. He couldn't help but ask her, "Sister Bai Jie, do you have any poison on your side? Preferably one that is lethal." Upon hearing this, Bai Jie smiled. "You little rascal, if you're asking about this, you've come to the right person. I actually have some." With that, Bai Jie took out a bottle of purple-colored poison. Purple jade poison. "Just a little bit of this can take down an adult elephant. I'm giving this directly to you. Kid, remember, this only works on special ability users below the king level. Special ability users below the king level. So it would also be effective against general level special ability users, eh?" Bai Jie nodded. After receiving the purple jade poison from Bai Jie, Chun Hao stood up. "Where are you going?" "To the weapon storage." "Weapon storage?" Bai Jie was puzzled, but did not ask further. Chun Hao arrived at the weapon storage of the Special Abilities Bureau. Every person who joined the Bureau could receive a weapon free of charge here. "Hello, I came to claim a weapon." Chun Hao addressed the old man guarding the entrance. The old man glanced at Chun Hao and then said, "The weapons are inside. You can go get one yourself. Remember, you can only choose from the first floor." Chun Hao walked into the weapon storage. There were particularly many weapons in the Special Abilities Bureau storage. Chun Hao even discovered some firearms inside. What a pity. Firearms are like fire sticks in front of special ability users. After searching for a while, Chun Hao finally found a weapon he was satisfied with. A specially made Nepalese knife. Looking at the introduction on the counter. This is a master knife. A master knife is capable of injuring master-level special ability users. The Special Abilities Bureau categorizes weapons. Those that can injure master-level users are master knives, while those that can injure general-level users are general knives. Now that I have a weapon and poison, Chun Hao thought for a moment and directly used 1,000 raw special ability orbs. All fused into Small Knife Master. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Small Knife Master has successfully upgraded to Clevel ability. Small Knife Master Clevel ability increases agility while using a small knife, enhancing the fluidity of attacks and attack damage. Chun Hao swung the Nepalese knife in his hand. He found that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Nepalese knife. This was the benefit brought by Small Knife Master. Now Chun Hao could use the Nepalese knife to perform flourishes. If I were to encounter the Iron Claw again now, I would already possess the strength to fight back and would not be so helpless. The Iron Claw knocked Chun Hao away 100 times, but could not kill him. However, as long as Chun Hao could injure the Iron Claw once, that would suffice. The poisoned Nepalese army knife, if it could cut through the Iron Claw's skin, would be enough to poison it directly. Chun Hao left the weapons depot of the Supernatural Bureau. In the days to come, he focused solely on training and practicing with the Nepalese army knife. Shi Jian noticed this. He said to Chun Hao, "Your method is incorrect." "Incorrect?" "Yes, your posture while holding the knife is problematic." Upon hearing this, Chun Hao immediately replied, "Please, teacher, sure, teach me." Shi Jian waved his hand in response. "I am not qualified to teach you. If you wanted to learn boxing, I could offer some pointers, but with this small knife. You should find Lu Xiaodao. He is the best knife wielder around here." "Lu Xiaodao?" "Yes, his dorm is in room 302. He should be there now. You can go find him directly." "All right." Chun Hao left the training ground and headed to room 302. As he approached, he heard music. The sound was so familiar. Chun Hao raised his hand and knocked on Lu Xiaodao's door. "Who is it?" Lu Xiaodao opened the door with an angry expression. Upon seeing Chun Hao at the door, he said, "It's you." Chun Hao was the disciple of Shengwan Huofeng and was close to everyone's goddess Bai Jie. Thus, everyone in the Supernatural Bureau recognized Chun Hao. Although Lu Xiaodao was angry, he suppressed his irritation and asked Chun Hao, "What do you want from me?" "I want to learn how to use a knife," Chun Hao said as he took out his Nepalese knife. Lu Xiaodao frowned upon seeing it. "Sorry, I don't teach." "Why not?" "Because you are too foolish. Your posture while holding the knife is wrong." "Is it wrong?" "All right, you can leave. Don't waste my rest time." Saying this, Lu Xiaodao stepped back and closed the door behind him. Not long after, he let out a roar. "Damn, these resources are terrible. They are completely useless. Need resources? I have some." Chun Hao's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was like heavenly music to Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao quickly opened the door and pulled Chun Hao inside. How go quickly share your study materials with me. Lu Xiaodao's demeanor changed. Looking at Lu Xiaodao's lewd expression, Chun Hao felt speechless. I can give it to you, but I have one requirement. What requirement? Just say it. As long as your study materials are good enough, I will definitely meet your requirements. I want to learn how to use a knife. Fine, it's just a knife. Come on, pay the tuition first. Alright. Chun Hao took out his phone. He didn't have study materials, but that didn't mean others didn't. Li Gang, didn't you say before that you have a lot of study materials to share with me? Study materials? Li Gang looked a bit confused. That one. Oh, you mean that one? Li Gang suddenly realized. There's not much, just a few terabytes of C. Why are you suddenly so keen on studying? Don't mind that, just send me some quickly. Okay, I will send you 1 terabyte. Young man, you have a lot of energy, oh I understand, but you need to take care of your health. This 1 terabyte of study materials you can learn first, and after you finish I will share more with you. Alright. After receiving it, Chun Hao forwarded it to Lu Xiaodao. Seeing this, Lu Xiaodao was full of excitement. I love studying the most. Kid, you go out first, I want to study alone for a bit. Okay. Chun Hao left, and waited outside for a while. Time passed exactly 3 minutes. Lu Xiaodao came out of the room, and closed the door behind him. Although Lu Xiaodao closed the door quickly, Chun Hao still caught a whiff of a foul odor. You wanted to learn how to use a knife? Follow me. Lu Xiaodao led Chun Hao to the training ground. After a moment of joy, Lu Xiaodao looked like a master free of desires. He began to explain to Chun Hao. Chun Hao finally understood why Shi Jian and Lu Xiaodao said his knife-holding posture was wrong. His grip was reversed. That is, the knife tip facing forward, similar to how one would hold a kitchen knife. True experts always hold the dagger with a proper grip. This is beneficial for concealment and increases the element of surprise in attacks. The main attack methods with a properly gripped dagger are lateral slashes and downward strikes. With the wrist held at a normal angle, the force generated is more comfortable than with a reversed grip. Additionally, using the elbow to drive the upper arm's biceps and triceps maximizes explosive power and absolute strength. Under Lu Xiaodao's instruction, Chun Hao began to practice. Lu Xiaodao possessed a level ability dagger mastery. Thus, having him as Chun Hao's mentor was more than sufficient. Chun Hao trained with Lu Xiaodao for 2 days. Come on, Lu Xiaodao said to Chun Hao. Attack me with all. Alright. Chun Hao, holding the Nepalese knife, launched an attack at Lu Xiaodao. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing rang out. Chun Hao's Nepalese knife clashed with Lu Xiaodao's dagger. Lu Xiaodao's strength was formidable. He was a first-stage ability user. Each time he managed to find an opening, he would press his dagger against Chun Hao's vital spots. Again, under Lu Xiaodao's guidance, Chun Hao's skills with the dagger gradually improved. Clang. Chun Hao deflected Lu Xiaodao's dagger and pressed his blade against Lu Xiaodao's neck. Very good. Lu Xiaodao nodded in satisfaction. You have graduated. Lu Xiaodao was somewhat surprised by Chun Hao. He did not expect Chun Hao to have such strong comprehension. In just a few days he learned all his skills. Yura. Just as Chun Hao was about to ask Lu Xiaodao when they would continue, the alarm of the Supernatural Bureau rang out. Something big has happened. Lu Xiaodao said to Chun Hao, let's go to the hall to assemble. Chun Hao followed Lu Xiaodao to the hall of the Supernatural Bureau. Shangguan Huofeng had a dark expression. She addressed the members of the bureau, saying there has been an incident. A member of the Scorpion Brigade possesses the ability of corpse manipulation. He is currently controlling corpses and has launched an attack on our Nanjing city. On the electronic screen, large groups of corpses roared like zombies chasing after pedestrians on the road. After knocking down the pedestrians, they began to bite fiercely. These corpses carry corpse poison, and those who are bitten will also rise and join their ranks. Your objective is to eliminate these corpses and delay their attack. Let's set out now. Yes. Chun Hao followed the main group towards Nanjing City. At this moment, Nanjing City was ablaze. Countless corpses staggered about. Roar. Upon seeing Chun Hao and the others, they pounced on them like hungry wolves. Advance. Shangguan Huofeng, head of the Paranormal Bureau, commanded her 100-strong team as they charged en masse toward the corpse. Bai Jia and Shi Jian, you two follow me. We'll track down that scum. Yes, ma'am. Shangguan Huofeng departed with Bai Jia and Shi Jian. The user of the corpse control ability must remain near the corpse, otherwise control collapses and the corpse drops lifelessly to the ground. Thus the perpetrator must still be within this city. Shangguan Huofeng left. Chun Hao and his team remained behind to neutralize the corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tian Wenjing continuously launched razor-sharp wind blades, striking the corpses with lethal precision. One by one she felled the corpses before her. Chun Hao followed closely behind, fists blazing with condensed fireballs that he hurled relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. Each fireball struck true, igniting the corpses in roaring conflagrations. Colleagues from the Paranormal Bureau watched Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing's combat style with awe. Envious glances flickered across their faces. Most relied on close-quarters brawling fighters like Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing, masters of elemental force, were exceedingly rare. Comparing people is like comparing corpses. Indeed, they're so young yet already possess such formidable power. How utterly enviable. They're both elemental manipulators. Yes, undoubtedly their paths will stretch far beyond ours. Both wind manipulation and flame manipulation fall under the broader category of elemental manipulation. As cultivators ascend in strength, the potency of these abilities intensifies exponentially, inflicting devastation unmatched by ordinary techniques. Up! A piercing scream seized Chun Hao's attention. He turned sharply to the right, only to witness a man impaled through the chest. Tai Zhao. Chun Hao had not expected Tai Zhao to appear here. Behind him marched a cohort of figures clad entirely in black. Filthy dogs of the Paranormal Bureau. The carnival has begun. Are you ready? With a savage lunge, Tai Zhao surged forward, leading the assault against Chun Hao and his allies. His black-robed followers surged after him. Tai Zhao, return my son's life. Su Dachuan, spotting Tai Zhao, summoned swirling currents of water around his fists and lunged with furious momentum. Crash! 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 Su Dachuan and Tai Zhao clashed violently. Su Dachuan was a 5th-stage master, Tai Zhao a 4th-stage master. By all logic, Su Dachuan should have dominated the fight. Spurt! Within mere exchanges, Tai Zhao detected Su Dachuan's opening and drove his razor-sharp claws deep into Su Dachuan's chest. In an instant, he ripped out Su Dachuan's heart. Su Dachuan spat a gout of crimson blood, eyes wide with shock, face flushed crimson. He collapsed backward, disbelief etched across his features. Su Dachuan, a comrade, gripping a massive 9-linked ring saber, watched in horror as Tai Zhao slew his friend. Roaring, he swung the saber downward in a thunderous arc, but Tai Zhao evaded with a blur of motion. The blade struck empty air and plunged deep into the concrete pavement. Tai Zhao moved like a phantom, vanishing and reappearing before the man in the blink of an eye. His iron claws slashed horizontally across the man's throat. Ryup! His claws tore open the throat clean. Hiss, hiss, hiss! A geyser of arterial blood erupted violently. Onlookers who'd stepped forward instinctively recoiled at the grisly sight. Tai Zhao! Tian Wenjing's voice cracked with incandescent fury. She had not been idle these past days. Her cultivation ascended from 3rd stage to 4th stage master. Just as she prepared to charge forward and confront Tai Zhao, Chun Hao seized her arm. Chun Hao, why are you holding me back? He's now a 6th stage master. Do you intend to throw your life away? 6th stage master? Stunned disbelief flooded Tian Wenjing's face. She had grown stronger, yet Tai Zhao had soared far beyond her. Tai Zhao heard Chun Hao's words, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Ha ha, little brother, long time no see. His eyes narrowed, and he slowly dragged his tongue across the gleaming edge of his iron claw. Pooh! Worthless trash. I wonder, what does your blood taste like? Before the final syllable faded, Tai Zhao launched himself like a predator toward Chun Hao. Chun Hao turned to Tian Wenjing. Go for reinforcements. I'll hold him off. And with that he charged forward. Seeing Chun Hao rush straight at him, Tai Zhao's expression twisted into a snarl. Brat, you slipped away once before. This time fortune won't smile upon you. Chun Hao said nothing in reply. With his right hand, he condensed a searing fireball and hurled it with deadly aim. Tai Zhao slashed fiercely. The claw cleaved the fireball apart midair. Phoenix roar. Hiyu. Chun Hao summoned a blazing phoenix. Its maw flared wide, unleashing a torrent of incandescent flame that roared toward Tai Zhao. Die! Tai Zhao slashed again with his right claw. 3 jagged blades of compressed force shrieked through the air, slicing cleanly through the phoenix's fiery breath before striking the creature itself. Boom! The phoenix shattered into embers. Chun Hao closed the distance, fist drawn back, and delivered a thunderous blow straight at Tai Zhao. Tai Zhao raised his claws to block. Boom! Chun Hao's fist slammed into the iron talons. After the impact, Tai Zhao stood utterly unmoved. The disparity in raw power was overwhelming. Even with his strength enhancement ability, Chun Hao was no match for Tai Zhao. A faint, cruel smirk curled Tai Zhao's lips, and with sudden explosive force, he drove his body forward. His sharpened claws lunged for Chun Hao's throat. Brat, you're finished. Rather than fear, a spark of fierce exhilaration ignited in Chun Hao's gaze. Clang! Chun Hao coated his chest with condensed paranormal energy. Tai Zhao's claws scraped across it, producing a sharp metallic shriek. Chun Hao was hurled backward, but even mid-flight his right hand flipped, and a Nepalese kukri, glowing with eerie violet light, materialized as if conjured from shadow. Ryup! Before Tai Zhao could react, Chun Hao's blade flashed across his right forearm, slicing cleanly through flesh and tendon. Chun Hao crashed backward, thud, slamming hard into the wall behind him. Tai Zhao felt a searing, venomous pain lance up his right arm. He glanced down, His entire forearm was already swelling with deep, unnatural violet bruising. That brat's blade is poisoned. Only now did Tai Zhao grasp the truth. Chunhao's earlier barrage of punches had been deliberate misdirection designed solely to lull him into complacency. In the fleeting seconds following a successful strike, even the most seasoned warrior experiences a microsecond of lowered vigilance. Chunhao had seized that precise window, drawing his poisoned kukri to wound Tai Zhao's dominant arm. Ryup! A sickening brittle snap echoed across the silence. Before the horrified gazes of onlookers, Tai Zhao severed his own right forearm. Harsh. The Iron Claw is ruthless to others, but even more so to himself. To survive, he decisively severed his own hand, binding his right hand with strips of cloth. The Iron Claw lunged towards Chunhao. At this moment, Chunhao was injured. He had been too quick to attack the Iron Claw to activate his control. His body crashed directly into the wall. As the Iron Claw drew nearer, a graceful figure stood in front of him. Chunhao, you rest while I'll deal with him. How did you come back? Didn't I tell you to call for help? Hey Xiao, how treating a girl like this? Aren't you worried no girl will like you? Hearing that familiar voice, Chunhao turned around to see Lu Xiaodao. Master Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao smiled, slightly a hint of a grin on his lips. Tian Wenjing was fighting the Iron Claw. With his right hand missing and having lost a lot of blood, his combat effectiveness had significantly declined. Faced with the fully empowered Tian Wenjing, the Iron Claw could only endure the blows for the time being. Lu Xiaodao watched from the side, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Tian Wenjing's attacks became increasingly rapid. The Iron Claw, caught off guard, was kicked in the chest by Tian Wenjing and was sent flying. He flew directly towards where Chunhao was. Seeing this, Chunhao rushed out, flipping his Nepalese army knife and thrusting it forward. Thud! The Nepalese army knife pierced through the Iron Claw's back, killing him instantly. Bang! Just as Chunhao killed the Iron Claw, a massive figure jumped over from a distance. Its enormous body crashed heavily onto the ground, causing the ground to crack beneath it. It was a stone giant. Lu Xiaodao, I didn't expect you to bully the weak too. The stone giant saw the Iron Claw killed by Chunhao. Hey, you foul stone, one can eat messily, but not speak recklessly. Which of your eyes saw me make a move? Before Lu Xiaodao could say anything further, the giant unexpectedly grabbed a small car nearby and hurled it towards Chunhao and the others. Lu Xiaodao, seeing this, remained unperturbed and said to Chunhao, Xiaohao, watch closely, or I'll teach you another move. Lu Xiaodao dashed out. A sharp little knife appeared in his right hand. He slashed viciously at the small car. A fierce blade aura sliced through the air, directly cutting the car in half. You brat, am I handsome? Afterward, Lu Xiaodao couldn't help but boast to Chunhao. Master Xiaodao, be careful. The stone giant's fist came crashing down. Damn it, you little trash, how dare you sneak attack? Lu Xiaodao was caught off guard and could only use control to block. Bang! He was sent flying. During his flight, Lu Xiaodao quickly adjusted his posture. When he landed, he slid across the ground for a distance before coming to a stop. You foul stone, you've successfully angered me. Lu Xiaodao kicked back fiercely. He lunged towards the stone giant. Lu Xiaodao's speed was swift, unleashing a flurry of attacks on the stone giant. Unfortunately, the stone giant's tough skin made Lu Xiaodao's hits feel like mere scratches. With each attack, the stone giant only shed some stone dust. Just as both sides were about to continue their feud, a dull horn sounded in the distance. Upon hearing the sound, the stone giant abandoned Lu Xiaodao and fled into the shadows, disappearing quickly. As for the corpses, they fell limp like robots out of power one by one. A silence enveloped the scene, followed by a cacophony of cheers. Oh, victory! We have won. Tian Wenjing approached Chunhao, her expression tense as she, Are you okay? I'm fine. Chunhao panted slightly. To defend against the Iron Claw's attack, he had used every ounce of his control. But all of it was worth it. Looking at the Iron Claw, who had become a desiccated corpse, it was Chunhao who drained him, while Lu Xiaodao battled the stone giant. An ability user at the 6th stage of the Master Realm has energy within them far superior to that of an ordinary person. Chunhao felt a slight pain in his meridians. Thud! Thud! Chunhao leveled up twice. I've reached the 9th realm of the warrior. Indeed, killing and setting fire earns the golden belt. Chunhao gathered a ball of fire in his right hand and directly burned the Iron Claw. As dawn broke, the sun slowly rose from the horizon. The entire South River City lay in ruins, with billowing black smoke rising everywhere. All around, one could see shattered walls and broken remnants. The ability users began to clean up the battlefield. Naturally, Chunhao joined in. Chunhao counted and found a total of 20 corpses, 4 level ability users, and 16 level ability users. One guy poured gasoline over the bodies, preparing to throw a torch. Wait! Chunhao stopped him. What's the matter? Let me do it. Chunhao gathered a ball of fire in his right hand and threw it towards the black-clad corpses. Boom! The flames ignited upon contact with the corpses, instantly setting the gasoline ablaze. Not far away, footsteps were heard. Chunhao looked up to see Shangwan Huofeng and the others. At this moment Shi Jian was shouldering a corpse. Chun Hao glanced, and saw it was a child. Is he the instigator of this incident? I can't believe it's a child. Damn it, the Scorpion Brigade is indeed a bunch of beasts, not sparing even a child. Shi Jian was injured, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Shang Wan Huofeng and Bai Jia looked similar, both having torn clothes. Shi Jian prepared to throw the child's corpse into the fire. Yet Chun Hao stepped forward and stopped him. Huh. Shi Jian frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Chun Hao smiled and said, Master, you've worked all night. Let me handle this dirty work. I promise to burn it. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Shi Jian's furrowed brow relaxed. All right, you can take it. Shi Jian handed the child's corpse to Chun Hao. Chun Hao held the child's corpse, feeling ecstatic. To him, it was a great treasure. Those around him were astonished. While normal people are reticent about corpses, Chun Hao rushed forward eagerly. Tian Wenjing seemed to understand the thoughts of the crowd. She spoke. Chun Hao respects his master and is very good to him. That's why he willingly takes on the dirty and tiring work. Right? Xiao Hao has always been very filial. Lu Xiaodao recalled how Chun Hao had just sent him some seeds. Hearing Tian Wenjing and Lu Zidao's words, everyone finally understood, casting appreciative glances at Chun Hao. Chun Hao tossed the child's corpse into the fire pile. To prevent any accidents, he added another burst of flames. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Gained SS level ability, corpse manipulation. Thrilling. Absolutely thrilling. Chun Hao experienced firsthand the saying that crime pays. With the corpse collection system, he became the biggest winner of the night. This time not only were there casualties in the Scorpion Brigade, but the Superpower Bureau also suffered heavy losses. 20 members of the Scorpion Brigade died, while the Superpower Bureau lost 25. The members of the Scorpion Brigade were all heinous criminals, hence their superior combat strength. Chun Hao and his companions transported the bodies of their fallen comrades from the Superpower Bureau back. After Chun Hao applied makeup to the deceased, and everyone mourned, they were sent into the cremator. As body after body was fed into the furnace, a series of system prompts chimed in Chun Hao's mind. This time the Superpower Bureau lost 5 crank members, and the rest were rank ability users. E and F rank ability users were not recruited by the Bureau due to their poor aptitude. This time Chun Hao acquired many abilities, but to him, they were mere trifles. He directly decomposed all of them. Counting the previous ones, Chun Hao now had 13600 primordial ability orbs. After some thought, he used 1000 of them to upgrade Strength Enhancement to Brank. Strength Enhancement, a Brank ability. Upon activation, it triples one's power. Great, my strength has increased. Now 3600 primordial ability orbs remained. Adhering to the principle of making the most of everything, Chun Hao invested 1000 orbs in a Hyperbrain, elevating it to Crank. Then he used another 1000 orbs on Sanctimonious, also upgrading it to Crank. The remaining 1600 orbs, Chun Hao decided to save for later. War has only losers, no victors. The Superpower Bureau was filled with lamentations. The Scorpion Brigade was also faring poorly. Bang! Inside a secret base. A woman slammed her fist heavily onto the table, which cracked from the impact. Damn it, this is infuriating. She was a branch leader of the Scorpion Brigade named Huang Wenjiao, with a cultivation of the first level of the Spirit Realm. The attack on South River City was orchestrated by her. If that useless piece hadn't been so incompetent, we wouldn't have had to rush. The useless piece, Huang Wenjiao referred to as naturally that child. Boss, we never expected that kid to be so fragile. He awakened an SS rank ability. Corpse, his body couldn't withstand it. If we hadn't used drugs, he might have died long ago. Oomph. Huang Wenjiao snorted coldly. But this time we didn't come away empty-handed either. The speaker, an old man in a white lab coat. He looked like a mad scientist. In his hand, he held an object that was unmistakably a monster's claw. This is a dragon's claw. With it, I can develop warriors with dragon bloodlines. Huang Wenjiao nodded upon hearing this. She addressed the old man. Do a good job. If you mess this up, you know the consequences. Boss, rest assured. Can you really not trust my skills? Alright, stop showing off. Hurry up and get to work. Yes. The old man left. Chun Hao's Hyperbrain ability had been upgraded to Crank. He noticed that the scenery around him seemed different again. Now he could perceive even the smallest details. A tiny ant on the ground could not escape his notice. He began to attempt cultivating the I-Fire Phoenix Arti. Fire-attributed energy from the surroundings converged toward his body. The I-Fire Phoenix Arti. Chun Hao had lost count of how many cycles he had run. He thought he was already familiar with it, but to his surprise, under the amplification of the Crank Hyperbrain, he discovered flaws in his execution of the I-Fire Phoenix Arti. Chun Hao began attempting to improve the I-Fire Phoenix Arti. It actually worked. This time he found 2 erroneous points. He successfully corrected them. He found that his cultivation speed had instantly increased significantly, like water in a canal. Chun Hao had cleared the silt blocking the canal, and the water naturally flowed faster. After cultivating a bit longer, I can break through to the Master Realm. The Master Realm was Chunhao's short-term goal. Tian Wenjing was currently at the 4th level of the Master Realm's 4th stage. Chunhao felt he would catch up to her before long. A week later, Chunhao was eating in the Superpower Bureau's cafeteria, his brows furrowed, as if deep in thought. What's wrong? You look so troubled. Tian Wenjing approached with a metal tray and sat opposite Chunhao. I've encountered a problem in my cultivation. I feel I've hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard I try, I can't break through to the Master Realm. Master Realm. Hearing Chunhao's words, Tian Wenjing asked in surprise. You've reached the peak of the 9th level of the Warrior Realm. No wonder you want to break into the Master Realm. But charging at it like this is useless. Even if you spent your whole life, it would be impossible. Why? Because to break through to the Master Realm, you need a Master Realm pill. Master Realm pill? Yes. Once your strength reaches the peak of the 9th level of the Warrior Realm, you require the aid of a Master Realm pill. When an ability user's power reaches the Master Realm, the superpower energy within them transforms from gaseous to liquid form. The Master Realm pill assists in converting your superpower energy from gas to liquid. It acts like the first grain of sand in a pearl oyster. To form a pearl, the oyster must first swallow a grain, then using that grain as a base, it secretes mucus over it. Gradually, a beautiful pearl is formed. The Master Realm pill works on the same principle. It helps you condense the first liquid superpower energy body. Then using this initial liquid energy bead as a foundation, you continue to condense more. Chunhao nodded upon hearing this and continued to ask Tian Wenjing, then how do I obtain the Master Realm pill? By doing missions. Missions? Yes, our Superpower Bureau has Master Realm pills. To obtain one, you must exchange mission. One Master Realm pill costs about 1,000 points. 1,000 points. Chunhao's brows furrowed. He couldn't help but look at Tian Wenjing and asked, do you have any points? Could you lend me some? Tian Wenjing shook her head. Sorry, I exchanged for some cultivation materials earlier and now have very few. Then let's go do missions, Chunhao said. Missions? That could work. Wait until I finish eating and a dozen minutes later. Tian Wenjing led Chunhao to the Mission Distribution Department of the Superpower Bureau. With demon invasions, all sorts of incidents occurred every day. The Bureau's mission was to resolve these matters. After looking around, Tian Wenjing said, pick this one, 5,000 points. How about it? Is this mission suitable? 1,000-point missions were for Master Realm individuals. Tian Wenjing, being at the 4th level of the Master Realm, was perfectly qualified to take it. Okay. Chunhao nodded. Chunhao and Tian Wenjing accepted the mission. They did not set off immediately. Tian Wenjing said to Chunhao, I just exchanged for cultivation resources. I need to solidify my realm. Once I'm done, well, depart, giving us a better chance of success. All right. Over the next few days, Chunhao spent his time cultivating and checking on Tian Wenjing's progress. She had entered the cultivation chamber and not emerged since. Master, that guy's calling again. Chunhao answered the phone and saw it was his grandfather Chunchang. Grandfather, what's wrong? You little rascal, it's been so long since you came home. Grandfather, I've been busy. Busy? What's there to be busy about? An esper came today, come back immediately. All right. Hearing his grandfather's words, Chunhao's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since he had an esper job. Chunhao glanced at the cultivation chamber, then turned and left. Done. It had been a while since he last made up a person. Looking at his masterpiece, Chunhao nodded with great as the corpse slowly entered the cremation furnace. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully laid the corpse to rest. You have received a rank ability, Hearing Block. Chunhao. He had hoped for a good ability, but instead got in a rank 1, and a useless one like Hearing Block at that. He could have used True Sight to see what ability the corpse possessed, but he chose not to. He enjoyed the system notification that sounded when the corpse entered the furnace. It felt like opening a blind box. This thing is useless, but I wonder what it's like to use. Out of curiosity, Chunhao decided to give it a try. He activated Hearing Block. With the ability in effect, Chunhao found the surroundings became utterly silent like the stillness of death. The fire in the furnace roared, but Chunhao heard nothing. Is this the world of the deaf? How quiet it is. Suddenly a hand tapped his shoulder. He turned and saw his grandfather Chunchang standing behind him. Chunchang's lips moved constantly, but Chunhao couldn't hear a word. Oh, I forgot to turn off Hearing Block. Chunhao deactivated Hearing Block and found the surroundings noisy again with his grandfather chattering and, Xiaohao. What is it, grandfather? Chunchang felt speechless. Hurry up and find an urn to put the ashes in for the client. The guest is waiting. Oh, okay. Chunhao fetched an urn and began filling it. After seeing the guest off, Chunchang said to Chunhao, Xiaohao, don't leave tonight. Your grandpa Gu is coming over for dinner. All right. That day, Chunchang brought Chunhao home early. They went to the supermarket and bought a large amount of groceries. Hearing that Grandpa Gu was coming, Chunhao decided to cook himself. In the evening, Chunhao was busy cooking in the kitchen when he heard Gu Juji's voice outside. He went out and saw Gu Juji had arrived. Coming with him was Gu Yu. Seeing Chunhao in an apron holding a spatula, she smiled and said I didn't know. Chun Hao smiled in reply. There's a lot you don't know about me. Now don't just stand there, go wash your hands. He'll finish this dish, and we can eat soon. Okay. Shortly after Chun Hao finished cooking, Guyu came in and said you take the dishes out, I'll get the bowls and chopsticks. Once everything was set, the two families sat together to eat. Gu Juji and Chun Chang started. They drank and chatted while Guyu talked with Chun Hao. Chun Hao, the Heaven Orphanage matter. Thank you for your help. Hearing Guyu's words, Chun Hao was baffled. How does she know about this? You're wondering how I found out, right? Well, I have to thank Sister Wenjing. Tian Wenjing told me everything. Chun Hao, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have remained in the dark. Those children would never have been rescued. Chun Hao noticed a change in Guyu. She seemed to have emerged from the shadow of killing. There are too many evil people in this world lurking like demons. They harm innocent people. Since heaven has awakened my ability, I will use it to punish evil and uphold. Hearing Guyu's words, Chun Hao nodded. She had found her own path. Congratulations. Thank you. They clinked glasses and downed their soda. After dinner, Guyu helped the drunken Gu Juji to leave. You don't need to see us off. They'll drive my grandfather back. Alright, take care. Send me a message when you get home. Okay. Guyu left. Chun Chang watched their receding car and said to Chun Hao, Xiao Hao, Guyu is a good girl. I hope you treasure her. Chun Hao didn't argue with his grandfather. Chun Chang went upstairs. Chun Hao turned to see Tian Wenjing. Why are you here? Can I come? Tian Wenjing leaned against a tree, her eyes teasing. You're quite something, hooking up with a pretty girl like that. When are you two getting married? Chun Hao rolled his eyes at her. Married? What marriage? Chun Hao aimed for a forest of possibilities. Why would I let a single tree hinder my grand plan? Hearing his shameless words, Tian Wenjing inexplicably felt a sweetness in her heart. My realm is stable now. How about we do that mission tonight? Tonight. Chun Hao pulled out his phone. It was 8:30 p.m. Alright, let's go. Chun Hao sent a message to Chun Chang, then left with Tian Wenjing. They drove to a school. As soon as they arrived at the school gate, a stout man approached them with a broad smile. You two must be the ones sent by higher-ups, right? Yes, Tian Wenjing nodded. Hello, and the Dean of Discipline here, Mei Renxin. Nice to meet you. Tell us what's the situation. Tian Wenjing got straight to the point. Follow me, Mei Renxin said. Mei Renxin led Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing to a teaching building. It's right here. Every night at midnight, piano music comes from the top-floor classroom. The sound of a piano. Chun Hao frowned upon hearing this. Is someone playing a prank? No, it's not a prank. It's real, and we can't figure out who's doing it. Regardless of whether it's a prank, we'll find out if we go upstairs. As she spoke, Tian Wenjing prepared to head upstairs. Wait a moment. Just as Tian Wenjing was about to go up, a figure ran over quickly. Chun Hao turned to look at the newcomer, noticing that he had a square face. Breathless and furious, he glared at Mei Renxin. How inhumane, didn't we agree on this? We were supposed to hire someone to demolish this building. Why did you demolish this building? Hearing this, Mei Renxin looked reluctant. This building hasn't been used for long, but such a shame to tear it down. But if we don't demolish it, it's just a burden here. It's haunted, it's completely unusable. Upon hearing the words haunted, Mei Renxin immediately became tense. He had always been afraid to bring it up, fearing that the higher-ups wouldn't send anyone. He instinctively glanced at Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing. To his surprise, both of them appeared calm upon hearing this. Aren't you afraid? Principal Zhang Jianmin spoke up. The principal was the one with the square face. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? We are from the Special Abilities Bureau, which specializes in dealing with such matters. Upon hearing Tian Wenjing's words, Zhang Jianmin nodded. Chun Hao addressed Zhang Jianmin, saying, could you please tell us what happened here? Mei Renxin had just deceived Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing. Thus, Chun Hao no longer trusted Mei Renxin. Sigh, it's nothing much, just that a student committed suicide in the music classroom upstairs. Suicide? Chun Hao frowned. Yeah. Since then, every night at midnight the sound of a piano plays there on the dot. The people from the Special Abilities Bureau came here before. But those guys for some reason jumped straight down from upstairs. One by one they were severely injured. Upon hearing Zhang Jianmin's words, Chun Hao suddenly understood. No wonder this task is worth 5,000 points, it seems there's more to it. Every member of the Special Abilities Bureau receives resources based on their strength level. Someone like Chun Hao at the 9th level can receive 9,000 yuan each month. Plus 900 points. Chun Hao needed at least 6 months to accumulate 5,000 points. That's half a year. This shows just how difficult this task really is. Otherwise it wouldn't be worth so much. Are you sure you still want to go up? Zhang Jianmin asked Chun Hao and Tian. Of course, why wouldn't we? Having come this far, there was no reason to back down. The previous visitors had all returned. This proves that whatever is inside doesn't mean any harm. Alright, but be careful. Zhang Jianmin made a call to summon the security personnel. He instructed them to set up a large air cushion on the ground in front of the building. This would support Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing if they fell from the building. The commotion attracted the attention of many boarding students within the school. With the principal present, they didn't, so they hid in the shadows and secretly watched. Almost every corner had students peering in. Hey, I heard 2 people from the Special Abilities Bureau came, 1 male and 1 female. Yeah, I saw them. It's true, they're wearing the Special Abilities Bureau uniforms. What are they here for? To catch the lady in white. I don't know, probably. Sigh, the lady in white has such a hard life. Clearly so talented yet. Don't speak carelessly, I'll be careful, the walls have ears. If someone reports you to the head teacher, you're done for. Oh, sorry, I almost forgot. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing made their way upstairs. Are you scared? This teaching building was 6 stories high. The music classroom was in room 609 at the west end of the building. Scared? Hearing Chun Hao's words, Tian Wenjing revealed a disdainful smile. Since the moment I joined the Special Abilities Bureau, I decided to dedicate my life to the country. Do you think I would be afraid? Chen Hao felt speechless upon hearing Tian Wenjing's words. He wanted to say to Tian Wenjing's sister, do you really want to set a death flag like that? The two walked towards the music. Chen Hao walked ahead and pushed the door open. Creak. The door opened. Chen Hao shone his flashlight into the music classroom. Inside it was empty except for an old piano. The floor was covered in dust. It was obvious that this place had been abandoned for quite some time. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing walked in. Pep. The classroom hadn't been used for too long, and there was too much dust inside. As they walked in, a cloud of dust was stirred up. Chen Hao accidentally inhaled some. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing put on a stern face. She gently rotated her right hand. A strong wind suddenly rose. The wind blew through, sweeping the dust in the classroom outwards. In no time, this abandoned music classroom was refreshed. The dust inside was cleared away completely. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but give Tian Wenjing a thumbs up. Awesome. Wenjing, your skills are amazing. If you went out to work as a cleaner, you'd definitely make a fortune. Upon hearing this, Tian Wenjing couldn't help but roll her eyes at Chen Hao. A dignified power wielder working as a cleaner is something only Chen Hao could think of. The two walked around the room, but found nothing unusual. The only thing was that piano. Chen Hao approached it and lifted the lid. To his surprise, he discovered that the piano was not covered in dust. The piano keys were remarkably clean. If it weren't for the absence of footprints on the floor, Chen Hao would have suspected someone came to clean this piano daily. He tried pressing a key on the piano. To his surprise, it produced a sound. It can still be used. Tian Wenjing walked over. She also attempted to play a few notes. Just from those few notes, she became addicted and began to play along with the melody. Chen Hao listened and realized it was Whispers of Autumn. The sound of the piano in the classroom caught the attention of many teachers and students. Here it comes again, the terrifying piano sound. Wow, why is it so early today? It's only 10 o'clock, right? Isn't it usually at midnight? How strange, don't you all notice that tonight's piano sound is different? No, tonight's piece is wrong. The usual piece is Starry Sky, while tonight it's Whispers of Autumn. There were some students in the school who could play the piano. Hearing the piano piece, they began to analyze it. Quick, everyone pay attention. Zhang Jianmin shouted nervously to the security personnel. Yes, if they jump down, you need to be ready to catch them. Mei Rinxin echoed from the side. The song concluded. Tian Wenjing stopped playing. Chen Hao, feeling a bit curious, couldn't help but say, Wenjing, I didn't expect you could play the piano. Hearing this, Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Actually, I wanted to become a pianist back then. A pianist? Yes. Tian Wenjing nodded. By the way, you look like you can play too. Can you play a piece for me? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao showed an awkward smile. My skills are not really stage-worthy. It's fine as long as you can play. All right. Chen Hao sat down and began to try playing. Listening to Chen Hao's performance. Tian Wenjing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Chen Hao, I didn't expect you to still retain your childlike innocence at such an age. Play 2 tigers. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao's expression darkened. I told you I'm not that good. This is the only piece I'm proficient at. All right. After finishing his performance, the two continued to stroll around the room. After finding nothing unusual, they prepared to leave. Let's check the next room. Sure. There was still some time before midnight. So Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing left the room and began to wander around the adjacent room. As the two emerged from the room, it attracted the attention of many teachers and students. Look, they are out. They won't jump off the building like those guys before, will they? I don't know. Hey, they seem to be in a fairly normal state. What's going on? How did they end up in the next? As the crowd pondered, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing explored all the classrooms on the 6th floor of the teaching building. In the end, they found nothing. Let's go down, have a drink, and then come back up. Okay. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing went downstairs. Zhang Jianmin and Mei Rinxin immediately approached them. So, any discoveries? Not yet. Then why did you come down? Mei Rinxin said a bit reproachfully. We were thirsty. Is it wrong to come down for water? Tian Wenjing said angrily. Of course it's fine. Mei Rinxin realized she had misspoken. Hey, someone go to the school supermarket and buy them a few cans of Red Bull. I don't want Red Bull. Then buy green. I don't want green tea drinks either. Then what do you want? Mineral water is fine. All right, then let's buy her a case of mineral water. Tian Wenjing. After a while, Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing were drinking water. As they smelled the strange scent of Red Bull, Tian Wenjing frowned. Unable to help herself, she asked Chen Hao, "Is that stuff good?" "It's alright, mainly it helps with alertness." Tian Wenjing nodded. There was still some time before midnight. Chen Hao spoke to Principal Zhang Jiamin. "There's a piano upstairs. We just tried it and found it still works. Why didn't you move it when you were clearing out?" "A piano? Where's there a piano upstairs?" Zhang Jiamin felt puzzled. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing this. They had clearly seen the piano and even played a piece each. Yet did you two see things wrongly? "Where's there a piano upstairs?" Mei Renqing chimed in. They all wondered why there was piano music coming from the classroom if it wasn't time yet. Time passed second by second. Before they knew it, midnight arrived. As on previous nights, the music room in the old teaching building 609 echoed with the sound of the piano. Chen Hao and Tian Wenjing instantly became alert. Tian Wenjing rushed up to the 6th floor. Chen Hao followed closely behind. The others remained downstairs looking up on their tiptoes, hoping to see what was happening on the 6th floor. "Who are you?" Tian Wenjing arrived at room 609. She was astonished to discover. Inside room 609 sat a woman. The woman wore white, bathed in the bright moonlight, playing Starry Sky. Seeing that the woman ignored her, Tian Wenjing stepped inside. She only took a single step inside. Her body suddenly froze in place. Wenjing. Chen Hao didn't dare to move forward. He knew Tian Wenjing must have fallen under the other person's influence. What method did the other party use? To attack someone, there must be a means of attack. Chen Hao possessed the SS-level ability of true sight. He could see through any substantial attacks. No, it's not a hidden weapon or anything like that. It's music. Chen Hao realized. Whoa. Tian Wenjing suddenly crouched down. It seemed she saw something and began to cry. Seeing this, Chen Hao hurriedly activated his sound shield ability. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Chen Hao walked into the classroom. As he had anticipated, after blocking the sound, he was unharmed. However, Tian Wenjing suddenly stood up crying as she ran towards the corridor. Tian Wenjing was about to jump down the corridor. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Principal Zhang Jiamin shouted at a few security staff, "Be careful, prepare to save her. Yes, we must not let anything happen to them." A group of students watching the commotion were all excited. "Oh my, how thrilling. How many times is this now?" "I don't know. How many jumped last time?" "3, I think. This time is a bit strange. I don't know why only 2 people came." The Ability Bureau's team is composed of 3 members per small team. Tian Wenjing's team had Su Wenba killed and hasn't had a chance to replenish. Seeing Tian Wenjing about to jump down, Chen Hao grabbed her. He struck the back of Tian Wenjing's neck, knocking her unconscious. After placing Tian Wenjing on the ground, Chen Hao walked into the classroom. It seemed the other party didn't notice him at all, continuing to play. Soon, the song concluded. The woman in white looked at Chen Hao in astonishment. She spoke, "Why didn't you fall victim?" However, Chen Hao did not respond to her. The woman in white suddenly changed her expression. "Since you won't answer, then you shall die." She lunged at Chen Hao. Just as the woman in white was about to reach Chen Hao, she was surprised to find that the energy within her was visibly depleting. Chen Hao was actually absorbing her energy. Chen Hao was also somewhat astonished. He never expected that his corpse refinement technique would be the nemesis of such evil beings. He could devour the supernatural to strengthen his own power. The woman in white, frightened, stepped back. She glared at Chen Hao fiercely before flipping over the window to prepare her escape. Seeing this, Chen Hao gathered a ball of flame in his right hand. "If you dare to leave, I will burn this piano." "No." The woman, ready to leave, turned back. She looked at Chen Hao with anger. "I know you possess the ability of hypnotic melody, but that is ineffective because I am your nemesis. What will it take for you to let me go?" The woman in white spoke. Chen Hao felt a bit awkward at this moment. Since he had muted the sound, he could only see the woman's lips moving. However, he had a way to remedy the situation. If he activated the sound shield ability, he might be able to fall under the influence of her hypnotic melody. Fortunately, Chen Hao had brought his phone. The phone had a voice-to-text function. He turned on the phone and started recording the woman's voice. The two began to communicate. "You've already died, so why don't you leave?" "Leave?" The woman in white revealed a bittersweet smile. "Do you think I don't want to leave?" She had died here and transformed into something strange. She had been trapped here for many years. Chen Hao did not waste words with the woman in white. He directly asked, "What should I do to help you leave?" Upon hearing this, the woman's heart leaped with joy. "Really? Are you truly willing to help me leave?" "Yes." Chen Hao nodded. "I cannot leave because I have unfulfilled wishes. I hope to see my mother once more." "Your mother?" "Yes." The woman in white nodded. "Would you like to hear a story?" "Sure." The woman in white began to recount her tale. She was born into a fairly well-off family. Her mother enrolled her in a piano training class. She was the pride of her parents and teachers. Until that day, when an intern music teacher arrived. It shattered the tranquility of her life. In her daily life, she was captivated by the talent and appearance of the intern music teacher. Thus she approached the teacher under the pretense of learning piano. She had thought she could have a good outcome with the intern music teacher. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a doomed affair. The intern music teacher was already married and his partner was his university classmate. The woman in white found it hard to accept. She committed suicide by poisoning herself in that classroom. She died on that piano. After hearing the story, Chun Hao didn't know what to say. Wait here, I'll go call your mother. Chun Hao left the classroom and picked up Tian Wenjing. I didn't expect this little girl to look not heavy, but actually be so weighty. Chun Hao realized he nearly couldn't lift Tian Wenjing. Holding her, he went downstairs. Excuse me, could you please take care of her? He handed Tian Wenjing over to a female teacher. Oh sure. The female teacher hugged Tian Wenjing tightly. However, she wasn't able to hold her securely, but fortunately another female teacher stepped in to help. How's it going? Did you manage to handle it? Mei Renqin looked at Chun Hao with an eager expression. Almost there. Do you know the background of that woman in white? Can we call her mother? Her mother. Hearing this, Mei Renqin displayed an awkward expression. When the woman in white died, her mother had caused quite a scene at the school. Now to call her here. Mei Renqin didn't have the courage. There must be a phone number, right? Yes. I'll get it for you right away. Mei Renqin opened the school app, quickly searched, and then gave the number to Chun Hao. After receiving the number, Chun Hao didn't call immediately. Instead, he walked upstairs to the woman in white and said, I'm going to call your mother now. You can tell her whatever you need to say. Okay. Chun Hao dialed the number. The other end picked up. Hello, may I ask who you are? Upon hearing this familiar voice, the woman in white was suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. Mom. The other end was silent for a long time after hearing that familiar voice. After what felt like an eternity, an urgent voice finally came through. Is it Ping Ping? Yes, Mom, it's me. Ping Ping, it really is you. How have you been these years? Mom misses you so much. I miss you too, Mom. The two began to chat. After chatting for a long time, the woman in white hung up the phone. Aren't you going to continue talking? Or should I have your mother come to see you? No need. I don't want to disturb her anymore. The woman in white revealed a faint smile. Through their conversation, she received some news. That after her death, her mother had given birth to a younger sister. Now her mother had a sister to accompany her. Alright, I must leave now. Perhaps it was the conclusion of her wish. The figure of the woman in white began to fade gradually. She, along with the piano illuminated by the moonlight, began to slowly dissipate. A strand of hair floated up, drifting away into the distance, ultimately disappearing from sight. Young handsome man, thank you. Before the woman vanished, she expressed her gratitude to Chun Hao. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, successful body collection. You have gained the A-level ability, Hypnotic Melody. Chun Hao felt a bit incredulous. System, when did I collect a body? That strand of hair was the last remnant of her existence in this world. Now that her wish has been fulfilled, the strand of hair turned to dust. So it counts as the host successfully collecting the body. Chun Hao nodded upon hearing this. He began to check the Hypnotic Melody ability. Hypnotic Melody, a level ability, playing a tune can put enemies into a hypnotic state with the duration of hypnosis, depending on the strength of both parties. This is a control type ability, and it's a strong control. Chun Hao became a bit excited upon seeing this. The only regret is that it requires playing a tune. As for music, Chun Hao was familiar with only a few aspects, but completely ignorant of others. It seems that after this he needs to find a way to learn an instrument. Among all the instruments, the only one that was convenient to carry, and also looked cool, was the shao. After resolving matters here, Chun Hao headed downstairs. As Chun Hao walked down again, Zhang Jianmin and the others who were originally drowsy forced themselves to come over. How's it going? Did you manage to take care of it? Yes. Seeing Chun Hao nod, Zhang Jianmin was incredibly excited. That's great, truly great. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. It's nothing, just a small effort. After bidding farewell to Zhang Jianmin, Chun Hao headed home with Tian Wenjing. On the way, Chun Hao's phone rang. Looking at the call, he furrowed his brows because it was the mother of the woman in white calling. After a slight hesitation, Chun Hao answered. Hello. Upon hearing Chun Hao's voice, the woman's mother fell into silence. After a long while, she finally asked, hello, can you give my daughter the phone? I'm sorry, she has already left. Left? Yes, she left, going to a very far place. Before she departed, she told me to take care of yourself. And there's one more thing, she said she was sorry for you. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, the woman in white's mother burst. She cried for a long time before finally stopping. Thank you so much. It's late, so I won't disturb your rest. In this world there are strange existences. Thus people are more accepting of the strange. When the woman in white's mother heard her daughter calling, she initially thought it, however, that familiar voice and tone were things a scam call couldn't mimic. Through the subsequent intimate questions, she confirmed it was indeed her daughter. She had hoped to chat with her daughter a bit longer. Unexpectedly, there was no opportunity left. Chun Hao hung up the phone. The car also arrived at this time. He carried Tian Wenjing upstairs. The next day, in a daze, Chun Hao realized that his right hand was gripping something. It felt exceptionally soft, and he instinctively squeezed it. He heard a moan. Startled, he immediately sat up. Tian Wenjing also woke up at that moment. Frowning, she glanced down at her clothes. Apart from some wrinkles on her top, the lower part of her clothing remained intact. Tian Wenjing's face darkened as she cast a cold glance at Chen Hao. She didn't seem intent on blaming Chen Hao. Instead, she said, "I have things to do. They'll be leaving now." Then she stood up and walked out of the room. Chen Chang was preparing breakfast at that moment. Seeing Tian Wenjing rush out of Chen Hao's room, he was slightly taken aback. Before Chen Chang could say anything, Tian Wenjing had already opened the door and left. Chen Hao then emerged from the room. Chen Chang couldn't help but ask Xiao Hao, "Who was that woman just now?" "Oh, she's a colleague of mine." "A colleague? Why didn't you ask her to stay for breakfast?" "She said she had something to do." "Oh, Xiao Hao. What is it, Grandpa? Treat her well." "Chen Hao." Tian Wenjing reached the ground floor. As she walked, she secretly massaged herself. Bastard, squeezing so hard. Ouch, it hurts. She seemed to recall something. Her expression turned serious as she headed toward a certain place. After finishing his meal, Chen Hao did not go to the funeral parlor. Instead, he returned to the base. After submitting the mission, he received 5,000 points. He still needed 5,000 more to reach 10,000 points. "I need to find another mission." Chen Hao went to the mission board. He suddenly realized an awkward fact: Tian Wenjing wasn't there, so he couldn't accept missions worth thousands of points. Missions below 1,000 points didn't appeal to Chen Hao. With no other choice, he called Tian Wenjing only to find that her phone was unreachable. "What's going on? Is she mad about what happened this morning?" "Hey buddy." Just as Chen Hao was pondering, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Chen Hao turned around and saw a slightly chubby guy. Though the fellow had smooth skin, his eyes were glazed, giving off a rather lecherous vibe. "Are you looking at missions?" "Yeah." Chen Hao nodded. "Want to team up with me?" "With you?" Chen Hao glanced at the other. A rank ability, Chrysanthemum Finger. Strength at the first order of the master stage. With just one glance, Chen Hao saw through the other's power. "Don't judge me by my looks. I'm super brave, you know." "Alright, but I have one condition." "Condition?" "The points from the first mission must go entirely to me. Then the next one's all yours." Upon hearing this, the man frowned. Seeing his hesitation, Chen Hao said, "If you don't agree, forget it." No, I agree. Let's get acquainted. My name is Lu Xiaoji." "Lu Xiaoji? Who is Lu Xiaofeng to you?" "Lu Xiaofeng is my ancestor. Brother, choosing me is the right decision. Let me tell you, I have a unique technique that surpasses my ancestor Lu Xiaofeng's heart-piercing finger. Either I don't use it, or when I do, it's earth-shattering. Any random finger strike is enough to shake heaven and earth and make gods weep. It's a blessing for women everywhere. Known as the divine gynecologist, even Kato Taka would call me master." Listening to Lu Xiaoji's words, Chen Hao wondered whether he should find another partner. "Alright, no time to waste. Let's quickly accept a mission and set off." Chen Hao walked to the mission counter and examined the options. He soon spotted a suitable mission: hunt the water ghost. Chen Hao asked Lu Xiaoji to help him accept the mission. This mission was also worth 5,000 points. Once completed, Chen Hao would be able to exchange for the master stage pill. After accepting the mission, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji set off. At that moment, two people stood on the second floor watching the receding figures of Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji. They started chatting. It was Bai Jie and Shangwan Hofeng. Bai Jie couldn't help but say to Shangwan Hofeng, "Are you just going to leave him alone like this?" With Shangwan Hofeng's strength, obtaining a master stage pill would be as easy as reaching into her pocket. Even a general stage pill would be no problem. Yet after accepting Chen Hao as her disciple, she had simply adopted a laissez-faire style of teaching. Shangwan Hofeng nodded. He must walk his own path. If he can't endure even this little setback, then he doesn't deserve to be my disciple. Bai Jie sighed upon hearing this. Having known Shangwan Hofeng for many years, she naturally understood her. A sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Previously, Shangwan Hofeng had a disciple to whom she was exceptionally devoted. She treated him like a fragile treasure, afraid to hold too tight or to let go. That guy grew up under Shangwan Hofeng's protection. The outcome was predictable. How could a hothouse flower withstand the harsh winds and frost outside? Even though his strength reached the general stage, when facing a powerful enemy, he couldn't challenge above his rank. He was decapitated in a single move. After that incident, Shangwan Hofeng changed a great deal. She also became much quieter. So this time, even though she knew Chen Hao was an SS Saptitude psychical adept, Shangwan Hofeng only guided him through the basics before adopting a laissez-faire approach. A flower pot cannot grow a towering pine, and a courtyard cannot train a 1,000-mile horse. No matter how gifted Chen Hao was, he still needed to face trials. As for Shangwan Hofeng, she had achieved her current strength step by step, climbing slowly. Chen Hao followed Lu Xiaoji to the mission location. The whole way, Lu Xiaoji chattered incessantly, making Chen Hao somewhat regretful. He should never have teamed up with this guy. As soon as they reached the village entrance, an old man with a white beard came over, a look of urgency on his face. "Are you the one sent from above to save us?" The white-bearded old man tentatively asked upon seeing Chen Hao and Lu Xiaoji. Chun Hao nodded. He said to the old man, I hear there's a water ghost causing trouble here. Could you tell us about it? The old man replied, there's a pond at the east end of our village. The water there is so deep that you can't. Usually the villagers go there to fetch water or wash clothes by the pond. Until a few days ago, two girls from our village, Xiao Mei and He Hua, went there together to do laundry. While they were washing, a monster crawled out of the pond and dragged He Hua into the water. Xiao Mei was terrified and ran back to tell everyone what had happened. When everybody heard the news, they armed themselves and went to deal with the monster and rescue He Hua. But the creature was immensely strong. None of them could match it. They were beaten back and fled in panic. All right, we understand. Could you please escort us to that pond? The white-bearded elder paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He bit his lip and said, very well, follow me. Under the old man's guidance, Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji reached the pond. When they arrived, the white-bearded elder kept his distance, clearly terrified of the water. Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji approached the pond. This water is rather deep. You can't even see the bottom. Lu Xiaoji peered into the pond and found only impenetrable darkness beneath the surface. Chun Hao, what do we do now? What else? Lure the creature out of its lair. Lure it out. How exactly do you propose we do that? Chun Hao smiled faintly. He produced his phone, opened the link Li Gang had sent, and began playing the video of the alluring woman. The entrancing voice from the video made Lu Xiaoji flush. He found himself tensing instinctively as the video's siren song drifted over the water. The once placid pond began to bubble and churn. Seeing this, Chun Hao shouted to Lu Xiaoji, it's coming up. Retreat. Chun Hao turned and ran, only to find that Lu Xiaoji had already scurried ahead of him. The sight made him mutter in disbelief. A figure exploded from the water with a splash. Tangled in green waterweed, it revealed a pair of obsidian eyes peering through the foliage. When it saw no beautiful woman waiting, the water ghost flew into a rage. It recognized the trickery of Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji. With a hiss, a tendril of green weed lashed toward them. Chun Hao made a palm with his right hand and sliced with precision. Blazing gale slash. The searing windborne blade cleaved through the waterweed. The water ghost grew even more furious. It opened its maw and spat a thick jet of water. Chun Hao flicked his wrist. A wall of flame rose up to intercept the torrent. After two swift exchanges, Chun Hao couldn't help but shout at Lu Xiaoji, are you here just to watch the show? Lu replied smugly, I'm merely leaving room for you to show off. Chun Hao responded with a weary look. Catch it, fiend. See how old Lu deals with you. Take my finger. Lu Xiaoji jabbed his right index toward the water ghost. The creature emitted an eerie moan as Lu unleashed the Juhua finger technique. Oh, that felt rather pleasant. Then I'll make you feel it again. Lu struck with another jab. Another strangled moan escaped the water ghost. The old man watched, astonished and a little baffled. He had not expected these ability wielders to employ such outrageous methods, nor to reduce the water ghost to breathless gasps. I can't take it. It'll make you go wild. Lu joked, then unleashed the full force of his Juhua finger tech. A ripping sound was followed by a scream. The creature's moans turned into anguished cries. Chun Hao stood there, eyebrows knitted in disbelief. That tearing sound, if his senses served him, was the sound of flesh being torn. This ability. Chun Hao found himself at a loss for words. The water ghost collapsed at the pond's edge, contorted in pain, blood pouring from its wounds. Before long, the entire pond was stained crimson. Chun, how do you think I'm awesome? Lu asked proudly. No, Chun muttered, taken aback. Lu paused in surprise. Just as he opened his mouth, a swift tendril shot out and wrapped around his right foot. The water ghost pulled with sudden force, and Lu was yanked to the ground. Ouch! Ouch! He cried. Chun, how help? Chun grabbed his hand and hauled him up. A fierce tug-of-war ensued. Don't pull so hard. It's going to snap. Lu wailed from the middle, his voice full of pain. Chun Hao was taken aback by the creature's strength. Even with his grade strength augmentation, he felt the relentless pull threatening to drag him in. To hell with you, Lu snarled through the pain and unleashed another Juhua finger. The water ghost yelped and reflexively reached to its injured flesh. Chun seized the moment and cut through the weed with a blazing gale slash. He dragged Lu and they fled towards safety. The water ghost glared after them with venomous eyes before diving back beneath the surface and vanishing. What shall we do now? Lu asked, watching the creature sink away. We have to find a way to force it back onto land. Force it out. Lu frowned. The creature was badly wounded. Forcing it from the water would be a near impossible task. Chun Hao had read about water ghosts before. In the water they were impossibly strong. Once on land, they became little more than limp, feeble things. Thus the trick was to lure the creature ashore. The old man observed them and realized that Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji would not find a solution anytime soon. He addressed them politely. Gentlemen, it's getting late. Why not come to my home to rest and share a simple meal? Then we can discuss how to handle this with the others. Very well. Chun Hao agreed, and he and Lu followed the old man back to his house. The old man's daughter-in-law prepared a generous spread for Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji. Delicious, truly delicious, one of them murmured. Lu Xiaoji slowed down. Nobody's going to snatch your food. Chun remarked, surprised by Lu's ravenous manner. He ate as if he had not seen a meal in days. His cheeks ballooned as he gulped down mouthful after mouthful. Before long, much of the feast had vanished and he belched contentedly and wore a look of complete satisfaction. So comfortable, he sighed, patting his Wouldn't a bath be perfect right now? The old man said with a smile. We have a bath upstairs. If you don't mind, you may go freshen up. Not at all, not at all. Lu exclaimed and headed upstairs. The daughter-in-law emerged from the kitchen as he, Chicken soup is ready, she called. Father, where did that other guest go? He went upstairs to wash. What? The daughter-in-law cried in alarm. Oh no. She rushed. A shriek rang out. Chun Hao dropped his chopsticks and bolted for the second floor. He found Lu emerging from the bathroom, his right hand trembling uncontrollably. There's electricity, Lu stammered. I'm so sorry. Our water heater is broken and it leaks electricity. We were planning to have an electrician fix it today, the daughter-in-law apologized. Though she spoke without ill intent, the words carried unintended implications to those who heard them. Chun Hao's mind raced. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Got it. By the way, do you have any xiao or similar wind instruments here? No xiao, but would a flute do? This is our child's. That'll work. He'll go get it. The old man's daughter-in-law quickly ran into the room and brought out a white flute, handing it to Chun Hao. Chun Hao, what do you need the flute for? I have my ways. Chun Hao said mysteriously. The next day after dawn, Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji dragged an electrical wire to the pond. Lu Xiaoji was immensely excited. Chun Hao, you're awesome. To think you could come up with such a plan. I got zapped yesterday. Today it's the water ghost's turn to have some fun. As they spoke, the two arrived at the pond. Go. Lu Xiaoji tossed the wire into the water. Zzzzz. The entire pond instantly became electrified. Countless fish surfaced from the bottom, floating belly up, stunned by the current. Soon the water ghost emerged. Enduring the pain, it crawled from the pond to the shore. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji pointed a finger at the water ghost. The water ghost let out another shriek. Its half-healed wounds split open again. The old man watched from the sidelines, feeling a sudden tightening in his own rear. Pain. Such excruciating pain. The sensation of something thick being forced inside. Seeing the water ghost about to re-enter the pond, Chun Hao pulled out the flute and began to play. He activated his rank ability lullaby. He had never learned the flute before, but that didn't impede him from playing the lullaby. With the lullaby ability, as long as Chun Hao blew the tune, he could hypnotize everyone nearby. Chun Hao, what the hell are you playing? It sounds so awful it makes me want to pee. Before Lu Xiaoji could finish the word, pee, his head spun, and he fell straight into slumber. Chun Hao glanced at Lu Xiaoji, then turned his gaze to the water ghost. By now the water ghost had also fallen asleep. Its brow twitched slightly. Clearly Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger had inflicted tremendous pain. Even in its unconscious state, its brow kept twitching relentlessly. Chun Hao took out a rope he had prepared and made a noose. He hurled it fiercely at the water ghost. The noose looped around the water ghost's neck, and he yanked hard. He dragged the water ghost onto the shore. To prevent it from escaping back into the pond, Chun Hao continued dragging it further away from the water. The water ghost was hauled onto land. As it was dragged along, the pain from the friction against the ground woke it up. It struggled fiercely, trying to escape Chun Hao's rope. But on land, it was like a weakling devoid of all strength. Breaking free was nearly impossible. Chun Hao unleashed his ultimate move. Chirp. A fiery red phoenix materialized out of thin air. It opened its massive beak. Whoosh. A scorching flame shot out, engulfing the water ghost. The water ghost wailed in agony as it burned. The flames receded. Looking at the water ghost, now charred black and screaming incessantly, Chun Hao formed a blade with his right hand and slashed. Flame wind slash. Swoosh. A sharp fire blade sliced through the air. Crack. It severed the water ghost's head clean off. Thump thump thump. The head rolled across the ground like a ball. Hiss. A torrent of blood gushed from the severed neck. Huh. What the hell? Is it raining? Lu Xiaoji woke from his slumber. He instinctively wiped his face. Holy crap, it's blood. Tui tui tui. As luck would have it, some got into his mouth. No way, I need to wash up. Swoosh. A rope flew over and looped around Lu Xiaoji. Chun Hao, Lu Xiaoji, do you have a death wish? The pond is still electrified. Oh. Lu Xiaoji finally realized. Chun Hao formed a fireball in each hand and hurled them at the water ghost's body and head. Boom. The fireballs landed on the corpse, igniting it. Soon the water ghost was reduced to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse. Obtain rank ability, water ghost power. Chun Hao, huh? System, what's going on? Why does killing the water ghost also work? Water ghosts are formed from the resentment of drowned people. They gather in corpses and harm anyone who approaches the pond. Hearing this, Chun-Hao suddenly understood. He looked at the newly acquired ability. Water Ghost Power Strength ability can only be used in water. Grants immunity to water element attacks and greatly enhances strength, while submerged approximately a 5-fold increase. In the water it can increase strength 5-fold. The only pity is that this thing has a drawback. It can only be used in water. If I later get an ability to breathe underwater, won't I become the Pirate King directly? Damn, this water is so dirty, how am I supposed to wash? Just as Chun-Hao was pondering, Lu Xiaoji's curses came from nearby. Lu Xiaoji had pulled the wire out of the pond and was about to wash his face. But the pond was filled with the water ghost's blood. Seeing this, Chun-Hao said, "If you can't wash, then don't." "How can that be? If I don't wash, won't my handsome face be ruined? How about washing at my place?" The old man had running water at home, but he rarely used it, usually relying on the pond water. Because running water cost money. Now that the pond was contaminated, it would take a while to purify. So these days the villagers had to use running water. Chun-Hao and the others followed the old man to his home. After washing his face, Lu Xiaoji slicked his hair back. Washing my face feels so much better. My handsome face is back," Lu Xiaoji said smugly. "Alright, stop showing off. The job is done, let's head back." "Okay." Chun-Hao and Lu Xiaoji as they reached the door, they found the villagers gathered outside. "What is this? We heard you helped us get rid of the water ghost, so we came specially to thank you. These are eggs from our old hen. If you don't mind, please take them home." "Don't mind at all, don't mind at all. I love free-range eggs the most." Before Chun-Hao could say anything, Lu Xiaoji took the eggs directly. "I have loofahs. I have sweet potatoes. I have." A moment later, Chun-Hao and Lu Xiaoji sat on a tricycle, the cart loaded with a full load of... Someone might think Chun-Hao and Lu Xiaoji had come here to stock up on supplies. Chun-Hao returned to the Ability Bureau. He submitted the mission and successfully earned 5,000 points. He headed to the exchange center. "Hello, I would like to exchange for a Master Realm pill." The staff member at the exchange center was a young lady. Upon seeing Chun-Hao, her attitude improved significantly. Smiling, she said, "We just happen to have one Master Realm pill left." "Young man, you are quite lucky." Hearing this, Chun-Hao smiled slightly. Beside him, Lu Xiaoji spoke up, "Of course. Just look at who our Hao Gu is, known as the Little Pan, and who can overshadow the Sea of Peonies with a single pear blossom. How could luck possibly be bad?" Upon hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, the young lady smiled slightly and handed a porcelain bottle to Chun-Hao. "Is this the Master Realm pill?" Chun-Hao took the porcelain bottle and looked at Lu Xiaoji, unable to help, but asked, "Xiaoji, do you know how to use this thing?" Lu Xiaoji, who had used the Master Realm pill before, naturally understood. "It's simple, just go to our bureau's closed-door cultivation room. After swallowing the Master Realm pill, circulate the cultivation method you practice. Just cultivate with all your might." "Is that so?" "Yes, that's how I did it back then." "Alright." Chun-Hao immediately prepared to head to the closed-door cultivation room. However, Lu Xiaoji had no intention of going with him. "You go ahead. I'm hungry, I need to grab a bite first. By the time I finish eating, you should have cultivated enough." "Okay." Chun-Hao headed to the closed-door cultivation room, while Lu Xiaoji went to the cafeteria. Just as the two left, others arrived. Two individuals, one male and one female, both with blue hair. The girl excitedly said to the boy, "Brother, I can finally exchange for the Master Realm pill. Then I can become a Master Realm powerhouse like you." "Yes." The boy nodded in response. They arrived at the exchange counter. "Hello, I would like to exchange for a Master Realm pill." Master Realm pill." "Yes, what's wrong?" "I'm sorry, we don't have any left." "What? None left? Didn't you say there was one earlier?" "There was one, but it was just exchanged by a very handsome young man." "Handsome young man? Could you please tell me when the next batch of Master Realm pills will arrive?" The staff member looked apologetic and said, "I'm sorry. The next batch of Master Realm pills will arrive next month." "What? Next month?" The girl, who had been full of smiles, instantly darkened. "Brother, what should we do? I can't advance now, I have to wait until next month." The boy frowned upon hearing this. "Don't make a fuss." He seemed to have thought of something and asked the staff member, "Do you know where the person who exchanged for the Master Realm pill?" "Him? I heard he went to the closed-door cultivation room." "Good." He immediately took his sister and headed straight for the closed-door cultivation room. However, just as they reached the door, they saw someone entering the closed-door cultivation room. The door slowly closed behind him. "Damn, we were a step too late." The boy gritted his teeth in anger. "Brother, what should we do?" "Boo-hoo." The girl suddenly burst into tears. "What can we do? What else can we do but wait? Come on, let's go back." "I won't." The girl didn't intend to leave upon hearing her brother's words. "I want to stay and see who exchanged my Master Realm pill." Alright. The boy indulged his sister. Since his sister wanted to wait, he naturally followed. Chun-Hao entered the closed-door cultivation room. He opened the porcelain bottle, and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly wafted out. Chun-Hao poured out the pill. There was only one, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Then he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Naturally, he was cultivating the Fire Phoenix technique. There was no corpse energy here, so the effects of cultivating corpse cultivation were naturally inferior to Fire Phoenix technique. Chunhao's Fire Phoenix technique had been improved by him. Now the speed of absorbing the alien energy had greatly accelerated. What is happening? As the Master Realm pill entered his stomach, Chunhao felt a surge of immense energy erupting from the pill. He was startled and quickly began to circulate his energy. If the alien energy in Chunhao's meridians was like a trickling stream before it, then taking the Master Realm pill was like encountering a mountain flood. The alien energy rampaged within him, continuously washing through his meridians. It hurt. It hurt so much. Chunhao furrowed his brows tightly. However, he dared not slack off at all. He could only grit his teeth and desperately circulate the Fire Phoenix technique. Once, twice, thrice. Chunhao did not know how many times he had cycled through. Just when he thought he could no longer hold on. Puff! A barrier broke through. Chunhao was astonished to find that his dantian had expanded. Inside there were gleaming little water droplets. He knew that these were little water droplets formed from alien energy. When he felt his meridians again, he discovered that they had widened more than double. Though battered and bruised, it was all worth it. Chunhao began to continue his cultivation. This time he circulated the Fire Phoenix technique particularly slowly. The main purpose was to use the alien energy to repair his injured meridians. His body was visibly outside the door. Xia Lighting had been waiting for a long time. She was drowsy and yawning. Brother, does that bastard know we are waiting for him? So he is deliberately hiding in the closed-door cultivation room. That shouldn't be the case. Xia Wuqing spoke up. What should we do now? Should we leave? Xia Wuqing wanted to depart. Just moments ago he was furious, influenced by Xia Lighting's emotions. But now his anger had dissipated significantly. He realized that Chunhao hadn't done anything wrong. Instead, it was they who were in the wrong. If it weren't for his sister insisting on staying, he would have left long ago. Leave? What do you mean leave? We have waited so long. If we leave now, wouldn't it be a waste of effort? Alright, then let's wait a bit longer. Just as the two were discussing, a chubby boy walked in holding a roasted chicken. The chicken is so delicious. The chicken is so delicious. It smells so good. I want to take a bite. No. Lu Xiaoji shook his head. Xiaoji, you already ate. This is for Hao Go. Lu Xiaoji had just gone to eat roasted chicken. He had taken care of one by himself and brought back one for Chunhao. Moi. Lu Xiaoji spotted Xia Lighting and Xia Wuqing. How come you two are here? Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's little Lu. What's going on? Are you eating your own kind? Xia Lighting took the opportunity to tease. How wonderful it is to eat chicken. Lu Xiaoji instinctively sniffed the roasted chicken in his hand. Then he changed the subject. You old hag, if you don't understand, then stop comparing randomly. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Xia Lighting was immediately furious. Brother, look at him, help me teach him a lesson. Upon hearing his sister's words, Xia Wuqing's expression turned gloomy. You can bully anyone, but you can't bully his sister. What's wrong, you pampered sister devil? Do you want to take action? Previously, Lu Xiaoji was afraid of Xia Wuqing. But now he too was an ability user at the master level. Lu Xiaoji, don't think that just because you've broken through to the master level, you can be complacent. Today I'll show you that there are distinctions even at the master level. As he spoke, Xia Wuqing gathered water flow with both hands. Xia Wuqing was a first-tier master and a great ability user, water manipulation. Just as Xia Wuqing was about to clash with Lu Xiaoji, boom, crackle, the door to the closed chamber slowly opened. Chunhao walked out from inside. He stretched lazily. Refreshing. Chunhao felt a surge of power coursing through his body. This time he had absorbed too much energy during his breakthrough, causing his body to feel somewhat bloated. Chunhao now wanted to do one thing: to have a good fight. Brother, look, that bastard has come out. Upon hearing this, Xia Wuqing immediately changed his target. Whoosh. He gathered a column of water with his right hand and launched it at Chunhao. What's going on? Although he didn't know what was happening, Chunhao would still fight back. He gathered flames in his right hand and threw them at the water column. Boom. The two sides began to clash. The flame column battled the water column. Xia Wuqing was somewhat shocked. He had thought that after Chunhao had just broken through to the first tier of the master level, he could easily handle him. He didn't expect the opponent to actually be able to match him evenly. They entered a battle of attrition. Xia Lighting, seeing this, couldn't help but speak up. Brother, let me help you. Xia Lighting opened her umbrella, preparing to activate her ability Rain Maiden. However, Lu Xiaoji blocked her path. Lu Xiaojin, what do you want to do? This matter has nothing to do with the Rain Maiden. Xia Lighting, how can you say that this matter has nothing to do with me when you want to deal with my Hao Gu? Your Hao Gu. If you are indeed birds of a feather. Just as Xia Lighting was about to take action, hold on, don't act yet. What are you scared? It's not that I'm scared, but have you forgotten something? Lu Xiaoji said while shaking his finger in front of Xia Lighting. Xia Lighting seemed to recall some terrifying memory and instinctively clenched her legs together. You filthy rogue. Oh, that's more like it. Be obedient and good babies get candy. Bad babies. Lu Xiaoji said while extending his right index finger. Upon hearing this, Xia Lighting's face instantly darkened. She wanted to curse, but didn't dare to, fearing that Lu Xiaoji would strike again. That time she had been in pain for 3 days in bed. Just thinking about it now still caused her discomfort. The battle between Chen Hao and Xia Wuqing was coming to an end. Chen Hao's flames shattered Xia Wuqing's water flow. Boom! Xia Wuqing was knocked back and fell heavily to the ground. Xia Wuqing looked at Chen Hao in shock. He had thought he was a genius, but he didn't expect that there were even stronger people. What exactly is going on with this guy? Why does he have more energy than me now that he has just broken through? Xia Wuqing was perplexed. Brother, are you okay? Xia Lighting ran over and helped Xia Wuqing up. I'm fine. Xia Wuqing shot a cold glance at Chen Hao. They'll remember what happened today. You remember I will definitely get back at you for today. With that, Xia Wuqing left. Chen Hao was left feeling bewildered. He was just practicing diligently, yet others came looking for trouble for no reason. Lu Xiaoji walked over. He comforted Chen Hao saying, "How good, don't be angry. These two siblings are just like this. Their behavior is eccentric, it's not just you, others have been provoked by them too. But how good, you are truly impressive. You are the first person to defeat him." Lu Xiaoji said, looking at Chen Hao with admiration. "By the way, how good, this is the roasted chicken I packed for you. Eat it while it's hot." Okay. Chen Hao took the roasted chicken that Lu Xiaoji handed over. He was indeed hungry, so he didn't hold back and began to eat. In no time, a roasted chicken disappeared into Chen Hao's stomach. In the following days, Chen Hao focused solely on cultivation. He had thoroughly stabilized his realm. After solidifying his realm, Chen Hao recalled something. That was to put learning to play the flute on his agenda. He took out his phone to check. He found a well-known instrument store. Following the address on the phone, he headed to the instrument store. Commoner instrument store. Chen Hao glanced. I just wonder if the prices are commoner too. Chen Hao pushed the door and walked in. The commoner instrument store was located in a corner. But precisely because of this, the space inside was particularly large. "Welcome, how may I assist you?" A woman in an apron looking somewhat middle-aged smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. "Hello, I'm here to learn to play the flute." Playing the flute. The woman was taken aback, then spoke. "Just right, we've recently hired a flute teacher." "Hey Xiaolin, come over here." The shop owner saw someone passing nearby. "Shop owner, what's up?" A girl in a white dress walked over. Chen Hao looked at her and found her quite attractive with fair skin and hair flowing like a waterfall. She exuded a serene and peaceful aura. "This guest wants to learn to play the flute. Take him to try a lesson." "Okay." The girl smiled slightly, revealing a charming dimple. "Please follow me." The girl led Chen Hao to the music room. She smiled and said to Chen Hao, "Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Ling." "Chen Hao, I heard you want to learn to play the flute. Can you tell me why?" "Just for personal interest, nothing more." Lin Ling didn't press further and began to explain to Chen Hao. Chen Hao's comprehension was very high. As soon as Lin Ling began to teach, he grasped it all. Lin Ling instinctively frowned and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Have you learned before?" "No." Chen Hao shook his head. "Then you must be exceptionally gifted." As she spoke, Lin Ling cast an envious glance at Chen Hao. The trial lesson passed quickly, and before long half an hour had gone by. The proprietress walked in with a beaming smile. "So how do you find our course? Are you satisfied with our classes?" Chen Hao nodded. "Then would you like to enroll?" "Sure. Alright, our classes are 300 yuan each. If you buy the package, you can get this one for 8,888 yuan, which allows for 30 lessons in total." Hearing this, Chen Hao smiled and said, "Can I choose to take them one lesson at a time?" The proprietress was taken aback. This was the first time she encountered someone wanting to take classes one by one. "Sure, no problem." "Great, thank you, proprietress." For the next few days, whenever Lin Ling was free, Chen Hao would come to find her for lessons. Chen Hao's flute-playing skills progressed by leaps and bounds. Watching Chen Hao play the flute melodiously, Lin Ling's face was filled with joy. Unlike Shijian, she found a sense of accomplishment in teaching Chen Hao. Lin Ling was relatively introverted and had few friends. Through Chen Hao, she felt a hint of friendship. "Congratulations, you've learned to play the flute. You should practice more at home. Your future achievements will definitely surpass mine." Chen Hao smiled and said, "I owe it all to you, teacher Lin. In the future, we can also have some friendly competition with our flute skills." Lin Ling nodded. "By the way, it's getting late. How about I treat you to a meal? It's also to thank you for your help these days." "Alright." After spending time together, Lin Ling found Chen Hao to be quite nice, so she did not refuse. "There's a restaurant not far from here. Their tofu pot is quite good. Let's go there to eat," Lin Ling suggested to Chen Hao. "Sure." Initially, Chen Hao was troubled about where to take Lin Ling. Unexpectedly, she took the initiative to suggest it. The two left the common instrument shop and headed to the restaurant. After ordering the dishes, Chen Hao and Lin Ling waited there. "Bro, the tofu pot here is amazing. I tell you, once you try it, you'll want to come back for more." A voice came from outside. Moments later, two people walked in. Chen Hao looked at them momentarily stunned. "What's going on? Why do I run into these two troublemakers here? What a narrow road for enemies." Seeing Xia Wuqing and Xia Lighting, Chen Hao couldn't help but complain internally. Xia Lighting also spotted Chen Hao. Bro, it's that bastard. As she spoke, Xia Lighting walked right up to Chen. Bastard, this time Lu Xiaojie isn't around. Let's see who can help you now. Oomph. Lin Ling coughed lightly. Upon seeing Lin Ling, Xia Lighting's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Lin Ling, why are you with this bastard? Lighting, can you tone it down a bit in public? Seeing Lin Ling's displeasure, Xia Lighting immediately restrained her. Alright, since we're here, let's sit down and eat together, Lin Ling said to Xia Wuqing and Xia Lighting. Hearing this, the siblings obediently pulled over chairs and sat down. Teacher Lin, who are they? They are my students. Students? I forgot to tell you my actual job isn't just as an instrument teacher. I work for the Supernatural Bureau. Supernatural Bureau. Chen Hao instinctively glanced at Lin Ling, sensing something unfamiliar about her. I rarely return to the Bureau. Chen Hao instinctively activated his SSS ability Eye of Truth to take a look at Lin Ling. A tier in Realm. Class ability, Sound Wave Attack. High-level ability, users can hide their aura, making it impossible for lower-level users to detect them. Teacher Lin, this bastard, is also from our Supernatural Bureau. He just joined not long ago, Xia Lighting in her. Oh. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with intrigue. It seems I've been away from the Bureau for too long. There are new members I don't recognize. Chen Hao, what ability do you have? Nothing much, just a class ability, Mimicry. Mimicry ability. Lin Ling quickly recalled, but couldn't remember immediately. There are too many abilities in the world. It's nearly impossible to remember them all. Teacher Lin, this guy's ability allows him to mimic others' abilities. It has 1/10 of the effect of the original ability. However, there are conditions to activate it. He must observe someone using the ability and understand it to learn. To deal with Chen Hao, Xia Lighting had thoroughly investigated him, being able to mimic others' abilities. That's quite interesting. Hello, the tofu pot is here. As she spoke, the waitress brought out the tofu pot. Perfect timing. Please also add spicy chicken wings, spicy crayfish, fried lotus root, and decent cien. Xia Lighting said to the waitress. Sure thing, please wait a moment. The waitress left. Chen Hao and the others began to eat. During the meal, Xia Lighting kept glaring at Chen Hao. Chen Hao paid her no mind and continued eating. Sometimes karma catches up with those who misbehave. Wow, I'm so full today. Xia Lighting lacked any feminine image. She spoke with a toothpick in her mouth, very unconcerned. The four of them walked out of the restaurant and headed towards the main road. Help! Someone is being robbed. Xia Lighting couldn't tolerate this. She immediately ran towards the direction of the voice. Sister. Xia Wuqing hadn't reacted, yet when Xia Lighting had already disappeared from sight, Xia Lighting reached the side of the woman. Robbery. Where's the robbery? Where are the assailants? She instinctively looked at the woman. The woman's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and a plume of red smoke erupted. Unprepared, Xia Lighting inhaled the red smoke and immediately fainted. The woman quickly embraced Xia Lighting and slipped into a nearby room. Sister. Sister. Xia Wuqing ran over. He glanced around and found the area empty. Oh no. He realized something was wrong. At that moment, Chen Hao and Lin Ling also arrived. Where is Lighting? Teacher Lin Lighting is missing. What? Lin Ling was somewhat shocked. Even though Xia Lighting wasn't particularly strong, she was still at the 9th tier of the soldier realm. For someone to take her away without a sound, it had to be a skilled individual. Let's search around, Chen Hao suggested. Alright. The three of them scattered in different directions. Chen Hao and his companions searched the surroundings, but found no trace of Xia Lighting. It seems the other party was well prepared, Lin Ling remarked. She immediately took out her phone and dialed the number of the Ability Bureau to request support. Shortly after, three figures appeared. Tian Wenjing, Lu Xiaoji, and a guy who looked somewhat like a dog. The three of them were the closest ability users. Seeing the guy who resembled a dog, Lin Ling felt a surge of joy. Feng Mo, I need your help. Sure, Feng Mo replied to Xia Wuqing, asking, do you have anything belonging to your sister? Is this hairpin okay? Yes, Feng Mo said as he smelled the hairpin handed to him by Xia Wuqing, then started searching. Chen Hao glanced at Feng Mo, narrowing his eyes. This guy is at the 6th level of the master stage, possessing great ability, scent tracking. I have to say Feng Mo arrived just in time. Under Feng Mo's lead, Chen Hao and the others began to... After Xia Lighting was knocked unconscious by a woman, she took Xia Lighting through a secret passage to a certain location and then drove to a secret base. Looking at the sleeping Xia Lighting, the woman was exceedingly excited. Tonight, we've caught a big fish. A 9th level warrior, still a novice, surely she can be sold for a high price. The car sped faster and faster, soon arriving at a cave. Come take her down and train her well, the woman instructed a figure resembling a madam. Alright. Hey, remember, be careful, she's a novice and an ability user of the warrior level. She's quite valuable. Got it. There are always some people with unique tastes who like someone like Xia Lighting. Xia Lighting was taken down. The madam brought her into a dimly lit room. After feeding her a pill, the madam had Xia Lighting bound to a cross. She then scooped a basin of water and splashed it on Xia Lighting's face. Xia Lighting suddenly woke up. Who are you? Where is this? Why am I tied up? Hurry and let me go. Do you know who I am? Xia Lighting yelled at the madam. The madam seemed unfazed by such reactions. With a cold smile she replied, I don't care who you are. Under my training, even a fairy must obediently become a shadow child. Saying this, the madam had someone turn the cross upside down. There was an ant nest at the bottom of the cross. As it was turned upside down, red ants crawled out. No. Xia Lighting began to cry. Unfortunately, no one could hear her cries. Chun Hao and the others under Feng Mo's guidance arrived at that secret base. It's just ahead. Alright everyone, be careful. If we can't win, retreat immediately. Lin Ling spoke to the group. Yes, everyone responded. Sister, wait for me, I'll come to save you. Xia Wuqing charged in first. Chun Hao and the others closely followed. Most people in this base were ordinary. Faced with Chun Hao's attack, they were no match. Under Feng Mo's lead, Chun Hao and the others found Xia Lighting. At that moment, Xia Lighting was bound to a cross with ants crawling all over her legs. Her spirit had already collapsed, saliva, tears, and sweat mixed together, creating a complete mess. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but say, no way, it's so miserable. Looking for death. Xia Wuqing kicked the madam, killing her. He then stepped forward and freed his sister. Xia Lighting trembled uncontrollably like a madwoman. Xia Wuqing was afraid she would run away, so he held her tightly. Seeing this, Chun Hao took out his flute and began to play. As the ability Hypnotic Melody was used, Xia Lighting fell asleep. Over the past few days through Chun Hao's training, he was now able to hypnotize someone alone. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Chun Hao to possess such a skill. Damn it, do you guys want to cut off my source of income? A guy holding a large machete approached from another direction, accompanied by a woman. The woman was flirtatiously winking at Chun Hao and the others. She was the one who brought Xia Lighting here. You're from the Scorpion Brigade. Lin Ling recognized the lead man, who had a black scorpion mark on his neck. That's right, I'm from the Scorpion Brigade, he said, completing his transformation into a half-human, half-scorpion monster. The woman also transformed into a half-human, half-snake monster. A great ability, Scorpion Spirit Possession. A great ability, Snake Spirit Possession. The Scorpion Man was stronger, being at the 7th level of the Master stage, while the Snake Spirit Woman was slightly weaker at the 9th level of the Warrior stage. Lin Ling took out her flute, and with a serious face said to Chun Hao and the others, you take care of the Snake Spirit Woman. He'll handle the Scorpion Man. As she spoke, she began to play. Whoosh. An invisible sound wave blade. The Scorpion Man instinctively raised the large machete to block. Bang bang bang. The sound wave blade struck his machete, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Damn it, this bitch is so fierce. The Scorpion Man did not expect Lin Ling to be so formidable. Realizing he was no match, he turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Lin Ling chased after him. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and the others focused on the Snake Spirit Woman, who was much stronger than them. They were dodging constantly. Catch Demonis, eat my finger. Lu Xiaoji found an opportunity and thrust his right finger forward. Up. The Snake Spirit Woman let out a painful wail. The tearing sensation made her feel as if her soul was shuddering. Seeing this, Chun Hao quickly took out his flute and began to play. The ability Hypnotic Melody was activated. Hearing this, the Snake Spirit Woman fainted. Lu Xiaoji, seeing this, couldn't help but give Chun Hao a thumbs up. Brother, how your flute playing skills are getting better. Before it made me want to pee. Now it's amazing. When can you play for me privately? Let me also experience the charm of playing the flute. Hearing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. He then said, my hypnosis can only control for a while. Everyone, let's work together and take that guy down. Hearing this, everyone immediately unleashed their internal ability energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Wind Blade. Fiery Gale Slash. Finger of the Chrysanthemum. Energy Bullet. Water Dragon Roar. 5 attacks struck the Snake Spirit Woman simultaneously. The Snake Spirit Woman, in pain, woke up from the hypnosis. She wanted to fight back. A melody from a bamboo flute echoed once more. She fell into unconsciousness again. Damn. Brother, how you're amazing. Your skill in playing the flute is simply unrivaled in the world. Seeing Chun Hao use the flute again to control the Snake Spirit Woman, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but shout. The others, including Tian Wenjing, looked on in astonishment. They did not expect that Chun Hao's control skill could be used infinitely like this. The crowd surged forward with their attacks once more. This time Chun Hao changed his method of attack. He threw the Nepalese dagger in his hand at the Snake Spirit Woman. The dagger glimmered with a purple light clearly coated in poison. Thud! The Nepalese dagger pierced into the body of the Snake Spirit Woman. While it did not kill her, death was all that awaited her. The Snake Spirit Woman woke up, no longer having the will to resist. She turned and fled. Seeing this, Feng Mo hurriedly chased after her. Chun Hao and the others followed closely behind. They finally found the collapsed Snake Spirit Woman in a corridor. Everyone hesitated to approach and check. They feared that the Snake Spirit Woman was merely pretending to be dead. Chun Hao used his true sight to take a glance confirming her death. He let out a sigh of relief. Then he threw a fireball to ignite the snake spirit woman's corpse. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the corpse has been successfully collected. You have obtained an A-class ability, snake spirit possession. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chun Hao's lips curled into a slight smile. The Scorpion Brigade is truly impressive. Every member of the Scorpion Brigade possesses special abilities, and most of them are high-level. Upon receiving snake spirit possession, Chun Hao did not hesitate to disassemble it. He had no desire to take on a form that was neither human nor ghost. Ding dong, congratulations, host, disassembly successful. You have obtained 100 original ability orbs. Chun Hao pondered for a moment and fused the 100 original ability orbs with power enhancement. Ding dong, congratulations, host, your power enhancement ability has successfully leveled up. Now it is an A-class ability. Chun Hao looked at power enhancement. Power enhancement, A-class ability that can quadruple strength. Quadruple, that's an increase of 4 times the strength. He attempted to use the power enhancement ability. Feeling the power in his arms, Chun Hao felt that he could easily punch and kill an elephant. Bang! Sounds of battle echoed from afar. Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing immediately headed in that direction. Damn it! The Scorpion Man was now covered in injuries. He glared angrily at Lin Ling not far away. You filthy woman. Lin Ling's strength was slightly higher than the Scorpion Man's. It was this slight advantage that allowed Lin Ling to overpower him. Even if I die, you won't have it easy. The Scorpion Man, despite his severe injuries, charged toward Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling put the flute to her lips and began to play. Whoosh! A sonic blade shot through the air, directly hitting the Scorpion Man's neck and cleanly severing it. Hiss! A torrent of blue blood gushed forth. Lin Ling was caught off guard and got splattered with some. She looked at her arm. Oh no, it's poisonous. Lin Ling finally realized what the Scorpion Man's words meant. Even if I die, you won't. But now it was all too late. The Scorpion Man's poison was extremely potent, and Lin Ling's right arm was turning purple at a visible rate. Lin Ling considered severing her own arm. But upon thinking about living the rest of her life with only one arm, she abandoned the idea. She would rather die than live in shame. Teacher Lin. Tian Wenjing, who had been in the Ability Bureau for a while, naturally recognized Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling poison, Tian Wenjing looked anxious. I am fine. Is everyone else okay? Lin Ling is poisoned. She forced herself to speak to Tian Wenjing. Everyone is fine. The others looked at the poisoned Lin Ling, their brows instinctively furrowing. They were helpless against the poison. Chun Hao observed the situation, quickly thinking. He instinctively glanced at the Scorpion Man. Chun Hao with sharp eyes spotted something. Just as he was about to grab it, Chun Hao, what are you doing? Lin Ling looked tense. She had just been poisoned from touching the Scorpion Man's blood. Now the Scorpion Man was covered in poisonous blood, and Chun Hao was actually going to touch it. How could she not be agitated? Upon hearing this, Chun Hao smiled slightly. Teacher Lin, I'm thinking of a way to save you. Save me. While speaking, Chun Hao pulled out a vial from the Scorpion Man's arms. The others were taken aback by this action. As Chun Hao pulled it out, his hand brushed against the Scorpion Man's poisonous blood. Chun Hao was poisoned as well. Feng Yemo and Xiao Wuqing instinctively took a few steps back. They certainly did not want to get involved. Chun Hao, you. Lin Ling was so furious she couldn't speak. Lu Xiaoji's face was filled with worry. He couldn't understand why Chun Hao would do this. Tian Wenjing also looked pained. Just as she was about to say something, Chun Hao opened the vial. Wow, it really stinks. Chun Hao poured out a dark pill from the vial. Without a second thought, he swallowed it whole. As the pill entered his stomach, the purple aura surrounding Chun Hao, who was about to transform into Thanos, visibly dispersed. Here, Teacher Lin, quickly take this pill. Okay. Lin Ling took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. The poison she had was longer lasting than Chun Hao's, so it dissipated more slowly. Seeing that Lin Ling's poison was also slowly receding, brother, Hao is amazing. Lu Xiaoji, lacking in education, could only exclaim that. Chun Hao, how did you know that the vial contained a pill? I guessed. Tian Wenjing was slightly stunned upon hearing this. She did not expect Chun Hao to respond that way. What if I guessed wrong, then I guessed wrong. At worst, I will be buried with Teacher Lin. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned red. This guy must have some special means. Indeed, he's not simple. Feng Yemo couldn't help but exclaim. Chun Hao gathered 2 flames and burned the Scorpion Man's corpse. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the corpse has been successfully collected. You have obtained an A-class ability, Scorpion Spirit Possession. Chun Hao disassembled Scorpion Spirit Possession and obtained another 100 original ability orbs. Originally, he planned to use these 100 original ability orbs on Super Brain. After thinking it over, Chun Hao gave up. What he urgently needed now was either a healing or detoxification ability. After Lin Ling detoxified, the reinforcements from the Ability Bureau arrived. After handing over the scene to them, Chun Hao and the others set off on their way back. On the road, Chun Hao pondered a question. How to find a healing or detoxifying ability. I can't just kill someone at random, he thought. He couldn't bring himself to harm an innocent person. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Lu Xiaoji, who was nodding off beside him. Xiaoji. Huh, Xiaoji, what's up? Lu Xiaoji rubbed his bleary eyes. Xiaoji, is there any way we could hunt down ability users? Like criminals, for instance. Of course. Chen Hao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoji to have a solution. Hang on a sec. Lu Xiaoji pulled out his phone and swiftly scrolled through it. Moments later he handed the phone. See this? It's the bounty list of our supernatural bureau. These guys are all heinous criminals. If we take down one, we'll get a handsome reward. Bounty list. Having just joined the bureau, Chen Hao was unfamiliar with many things. He took Lu Xiaoji's. He began examining it. The bureau's bounty list resembled an assassin's mission board, but it was official. Killing the people on it wasn't illegal. It earned you merits and rewards. Chen Hao quickly scanned through. The top entries were grandmasters far beyond his reach. He scrolled to the very bottom. Soon he found his target, Evil Doctor. This evil doctor was at the second order of the Master Realm, possessing a cranked ability called God's Hand. God's Hand was a healing skill. Chen Hao narrowed his eyes at the evil doctor's intel. He started using the bureau's system to track the man's current location. The result was disappointing. The evil doctor's rank was too low. The bureau hadn't updated his info in real time. His latest record was a month old. Chen Hao found himself stumped. He couldn't help but sigh. Is it really this hard? Lu Xiaoji noticed his frown. Haoji, what's wrong? Why the long face? Nothing. I just plan to go after this guy. But I can't locate him. Lu Xiaoji smiled. That's easy. You have a way. Of course, who do you think I am? Leave it to me. The group returned to the bureau. Lu Xiaoji led the way, Chen Hao following close behind. They soon arrived at an office. As soon as he stepped inside, Chen Hao was taken aback by the sight. Good heavens. The room was packed with computers stacked one upon another. A figure sat in a gaming chair munching on potato chips. Hearing the door open, she spun around. Xiaoji, what brings you here? Sis, this is my boss. He wants to find someone. Could you help him out? The woman's face flickered with displeasure. She was about to refuse, until she saw Chen Hao's face. She froze, her heart beating uncontrollably. Handsome. She quickly spoke to Lu Xiaoji. Xiaoji, you really should have told me you were bringing a friend. Idea, put on some makeup. Hi there, handsome. What's your name? The woman stood up and extended her hand to Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Lu Feng. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. So my brother says you're looking for someone who... Oh, this guy? Chen Hao quickly pulled out his phone and showed Lu Feng the evil doctor's profile. Alright, give me a minute. Handsome, there's cola and a little snack over there. Help yourself. With that, Lu Feng sat back in her gaming chair and began typing. The room filled with the clatter of her keyboard. Chen Hao glanced at the little snack she had mentioned and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sure, just a little snack, huh? The entire table was piled high with snacks. No wonder she's got such a build. Lu Feng was even bigger than Lu Xiaoji. She must have weighed 200 Jin. Her hair was dyed blonde. While her chest was enormous. Seated in the gaming chair, she looked like a mountain. Chen Hao worried she might crush the chair. Found it. So fast. Chen Hao was astonished. Of course, who do you think did it? Lu Xiaoji said, munching on popcorn, his voice brimming with pride. Not that fast, actually. Lu Feng walked over and snatched the popcorn bucket from Lu Xiaoji's hands. Just let me have some. This is for our guest. If you want some, buy your own. She then offered the bucket to Chen Hao. Thanks, but I'm not hungry. Chen Hao had seen Lu Xiaoji's lips touch the popcorn. The bucket was probably full. I'd rather not eat it. Not hungry. That's fine. Anyway, hey, erase the info you asked for. Lu Feng handed him a sheet of paper. Chen Hao took a look. He was amazed. Lu Feng had listed every location where the evil doctor had appeared. Thanks. You're welcome. We'll be off then. He'll treat you to a meal another day. Sure. Chen Hao left Lu Feng's office. As he walked out, her ability came to mind. An ranked ability, super hacker. That can be an ability. But judging by what she'd just done, super hacker was indeed incredibly powerful. Chen Hao examined the information. He noticed the evil doctor frequented the cowboy bar most often. So this is the cowboy bar. After a day's rest, Chen Hao arrived at the bar. It was nighttime. The bar was already crowded. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed everyone staring at him. For some reason, he felt their gazes were a bit off. Ooh, handsome, all alone. A sissy figure with bright lipstick wiggled his hips over. Chen Hao glanced at him. The man was wearing lace-trimmed floral shorts that exposed everything. Chen Hao ignored him and walked further in. The man snorted in displeasure and turned to another patron. Hey there, bro. How about tonight? Before the pervert could finish, another guy approached Chen Hao with a grin. Chen Hao sized him up, a burly, dark-skinned man with hairy arms. He suspected the hair could even repel him. The man reached out to touch Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao caught his hand. Sorry, I'm not interested. The burly man scowled and walked away. Chen Hao made his way to the counter. What would you like to drink, little brother? The bartender at the counter was a man with a rectangular face. He smiled and spoke to Chen Hao. Do you have any recommendations? How about green pastures? Sure, I'll have a glass of green pastures. All right, please wait a moment. The bartender started mixing drinks. Chun Hao sat on a stool beginning to look around the bar. Inside the bar there were hardly any women. If there were women, there were only two sitting together. More often it was men sitting together. One man was groping. What the heck, this is actually a gay bar. Chun Hao never expected that the Gigolo bar would be a gay bar. Hello, your green pastures is ready. Thank you. Chun Hao took the drink from the bartender and took a sip. His brows gradually furrowed. Hello, why does this drink taste like grass? Yes, this drink is made from pasture grass and whiskey. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao felt speechless. No wonder it's called green pastures. This was a loss from lacking culture. But at least it felt much better than heartache. While Chun Hao was waiting, a guy walked in. He was wearing a white suit, a white hat, and a red tie, holding a cane in his hand. Finally, he has arrived. Chun Hao narrowed his eyes upon seeing this guy. The evil doctor walked in. Henny. The guy who had just tried to flirt with Chun Hao walked over to the evil doctor with a drink in hand. The evil doctor smiled slightly upon seeing this. He took the drink from the guy's hand, and then patted the man's backside. Little sweet, have you missed me? Oh, stop it. The guy shyly twisted away, resembling a bashful maiden, and ran off to the side. The evil doctor smiled faintly at this. Raising his glass, he downed it in one gulp. He walked over to the counter. The moment he saw Chun Hao, he paused slightly. The Gigolo bar is a gay bar, and usually those who come here are regulars. People like Chun Hao with such outstanding looks are rare guests. Upon seeing Chun Hao, the evil doctor instinctively licked his lips. Little brother, feel free to drink whatever you want tonight. It'll cover your expenses. The evil doctor approached Chun Hao. While saying this, his eyes kept scanning Chun Hao as if Chun Hao was not a man, but rather a beautiful woman. The patrons in the Gigolo bar were either burly men or effeminate types. Someone like Chun Hao with delicate skin and an inexplicable aura of righteousness was a rare sight. It gave a desire to pull him down from his pedestal. Feeling the evil doctor's aggressive gaze, Chun Hao inexplicably felt a tightening sensation. Then he smiled and said, thank you. Ha ha, come on, let's have a drink together. The evil doctor said as he sat down beside Chun Hao. After a few drinks, the evil doctor's hand slowly moved towards Chun Hao. Seeing this, the evil doctor's eyes lit up. A fledgling. He loved fledglings the most. There are too many people here, shall we go outside? At this moment, Chun Hao's face turned a bit red as he pretended to be tipsy. Yes. The evil doctor could barely contain himself. Little brother, let's go outside to talk. Sure. With the evil doctor's assistance, Chun Hao walked out with him. The people in the Gigolo bar saw this situation. They gritted their teeth. Damn, I knew I should have made a move earlier. Right, what a huge loss. That guy was actually a fledgling. My goodness, if I could get him, wouldn't that be heavenly? Alas, that guy gets the benefit. The evil doctor helped Chun Hao out of the Gigolo bar. You are drunk, there's a small and not far away. They'll go open a room for you so you can rest. Open a room. No need, that would be a waste of money. Chun Hao pointed to a nearby alley. There was only weak light, and it looked pitch dark. Upon hearing this, the evil doctor laughed. He didn't expect Chun Hao to be so open and to like this kind of thing. Alright, let's go there. Saying this, he helped Chun Hao walk towards the alley. Just as they entered the alley, the evil doctor couldn't hold back anymore. He unbuckled his belt and took off his pants. Chun Hao glanced at him in the dim light. Wow, this guy is a golden mushroom. However, since he was already like this, Chun Hao certainly couldn't let him down. Seeing the man's hand reaching over, Chun Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his grasp. The dagger shimmered with a purple light clearly coated with poison. Whoosh! Chun Hao's dagger sliced through the air swiftly. The evil doctor couldn't dodge in time. Chun Hao directly performed a castration surgery on him. Oh! The evil doctor fell to the ground in pain, covering his groin with both hands. A large amount of blood flowed from his wound. Watching the evil doctor rolling on the ground, Chun Hao narrowed his... He gathered a ball of fire in his right hand and threw it at the evil doctor. Boom! The flames ignited the evil doctor's body. He instantly became a human torch, letting out a heartbreaking wail. Chun Hao suddenly tossed the dagger in his hand. It accurately struck the evil doctor's chest, killing him. Looking at the dead evil doctor, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes. The evil doctor couldn't understand until his death why someone would come to assassinate him. Though he had previously been a notorious murderer, he had washed his hands of it for many years. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse. You have acquired a Kraid supernatural ability, God's Hand. God's Hand, a Kraid ability that can heal certain injuries. P.S. The legendary Divine Hand can touch anywhere it hurts. Chun Hao, upon seeing this, directly fused the 100 supernatural beads he had previously obtained into God's Hand. Ding dong, congratulations, host, your God's Hand has leveled up to a grade. Quite good. Having a healing ability made Chun Hao very satisfied. He glanced at the evil doctor who had turned to ashes and turned to leave. This operation allowed Chun Hao to taste the sweetness. However, he also discovered a problem. That is, he was too dazzling. This time his sneak attack succeeded entirely because the opponent was careless. Next time he probably won't be so lucky. If only there were a supernatural ability to conceal one's aura. Chun Hao had fallen in love with this feeling of playing the pig to eat the tiger, making the opponent think he was an ordinary person, letting them lower their guard against him. Then he would suddenly strike, killing the opponent. Chun Hao returned to the Paranormal Bureau. As soon as he arrived, he ran into Lu Xiaoji. Did you finish it? Yeah. Chun Hao nodded. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help rubbing his hands together, wearing an extremely lecherous expression. Brother Hao, Lu Xiaoji called out with all the intimacy he could muster. What's up? Remember our agreement? Agreement? You mean about the mission? Lu Xiaoji nodded and previously Lu Xiaoji had helped Chun Hao complete a mission for free. Now it was Chun Hao's turn to assist Lu Xiaoji. Sure, what mission do you want to do? Don't rush, follow me. Under Lu Xiaoji's lead, Chun Hao and he arrived at a place. Xiaomei. Lu Xiaoji waved at a girl not far away. The girl seemed a bit shy. Hearing Lu Xiaoji call her, she lowered her head slightly and walked over slowly. Chun Hao noticed that this girl had a small face, a small mouth, and a small chest. Never let the children suffer. Chun Hao felt that even Potato Head's mother probably had a larger chest than hers. He looked towards Xiaomei, and something caught his attention. A scar. There was actually a deep scar on Xiaomei's right leg. Brother Hao, her mission is to find the 7-colored coral. She's quite timid, plus she's only at the 9th level of the scholar realm. So she came to me. Brother Hao, you know me. I don't have many strengths, but I do love helping others. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Chun Hao felt speechless. This guy clearly had ulterior motives. But judging by the situation, the probability of Lu Xiaoji becoming a foolish sheep was 1,000%. Chun Hao did not expose him. Lu Xiaoji was finally immersed in his own fantasy. If he exposed it, Lu Xiaoji would probably turn against him. Let's go then, Chun Hao said. All right. Lu Xiaoji nodded. Then he turned his head to look at Yang Xiao. Xiaomei, I told you he would help us. Yang Xiaomei glanced at Chun Hao, involuntarily her face slightly blushing, assuming a coy demeanor. The three set off and headed directly to the ferry. After renting a boat, they departed. Xiaomei, I didn't expect you could steer a boat. Originally, Lu Xiaoji planned to hire a boatman. But unexpectedly, Yang Xiaomei knew how to steer, so she directly refused his request to hire someone. My family lives by the sea, my parents are fishermen. Of course I know how to steer a boat. Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji sat on the boat. The two bobbed up and down with the vessel. Along the way, Chun Hao occasionally surveyed the surroundings, sometimes looking at Xiaomei, memorizing her steering techniques. As for Lu Xiaoji, his eyes never left Yang Xiaomei. The waves around them gradually calmed. Chun Hao closed his eyes slowly, savoring the feeling of the sea breeze brushing his face. He instinctively dipped his hand into the sea. For some reason, Chun Hao felt that as soon as his hand entered the water, a surge of inexplicable power flooded his entire body. What's happening? He quickly realized. It's the water ghost power. Come to think of it, I've never used this ability since acquiring it. Now that we're at sea, perhaps I have a chance to try it. Yang Xiaomei steered the boat, and soon arrived at a certain area. This is it. This is where the 7-colored coral thrives. Everyone be careful when diving down. There are man-eating sharks in this area. Before coming, Yang Xiaomei had done her homework, so she was especially familiar with this stretch of sea. Okay, got it. Lu Xiaoji said. Alright, you two put on the diving suits. Both of us. Hearing Yang Xiaomei's words, Chun Hao was puzzled. Yang Xiaomei smiled softly. Then with a leap she dove into the water. Splash. The moment she touched the water, Yang Xiaomei transformed. She had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. A mermaid. Chun Hao hadn't expected Yang Xiaomei to be a mermaid. No, this is the mermaid ability. Yang Xiaomei possessed the rank ability Mermaid, which allowed her to transform into a mermaid when activated. The reason Chun Hao said she was a mermaid rather than a beautiful mermaid was because Yang Xiaomei had nothing to do with beauty. After all, 2 seashells covering an airport, no matter how beautiful, it's not beautiful anymore. Unlike Chun Hao, Lu Xiaoji seemed to like her even more when he saw her transformed into a mermaid. He unconsciously licked his lips. This guy. Chun Hao ignored Lu Xiaoji. After putting on his diving suit, he leaped into the water. Hey brother Hao. Lu Xiaoji jumped in right after him. The three swam down into the deep sea. Wow, so beautiful. Before them was a coral reef cluster. The colorful corals shimmered with rainbow light under the sunlight. The seabed soil here was somewhat special. Its glowing fluorescent soil. Chun Hao noticed that the soil emitted light, illuminating the originally dark seabed. Yang Xiaomei was in her element, in the water. She didn't need an oxygen mask and could breathe freely underwater. She led the way with Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji following closely. Hurry up, it's just ahead. Soon the three arrived before a coral reef. This isn't 7-colored coral. This one isn't either. Yang Xiaomei began searching. After looking around, she felt dejected. Nothing, there's no 7-colored coral here. At most there's 5-colored coral. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoji comforted her. 5-colored coral is good enough. No, the mission requires 7-colored coral. She scanned the surroundings again. Suddenly a flash caught her eye. Yang Xiaomei's eyes lit up. It's 7-colored coral. She instinctively wanted to swim over. Chun Hao's brow furrowed unconsciously. For some reason, the area ahead gave him a very dangerous feeling. Whoosh! A huge creature suddenly burst. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at Yang Xiaomei. It's a bloodless ray. Just as the bloodless ray was about to bite Xiaomei. How dare you? Xiaomei slashed with her dagger. Ryup. The bloodless ray was sliced into 2 pieces. Such reflexes. Chun Hao gained a new respect for Yang Xiaomei. He had thought she was just a vase, but she actually possessed such strength. Everyone be careful. The area ahead is the domain of man-eating sharks. There might be other creatures attacking along the way. After killing the bloodless ray, Yang Xiaomei warned Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji. Okay. Her words made Chun Hao reconsider his opinion of her. The 3 headed toward the location of the 7-colored coral. When they were about to reach it, Yang Xiaomei stopped. Xiaomei, what's wrong? Lu Xiaoji asked. I'm a bit tired. Let's rest here for a while. That last move drained a lot of my energy. Tired? You can't rest here even if you're tired. This is the territory of man-eating sharks. How about this, brother Hao and I will go ahead and retrieve the 7-colored coral for you. All right, then no trouble, brother Xiaoji. Yang Xiaomei said with a smile to Lu Xiaoji. No trouble at all. Lu Xiaoji took the lead, heading toward the location of the 7-colored coral. He had only swum a short distance when Chun Hao grabbed him. Chun Hao, why did you pull me? If you want to die, you can keep, huh? Lu Xiaoji was utterly bewildered. Chun Hao said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei felt a chill under Chun Hao's stare. What are you staring at me for? Nothing. Since you said you need to rest, then rest. When you've recovered, you can go retrieve it yourself. What? Yang Xiaomei was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chun Hao to say that. Realizing that she could not trick Chun Hao and the others into collecting the 7-colored coral. Yang Xiaomei laughed. Her once amiable face twisted into something menacing. When did you figure it out? Yang Xiaomei demanded. Did you think you were hiding it well? With your abilities, you could have done it yourself. Why force us to go away? There's only one reason: danger lies over there. You wanted us to lure the danger away. Impressive. Truly impressive. What a pity. But you've still discovered it too late. So saying, Yang Xiaomei pulled out a bottle. She opened it, took out a piece of bloodied pork, and tossed it in front of her. As the bloodied pork appeared, a colossal creature swam over from the direction of the 7-colored coral. It's a man-eating shark. Lu Xiaoji was shocked at the sight of the man-eating shark. Chun Hao, however, said, that's no ordinary man-eating shark. It's the man-eating shark king. This beast is at the general realm. With that, Chun Hao grabbed Lu Xiaoji and fled. After swallowing the bloodied pork, the man-eating shark king was not satisfied. The scent of blood had whetted its appetite. It scanned its surroundings, its eyes locking onto Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji not far away. The man-eating shark king suddenly swung its tail fin. Like a giant nuclear submarine, it swam toward the 2. Damn it. Seeing the shark king drawing ever closer, Chun Hao pulled Lu Xiaoji and dove deeper into the sea. They darted directly into a coral forest. The man-eating shark king followed. Hell, we didn't even provoke. Why does it keep chasing us? Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji wove through the coral, the shark king trailing them like a bloodhound. The rocks and corals, usually rock-solid, crumbled like paper before the shark king. It smashed through them with ease. No use. We need a plan. Chun Hao quickly scanned the surroundings. Got it. He spotted a reef with a hole in it. The hole was large enough for Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji to pass through. But not the shark king. Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji swam through the hole. The shark king followed, and just as Chun Hao had anticipated, it got stuck. Lu Xiaoji was thrilled. You damned fish. Chased us all this way. Now you're stuck. Come on, let me add some seasoning. With that, Lu Xiaoji extended his right index finger. Chrysanthemum finger. Roar. The shark king bellowed in agony. It thrashed violently. Rip, rip, rip. Its body scraped against the rocky walls. Skin tore open and a torrent of blood gushed out. Oh no. The man-eating shark king finally broke free from the reef's grip and swam toward them. Chun Hao pulled Lu Xiaoji downward to dodge. They narrowly evaded the shark king's gaping maw. In that split second, Chun Hao drew a dagger. The sharp blade plunged into the shark king's belly. With the boost from strength enhancement and water demon's power, Chun Hao possessed immense strength. The dagger sliced through like a knife through tofu. It pierced the shark king's hide with ease. The blade drove on relentlessly. In the end, Chun Hao succeeded in gutting the beast. A mass of intestines spilled from its belly. The man-eating shark king was dead, killed by Chun Hao. Its body turned over and floated toward the surface. Lu Xiaoji stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. That was the man-eating shark king, a general realm magical beast. And Chun Hao had slain it without hesitation. Brother Hao, since when did you become such a badass? Did you break through to the general realm? Chun Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. If I had broken through to the general realm, would I have been running from it? Good point. All right, let's surface. Their oxygen tanks were running low. Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji swam to the surface. Thank goodness the boat's still here. Lu Xiaoji said with some relief. No sooner had he spoken than a figure climbed aboard the vessel. Looking at the familiar silhouette, Chun Hao couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiaoji. He really wanted to tell him, if you can't keep your mouth shut, then shut up. Yang Xiaomei had collected the 7-colored coral. She climbed onto the boat and prepared to sail away. Then she spotted Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji. Yang Xiaomei was stunned. She hadn't expected them to survive. But shock aside, she still had a job to do. The fact that she had set up Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji must never be revealed. Otherwise, the Supernatural Bureau would never let her off. The best course now was to kill them both. Yang Xiaomei looked at Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji, a murderous glint in her eyes. Though they were Master Realm Super, here in the sea, it was her domain. Yang Xiaomei drew a dagger, leaped into the water, and swam swiftly toward. Damn, you die. Lu Xiaoji extended his right finger. But Yang Xiaomei's swimming speed was astonishing. She easily dodged Lu Xiaoji's chrysanthemum finger. She closed in on them. Soon she was right next to them. She began circling rapidly, churning up massive splashes. In an instant, Lu Xiaoji lost track of her position. Then, without warning, Yang Xiaomei struck. Her sharp dagger thrust toward Chun Hao. Capture the leader to subdue the enemy. Compared to Lu Xiaoji, Chun Hao was the greater threat. Just as Yang Xiaomei was about to stab Chun Hao, a hand seized hers. It was Chun Hao. His grip was like a vice, locking her hand in place. What? Yang Xiaomei was stunned. She hadn't anticipated such a swift reaction. Oomph. Chun Hao grunted and twisted hard. A crisp crack echoed. Yang Xiaomei's right hand was snapped. Oh! Yang Xiaomei screamed in agony. A dagger had somehow appeared in Chun Hao's left hand. The blade swept forward. Chun Hao severed Yang Xiaomei's head in one stroke. Looking at the fallen girl, Lu Xiaoji fell silent. Xiaoji, time to get on the boat. All right. Chun Hao threw Xiaomei's corpse into the air, subsequently launching 2 fireballs that turned her remains into flying ash. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. The collection of the corpse was successful. Acquired level supernatural ability mermaid. At last he possessed the ability to breathe underwater. However, Chun Hao was still not very satisfied with this mermaid ability. But it was better than nothing. Now possessing both the water ghost's power and mermaid abilities, his combat powers soared in the water. If possible, when encountering some masters who were not good at swimming, Chun Hao could directly drown them with water. Lu Xiaoji appeared sullen. Chun Hao understood him. It was not easy to have some girls approaching him only to find out that they had ulterior motives. It was precisely because of this that Chun Hao saw through Yang Xiaomei's schemes. With so many people in the Supernatural Bureau, why did Yang Xiaomei specifically seek Lu Xiaoji's help? If there were no ghosts involved, Chun Hao would not believe it. He pretended not to see through it, and played along, directly breaking Yang Xiaomei's plan. He walked to the cockpit. Before coming over, Chun Hao had kept an eye out, peeking at how Yang Xiaomei piloted the boat. Fortunately, piloting the boat was not difficult. After fiddling with it, he successfully navigated the boat back. Chun Hao brought Lu Xiaoji back to the Supernatural Bureau. Just as they arrived at the entrance, he ran into Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng had come out to restock, carrying a combo pack of Sprite and Coke in her left hand, the large bottle kind. In her right hand, she held a big bag of snacks. Chun Hao glanced and found that it was all puffed food. No wonder Lu Fengfeng was a bit chubby. Xiaoji, what's wrong? Why the long face? It's nothing. Lu Xiaoji seemed unwilling to mention what had tired him, leaving first. With that, Lu Xiaoji walked away. For him, Yang Xiaomei was his first love. Chun Hao, what's wrong with my brother? It's nothing, we just went on a mission with Yang Xiaomei. Yang Xiaomei. Lu Fengfeng pondered for a moment, then our Yang Xiaomei. Yes. Chun Hao nodded. Damn, isn't she a BTCH? Last time she took 2 guys to collect colorful corals. As a result, she came back, but those 2 guys didn't. She seemed to have returned heavily injured. There was a deep wound on her thigh. I thought she had problems back then, but since it didn't concern me, I didn't pay attention. You guys look like this. Could it be that you fell for her tricks? Hearing Lu Fengfeng's words, Chun Hao was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Lu Fengfeng to be so sharp. But thinking about it, she possessed the A-level ability Super Hacker. Chun Hao understood. Lu Fengfeng glanced at Chun Hao, noticing that he was holding a bag of something. Through the gap, Lu Fengfeng discovered what was inside. Is that colorful coral? Did you guys collect it? Yes. Did you encounter the king of man-eating sharks? We did, but I killed it. You killed it. Lu Fengfeng's face was full of shock. She looked at Chun Hao with a strange expression. Forget it, it doesn't concern me. I'm going to binge watch some shows. Remember our previous agreement, treat me to dinner? Don't worry, no problem. Lu Fengfeng carried her things back to her office. Chun Hao walked into the Supernatural Bureau. Get back already. Chun Hao initially wanted to go back to his office to sit for a while. Unexpectedly, he ran into Shangguan Huofeng again. Shangguan Huofeng glanced at Chun Hao. She was somewhat surprised. You broke through to the Master Realm. Yes. Chun Hao nodded. Not bad, not bad. After breaking through to the Master Realm, you can become a team leader. Our Supernatural Bureau has only about 180 supernatural ability users. Nanjing City is so big. There are too many things to handle every day, we can hardly keep up with the pace. The capable work more. If your strength reaches the master realm, you can become a team leader independently leading a team to solve those issues. Of course, the Bureau won't treat you unfairly. Previously, I promised to give you 5 supernatural potions each month. Now I'll add 1 more. As for the rewards for missions, that's another matter. Upon hearing this, Chunhao nodded. Before he had to follow behind Tian Wenjing. Now having reached the master realm, he could finally take charge. Sister Huofeng, where do I find my team members? Team members? Shangguan Huofeng laughed. In our bureau there are so many at the soldier realm. Which one do you want? Just go find them. As long as they are willing to follow you, that's fine. Soldier realm. Does it have to be only them? What do you think? Supernatural ability users are all proud. If their strength breaks through to the master realm, do you think they would still want to follow you? Hearing this, Chunhao smiled slightly and tried to speak to Shangguan Huofeng. Sister Huofeng, what if someone at the master realm is willing to follow me and be my underling? Shangguan Huofeng pondered slightly upon hearing this. If they are willing, they can naturally follow you. For such matters, our bureau has no strict regulations. It's mostly based on willingness. Breaking through to the master realm and becoming a team leader comes with increased benefits. Generally, people won't refuse such treatment. So Shangguan Huofeng thought what Chunhao said was unlikely. Alright, I understand. Chunhao squinted his eyes and thought to himself, Lu Xiaoji, don't think you can escape. In Chunhao's heart, although Lu Xiaoji had some flaws, he never dropped the ball at crucial moments. More importantly, he was good enough so people like him wouldn't stab you in the back during dangerous times. Okay, you can go to the Human Resources Department to update your information. Then you can find your team members. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Sister Huofeng. Chunhao went straight to the Human Resources Department to update his information. Then he headed to a place. Although it was called a tea room, it was actually a place for team leaders at the Master Realm to find team members. When Chunhao just arrived, he noticed that the tea room was quite lively. Like a job interview venue. Those team leaders at the Master Realm were negotiating with those at the Soldier Realm. Boss, pick me. I'm really strong. Hey, beautiful, I'm quite good, choose me. Big brother, don't go. Everything seemed very harmonious. As a result, one guy kept shouting. The team leaders at the Master Realm didn't even look at him, just walked away. Hee, that idiot Lu Xiaobu, Soldier Realm 3rd tier. His ability is clever, recognizing thief as father. Such trash, I don't know who let him join our supernatural. I don't know, but this guy is really irritating. His combat power is too weak. The last time Yang Wei recruited him, he took him to deal with a bizarre incident. As a result, this kid slacked off the whole time, and Yang Wei was infuriated. When they came back, he fired him on the spot. Alas, what a pity. Look, doesn't he resemble a dog that no one wants? You know, he really does look like one. He looked towards Lu Xiaobu. A 3rd-tier scholar, a class ability user, possesses the ability recognizing thieves as fathers. Recognizing thieves as fathers class ability by calling the other party father. As long as the other party agrees, one can take away 1% of their ability. After the other party's death, the obtained ability disappears. Take away 1%. These 2 phrases caught Chunhao's attention. The ability is indeed cool. However, the method of activating the ability is somewhat disgusting. It actually requires one to call the other party adoptive father. There's also another problem. The grade of this ability is too low. If it were class, or even a class, perhaps the effect would be stronger. Chunhao ignored Lu Xiaobu. Seeing Chunhao wearing the squad leader's badge, and being so young, Lu Xiaobu chuckled and approached him. Brother, are you recruiting? Upon hearing this, Chunhao glanced at Lu Xiaobu. Are you implying that you want to join me? Yes. Lu Xiaobu nodded vigorously. Then tell me, what can you do? Why should I recruit you? I can serve tea, do laundry, cook, and if possible I can also warm the bed. Alright, you're in. Lu Xiaobu's ability was somewhat special, and Chunhao was quite interested. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu became a little excited, and unexpectedly knelt down before Chunhao. I Lu have drifted half a lifetime without meeting a wise master. If you do not abandon me, I wish to be adopted as your son. No, just be my team member. Chunhao didn't even think about it, and directly rejected him. He didn't want others to know that he didn't possess the imitation ability. Seeing Chunhao's refusal, Lu Xiaobu looked somewhat disappointed. He had hoped to gain some benefits from Chunhao, but unexpectedly Chunhao refused. Alright, since you recognize me as your captain, let's go now. Go. Where are we headed? To meet your other teammate. Another teammate. Although Lu Xiaobu felt puzzled, he still followed Chunhao. Just as they left, the people in the tea room began to chat, each wearing a mocking expression. It's hilarious someone actually dared to recruit Lu Xiaobu as a teammate. I think he's like an old immortal eating arsenic, tired of living. That kid just now seemed a bit young. But he has the squad leader's badge, he probably has some skills. Look at her skills. He looks like a reckless youth. When others choose teammates, they select carefully. But he just came over and took the bottom of the barrel. It's great to take Lu Xiaobu away. Oh, this kid chats all day long, it's driving me crazy. Exactly, haven't you noticed? The whole room is much quieter now. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Chunhao with Lu Xiaobu was preparing to find Lu Xiaoji. On the way, he ran into Shi Jian, adoptive father. Without waiting for Chunhao to greet him, Lu Xiaobu first called out to Shi Jian. Oh, isn't this my little son? Chen Hao is here too. Seeing Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu, Shi Jian was particularly happy. Chen Hao frowned slightly at this sight. From the looks of these two, Lu Xiaobu must have taken 1% of Shi Jian's ability. Shi Jian's ability is class strength enhancement, which can amplify strength by 3 times. 1% means 0. 3 times. Chen Hao originally thought Lu Xiaobu's ability was quite good, but now it seems rather lacking. However, it's still much stronger than some abilities like enhanced sense of smell. Although it's weak now, later on this 0.03 amplification could still be quite decent. Where are you guys going? I need to find Lu Xiaoji. Alright then, you guys go. After bidding farewell to Shi Jian, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu continued onward. They hadn't walked far when they bumped into Lu Xiaodao. Adoptive father. Lu Xiaobu called out. Oh little son. Chen Hao is here too. Adoptive father. Without waiting for Chen Hao to respond, Lu Xiaobu called out again. Are you done yet? Chen Hao was exasperated. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaobu to have so many adoptive fathers. Could this be the tradition of the Lu family? Has the gene for being a family servant emerged? It's little son Lu, said Bai Jie. Chen Hao was taken aback at this. He hadn't expected Bai Jie to adopt Lu Xiaobu as her son. The problem is, if Bai Jie adopted Lu Xiaobu as her son, shouldn't Lu Xiaobu call Bai Jie mother? Yet Lu Xiaobu called her adoptive father. After some more pleasantries, Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu continued forward. Adoptive father. Adoptive father. Adoptive father. Chen Hao finally couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaobu, how many adoptive fathers do you have in this ability bureau? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaobu replied, basically all of them. Chen Hao. They know I have this ability, so they didn't refuse. Chen Hao nodded. 1% is nothing to most people. But for Lu Xiaobu, it was like a treasure. At this rate, won't you have many abilities? Yeah, just a bit of this and that. How about you be my adoptive father? No. Chen Hao thought for a moment and directly rejected him. I consider you a brother, yet you want me to be your dad. Does that make sense? Makes sense, why wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Chen Hao shot Lu Xiaobu a glance. The two finally arrived at Lu Xiaoji's dormitory door. Oh. Sounds of Ode to the Goose echoed from Lu Xiaoji's room. Hearing this, Chen Hao felt exasperated. He had thought Lu Xiaoji would be very sad, but unexpectedly he was so eager to learn that he secretly hid away to attend a classical studies class. Knock knock knock. Chen Hao knocked on Lu Xiaoji's door. Who is it? It's me. It's Hao. Go, wait a moment, it'll be right out. Lu Xiaoji ran out from inside. He opened the door. At that moment, Lu Xiaoji was bare-chested, holding a chicken claw, and his mouth was full of grease. Xiaoji, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xiaobu. He will be our teammate from now on. Hao, no need for you to introduce. Isn't that right, look? Chen Hao. Chen Hao never imagined that LV Xiaobu would also become Lu Xiaoji's adopted son. Adoptive father. LV Xiaobu bowed to Lu Xiaoji. Oh, what a good boy. Here, have this. Lu Xiaoji handed LV Xiaobu the half-gnawed chicken feet. Thank you, adoptive father. LV Xiaobu did not mind. He took it and ate directly. Xiaobu, you. LV Xiaobu let out, eating as he spoke. Brother Hao, I'm different from you too. I'm an orphan, someone who has tasted hardship. Back then I nearly starved to death on the streets. If Sister Huofeng hadn't taken me in, I would be long gone. Probably have grass growing taller than me on my grave. So when it comes to food, as long as it's edible, it's fine. LV Xiaobu's words plunged Chen Hao into silence. No matter how bad his own situation was, he at least had a grandfather who was his only family. Compared to him, LV Xiaobu had suffered much more. It's okay, things are better now. I have so many adoptive fathers. They've been pretty good to me. Looking at LV Xiaobu's beaming face, Chen Hao didn't know what to say, so he just hummed in acknowledgement. Don't worry, Xiaobu. From now on you'll stick with us. If we have meat to eat, well, make sure you get a bowl of soup. Lu Xiaoji patted LV Xiaobu's shoulder as he spoke. Then thank you, adoptive father. LV Xiaobu said. Let's go. To celebrate Xiaobu joining us. Today's my treat. He'll take everyone out to eat. Awesome. Food. Brother Hao, wait for me. We'll put on a shirt. Lu Xiaoji went back inside, quickly threw on a shirt, and came out. Chen Hao led the two of them, planning to head to a restaurant outside. Brother, how can we have barbecue tonight? LV Xiaobu ventured to ask Chen Hao. Sure. Chen Hao nodded. I know a barbecue joint. Their grilled kidneys are absolutely amazing. Want to give it a try? Lu Xiaoji. Sounds good. Chen Hao took Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu to that barbecue place. The three of them ordered a mountain of skewers. Especially Lu Xiaoji. That guy ordered a pile of grilled kidneys and even grilled chives. So fragrant. Lu Xiaoji devoured one skewer after another. Here, brother Hao, eat what you need to replenish. I ordered this grilled bull penis for you. Seeing this, Chen Hao handed the bull penis skewer to LV Xiaobu. Xiaobu, have this. Okay, thanks. LV Xiaobu was already devouring beef skewers. He took the bull penis from Chen Hao and started gnawing on it. Brother Hao, you don't like it? Lu Xiaoji probed. Chen Hao smiled and said, it's too nourishing. After eating it, I'd probably have to rely on my ancestral technique. Never mind. Oh. Lu Xiaoji looked as if he had an epiphany. At the same time he revealed a no. The three of them started drinking along with the barbecue. After several rounds of drinks and plenty of food, they were full and satisfied and set off on the way back. Brother, how I need to pee. LV Xiaobu had drunk too much beer and was feeling the urge. Then go piss over there. Lu Xiaoji pointed at a nearby utility pole. Okay. LV Xiaobu actually walked over, unbuttoned his pants, and relieved himself against the pole. Chunhao watched speechless. This guy was way too bold. Urinating in public and against a utility pole no less. Wasn't he afraid of getting electrocuted? Fortunately it was late, and there were no pedestrians on the road. After LV Xiaobu finished urinating, his drunkenness subsided somewhat. He walked over to Chunhao. Chunhao noticed that LV Xiaobu's eyes were a bit red. Xiaobu, what's wrong? Nothing. Just feels like my eyes want to pee. LV Xiaobu's voice. Was tonight's barbecue not to your liking? No, I'm very satisfied, very satisfied. Brother, how you know what? Today is the first time someone has treated me to barbecue. In all my life it's the first time someone has been this kind to me. LV Xiaobu's words plunged Chunhao into silence. LV Xiaobu wiped his tears, a flash of determination in his eyes. Brother, how, don't worry. I'm sticking with you for life. From now on my life belongs to you. Tui. Chunhao couldn't help spitting a few times. Don't say such unlucky words. Chunhao didn't expect LV Xiaobu to suddenly raise a death flag. Right. I was just talking nonsense. Tui. Slap my mouth, slap my mouth. LV Xiaobu lightly slapped himself a few times. The three continued walking. Suddenly Chunhao stopped. Brother, how, why did you stop? Do you guys smell something? What smell, eh? Is there a? LV Xiaobu said. Brother, how, your nose is too sharp. I just farted, and you already smelled it. Lu Xiaoji grinned. Chunhao was speechless, a vein throbbing on his forehead. Who asked about that? Don't you smell a strong scent of blood? Blood. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu sniffed the air. After a few sniffs, both of them suddenly became alert. There really is. The three moved toward the source of the bloody smell. From a small alley came a crunching roar. A creature was feeding. Chunhao and the others' appearance disturbed it. It's a doghead. The doghead saw Chunhao and them. Its eyes gleamed with murderous intent, and it pounced at Chunhao and the others. Brother, how, let me handle it. LV Xiaobu rushed out and delivered a kick. Wind god leg. Bang. The legs, swirling with wind, struck the doghead, sending it flying backward. It slammed heavily into the wall behind. Its head lolled to the side, and it died instantly. LV Xiaobu couldn't help clapping his hands. Done. Brother, how, am I awesome, or what? So. Chunhao approached the corpse. It was a woman in a work uniform. She must have just finished overtime and was on her way home when this thing attacked her. Chunhao glanced at the doghead. He noticed a scorpion tattoo on its chest. Scorpion Brigade. This guy got corrupted by an ability pearl and turned into a beast. Chunhao gathered flames in his right hand and hurled them at the doghead. It incinerated the doghead to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Obtained a rank ability, doghead possession. A rank ability. Chunhao was somewhat surprised. In his mind, didn't the Scorpion Brigade specifically loot rank and above abilities? Now they actually had an A rank ability. A rank abilities were too low level. After decomposition, it would only yield 10 primordial ability pearls. So Chunhao couldn't be bothered to decompose it. He turned his head to look at the woman. Chunhao discovered that the deceased woman was also a supernatural being. The ability she possessed was considered trash by others, but in Chunhao's eyes, it was a great treasure. This ability is called Concealment and Nurturing. Concealment and Nurturing, great ability that allows you to hide your brilliance, making others perceive you as an ordinary person, harmless. Upon seeing this ability, Chunhao's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought, after all the searching, it's right in front of me without any effort. He had been yearning for an ability that could conceal his presence. Unexpectedly, it was right before his eyes. Brother, how, what should we do now? What to do? Of course we follow the process. Chunhao made a call to have the woman's body taken back. After completing the necessary paperwork and procedures, Chunhao collected the body. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the body. You have gained a great ability, Concealment and Nurturing. Let's upgrade this thing first. Chunhao had 1,600 original ability pearls left. He spent 1,000 pearls to upgrade Concealment and Nurturing to create. Concealment and Nurturing, create ability that can hide your aura. Unless the opponent is 2 major levels above you, you will appear as an ordinary person in their eyes. 2 major levels above me is sufficient for now. Chunhao was currently at the peak of the first stage of Master's Realm and was about to break through to the second stage. Being 2 major levels above meant reaching the King's Realm. Given his temperament, he would never foolishly provoke a master of the King's Realm. After acquiring Concealment and Nurturing, Chunhao began to immerse himself in cultivation. During this time, he returned home to handle several corpses. He acquired some abilities, but they were mostly useless with levels E or F. What's going on? Why hasn't the Scorpion Brigade stirred up trouble lately? Just as Chun Hao pondered, a figure walked in. Xiao Hao, Sister Horfeng, what brings you here? Xiao Hao, have you not taken on a mission in a long time? Chun Hao thought about it, and indeed it had been a while since he last took a mission. He had been focused on training, raising his strength from the first to the third stage of Master's Realm. I have an urgent mission. Saying this, Shangwan Huafeng handed over a document. Chun Hao took it and began to read. At night, in front of an inpatient department of a hospital. Brother Hao, what is tonight's mission? Lu Xiaoji asked. It's to eliminate a female ghost. Are you afraid? A female ghost? Lu Xiaoji's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Where is the female ghost? I've heard they are incredibly beautiful. Chun Hao. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's go investigate first. Chun Hao led Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. They went straight to the 4th floor. Hello, I am from the Supernatural Bureau. Chun Hao found the head nurse on the 4th floor and showed her his credentials. Hello. Could you tell us what has been happening here? The head nurse understood perfectly well what Chun Hao was there for. She glanced around instinctively, and upon seeing no one, began to speak. We've been experiencing haunting. Every night at 2 o'clock a woman in red walks back and forth in the corridor. At first we thought it was a family member of a patient. Later we realized she appears out of nowhere and then disappears again. We asked the patients in the ward, but none of them acknowledged her as their family member. This is too terrifying. The head nurse's words gave Lu Xiaoji the creeps. Chun Hao frowned and asked, have there been any incidents of harm to people here? No, not at all. That woman seems to just wander around and does not harm anyone. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao, we might need to trouble you tonight. Please inform the patients that if there is no need, they should not leave their wards at night. Alright. The current wards have been upgraded and they have bathrooms inside. Therefore patients basically do not need to leave their wards. There was still some time before 2 o'clock. After chatting with the head nurse, the 3 of them went to order some takeout for a late-night snack. On the way back, Lu Xiaobu held an unfinished hamburger and a cola. Lu Xiaoji was eating fries. Aren't you full yet? I'm full, but we ordered too much tonight. It would be a waste not to eat it. The 3 of them headed up. They quickly arrived at the 4th floor of the hospital's inpatient department. Just as the 3 arrived, the formerly bright corridor lights began to flicker. Several lights went out completely. No way, this is so thrilling. Lu Xiaobu, unafraid of danger, was braver than Lu Xiaoji. Chun Hao felt a chill and looked across the corridor. There stood a woman in a red dress. The woman in red. The woman also noticed Chun Hao and the others. She immediately turned and walked away. Chase! Chun Hao rushed forward towards where the woman in red had just been. Lu Xiaobu followed closely behind. Hey, wait for me. Lu Xiaoji was left behind, hurriedly catching up. Chun Hao was fast and reached the other side in the blink of an eye. However, upon arrival, he found that the woman had vanished. Where did she go? Lu Xiaobu looked around, seeing no trace of the woman in red. She escaped. What should we do now? Chun Hao thought for a moment and said, let's redistribute our positions. That woman will likely return shortly. You and Lu Xiaoji will stake out on the 3rd floor. I'll stay on this side of the 4th floor. When she appears, we'll encircle her from 2 sides. The hospital's inpatient department had 2 staircases, one on the left and one on the right, with a corridor in the middle. Alright. The 3 of them began to stake out. The waiting time was long. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. An hour. Lu Xiaoji, unable to withstand the drowsiness, fell asleep while waiting on the 3rd floor. Fortunately, he didn't snore. Lu Xiaobu forced himself to stay awake. Though drowsy, he remained vigilant as instructed by Chun Hao. As he lifted his head at that moment, a figure appeared right in front of him. Her face was as white as paper. A sharp hand suddenly reached out and grasped Lu Xiaobu's neck, lifting him up. Lu Xiaobu struggled incessantly. As he found it hard to breathe, his face began to turn red and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Xiaoji. He desperately wanted to call for help from Lu Xiaoji, but Lu Xiaoji was sleeping like a pig, completely oblivious to the situation. The woman in red curled her lips, slightly revealing a cold smile. The red-clad woman opened her mouth, preparing to siphon Lu Xiaobu's vital essence. Snap! A powerful hand clamped down on her right wrist. You dare bully my junior like this? Do you not take me seriously? The red-clad woman turned to Chun Hao with a mask of startled indignation. She had not expected Chun Hao to appear. Moments earlier she had fled because she sensed how perilous he was. Crack! Chun Hao suddenly exerted his strength. He actually crushed off the red-clad woman's right hand. She released her grip in agony. Lu Xiaobu tumbled to the ground, coughing violently. He began to cough uncontrollably. The red-clad woman bared her razor teeth and lunged for Chun Hao's neck. Seeing this, Chun Hao seized her arm and executed an over-the-shoulder throw. Smack! She was slammed hard onto the earth, left dazed and disoriented. Chun Hao activated the Shirshio corpse cultivation art and began to absorb the red-clad woman's energy. The red-clad woman emitted a pained howl. What are you doing? Can't you see someone is sleeping? Her cries roused Lu Xiaoji from his slumber. Lu Xiaoji opened his eyes. When he beheld the red-clad woman's corpse-like visage, he cried out, "Oh my God! Terrified, he scrambled downstairs on instinct. Shortly after, Lu Xiaoji ran back upstairs. Brother Ji, what are you doing? Lu Xiaobu asked him. Having grown familiar with Lu Xiaoji, Lu Xiaobu had even altered how he addressed him. Nothing much. There's another one down below. Another one. Chun Hao looked toward the stairwell and saw a woman in black ascending. She radiated an even more violent. Her fangs and claws were far longer than the red-clad woman's. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji could not help but say, I thought the red ones were supposed to be the fiercest. Sharp-eyed Lu Xiaobu replied, Brother Ji, this one is red too. Only, it's red to the point of blackness. Red to the point of black. Lu Xiaoji exclaimed in astonishment. How many people has she killed? A fierce red might speak of grievances, but a red turned black betrays blood-stained hands. Sister, save me. The red-clad woman cried. Sister, help. The red-clad woman shouted to the black-clad woman. Damn you. The black-clad woman spat, then extended lethal claws and swiped toward Chun Hao. Lu Xiaobu stepped forward to confront the black-clad woman, but before a single exchange he was flung away. Little sister, I told you, he managed to say. One must not be soft-hearted. She scolded. There is so much nourishment here, and you refuse it. Every time you only take a little. I ask you, what good is that little bit? See, now you're caught, aren't you? The black-clad woman reproached the sister. If I could choose, I would not harm people. I only want to kill that bastard. The black-clad woman sighed at that. Kill that bastard. How would we even do that? He is guarded by a Jiang-ranked bodyguard. With our strength, could we possibly succeed? The red-clad woman fell silent. Her form was fading as Chun Hao drained her energy. Kid, release my sister at once. She demanded. The black-clad woman roared at Chun Hao. What if I say no? You are courting death. She lunged once more with those vicious claws. Chun Hao answered with a single crushing punch. Bang! After the clash, the black-clad woman was struck and sent hurtling backward. She glared venomously at Chun Hao, then with a sudden bound vanished into the night. Chun Hao released his grip on the red-clad woman. Speak. What is it you intend? Chun Hao asked. The red-clad woman pressed her lips together and began to tell her tale. She and her sister were twins, both university students who worked part-time at a bar. There they met a young master of the Wei family. The Wei young master coaxed them into drinking and laced their cups with drugs. Once rendered helpless, he committed acts that should never have been done. Afterward, the sisters refused to relent and went to the authorities, but their adversary was powerful and influential and justice could not be obtained. On returning, they were met with scorn and discrimination. The torrents of abuse drove them into despair. That night, they donned red garments and leapt from the rooftop. We only wanted revenge. The red-clad woman told Chun Hao of her tragic past. Hearing it, Lu Xiaobu burst into tears. Brother Hao, let's go deal with that Wei young master. Indeed, such a wretch is a blight while alive. Lu Xiaoji agreed, but Chun Hao did not share their impulsiveness. Didn't you hear her? He has connections and a Jiang-ranked ability user as a bodyguard. Can you defeat someone of Jiang rank? Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji fell silent. The red-clad woman, having had her energy siphoned, was now utterly spent, her light nearly extinguished. Sigh, the red-clad woman breathed, offering a bitter smile. I have not truly killed anyone. Yet siphoning human vital essence is a grievous sin. Perhaps this is all retribution. With those words finished, the red-clad woman's body slowly faded until she vanished. Not far off, perched atop a great tree, the black-clad woman watched her sister's soul disperse. A murderous glint crossed her eyes. You, and that Wei Xinfu scoundrel, you will all pay. With that vow, she leapt away. Chun Hao glanced at the treetop and knew she had gone. Lu Xiaobu asked, Brother, how shall we pursue? Pursue? How would we? Chun Hao had no means of tracking her. The black-clad woman's flight was like a stone sinking in the sea, who finding her would be like seeking a needle in the ocean. I have a way. You do? Chun Hao's face registered surprise. Yes, I secretly left a mark on her. Then finding her will be effortless. Fine, lead the way. Determined to root out evil completely, Chun Hao resolved to nip the black-clad woman in the bud. The black-clad woman was too dangerous. If she matured, she would wreak untold havoc. All right. Following Lu Xiaobu's lead, Chun Hao and the others set off in pursuit of her direction. The three of them chased for nearly 2 hours. Lu Xiaoji grew weary and could not help asking Lu Xiaobu, are you sure we are on the right track? We are drawing closer to Shangchu City. A little further, and we'll reach Wowo Town. That lies on the border between Shangchu and Nanjiang, a no man's land. Chun Hao's bureau's jurisdiction lay within Nanjiang City. If the others crossed into Shangchu City, they would no longer be able to continue the pursuit. The matter would have to be handed over to officials in Shangchu City to deal with. We're here. Liu Xiaobu led Chun Hao and the others to the foot of a mountain. Brother Hao, look at this mountain. Doesn't it resemble a giant corn cake? Lu Xiaoji suddenly spoke to Chun Hao. That's the renowned Wowo Mountain. At this moment, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Through the faint sunlight, Chun Hao could make out the mountain's full shape. It does look a bit like that. Hey Xiaoji, from your tone, have you been here before? I happened to come once. I came here to travel with a girl back then. Travel. Hearing this, Chun Hao revealed a knowing expression. Grumble, grumble. At that moment, Liu Xiaobu's stomach rumbled inopportunely. His face flushed red, and he said apologetically, "Sorry, brother, how I'm hungry." Hungry. Hearing this, Chun Hao glanced around and spotted a small town not far away. Let's go. Well, grab breakfast in town first. That woman had hidden herself in Wowo Mountain. Finding her would likely take a while. So Chun Hao decided to rest first. The three of them arrived at Wowo Town nestled at the base of Wowo Mountain. As soon as they arrived, Chun Hao heard a familiar voice. Corn cakes 4 for a buck hee. Corn cakes 4 for a buck hee. Come on, let's eat some corn cakes. Chun Hao led Liu Xiaobu and Liu Xiaoji into the small shop selling corn cakes. They ordered 3 bowls of congee and 10 corn cakes. Brother Hao, try their salted radish. Let me tell you, their salted radish is absolutely amazing. Liu Xiaoji had eaten here before, so he was familiar with everything. Okay. Chun Hao picked up a piece of salted radish and took a bite. Crispy and flavorful, indeed delicious. He paired the radish with a sip of plain congee. At that moment, the congee was warm. Even though there was no sugar added, Chun Hao felt a hint of sweetness in the congee. Not bad, not bad. Chun Hao nodded in satisfaction. The three of them began their breakfast. The sound of slurping filled the entire corn cake shop. Boss lady, 3 bowls of plain congee, 3 corn cakes, 3 tea eggs, and 1 basket of small buns. A man walked in followed by 2 individuals, 1 male, 1 female. The man was slightly plump with long hair that showed signs of thinning. The woman wore a green short-sleeved shirt and was ordinary looking. After the 3 entered the shop. Oh, if it isn't someone. Seeing Liu Xiaoji, the man immediately laughed. Little cock, what brings you here today? Cherry, what are you doing here? Liu Xiaoji was surprised to see the man. Hearing himself called Cherry, the man's face darkened. Little cock, how many times have I told you? My name is Che Lizzie, not Cherry. Is there a difference? Liu Xiaoji said casually. Che Lizzie clenched his fists instinctively. Just as he was about to strike Liu Xiaoji, brother Che, forget. The woman suddenly spoke, stopping Che Lizzie from striking. Oomph. Che Lizzie snorted coldly. Ignoring Liu Xiaoji, he walked to the next table and sat down. After the 3 sat down, Chun Hao cast a Cherry has a brank ability blade hand at the Master Realm 2nd stage. The other 2 are a bit weaker. The woman has a crank ability, Vine Entanglement, at the Warrior Realm 5th stage. That fat guy has an frank ability, Space Manipulation, at the Warrior Realm 3rd stage. Space Manipulation. Seeing this ability, Chun Hao's heart began to pound wildly. What's going on? Why is there a spatial ability user here? Among all abilities, spatial ability users were among the top tier. Even if it was only in frank ability. Chun Hao noticed the fat man was eating weird-tasting beans. He reached into the bag only to find it empty. He carelessly tossed the bag onto the table and extended his right hand into the void. From somewhere he pulled out a new bag of weird-tasting beans. He opened it directly and started eating. If only I could get that ability from him. Chun Hao now had a thought. He hoped this fat man would die soon. That way he could take the other's ability. Hey Cherry, what are you guys doing here? On a mission. Liu Xiaoji had just finished eating. Bored, he casually asked Che Lizzie. What I'm doing is none of your business. Che Lizzie was now like a hedgehog. Anyone who provoked him would get pricked. True, it's none of my business. I was being too nosy. Having said that, Liu Xiaoji turned to Chun Hao. Brother, how should we head out now? Okay. Chun Hao nodded. As they were leaving, Chun Hao couldn't help but whisper to Liu Xiaobu. Xiaobu, can you put a mark on that fat guy? Liu Xiaobu was a little surprised but nodded. I can. Good, then please do it. Liu Xiaobu understood. He deliberately walked close to the fat man. Ouch! He pretended to trip and dropped the mark on the fat man. They left the corn cake shop. Chun Hao led Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu toward Wowo Mountain. They began to climb. Wowo Mountain didn't look high, but it was overgrown with shrubs. There was hardly any path, so the climb was tough. After nearly half an hour of climbing, they still hadn't reached the— Ooh, brother, how I can't go on. Liu Xiaoji panted heavily. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chun Hao couldn't help but say, Xiaoji, you need to exercise more. Your physical condition is too poor. Exercise. I work out every day. Push-ups are my specialty. Push-ups. Hearing those words, Chun Hao's mind conjured an image of Liu Xiaoji arching his rear. He shook his head in amusement. The 3 found a large rock to rest on. But no sooner had they sat down, footsteps came from behind. A familiar figure emerged from the trail, followed by 2 others. They locked eyes and froze. What are you doing here? They all said in unison. Cherry, are you following us? Following you, my foot. Cherry was holding a scroll of parchment that looked old. Liu Xiaoji glanced at it and couldn't help but smirk. Don't tell me you're here to find treasure. Or maybe you're here to take a dump. Liu Xiaoji chuckled, his face full of mockery. Cherry's face darkened instantly, and he instinctively tucked the scroll away. None of your damn business. With that, he led his 2 underlings onward toward the summit of Wowo Mountain. Watching their retreating figures, Liu Xiaoji couldn't help but ask Chun Hao, brother, how should we follow them? Shall we pursue them? Yes, but only after they've gained some distance. Liu Xiaobu placed a subtle mark upon the fat man's body. Thus Chen Hao felt no concern that his quarry might escape. After a brief rest, Chen Hao and his companions set out. They advanced steadily until they reached the edge of a sheer cliff. There at the cliff's edge hung a thick hemp rope. Chen Hao peered downward along the rope and spotted a narrow platform suspended far below. Well now, does this treasure lie hidden beneath the cliff itself? Chen Hao muttered wryly. Brother Hao, what is it? Liu Xiaobu's brow furrowed faintly. That black-robed woman is down there as well. At those words Chen Hao's own brow tightened in wary suspicion. Let's descend and investigate. Chen Hao had attained the third rank of the Master Realm. Che Lizzie stood at the second rank. In sheer strength Chen Hao could effortlessly overwhelm him. As for the black-robed woman, she posed no greater challenge. All three descended the rope to the platform where they discovered a cave mouth carved into the cliff face. They entered the cavern. Deep within the mountain hollow, a black-robed woman sat in silent cultivation, perched atop a pitch-black coffin. Through her meditation wisps of inky black energy seeped forth from the coffin, drawn inexorably into her being. A look of elation spread across her face. She had never imagined such fortune, stumbling upon the tomb of an ancient cultivator. By absorbing the corpse's death, her powers surged upward with startling speed. Second rank of the Master Realm. Third rank. Fourth rank. Finally she stabilized at the fifth rank, and her entire form began to transform. Her hair erupted into a wild, spiky halo, her eyebrows and lips darkened to obsidian black. Her nails lengthened visibly sharp and claw-like, and an aura of chilling malevolence radiated from her very pores. The cavern's temperature plummeted in her presence. That insolent brat, if I meet him again, I'll make him. A flash of venomous hatred crossed her features. Chen Hao had slain her younger sister. Her earlier retreat had been born solely of inferior strength. But now, everything had changed. Her power had ascended. After this I must capture and slay several more awakened beings. Until now she had preyed only upon ordinary mortals. The occupant of this coffin had been an awakened being. His corpse had granted her a taste of true power. Just as she pondered this. Hurry, we're nearly there. The treasure lies just ahead. Voices echoed from outside the cavern. Che Lizzie arrived at the tunnel's end with two underlings in tow. He caught sight of the black-robed woman. His face, moments ago alight with triumph, froze in stark terror. Ghost a ghost. Che Lizzie recoiled in shock. Reason abandoned him entirely. He spun on his heel ready to flee. Think you can run? Not a chance. With a snarl the black-robed woman extended razor-sharp claws and lunged toward him. As she closed in rapidly. Get away. To everyone's astonishment Che Lizzie shoved the fat man aside. The man crashed heavily onto the ground. Just as he began to push himself up, she was upon him, claws slashing downward. Facing her the fat man possessed no means of defense. Though his ability was spatial manipulation, its practical application remained severely limited. To date he had unlocked only a single function. A personal storage space. When he first awakened his talent stunned the entire school. The Awakened Bureau promptly recruited him on the spot. Yet the outcome proved deeply disappointing. Despite the Bureau's intensive training and the vast resources poured into his development, he had mastered only the storage function, barely attaining the third rank of the Scholar Realm. The director of the Chushi Awakened Bureau nearly exploded with fury. He severed all support and reassigned the man directly to Che Lizzie's command, effectively abandoning him to fend for himself. To most observers the fat man resembled a legendary grade artifact of level 1. Impressive in appearance, dazzling in listed attributes. Yet utterly impractical in actual use. One could wear it comfortably up to level 20, but beyond level 30 its stats became laughably obsolete. For by then, even the most mundane white-tire equipment would vastly surpass it. Shink! Her claws pierced the fat man's chest with brutal precision, ripping his still-beating heart from his ribcage. She seized the pulsing organ and took a savage bite. Pa! 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 She spat repeatedly. His heart was so saturated with greasy fat that its texture had turned revoltingly slick. Dismissing the corpse without another glance, she pressed forward in pursuit. As she drew nearer once more, a cruel glint hardened Che Lizzie's gaze. He intended to shove the woman down, using her as bait once more. But she saw through his intent before he moved. She activated her ability first. Vines coiled from the cavern walls, lashing toward Che Lizzie. He drew a heavy cleaver from his back and swung wildly, hacking at the encroaching tendrils. Wretched hag! Seeing her flee, Che Lizzie roared in furious contempt. If I survive this, you're dead. Mark my words. You'll die, make no mistake. A lethal certainty flashed in his eyes. In his mind her sentence had already been passed. Rest assured, you won't be returning. And neither will that one who just fled. Having tasted the potency of an awakened being's corpse, how could she possibly let these three slip away? Whoosh! She struck. Her claws tore through the air, aimed straight at Che Lizzie. Too close to evade. He raised his blade in desperate parry. Crash! He was hurled backward with crushing force, his body slamming hard against the cavern wall. A coppery tang flooded his mouth. He spat a gout of crimson blood. It felt as though his spine had shattered. Despair flickered in his eyes. He had never imagined, never dreamed, he'd fall before her in a single exchange. As she bore down upon him once more. Die! He forced his broken body upright and thrust his blade forward with final desperate fury. She sidestepped with effortless grace, evading the strike. Then in one fluid motion her claws slashed backward, graving deep bone-exposing gashes across his back. Che Lizzie collapsed face first onto the stone floor. This time he did not rise. A few feeble twitches, then stillness. His breath ceased. The woman in the green t-shirt sprinted blindly, only to trip over a loose stone. She tumbled headlong, crashing face first into the earth. Her forehead struck a jagged rock, knocking her unconscious. The black-robed woman emerged from the cave, her gaze falling upon the prone, motionless figure in green. She raised her hand to deliver the killing blow, when suddenly, whoosh, a blazing fireball streaked toward her. She twisted aside, evading it cleanly. Handle that one. I'll deal with the black-robed woman, Chen Hao said calmly to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. Chen Hao was locked in fierce combat with the woman in black. Chen Hao was at the 3rd stage of the Master Realm, while the woman was at the 5th stage. In terms of strength, Chen Hao was 2 levels lower than the woman. However, Chen Hao possessed abilities that the woman in black did not have. Every ability here was incredibly powerful. Bang, bang, bang. As they watched the two combatants collide, Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu were both astonished. Brother Hao is truly formidable. Is that the ability of you? Is that the ability of attack? Wow. He has learned all 5 abilities. After observing closely, Lu Xiaoji was amazed to find that Chen Hao had learned all the abilities that ordinary ability users needed to study U attack site investigation release. Moreover, he could utilize them flexibly. My goodness, this is too demoralizing. I consider myself a genius, and after so long, I have only learned the abilities of Yu and attack. Brother Hao has mastered them all. Hearing this, LV Xiaobu felt a bit embarrassed, as he knew even less, having only learned Yu. Yu is a skill that everyone in the Ability Bureau must learn. As the saying goes, to learn how to fight, one must first learn how to take a hit. When others can no longer hit you, then you will be invincible. Chen Hao and the woman in black were engaged in battle. LV Xiaobu could not participate. Lu Xiaoji glanced at the woman and asked LV Xiaobu, "Do you have any healing abilities?" The woman's head had struck a rock, leaving a massive wound that was slowly bleeding. Healing abilities. LV Xiaobu's ability was recognizing thieves as fathers. He had recognized many fathers in the Ability Bureau, which allowed him to learn many abilities. The mark he made on the woman in black was one of them. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, LV Xiaobu quickly thought. Healing abilities were rare, so he had learned very few, right? LV Xiaobu suddenly thought of something. He began to unbuckle his belt, preparing to take off his pants. Xiaobu, what are you doing? Saving someone. Does saving someone require taking off your pants? Oh. LV Xiaobu nodded, and then took off his pants. I have an ability called One Shot Will Do, he said as he prepared to take action, but was stopped by Lu Xiaoji. Xiaobu, besides that, you must know something else, right? At this moment, Lu Xiaoji was feeling a bit stressed. The woman in green was from the Chuzhou Ability Bureau, and if LV Xiaobu gave her a shot, a major conflict between the two bureaus was likely to erupt. Hearing this, LV Xiaobu thought for a moment. Right? I also know that one. He waved his right hand gently, and a holy light fell upon the woman in green. Holy light healing. Exactly. I didn't expect you to have learned Bai Jie's ability. Lu Xiaoji's mind conjured the image of Bai Jie. Yes, she was an excellent healer. Back to Chen Hao, the battle between the two sides was reaching its climax. The woman in black wore a face of reluctance. She was horrified to discover that as the battle progressed, her fighting power was plummeting. In contrast, Chen Hao became more spirited with each strike. Chen Hao felt a surge of joy within. Having learned the corpse cultivation, he loved dealing with the eerie. They were all his kin, capable of aiding. Now Chen Hao resembled a martial arts master who had learned the star absorption technique, while the woman in black was the demoness of a cult. No matter how strong the demoness was facing the star absorption technique, she had to obediently lie down. Finally, Chen Hao seized the woman's flaw. His right hand formed a fist, flames swirling around his knuckles, and he hurled a punch toward the woman's abdomen. Bang! The woman in black was sent flying, crashing hard against the rock wall behind her. Chen Hao pushed off with his right foot. He darted forward, preparing to deliver a finishing blow. No! The woman in black cried out in desperation. As long as you spare me, I will do anything you want. The moment the woman in black finished speaking, Chen Hao's right hand gripped her neck. He exerted all his strength into the corpse cultivation. Why? Why? As she felt the energy within her surge toward Chen Hao like a tide, confusion and resentment were etched across the woman's face. She had clearly begged for mercy. Because I don't like wearing tattered shoes. And your snake-like gaze really irritates. So you shall die. I curse you, I curse you. I curse you to die a bad death. Amidst the woman's curses, Chun Hao drained her completely. The woman in black turned to ash, vanishing before everyone's eyes. After dealing with the woman, Chun Hao walked deeper into the cave. He encountered the corpse of Che Lizzie. A fireball was thrown, incinerating Che Lizzie's body. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully collected the corpse. Gained level ability, Blade Master. This ability was merely an appetizer for Chun Hao. His true target was the fat man. He quickly moved forward and finally found the fat man's corpse. At this moment, the fat man's plump body lay on the ground. A massive hole was in his back. His eyes were wide open, clearly unable to close them in death. Fat man, go in peace. Chun Hao threw a ball of flame, incinerating the fat man's body. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully collected the corpse. Gained level ability, Space Manipulation. Awesome. Awesome. It was truly exhilarating. The system's notification sounded like heavenly music in Chun Hao's ears. The fat man's space manipulation was subpar due to its low level. However, Chun Hao was not troubled by this. After acquiring the ability of space manipulation, Chun Hao attempted to use it. The primary goal was naturally to establish a storage space. Chun Hao was quite knowledgeable about using abilities. Before long, he had opened up a cubic meter of space. This can serve as a small safe. It seems it's not that the fat man was incapable, but rather that the ability's grade was too low. Chun Hao pondered. System decomposed level ability, Blade Master. Blade Master requires the user to wield a broadsword to exert its maximum effect. Chun Hao had already mastered Dagger Master. Thus he did not find this ability particularly necessary. Ding. Level ability, Blade Master decomposed successfully. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10,000 original ability pearls. Inject 10,000 original ability pearls into space manipulation. Alright. Ding. Congratulations, host, your level ability space manipulation has been upgraded to level. Upon hearing the system notification, Chun Hao began to attempt using the level space manipulation. Looking at the space he had created, Chun Hao could hardly believe it. This space was as large as a basketball court. Its length and height were the same. Now I can say I've upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. This space manipulation has other uses, I'll explore them slowly when I return. Chun Hao continued deeper into the cave. Chun Hao arrived at the deepest part of the cave. He saw a coffin. He looked toward the coffin and found it empty. Was it all absorbed by that woman in black? Initially, Chun Hao was somewhat irritated. However, his cultivation realm suddenly broke through at that moment. He ascended from the third level of the master realm to the fourth. A faint smile curled upon his lips as he couldn't help but remark, all anomalies are like family to me. Chun Hao had already decided that in the future, whenever a new anomalous incident occurred, as long as he could handle it, he would definitely investigate. In the eyes of others, anomalies were utterly terrifying. In Chun Hao's view, anomalies were nothing but walking experience points. He searched through the cave thoroughly. With the help of his SS rank True Sight, he discovered a book. What is this? The Child's Divine Art. And it's a blue-grade cultivation technique. Chun Hao opened the book and attempted to read it. His reading speed was swift, within moments he had finished it. Then he tucked the Child's Divine Art away. He'll hand it over to Liu Xiaobu and the others later. Chun Hao had no intention of cultivating the Child's Divine Art himself, because practicing it came with a restriction: one must remain a virgin until reaching great mastery. It was a fine technique, but Chun Hao was the sole heir of 9 generations of his family, and he had no desire to let the Chun bloodline end with him. After emerging from the cave, Chun Hao met Lu Xiaojie and Liu Xiaobu. Brother, how you handled it? Chun Hao nodded, then tossed the Child's Divine Art to Liu Xiaobu. Liu Xiaobu caught it deftly. Brother, how this is? A cultivation manual, Xiaobu. From now on you should practice this one. It's an excellent method, but it has a drawback. After training you must remain a virgin. You cannot break your chastity before reaching great mastery, or all your progress will be lost. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Lu Xiaojie, who had originally leaned in, instinctively stepped back. He had intended to take a look, but now he didn't even have the desire to see it. Gazing at the Child's Divine Art in his hands, Liu Xiaobu's eyes burned with fervor. The cultivation method he had been using was one freely distributed by the nation. Although Shangwan Huofeng had taken him and she had not invested heavily in his training. Brother, how I will practice diligently. Liu Xiaobu said with firm resolve. He had never been fortunate with women, nor did he have any interest in them. His childhood experiences made Liu Xiaobu crave power all the more. By the way, Xiaobu, are you still a virgin? Yes, why? Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiaobu, I never knew you were still a virgin. Chun Hao's forehead darkened with exasperation. Ignoring Lu Xiaojie, he explained, cultivating this technique as a virgin yields twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise you'll get half the result with twice the effort. I understand. The group prepared to head back. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Chun Hao instructed Liu Xiaobu to hand over the woman in green whom he had been carrying on his back to the owner of the steamed bun shop. The woman had already awakened, but she remained silent throughout the journey. Che Liza's actions had deeply wounded her heart. The three of them left Wowo town. As they were departing, Liu Xiaobu grew worried and couldn't help asking, "Brother, how leaving her alone there? Won't there be any—" "No, because that shop owner is one of their people." "Huh?" Liu Xiaobu was utterly perplexed. "Brother, how—" "Don't be fooled by the owner's appearance. She is actually a general realm superpower user." This morning, when Che Lizi and the others came and they exchanged knowing glances with her. Clearly they know each other. "Damn, brother, how that's incredible. You even noticed that." Liu Xiaobu instantly turned into an ardent admirer of Chun Hao. Lu Xiaojia, however, was no longer surprised by such things. He was already numb to it. The three of them returned to the Supernatural Bureau. Just as they reached the entrance, they ran into Shangguan Huofeng. It seemed she had been waiting there for a while. "Why are you three back so late?" "No choice, there was traffic." Shangguan Huofeng nodded, then said with a smile, "I've heard all about what happened at Wowo Town. The authorities from Shangshu City called and greatly praised your actions. You did well this time. Oh, Sister Huofeng, you flatter us. We aren't as good as you say." Liu Xiaobu said, Indeed, this was just our duty." Shangguan Huofeng turned to Chun Hao and asked, "Xiao Hao, aside from that, did you resolve the hospital matter?" "It's resolved, but what? There's more to it." "Oh." Shangguan Huofeng glanced around and said to Chun Hao, "Come, let's talk in my office." Chun Hao and the others followed her to the office. After Chun Hao recounted the tragic story of the two sisters, I understand. All right, go get some rest. Don't involve yourselves in this matter anymore. The Wei family's power is immense. You cannot afford to provoke them. Okay. Chun Hao, Lu Xiaojia, and Liu Xiaobu left. Watching their retreating figures, helplessness was written all over Shangguan Huofeng's face. She deeply sympathized with the sisters' plight, but the Wei family's influence was so enormous that even she couldn't handle it. She had long heard of Wei Xianfist bullying and exploitation of the weak, but she never imagined it could be so egregious. Chun Hao and the others exited Shangguan Huofeng's office. Liu Xiaobu said to Chun Hao, "Brother Hao, it seems Sister Huofeng doesn't intend to pursue this matter further." Chun Hao nodded in agreement. She is now the director of the Supernatural Bureau, burdened with heavy responsibilities. She has to manage all the Bureau's affairs, big and small. She's quite helpless too. If she were alone, she might have already set out to deal with Wei Xianfu. But now she can't because she is our leader. Oh. Liu Xiaobu seemed to understand. Then what do we do? What else? We work hard to become stronger, then go kill that scumbag. Before Chun Hao could speak, Lu Xiaojia answered first. Chun Hao nodded, concurring with Lu Xiao. It had to be said, sometimes Lu Xiaojia seemed foolish, but in critical moments he never faltered. Huh. Liu Xiaobu yawned. "Brother Hao, I'm sleepy." "Then go to sleep. None of us have slept all night." The three of them returned to their respective dormitories. After taking a shower, Chun Hao lay down and fell asleep. He wasn't sure how long he had slept, but he was awakened by a commotion. He opened the door and stepped outside, only to find Tian Wenjing shouting, "Sister Baijia! Sister Baijia! Wenjing, what happened?" Shangguan Huofeng walked down from upstairs. "Sister Huofeng, Wenting is injured." Shangguan Huofeng glanced at Kai Wenting, covered in blood. "How could this happen?" "It was the Scorpion Brigade. Oh, we encountered them while on a mission. Wenting was severely injured by their people. It's all my fault. If I hadn't wanted to pick that Thunderflower, we wouldn't have run into the Scorpion Brigade." "Thunderflower? Isn't that used to refine the Foundation Establishment pill, eh?" "Yes." Tian Wenjing nodded. "I've been collecting materials to refine the Foundation Establishment pill recently." Shangguan Huofeng nodded upon hearing this. She glanced at the seriously injured Kai Wenting, her face showing a trace of regret. "Wenjing Baijia has also gone out on a mission. She's not in the bureau." "What?" Tian Wenjing was visibly shocked. She thought that bringing Kai Wenting back would ensure peace. Because as long as Baijia was there, no matter how severe the injury, it could be healed. But now Baijia was not present. "Sister Huofeng, are there any other healers available now?" "Healers?" Shangguan Huofeng glanced around. There are very few people with healing abilities, and even fewer in their bureau. "Qian Yu, is Luo around?" Shangguan Huofeng asked a woman not far away. "Sister Huofeng, I'm sorry, but Luo is also on a mission." "I see." Shangguan Huofeng also fell into a difficult position. There was no one to help. "Maybe I can give it a try." LV Xiaobu couldn't help but want to step forward to assist, but was stopped by Lu Xiaoji. "Xiaoji, why are you stopping me?" "Xiaobu, it's not that I think less of you as a brother. You should just give up on that little bit of skill." Lu Xiaoji had seen LV Xiaobu trying to heal a girl in green. She had just bumped her head. LV Xiaobu's healing could only stop the bleeding. He couldn't do anything more. In contrast, Baijia's holy light healing could quickly heal wounds without leaving scars. "Or do you want to use a shot will do? Aren't you planning to cultivate the child god technique? If you use this, can you still practice your divine skills?" LV Xiaobu fell silent, his face full of conflict. At that moment, Sister Huofeng, perhaps I can help her. Hearing that familiar voice, LV Xiaobu's eyes lit up. It's Brother Hao. Oh no, how did I forget about? If Brother Hao is here, then Kai Wenting is saved. LV Xiaobu was a bit excited, seeing Chun Hao. He felt as if he had seen the dawn. Right? We can find Brother Hao. He is very capable. What a blunder, what a blunder. Lu Xiaoji shook his head in regret. Chun Hao walked down from upstairs. Shangguan Huofeng looked at Chun Hao, her brows furrowing. Xiao Hao, lives are at stake. This is not a joke. Can you really heal? Yes. Chun Hao nodded. But Sister Huofeng, let me make it clear first. I will do my best to save her, but if I fail, you cannot blame me. That's only natural. Xiao Hao, I believe in you. Go ahead and do it boldly. Tian Wenjing looked at Chun Hao with glowing eyes. Chun Hao, please help me save Wenting. Right now, Tian Wenjing's eyes were filled with helplessness. Rest assured, I will do my best. Yes, just your words are enough. But when healing her, I hope it is just one person. No one else should disturb me. That's only natural. Everyone helped Chun Hao carry Kai Wenting into a nearby room. Chun Hao went in and then closed the door. Seeing this, everyone turned their eyes, preparing to sneak a look. Shangguan Huofeng frowned and stood at the door. These guys, while not helping, are great at watching the show. Shangguan Huofeng said angrily. Watching Chun Hao and Kai Wenting alone in a room made LV Xiaobu very worried. Xiaoji, do you think Brother Hao can heal her? It should be fine. Given Brother Hao's character, he never takes on battles he is not confident about. Since he dares to step in, it proves he has absolute confidence. Oomph. Just as LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were discussing, a guy crossed his arms, his face full of, I heard that kid's ability is just a worthless imitation ability. No matter how powerful such an ability is, how much can it really achieve? I think Shangguan Huofeng's head has been hit by a cannonball. The cowgirl got so severely injured and didn't even know to send her to the hospital. To actually believe a young kid's words, poor cowgirl. So young, and she is about to perish. Knowing this, I would rather enjoy myself before I die. The cowgirl was a nickname given to Kai Wenting by the Bureau. Hearing this person's words, LV Xiaobu's fists instinctively clenched. Just as LV Xiaobu was about to take action, Lu Xiaoji stopped him and said calmly, Xiaobu. Could it be that someone secretly ate shit? How could someone speak so foully? LV Xiaobu understood and said, that's right, it's unbearable, truly disgusting. You, the person who had just mocked Chun Hao, realized that LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were talking about him. You all wait for me, I will remember this debt. After saying this, the person turned and left. The Bureau had strict rules against fighting unless in special circumstances, or else severe penalties would follow. That's why Lu Xiaoji stopped LV Xiaobu. Pa, what a thing, you will remember this. Watching the person walk away, Lu Xiaoji narrowed his eyes. On Chun Hao's side, looking at Kai Wenting lying on the bed, he felt a pang of guilt and said, Cowgirl, I'm sorry I offended you. Chun Hao's hand of God was different from Bai Jie's holy light healing. Bai Jie could release her holy light healing directly. Chun Hao's activation condition required physical contact with the other person's body. He placed his hand on Kai Wenting's body and began to examine her. Since he didn't know where Kai Wenting was specifically injured, he could only check her all over. Half an hour later, Chun Hao exited the room. How is it? Is she all right? Tian Wenjing asked nervously. She's fine, as she just needs to recuperate well from here on. Good. Tian Wenjing quickly walked into the room. Shangguan Huofeng looked at Chun Hao and smiled appreciatively, patting Chun Hao's shoulder. Xiao Hao, I truly did not misjudge you. All right, you must be tired. Go have a good rest now. When you have rested well, come find me. I have a big gift for you. Okay. Under the gaze of everyone, Chun Hao walked towards LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. The way everyone looked at Chun Hao changed. They initially thought he was just well-connected, but did not expect him to have real skills. Moreover, since Chun Hao was a healer, they all started to consider how to curry favor with him. Brother Hao, how is the treatment going? Lu Xiaobu asked. It's okay, just a couple of swollen spots, so I treated them a bit more. His mind conjured the image of Kai Wenting. That magnificent stature. The impressive curves. Is it a D cup or any cup? That guy is infamous for being a big cow. Just as Lu Xiaojin pondered this, Lu Xiaobu suddenly spoke. Oh, who is it? Chun Hao asked. It's a kid with silver hair. Silver-haired kid. No worries if he speaks rudely, it's just rude. I'm a generous person and never hold grudges. Oh. In the evening, Chun Hao and the others followed someone watching the person's back. Lu Xiaobu could not help but say, brother, how didn't you say you never hold grudges? Yeah, I never hold grudges because if I have a grudge, I settle it directly. As they watched the person enter a public restroom, Chun Hao said to Lu Xiaojin and Lu Xiaobu, let's go, let's fight. The three entered the public restroom. It was quite old, with each stall separated by cement walls. As they just entered, they heard a familiar voice. It was that silver-haired kid squatting and using his phone. Chun Hao glanced at Lu Xiaojin and Lu Xiaobu. Where's the stuff? He whispered. Here. I'm ready too. Let's go. The three stealthily approached the stall of the silver hair. The restroom lights were broken, and it was somewhat dark. Fortunately, the silver-haired kid was using his phone, and the light illuminated his face, exposing him. Lu Xiaojin quickly placed a bag of urea over the silver-haired kid's head. Lu Xiaobu and Chun Hao pulled out baseball bats they had prepared earlier. They began to beat the silver-haired kid. Ouch! 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 The silver-haired kid cried, "Everyone move aside, let me handle this." Lu Xiaojin executed a move called Chrysanthemum's Finger. Oh! The silver-haired kid who had been constipated for days was suddenly relieved. Relieved he was, but now he was halfling in the stall. Naturally, everything made a mess of him. All done, let's retreat. Everyone fled. The next day, Chun Hao and the others were eating in the cafeteria of the Supernatural Bureau. They saw the silver-haired kid who had been beaten. His face was bruised and he limped as he walked. A strange odor emanated from him. Originally, everyone was chatting happily. But upon catching a whiff of that smell, everyone fled. Stinky. It was just too foul. In an instant, the entire cafeteria was empty. Naturally, those fleeing included Chun Hao and the others. After exiting the cafeteria, the three of them burst into laughter. "What's going on that has you all so happy?" A voice came over. Chun Hao turned to see Tian Wenjing. "Chun Hao, it's great to see you here. Wenning has woken up, come with me to take a look. Also check on her again, don't leave any after effects." Okay. Chun Hao was about to follow Tian Wenjing, but Lu Xiaojin pulled Lu Xiaobu and said to Chun Hao, "Brother, how you go a Xiaobu, and I won't follow. Remember to give her a good checkup." Lu Xiaojin said this with a lewd grin, then dragged Lu Xiaobu away. Looking at Lu Xiaojin's back, Tian Wenjing frowned, her face flashing with displeasure. "What's his deal? Don't mind him, he's just like that." Lu Xiaobu was pulled away by Lu Xiaojin. He was somewhat confused. "Xiaojin, why aren't we going along?" "Oh, you don't understand, don't disturb brother, how's good fortune?" Inside a hospital room, Kai Wenning was rubbing herself incessantly. "Bastard, how could you be so rough?" Just thinking about the cow's milk being squeezed by someone made Kai Wenting extremely angry. "Wenning, I'm back. I brought you some millet porridge and your favorite meat buns." Tian Wenjing walked in from outside, closely followed by Chun Hao. Seeing a person behind Tian Wenjing, Kai Wenning couldn't help but ask Sister Wenjing, "Who is he?" "Oh, you mean him? He's your lifesaver. He was the one who treated you last night." "It's him." Kai Wenting's expression changed slightly. However, she managed her emotions very well. Though her heart was filled with anger, her face remained amicable. Kai Wenning smiled and said, "Thank you very much for yesterday. It's nothing, just a small effort." This guy really got Hansen. Kai Wenning thought to herself. What a big jerk, not caring for the delicate flowers at all. Chun Hao smiled and asked Kai Wenning, "Are you feeling all right now? Is there anywhere still hurting or swollen that needs my help again?" "Oh, no need." Kai Wenning hurriedly refused. "All right. Looking at you, it seems there aren't any major issues." Seemingly recalling yesterday's events, Kai Wenting instinctively lowered her head. After some pleasantries, Chun Hao left the hospital room. As he was leaving, the information about Kai Wenting flashed through his mind. This girl is a third-tier master with its class ability, Earth Manipulation. Chun Hao didn't expect Kai Wenting's ability level to be higher than Tian Wenjing's. After leaving the hospital room, Chun Hao headed directly to a certain place. That place was the supermarket. It had the most complete selection, and Chun Hao planned to buy a lot of things to store in his created space. From large clothing to small medicines. Whatever he could see, Chun Hao purchased some of it. He even bought some women. Chun Hao's actions left the clothing wholesale market owner somewhat confused. "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm preparing to open a clothing store." "I see." Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, the store owner suddenly smiled. After settling everything, he provided an address, and the mall owner would send a vehicle to deliver everything to his home. In the evening, looking at the yard filled with items, Chun Hao's lips curled slightly. This house was his grandfather's old place, which he seldom used. Now that there was no one around, Chun Hao waved his hand and directly stored all the things in the yard. Then Chun Hao prepared to leave. Before departing, he took a glance at his grandfather's old house. Due to years of neglect, the old house was somewhat damaged, and the yard had grown quite a bit of weeds. Perhaps I can come back to repair it when I have time. Chun Hao returned to the Ability Bureau. In the days that followed, he dedicated himself to training and researching the ability of space manipulation. He had now mastered a new ability, which was teleportation. After using teleportation, Chun Hao could instantly flicker to a distance of 5 meters. This 5 meters was the maximum distance. I wonder if it's because the ability level is too low or if my strength is insufficient. Let's continue the research. To quickly master and flexibly utilize teleportation, Chun Hao would occasionally practice it while walking. One day, Chun Hao found himself with nothing to do. He decided to go to the outskirts to renovate his grandfather's house. He called up Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. As the three entered the woods, "Be careful." Chun Hao clenched his right fist and punched at a stone that flew. Bang! The stone was directly smashed by Chun Hao. "Who?" Chun Hao looked angrily toward the woods, but no one responded. What answered Chun Hao was a stone giant. The creature suddenly leaped high into the air and then landed heavily. Chun Hao and the others dodged as the stone giant landed in the spot where they had just been. Is it the Scorpion Brigade? Lu Xiaobu said nervously. I don't know, but you all need to be careful, Chun Hao said to Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. Okay, they replied. Chun Hao lunged forward and began to fight the stone giant. After exchanging several blows, he swiftly moved behind the stone giant. With his right foot enveloped in flames, he kicked toward the stone giant's head. Bang! The stone giant's head was directly blown apart by Chun Hao's kick. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were stunned by Chun Hao's actions. Xiaoji, what was that move just now by Brother Hao? You asked me, who should I ask? Lu Xiaoji rolled his eyes. At that moment he frowned and said to Lu Xiaobu, that looked a bit like the legendary teleportation. But isn't teleportation an ability of the space system? Just as Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were puzzled, Chun Hao charged into a nearby thicket. Oh no! A person hiding in the shadows prepared to flee, but Chun Hao chased after him. It's you. Chun Hao recognized the person in front of him. He did not expect the other party to be Kai Wending. That's right, it's me, you bastard. I'm here to settle the score with you for what you did to me before. Settle the score? Chun Hao raised the corners of his mouth slightly and walked toward Kai Wending. You? What do you want? Kai Wending instinctively covered her chest, retreating her body. What do I want? Little girl, not behaving naturally, I have to teach you a lesson. Soon cries of agony echoed through the forest. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu said to Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, should we go take a look? No need, just leave it to Brother Hao. Let's go to Brother Hao's old house first, Lu Xiaoji said, leading Lu Xiaobu away. Lu Xiaoji had heard the earlier sound. Based on the sound along with the stone giant from before, Lu Xiaoji recognized the attacker. It was indeed Kai Wending. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji squinted his eyes, imagining the scene of Chun Hao educating Kai Wending. Little girl, not behaving naturally, needs to be educated with a stick. After all, a filial child comes from the discipline of a stick. Back with Chun Hao. Demon, you are a demon. Kai Wending rubbed her sore butt. Her eyes were red and her face was full of grievance. All right, stop crying, come with me now. Where to? To my house. I tell you, my house is quite big. To your house. What? Afraid I will eat you. If I had that thought, I would have acted long ago. Why wait? As Chun Hao spoke this, he used the ability of hypocritical appearance. Upon hearing this, Kai Wending's face instantly flushed red. Chun Hao noticed and instinctively frowned. This girl can't possibly be a masochist, right? Thus Kai Wending, like a patient of Stockholm Syndrome, inexplicably followed Chun Hao to his old house. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated old house, Kai Wending frowned. What are you all planning to do? It's not just you, but us. Us? That's right, you also need to contribute. Why should I? Simply because you attacked us for no reason just now. It's a punishment for you. Otherwise. Chun Hao glanced at Kai Wending, and she felt a strange pain in two places. All right, it's time to get to work. Chun Hao tossed a pair of gloves to Kai Wending. The four of them began the renovation. Lu Xiaobu was in charge of fixing the roof, while Lu Xiaoji and Chun Hao were responsible for cleaning the inside. Kai Wending was responsible for clearing the weeds in the yard. Everyone started to get busy. After a while, Lu Xiaoji nudged Chun Hao with his elbow. Brother Hao. What is it? That girl is slacking off. Slacking off. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao looked over at Kai Wending and found her wearing a straw hat sitting on the railing outside the house. Chun Hao walked outside ready to talk to Kai Wending. However, when he reached the yard, he was stunned by the sight before him. Is it possible to do it this way? In the yard there were two little mud figures, one diligently pulling out weeds, while the other transported the weeds outside. So impressive. Chun Hao realized that Kai Wending's use of the ability of earth manipulation had reached an extraordinary level. How did you do that? Chun Hao walked up to Kai Wending, unable to help but ask. How did I do it? Isn't it just about having hands? Upon hearing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Just having hands. Isn't that the legendary statement of a top student? Chun Hao recalled his past life when he asked a top student for help with an exam question. The top student told him this question is easy, just have hands, do this and that, and you'll solve it. Isn't it simple? Simple, my ass. After hearing this, all that remained in Chun Hao's mind were those vague instructions. After we finish this, I'll come to consult you again. After saying this, Chun Hao entered the house. After a busy morning, the entire house looked new. Come, let's eat. Chun Hao took out the sliced watermelon and placed it in front of the three of them. Wow, so sweet. Kai Wending discovered that the watermelon was ice cold and had a sweet taste. She couldn't help but ask Chun Hao, this house doesn't have electricity, right? There isn't even a refrigerator. How did you keep this watermelon so cold? Oh, there's a well at the back. I just tossed the watermelon into the well and left it for a while. So that's how it is. Kai Wending had a look of realization. After finishing the watermelon, everyone felt full. Xiaobu, didn't you say you wanted to go out for a stroll? Upon seeing Lu Xiaoji's expression, LV Xiaobu suddenly realized. Alright, I do want to go out for a stroll. Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu left, leaving only Chun Hao and Kai Wending behind. Chun Hao looked at Kai Wending and said, now that there's no one here, what do you want? Kai Wending assumed a defensive posture. Chun Hao rolled his eyes at her, saying, I just want to ask how you made your earth golem. I want to learn. What? Do you also have earth elemental abilities? No, I have fire abilities. As he spoke, Chun Hao concentrated flames in his right hand. No wonder Sister Shangwan Huofeng took you as a disciple. Kai Wenning seemed to suddenly understand. She generously shared her knowledge in response to Chun Hao's inquiry. She directly imparted her skills. Chun Hao was somewhat confused by the situation. He wasn't sure if Kai Wenning was influenced by her previous demeanor or something else. Just moments ago she was ready to attack him. Now she was obedient like a good child. With Kai Wenting's teaching, Chun Hao began to experiment. He learned quickly. A little fire person appeared out of thin air on the ground through Chun Hao's efforts. It really worked. Chun Hao, you're amazing. Kai Wenting was overjoyed, dancing in excitement at the sight of the little fire person. She was even happier than when she had succeeded in her own attempts. Just as Sister Wenjing said, you are a genius. No, it's more like a prodigy. Hearing this, Chun Hao smiled slightly. Creating a fire person wasn't Chun Hao's ultimate goal. He began to attempt to conjure another fire person. Soon the second one was successfully conjured. Just as Chun Hao was about to conjure a third, Kai Wenting stopped him. What's wrong? With our current strength, we cannot conjure a third one. If we force it, it could harm our brains. Kai Wenting had initially planned to conjure a third one, but ended up suffering backlash. She had to recuperate for a long time before recovering. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao lightly smiled and said, "It's fine, I know my own limits." He continued. Soon a new little fire person appeared. Seeing the three little fire people before her, Kai Wenji couldn't help but widen her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, as if struck by lightning. What's happening? Chun Hao, how did you do that? Isn't it simple? Just use your hands. Listening to Chun Hao, who sounded like a top student, Kai Wenning felt a wave of speechlessness. While speaking, Chun Hao conjured another fire person. Another one. Kai Wenning had once conjured earth golem little people herself, so she understood the difficulties involved. With each additional one, the mental burden increased. What on earth is up with this guy's mental strength? Just as Kai Wenting was puzzled, Chun Hao found the answer. It should be the help of the super brain ability. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to upgrade my super brain ability. Currently, Chun Hao's super brain ability was at level C. Oh, those people from the Scorpion Brigade are really something. Why haven't they been causing trouble lately? Chun Hao was particularly fond of the weirdos and the Scorpion Brigade. They were like family to him, and each time they appeared, his strength would receive a certain boost. Since you're not coming to find me, I'll take the initiative to look for you. After cleaning up the old house, Chun Hao and the others left. What Chun Hao did not know was that after they left, a pair of eyes appeared in the well in the backyard. Chun Hao, I'm leaving. After returning to the Ability Bureau, Kai Wenting departed. Seeing her leave, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but give Chun Hao a thumbs up. How go awesome. You've won over our cowgirls so quickly. Chun Hao merely smiled at this and replied, let's go find your sister now. Find my sister? No way, how good, you've already taken down the cowgirl, and now you want to provoke my sister. Hearing this, Chun Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. I just want to invite her to dinner and ask her for a favor. Through the bounty board of the Ability Bureau, Chun Hao had found a target. This guy possessed the Blevel Western Swordsman ability and was at the 5th level of the Master Realm. Chun Hao planned to cause him some trouble. Alright, as long as you don't go after my sister, anything goes. It must be said that Lu Xiaoji was quite good to his sister. On the way to Lu Fengfeng's office, LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji followed behind Chun Hao. LV Xiaobu whispered to Lu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, why don't you want your sister to be with Hao Gu? Wouldn't it be great to have Hao Gu as your brother-in-law? Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji responded, am I foolish? There's only one Hao Gu. If he becomes my brother-in-law, what if I accidentally get crushed to death by my sister? Wouldn't I cry to death? As Lu Xiaoji spoke, an image appeared in LV Xiaobu's mind. Oh, I see why you say that. While talking, they had already arrived outside Lu Fengfeng's office. Chun Hao and the others walked in. What are you doing here? I have something to ask you for help with again. Go ahead, who do you want to find? Lu Fengfeng, this guy. Chun Hao showed Lu Fengfeng a photo of a man dressed in a suit, holding a western sword. Alright, wait for me a moment. Lu Fengfeng quickly began typing on the keyboard. In no time, she helped Chun Hao. After receiving the information from Lu Fengfeng, Chun Hao couldn't help but ask, Lu Fengfeng, are you free tonight? Let's go have a casual meal together. Sure. Lu Fengfeng smiled, looking particularly happy. This was the first time a boy had invited her to dinner. The scene shifted. At a barbecue stall, LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were busy grilling skewers, occasionally sipping on beer. Seeing the two devouring their food, Lu Fengfeng's face darkened. She had thought Chun Hao would spend a romantic candlelight dinner with her. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a scene. After finishing their meal, Chun Hao took everyone back. The next day, Chun Hao set out alone to confront the guy with the Western Swordsman ability. He arrived at a cafe following the address given by Lu Fengfeng, waiting there. As long as I kill this guy, my super brain can upgrade to Blevel. However, Chun Hao had to complain about one thing. That is, to upgrade and Flevel ability to Blevel requires consuming 100 original ability pearls. Upgrading a clever ability to level also requires consuming 1000 original ability pearls. Buyers end up spending more and sellers earn less. It's the middlemen who profit. And this price difference is all taken by the system. Shen Hao sat and sipped his coffee for a while. The little bell at the entrance of the cafe jingled every time. Welcome. What would you like to drink? The usual will be fine. All right. The newcomers were a grandfather and his granddaughter. Grandpa, take your time. The old man was led to a seat by the girl. Shen Hao looked over at them and noticed that both of them were skilled practitioners. The old man appeared somewhat frail, but possessed the strength of a fourth-stage master. Clever ability, Taiji's sword. Shen Hao saw through the old man's ability. He noticed that the girl, although slightly weaker at 7th stage, had a higher ability level than the old man. The girl's ability was level, Taiji's sword. Her ability was also Taiji's sword. In this world, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and the children of mice can dig holes. What the parents possess, the offspring are likely to inherit. This is the legendary concept of heredity. Of course, there are also some genetic mutations. Some awaken different abilities, or do not awaken any at all. After the grandfather and granddaughter had their coffee and small cakes, they walked out of the cafe with happy expressions. Grandpa, was the small cake delicious? It was indeed tasty, but you should eat less of it. You're old, so you should cut back on sweets. When I was at home, your grandma never allowed me to eat sweets. Hee, we won't tell grandma, will we? You always have such a quirky demeanor. After leaving the cafe, the grandfather and granddaughter walked away, while Shen Hao trailed behind them. After walking for a while, the old man suddenly stopped. A glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes as he coldly said, "Friend over there, come out and meet us." Ah, truly a wise old man. People say the old become cunning. I didn't believe it at first, but now I. A young man holding a western sword stepped out from a corner. What do you want? The old man coldly glared at the person across from him. Nothing much, just wanted to experience your Taiji sword. Experience my Taiji sword. The old man glanced at the young man and found his western sword somewhat familiar. Suddenly his eyes widened. Did you kill Old Han? Old Han? Who's that? The young man was a sword enthusiast who had challenged many masters throughout his life. Without exception, all those people had perished beneath his sword. Han Xiaoming, the heir of the Yu Long sword. Oh, you mean that guy? I remember now. That guy was too weak. Oh, although his Yu Long sword looked impressive, it was just flashy. He was directly stabbed to death by me in just 2 exchanges. Upon hearing this, the old man's face darkened instantly. Han Xiaoming was his close friend, and he never expected him to die at the hands of this young man. Pay with your life. Today I will avenge Han Xiaoming. The old man snatched the long sword from his granddaughter's hand and lunged at the young man. Come at me. The young man charged forward with his western sword. The two sides engaged in combat. Clangs of metal clashing could be heard incessantly. The young man's sword was a killing sword with every strike aimed at the old man's vital points. The old man had no choice but to avoid the attacks. He used skillful maneuvers to parry the young man's sword. After dozens of exchanges, the young man had yet to land a single hit on the old man. Interesting, truly fascinating. The young man seemed to have found something very entertaining. You are much stronger than that guy with the Yu Long sword. He was dead in just a few moves, but you can withstand my dozens of attacks. The old man remained silent at this. His face was flushed, and his internal energy surged. He was too old, and his physical functions had declined. Now he was already at the end of his strength. If the opponent kept attacking, he would be defenseless. All right, no more. It's time to send you on your way. The young man seemed to sense the old man's condition. Seeing the young man about to charge, the old man shouted to his granddaughter, shouting, "You must run away." "No, Grandpa, I want to stay with you," Zhang Ying said as she tried to help. "Why don't you listen? You are not." Upon hearing this, the young man's lips curled slightly, as if the old man's strength had earned his respect. He then said, "Little girl, why don't you hurry and listen to your grandpa and run away? Today I am in a good mood, so I will let you off the hook." Zhang Ying's strength was too weak to catch the young man's interest. "Zhang Qingshan, I have been rather nice to you, haven't I? I will kill you, but spare your granddaughter. You should be grateful to me." Hearing the young man's strange words, Zhang Qingshan's face turned dark. He gritted his teeth, his jaw trembling. Zhang Qingshan was filled with hatred, hating himself for lacking strength. If he were 10 years younger, this young man would not dare to be so arrogant. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in life. The young man had already pounced forward. The western sword in his hand sliced through the air, a flash of light flickering. Just as the young man's western sword was about to stab Zhang Qingshan, a fireball flew over. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshan dodged quickly. "Who? Sneaking around for a sneak attack, come out." Zhang Qingshan looked angrily towards the direction from which the fireball had come. Before long, a figure walked out. What kind of ability is it to bully an old man and a child? Upon hearing Shen Hao's words, the young man laughed. "What? Do you want to stand up for them? Is that not allowed?" "Of course, but you must pay the corresponding price." As he spoke, the young man charged forward with his sword. Seeing this, Chun Hao stepped back with his right foot and charged at the young man. The two sides gradually closed in. The young man wielded his Western sword. A Nepalese army knife appeared in Chun Hao's hand, just as they were about to clash. The anticipated sound of metal colliding did not come. The young man's sword stabbed out. He was horrified to find that he had missed. Chun Hao vanished like a ghost, disappearing from his sight. Not good. He felt a chill down his spine. A dagger glowing with purple light stabbed into his back. Puff! Chun Hao used a flash to appear behind the young man, the sharp Nepalese army knife piercing through. The young man swung his Western sword in response. He still missed. Chun Hao had already dodged several meters away using flash. There's poison. The young man was horrified to find that his back was starting to feel numb. He attempted to resist, but Chun Hao's poison was too tyrannical. His body softened, and he collapsed straight down. Seeing this, Chun Hao gathered a ball of flame in his right hand and threw it at the young man. Boom. The flames landed on the young man, igniting him instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successful corpse collection. Obtained great ability, Fencer. The young man was incinerated into ashes by the flames. Chun Hao successfully acquired his ability. System decomposed, great ability, Fencer. Ding, decomposition successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10000 original ability beads. Fuse these 10000 original ability beads into Super Brain. Ding, congratulations, host. Your Super Brain has been enhanced. Upgraded to great ability. Chun Hao discovered that after enhancing his Super Brain, his spiritual power had grown stronger. You? Hello. Zhang Ying walked toward Chun Hao, trembling slightly. Thank you for saving my life, sir. May I ask your name? Lei Feng. Chun Hao, unwilling to form any connection, uttered the name and turned away. Grandfather Zhang Qingshan smiled, his face brimming with gratification. Each generation produces its own talents. Our dragon kingdom is beginning to see its dragon sons emerge. Originally, Zhang Qingshan intended to have his granddaughter invite Chun Hao to their home to show hospitality. Little did he expect that Chun Hao would directly depart. Masters have their own temperament. Zhang Qingshan naturally understood this, so he saw nothing wrong with Chun Hao's act. Chun Hao returned to the Ability Bureau. As he walked in, he spotted Kai Wenning holding a lunchbox. Wenning, where are you headed? To see Wenjing. By the way, Xiao, how would you like to come with me? As she spoke, Kai Wenning lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushing. After being disciplined by Chun Hao, she had become much more docile. Sure. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since Chun Hao had chatted with Tian Wenjing. Let's go then. Under Kai Wenting's lead, Chun Hao followed her to a certain place. This is a cemetery. Chun Hao never expected Tian Wenjing to be in such a place. They walked into the cemetery and finally found her standing before a tombstone. Wenjing, I've come to see you and brought you some food. Oh, and Xiao Hao is here too. Tian Wenjing wiped away her tears upon hearing this. Then smiling, she said to Kai Wenting, thank you, Wenting. You're welcome. What are sisters for? Chun Hao walked over. He glanced at the tombstone and froze upon seeing the photo and the inscription. Kai Wenting seemed to read as she said, this is where Wenjing's parents are buried. Chun Hao fell silent for a moment. Then he asked how. It was the Scorpion Brigade. They killed Wenjing's parents. Chun Hao turned his gaze to Tian Wenjing. He saw her crying pitiably. Between sobs, she forced herself to eat. Usually she appeared so strong, but beneath her tough exterior, there was still a young girl. The Scorpion Brigade again. Chun Hao clenched his fists, unconsciously hatred rising in his face. Xiao, how do you also have a grudge against them? Was it your family? Yes. And it's a blood feud. He spoke with utter seriousness. As the saying goes, one should not harm the family. Attacking him was one thing, but harming his grandfather was absolutely unforgivable. Because his grandfather was his only family in this world. Since the Scorpion Brigade dared to lay a hand on his grandfather, they would have to bear his wrath. Chun Hao was willing to risk his own life to destroy the Scorpion Brigade. Wenjing, don't cry. From now on, I'll stand with you through everything. Leave the Scorpion Brigade to me. Rest assured, one day, I will annihilate them all. Tian Wenjing knew that with Chun Hao's capabilities he could certainly do it. After all, he was an SS rank ability user. Now all Chun Hao needed was time. The three left the cemetery and returned to the Ability Bureau. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu returned after their late-night snack. They saw Kai Wenting's flushed face and Tian Wenjing's tear-streaked cheeks. Xiaoji, why is Wenjing crying? Liu Xiaobu asked. No idea. Maybe she got sand in her eyes. Though he said that Lu Xiaoji was inwardly shocked. As expected of Brother Hao. He's really bold going for a double. Tisk tisk, I wouldn't dare do that. In the following days, Chun Hao entered a period of intense cultivation. With his great superbrain, Chun Hao revised the Fire Phoenix art once more. He even made modifications to corpse cultivation. His cultivation speed grew even faster. Reached the 5th stage of Master Realm. Chun Hao left his room. He saw Liu Xiaobu sparring with Shi Jian. Just like Chun Hao in the early days, Liu Xiaobu was sent flying repeatedly by Shi Jian. Get up, Xiaobu. You're far inferior to Chun Hao. He wasn't such a coward back then. Shi Jian had trained Chun Hao before. Now he was applying the same standard to Liu Xiaobu. Liu Xiaobu felt like he was on the verge of death. His whole body was battered, no spot intact, and his bones felt like they were about to crack. Brother Hao is truly a freak. He could endure such training. Liu Xiaobu considered himself tough enough, but Chun Hao was even more extreme. Can't compare. By now Chun Hao had become an insurmountable mountain in Liu Xiaobu's heart, one he could only look up to never cross. Seeing Liu Xiaobu struggle several times without getting up, Shi Jian realized he had been too harsh. Liu Xiaobu was not Chun Hao. He couldn't reach that monstrous level. Still, compared to others, Liu Xiaobu was already a minor prodigy. Xiaobu, are you okay? A figure approached Liu Xiaobu and extended a hand. Brother Hao. Liu Xiaobu was overjoyed to see Chun Hao. He grabbed Chun Hao's right hand and stood up filled with immense gratitude. Chun Hao had not only given him the child divine art, but also introduced him to a mentor, Shi Jian. Over the past few days, Liu Xiaobu's strength had skyrocketed. He had directly reached the 8th stage of Warrior Realm, just 2 minor levels short of Master Realm. Where's Xiaoji? He said he found a Master too and went off for special training. Chun Hao's rapid progress had pressured both Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu to continue fighting alongside Chun Hao. They also began rigorous cultivation. Brother Hao, Xiaobu, speak of the devil and he appears. Liu Xiaoji walked over from a distance. Chun Hao turned to look at Liu Xiaoji. He discovered that Liu Xiaoji's right hand had his index and middle fingers wrapped in bandages. Don't mention it, I went to find a teacher. I don't know if it's him messing with me, making me insert sand every day. Insert sand? Insert sand, is that how your hands ended up like this? Liu Xiaobu looked puzzled. You don't understand, it's the kind of sand that's really hot. There's a big iron pot on top, and it keeps getting firewood added underneath. Listening to Liu Xiaoji, Chun Hao felt a bit baffled. Xiaoji, you didn't find a master who practices iron sand palm, did you? No, he doesn't practice iron sand palm, he practices fingers. Brother Hao, let me tell you, my master's right hand is long, even longer than those pianists' hands. His fingers are impressive, they can probe into holes and bend. I saw him reach his hand into a black hole with my own eyes. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside. When my master took his hand out, it was dripping wet. Chun Hao listened and wasn't sure what to say. He asked Liu Xiaoji, if we go on a mission tonight, do you have a plan? A mission? Yes, of course. Liu Xiaoji looked anxious, fearing that Chun Hao wouldn't take him along. He directly untied the bandage on his right hand in front of Chun Hao. Chun Hao looked at Liu Xiaoji's right hand. He noticed that Liu Xiaoji's index and middle fingers had thickened. Brother Hao, I've comprehended a new technique recently. Tonight I'll give you a good demonstration. Good. Chun Hao took Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu to the mission center to receive their tasks. There were many tasks in the ability bureau, and they were overwhelmed. Looking at the densely packed tasks before them, Chun Hao and the others were almost dazzled. Suddenly Liu Xiaobu pointed at a task and shouted, Basketball, Brother Hao, basketball. Let's take on this basketball ghost mission. Okay. The mission center assesses tasks, and this basketball ghost mission was just right for Chun Hao and the others. So they accepted the mission. As night fell, Chun Hao, Liu Xiaoji, and Liu Xiaobu walked along a small path. You two be careful, we are almost at the target location. This time the mission target location was in a park. The park was backed by a mountain and had a basketball court. Before the incident, many people came here to play basketball. After the incident, no one came anymore. Chun Hao walked along the path. Due to the lack of visitors, the path leading to the basketball court was overgrown with weeds, almost covering the way. Liu Xiaoji, walking behind, couldn't help but complain, this place is so remote, this path is about to be abandoned. Do we really need to deal with that guy? Hearing this, Chun Hao glanced at Liu Xiaoji. That guy is strange and no one knows if he might move. If this basketball court becomes abandoned, what if he changes location? Wouldn't new people fall victim? Hearing Chun Hao's words, Liu Xiaoji suddenly understood. Brother Hao, I'm sorry, I didn't think it through. Liu Xiaoji said apologetically. As they spoke, they arrived at the basketball court. Oddly enough, despite no one coming here, the lights inside were still on. Chun Hao and the others pushed open the large door of the basketball court and walked in. The court was empty. There were 2 benches placed on either side of the court. The benches had deteriorated over time with the paint peeling off. They walked in and began to wander around the bath. There's nothing here. After walking around, Liu Xiaoji couldn't help but complain. At his feet was an empty mineral water bottle, which Liu Xiaoji kicked. The bottle flew out and slid along the ground. Liu Xiaoji looked in the direction the bottle flew. He saw a shadow. How? Brother Hao. Liu Xiaoji was startled and hurriedly tugged at Chun Hao's cloak. Chun Hao looked in the direction Liu Xiaoji was pointing. Beneath the hoop, a shadow had appeared at some point, holding a basketball and wearing overalls. Brother Hao, let me handle this. Liu Xiaobu felt he had become stronger. He wanted to show off in front of Chun Hao. He stretched out his right hand. A ball of flame appeared in Liu Xiaobu's hand. Seeing the flame in Liu Xiaobu's hand, Liu Xiaoji couldn't help but tease, Xiaobu, did you get your flame from a bargain? Why is it so small it looks stunted? Lu Xiaobu's face turned red upon hearing this. So what if it's small? Haven't you heard of being short but mighty? Saying this, Lu Xiaobu prepared to throw the fireball, but was stopped by Chun Hao. What are you doing, brother Hao? That over there is a person, not a ghost. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu both looked confused. The three of them walked toward that person. As they got closer, they saw the person's attire. Goodness, it's Little Black. Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but comment. Upon seeing Chun Hao and the others, the person was startled and fled toward the door. I didn't expect Little Black to run quite fast. Seeing nothing here, Chun Hao and the others prepared to leave. They hadn't taken a few steps. The guy who had just run away came back. His face was a bit pale as he revealed a terrifying smile at Chun Hao and the others. Are you here to play with me? A chilling voice emanated from his mouth. Damn it, you little black guy, you're trying to scare us on purpose, right? Lu Xiaobu rolled up his sleeves ready to give the guy a beating, but was stopped by Chun Hao. Xiaobu, he's not a little black. If he's not a little black guy, then he is a ghost. As soon as Chun Hao finished speaking, the little black guy twisted his head off. Come on, play with me. Let's play basketball together. I brought a basketball. With his head twisted off, a large amount of blood spurted out from the gap. It gushed out like a fountain, making a hissing sound. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but swallow. Come on, play with me. Since you're not coming over, then I'll come to you. The basketball ghost said as he dribbled the basketball and charged toward the three. Catched. He threw the ball over. Lu Xiaoji instinctively went to catch it. When the ball landed in his hands, he was startled. That was no ball, it was clearly a human head, the head of the little black guy. Up. Lu Xiaoji was so frightened that he dropped the head. The head bounced after hitting the ground. It flew toward Lu Xiaobu at an odd angle. Lu Xiaobu was braver than Lu Xiaoji. He clenched his right hand into a fist with an unusual energy swirling around it. Following Shi Jian, he had also learned to attack. Bang! Lu Xiaobu punched the head, sending it flying. A human head flew towards Lu Xiaoji, targeting his backside. Ouch! The mouth of the head opened and surprisingly bit down on Lu Xiaoji's rear. Lu Xiaoji cried out in pain. Go to hell. He endured the agony and jabbed his fingers into that incredibly solid head was pierced effortlessly by Lu Xiaoji, as if it were tofu. He lifted the head and then tossed it away forcefully. Ouch, ouch, my backside. He reached back to touch his rear and found a deep imprint of teeth. The surroundings were damp. Blood was evident from the bite. The head flew towards Chun Hao this time. Chun Hao waved his right hand. A sharp fire blade sliced through the air. The flames swept forth. The fire blade pierced through the center of the head, splitting it in two. Boom. The head ignited upon hitting the ground, instantly enveloped in flames and reduced to ashes. You actually dared to destroy my basketball. I will make you pay with your life. A shadow appeared, gathering a ball of black energy in hand the size of a basketball, and hurled it at Chun Hao. Swish! Chun Hao teleported, avoiding the black energy ball, and appeared right in front of the basketball ghost. He grabbed the ghost by the neck, lifting it up. The basketball ghost began to struggle fiercely. Chun Hao activated the corpse refinement technique, starting to devour the basketball ghost, consuming it entirely. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were stunned by Chun Hao's actions. Wow, brother Hao is still so fierce. We haven't even made a move and the battle is over. Lu Xiaoji spoke up. Indeed. Lu Xiaobu's face was filled with helplessness. He thought that by boosting his strength, he could assist Chun Hao. Unexpectedly, he ended up being a burden. Clap. After Chun Hao devoured the basketball ghost, a notebook fell down. What's going on? Can killing anomalies drop equipment? Chun Hao bent down to pick up the notebook. The lighting was dim, and he didn't look closely, intending to study it later. Xiaoji, Xiaobu, let's go. Okay. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu followed Chun Hao as they prepared to leave, passing by the body of the little black guy. Lu Xiaoji glanced over and couldn't help but say, is this what the online idols refer to as the fate of the little black guy? He chose not to dwell on it, and walked along with Chun Hao. The group left the basketball court, walking through a small path, and entering the park. Chun Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji and noticed he was limping. What happened to you? I just got bitten on the backside. Bitten on the backside? Let me see. This isn't too good. Turn around. Okay. Chun Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji's bloodied rear and pressed down with his right hand. Up. Lu Xiaoji cried out. He couldn't help but say to Chun Hao, brother Hao, there are so many people here. If you really want me to, we'll wash it when we get back. Wash what? Chun Hao's face darkened. He was kindly using the divine hand to heal Lu Xiaoji, and this guy was saying such things. Fortunately, there was no one around, otherwise Chun Hao would have wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How does it feel now? Chun Hao withdrew his hand. Brother Hao, your touch feels amazing. Lu Xiaoji looked intoxicated. Maybe I should suffer some more so you can touch me more often. Perhaps I could also have a cherry bottom, who knows? Upon hearing this, Chun Hao kicked Lu Xiaoji's backside. Ouch! Lu Xiaoji fell over. If you speak recklessly next time, it won't just be a kick. With that, Chun Hao walked away. Lu Xiaobu followed closely behind. As they left, Lu Xiaobu said to Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, you angered brother, Hao, hurry up and apologize." Lu Xiaoji got up. Although he was kicked by Chun Hao, he felt a sweetness in his heart. "Brother Hao, have you really considered my suggestion?" Chun Hao and the others returned to the Superpower Bureau. After completing their mission, the three prepared to go out for a meal. Exiting the mission area. "Master," Lu Xiaoji suddenly called out. A figure in a black hoodie stopped not far away. "Brother Hao, that's my master." Chun Hao looked over at the figure. For some reason, he felt an unusual chill from them, as if they were detached from the mundane world. However, their strength was undeniably formidable. S-level ability, Soul, Severing Finger, 9th stage of the Wang realm, just one step away from the spirit level. Lu Xiaoji ran up and spoke a few words with his master. Afterward, his master left. Lu Xiaoji returned with an apologetic expression. "Brother Hao, I'm sorry, my master is a bit shy. He doesn't like to interact with others, especially strangers." Lu Xiaoji had originally intended to introduce Chun Hao and Lu Xiaobu to his master, but his master refused. "So how did you get to know him?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoji grinned. "A tree does not shed its bark, a person does not lose face, and one is invincible in the world. To become his disciple, I waited every day at the door of his dormitory. As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains and open stone doors. I finally succeeded." Lu Xiaobu looked at Lu Xiaoji with admiration. "Xiaoji, you're amazing." "Not at all." He agreed to give him 10 million as tuition. He only reluctantly accepted it. Lu Fengfeng appeared beside them at some point. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What a great example of sincerity opening doors. 10 million, what a hefty sum. Chun Hao didn't expect that Lu Xiaoji was actually a hidden tycoon. "Sister, it was hard for me to put on an act once. You actually exposed my cover, you're really too much." Lu Xiaoji had originally wanted to establish a lofty image of persistence in front of Chun Hao and Lu Xiaobu. Now it was all ruined. "Feng, moi. We're planning to go for a late-night snack. Do you want to join us?" "Sure." Recently, Lu Fengfeng was on a diet and didn't eat late-night snacks, but hearing Chun Hao's invitation, she immediately agreed. The four of them went to their usual place for barbecue. After returning, the group resumed their intense training. Chun Hao refined the energy of the basketball ghost, successfully breaking through from the 5th stage of Master Realm to the 6th stage. Indeed, absorbing anomalies is the best way to cultivate. Chun Hao emerged from the closed-door training room. "Chun Hao," a familiar voice called out. Chun Hao turned to see it was Tian Wenjing. "Wenjing, you're here too. Did you also break through in strength?" Chun Hao noticed that Tian Wenjing's abilities had also surged. She was now a 7th stage ability user. Tian Wenjing looked at Chun Hao and said with a smile, "How about a spar?" "Exactly what I was thinking." Having just broken through to the 6th level of the Master Realm, Chun Hao was eager for a fight to adapt to his surging newfound power. Tian Wenjing felt the same. The two arrived at the training ground of the Supernatural Bureau. This was a specialized training area for supernaturals surrounded by energy shields that absorbed the leaked supernatural energy from those inside. "Ladies first." Chun Hao made a gesture to Tian Wenjing. "Then I won't hold back." Tian Wenjing swung her leg toward Chun Hao in a kick. The two began to fight. Their scuffle caught the attention of Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, who had just returned from buying Kentucky Fried Chicken outside. In their hands, they carried bottles of ice-cold cola and a family bucket. Holy crap, this is going to be a good show. Brother Hao is actually fighting Sister Wenjing." Boom, boom, boom. Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing exchanged blows in rapid succession. Flames swirled around Chun Hao while gales of wind enveloped Tian Wenjing. It was a clash between fire and wind. Boom. A ball of flame landed on the energy shield in front of Lu Xiaoji. A wave of heat instantly swept over. Good heavens, thank goodness for the shield, or Lu Xiaoji would have been roasted like a little chicken. "Xiaobu, let's go eat in the back." Lu Xiaoji led Liu Xiaobu toward the rear area. The training ground was on the basement level. On the 2nd floor, there were many seats provided for spectators. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu watched the fight between Chun Hao and Tian Wenjing with keen interest. Liu Xiaobu couldn't help asking Lu Xiaoji, "Who do you think will win?" "That goes without saying. Of course it's our brother Hao." Don't be fooled by how evenly matched they seem now. A brother Hao has been going easy on Tian Wenjing all along. You think this is a fight. Actually, it's a couple reconciling their feelings. Reconciling feelings. Liu Xiaobu was a blank slate when it came to romance, so he looked utterly bewildered. "Exactly. Haven't you heard the saying, quarrel in bed, make up by the bedside?" "Oh, I remember now. Back when I was in the orphanage. Our director fought with his wife every night. His wife would scream in pain, letting out cries of ah. We all felt sorry for her back then. But the next day she acted as if nothing had happened and went to work as usual. At worst, she walked a little stiffly. Now that I think about it, his wife must have been a supernatural too, with an ability to quickly recover her body." "Yeah, right. Lu Xiaoji didn't bother explaining further. He took a bite of the fried chicken. So juicy, so fragrant. What are you two eating?" As he spoke, Shang Wan Huofeng and Bai Jia walked over. A KFC family bucket. Sister Huofeng, Sister Bai Jia, would you like some? No, I'm on a diet, Shang Wan Huofeng declined. But Bai Jia smiled and said, give me a piece. Here you go. Lu Xiaoji handed over the family bucket. Everyone ate from the bucket while watching Tian Wenjing and Chun Hao's fight. I can't believe Xiao Hao has reached such strength. Shang Wan Huofeng was shocked to see Chun Hao trading blows evenly with Tian Wenjing. For Chun Hao, she had adopted a hands-off approach. After guiding him onto the path, she let him develop on his own. Little did she expect Chun Hao's growth to surpass her expectations. Bai Jia looked at Chun Hao, her eyes narrowing. Huofeng, don't you find anything wrong with this brat? Wrong. Shang Wan Huofeng hadn't been paying close attention. Now that she looked carefully, she sensed something amiss. What's going on? This kid is giving her pointers. His strength is greater than Wenjing's. Only the stronger can guide the weaker. Under Chun Hao's guidance, Tian Wenjing's strength was steadily improving. Hearing Shang Wan Huofeng's words, Bai Jia smiled. She had long felt Chun Hao was extraordinary, but she never imagined he would be this remarkable. Boom. The two below exchanged a powerful punch. A figure was sent flying backward. It was Tian Wenjing. She slid across the ground for a short distance before stopping. I give up, I give up. Tian Wenjing wasn't foolish. She knew that Chun Hao had been holding back the entire time. If he had gone all out, she would have fallen long ago. Tian Wenjing looked at Chun Hao with mixed feelings of joy and dismay. She was happy that Chun Hao's strength had risen and now surpassed hers. But dismayed because despite all her efforts, her achievements still fell short of his. Wenjing. Shang Wan Huofeng called out. Sister Huofeng. Shang Wan Huofeng seemed to read Tian Wenjing's mind. Chun Hao's strength had planted a knot in her heart. If left unresolved, it might lead to chi deviation later. Wenjing, don't compare yourself to this guy. That's right, Wenjing. This kid is a prodigy. You knew that from the day you recruited him, Bai Jia chimed in. Have you ever seen anyone master the 5 supernatural arts in such a short time? Tian Wenjing recalled the scene of Chun Hao learning from Shi Jian. Exactly, Sister Wenjing. Our brother Hao is a freak. Don't compare yourself with him. Lu Xiaoji was eating a burger, his mouth full of food. Yes. Sister Wenjing, we're ordinary people. We can't compete with him. Besides, brother Hao is our friend, one of us. Isn't it better for us if he's strong? Upon hearing Liu Xiaobu's words, the last knot in Tian Wenjing's heart dissolved. She revealed a smile and said to Chun Hao, I'm sorry. I was jealous of you just now. I even harbored hostility toward you. Tian Wenjing said with an apologetic expression. It's fine. I'm a genius. The trouble with being too outstanding is that it's easy to attract envy. Chun Hao flicked his hair stylishly as he spoke. What a show-off. One compliment, and you're already letting it go. Chun Hao used his flamboyant words to break the awkwardness between them. After leaving the training ground, Tian Wenjing, drenched in sweat, went to take a shower. Chun Hao, on the other hand, walked toward Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. Here, brother Hao, have some family bucket. Thanks. Chun Hao grabbed a chicken leg and started gnawing. The three of them walked toward the dormitory while eating. On the way out, Chun Hao collided with someone at a corner. That person was knocked to the ground. Are you okay? Chun Hao looked over and saw it was Kai Wenning. I'm fine. Kai Wenning stood up and picked up her book. What were you reading so intently? This. Kai Wenning handed a book to Chun Hao. How to Summon a Pen Fairy. Chun Hao read the title. Yeah, this is super popular lately. Lots of people are buying it. Chun Hao felt speechless upon hearing this. In his past life, he would have simply played along after all. He believed in marks and a world devoid of gods. But now these people were playing with fire. Wasn't this like lighting a lamp in a latrine, courting death? What Chun Hao didn't know was that inside a certain university's female dormitory, several girls locked the door and drew the curtains. They used blood to draw a curse seal on the floor. Then they simultaneously grasped a brush. They began to chant, Pen Spirit, you are my past life, ooh, I am your present life. Appear quickly, appear quickly. Soon after, several screams echoed from the room. Then everything fell silent as if nothing had happened. Chun Hao had just finished bathing and was about to rest when Shang Wan Huofeng entered. She said to him, Nanjing University has run into trouble. I need to deal with the Scorpion Brigade matter and can't get away, so it'll trouble you to make a trip. All right, no problem. Chun Hao set off with Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. On the way, they reviewed the information about the incident. After reading everything, Chun Hao frowned. Liu Xiaobu cursed, the person who wrote How to Summon a Pen Spirit deserves to die. He should be arrested and shot. Spreading such a book. The car soon drove into Nanjing University. The arrival of Chun Hao and his team attracted the attention of the students. Nanjing University was an ordinary school. The students had no other merits besides good grades, excellent talents, and being a bit smarter than others. Wow, so handsome. As Chun Hao got out of the car, a crowd of female students from Nanjing University began to exclaim, Appa, this is a real Appa. Damn, what are the talent scouts doing? The ones on TV are all sissies, yet an Appa like this hasn't been on TV. Outrageous, truly outrageous. Hearing the crowd, Lu Xiaoji shyly brushed his hair, revealing a slightly rounder face. Sometimes being too outstanding is a trouble. A gem will shine everywhere. Xiaobu, do you think with my handsomeness will I be raped by them when I come here? Should I comply or comply? Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Liu Xiaobu said, Xiaoji, they seem to be talking about brother Hao. Liu Xiaobu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Lu Xiaoji's head. Damn, I forgot about that. From now on, when there are girls around, I should stand less with brother Hao. We are stars, but this guy is the sun, we get eclipsed every time. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and come over. Chen Hao called to Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. Coming. The two ran. Chen Hao arrived at the foot of the female dormitory building. At that time, a group of teachers from Nanjing University, including school leaders, were standing there. Who's in charge here? Officer, that would be me. A balding man stepped forward. He looked stern, giving off an imposing aura. He was the president of Nanjing University. Chen Hao felt speechless. Are all leaders in the world like this? The balder the hair, the higher the position. Tell me what happened. In dormitory 404 of our school, according to nearby female students, the girls in dorm 404 were secretly playing the game of summoning a pin spirit. A miserable scream came from their dorm. Our security staff tried to go in and check, but the door was blocked and they couldn't enter. Even more terrifying, blood was flowing out from inside. We suspect it's a paranormal entity causing trouble, so we dared not handle it. Chen Hao nodded upon hearing this. I understand. Chen Hao glanced at Liu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji then headed upstairs. As the three left, the crowd began to buzz with discussion. Do you think they can handle it? Probably they're from the Supernatural Bureau after all. I think so too, and didn't you notice how handsome that young man is? What use is good looks? Can they be eaten? In this world, strength matters. Without strength, a pretty face is useless. Exactly, just a pretty boy. And so young at that, probably all show and no go. Impressive to look at, but useless in practice. You? Hearing the boy's words, the girls became angry. You're just all talk, champions of the mouth. If you're so capable, why didn't you follow them up just now, eh? We would like to go up, but we're ordinary people. This matter is not our responsibility. Exactly. If we could handle it, why would we need the Supernatural Bureau? Looking at the jealous guys, the girls couldn't help shaking their heads. Sai, why is the gap between people so large? Chen Hao, accompanied by Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu, arrived at the dormitory door. Seeing blood flowing out from the room, Chen Hao knew someone inside was in trouble. He kicked the door. Bang! The door that several security guards couldn't force open was kicked open by Chen Hao with one kick. Chen Hao entered first with Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu close behind. The scene inside was absolutely shocking. All the girls in dorm 404 were dead. They lay on the ground covered in wounds, their bellies ripped open. Intestines spilled all over the floor. Whoosh! A dark shadow lunged at Chen Hao. Die! Chen Hao turned and threw a punch. He sent that creature flying, slamming heavily into the wall behind. Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji looked. Brother Hao, how did you know it was hiding above the door? The entity summoned by the girls had been hiding on the wall above the entrance. It had planned to ambush Chen Hao, but was punched away. Didn't you also learn the 5 supernatural skills? Release perception, and you can sense its presence. Hearing Chen Hao's words, Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji blushed. Neither of them had yet mastered perception. After all, perception was too difficult. It required strong spiritual power to support. After being punched away, the entity fled for its life. Where do you think you're going? Chen Hao chased after it. A chase ensued. Brother Hao, wait for us. A scene unfolded. The entity ran ahead, Chen Hao pursued, and Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu trailed behind. Finally, after the chase, Chen Hao caught up and kicked the entity to the ground. Then he pounced on it, grabbed the entity, lifted it, and activated the corpse cultivation technique to absorb. At the moment Chen Hao absorbed the energy within the pin spirit, a sharp sound of air being sliced came through. In an instant, Chen Hao teleported away from his original spot. Just as he was preparing to check on the attacker, a fierce sword thrust came at him once more. Chen Hao dodged again. Seeing this, the opponent relentlessly pursued him. Damn it! Chen Hao cursed, wielding a Nepalese army knife, and charged towards his foe. Clang! The weapons of both parties clashed together. Chen Hao felt a powerful force striking him, sending him flying backwards. After flying through the air for a distance, Chen Hao swiftly adjusted his posture and landed on the ground. He looked across to see a silver-haired man approaching him, slowly wielding a longsword. You wicked cultivator, I never expected you to possess such strength. Second tier of the general level S-class ability. Gentleman's sword right. Chen Hao did not expect to encounter a master at the general level here, especially one with an S-class ability. Are you sick? Why attack our brother Hao? At that moment, Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu rushed over. Oh, 2 more have come. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Then it's perfect, I'll send you all on your way together. Whoosh. The silver-haired man lunged towards Chen Hao and the others, intending to eliminate them. You two get out of the way. Chun Hao transformed into a werewolf, brandishing the Nepalese army knife, activating his power enhancement ability, and swung it towards his opponent. Clang! The two sides collided again. After the clash, Chun Hao was sent flying once more. He looked at his right hand and found a significant gash on his knife. His right hand trembled from the impact. What should I do? Just as Chun Hao pondered this, the opponent charged at him again. The long sword in hand thrust forward. The sharp blade glimmered with a cold light under the moonlight. Clang! Just as the man was about to approach, Chun Hao, a figure appeared. The dagger in his hand directly deflected the silver-haired man's longsword. Lu Xiaodao, what are you doing? The silver-haired man recognized Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao smiled wickedly. What do you mean? Gan Linyong. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xiaodao rushed out, engaging the opponent in a fierce battle. The silver-haired man's speed was fast, but Lu Xiaodao was even faster. This was a battle between an assassin and a swordsman. Lu Xiaodao's knife was for killing, aiming for the opponent's vital spots with every strike. The opponent was forced into a defensive position. Clang! After another clash, the two pulled back to distance themselves. Lu Xiaodao, I never expected you to break through as well. Lu Bai remarked with surprise. If you can break through, why can't I? Lu Bai snorted coldly upon hearing this. Then he spoke. I don't care if you've broken through or not. I want to ask you one thing right now. Why are you protecting that wicked cultivator? Wicked cultivator? What are you talking about? That guy is my disciple. How could he be a wicked cultivator? Upon hearing Lu Xiaodao's words, Lu Bai appeared somewhat bewildered. Your disciple, eh? Lu Bai's brows knitted together. So your disciple is a wicked cultivator. Do you know that? Lu Xiaodao scoffed at Lu Bai's words. You keep saying he is a wicked cultivator without any evidence. I saw him devour anomalies with my own eyes. Could that be fake? This? For a moment, Lu Xiaodao didn't know what to say. Who said that devouring anomalies makes one a wicked cultivator? Just then a fellow approached. He wore a baseball cap with his hands in his pockets. By your reasoning, am I also a wicked cultivator? Deng Ruifeng, it's you. Lu Bai was taken aback upon seeing Deng Ruifeng. He never expected Deng Ruifeng to be here. Another guy has come. Chun Hao looked at the man in the baseball cap. 5th tier of the general levels class ability, Undead Devourer. Old Deng, you're here. Lu Xiaodao was somewhat excited upon seeing Deng Ruifeng. Although both Lu Xiaodao and Lu Bai were 2nd tier ability users, Lu Bai's ability was stronger than Lu Xiaodao's. If they continued to fight, the one who would surely lose was Lu Xiaodao. But Deng Ruifeng was different. He was a master at the 5th tier of the general level. Is it appropriate for you to shelter a wicked cultivator like this? Wicked cultivator? Where is the wicked cultivator? Are you referring to him? Deng Ruifeng pointed at Chun Hao. That's right, it's him. What if I say he is not a wicked cultivator? Then show me the evidence. Evidence? Deng Ruifeng chuckled. This kid possesses the mimicry ability. He mimicked my undead mimicry. Upon hearing Deng Ruifeng's words, Lu Bai was skeptical. To the side, Lu Xiaoji remarked. Yeah, our boss has the mimicry ability and can mimic other people's abilities. That's right, our boss is incredibly impressive. Lu Xiaobu chimed in. I hope what you said is true. After speaking, Lu Bai sheathed his longsword and turned to leave. As Lu Bai left, Chun Hao could not help but ask Lu Xiaodao, Master Xiaodao, who was that guy just now? Someone from the Ability Bureau of Shangqiao City, just a pompous guy. Chun Hao, upon hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. Why is someone from the Ability Bureau of Shangqiao City here? What else could it be? It's because our leader is cooperating with them to deal with the Scorpion Brigade. Chun Hao's eyes brightened at this. If the Scorpion Brigade is present, it means there are abilities to be taken advantage of. So did you take care of it? Killed a few? No. No. Yeah, it seems the opponent got the news in advance and ran away directly. So you all wasted your Yeah. Lu Xiaodao nodded. He yawned. It's really annoying you all interrupted my movie watching. No way, no way. When we get back tonight, I have to catch up on it properly. By the way, Lu Xiaodao looked at Deng Ruifeng and smiled. Old Deng, thank you. Consider it a favor owed to you. It's nothing, just a small effort. Is he the good disciple you mentioned? Yeah. Lu Xiaodao nodded. Truly a remarkable talent. Listening to Deng Ruifeng's praise, Lu Xiaodao unconsciously glanced at Chun Hao, filled with pride. After continuing to exchange pleasantries with Deng Ruifeng, Lu Xiaodao directly said goodbye. He looked at Chun Hao and said, All right, kid, stop hanging around here. Let's go with me. Lu Xiaodao, fearing Lu Bai might return, planned to take Chun Hao back personally. Okay. The group prepared to leave. However, Deng Ruifeng showed no intention of leaving with them. Foster father, isn't he coming with us? Lu Xiaobu asked Lu Xiaodao. Previously, Lu Xiaobu had become Lu Xiaodao's foster son to obtain Lu Xiaodao's ability. Him? He's from the Zhongyang City Ability Bureau. Why would he come with us? Oh. Lu Xiaobu replied. The group returned to the Ability Bureau. On the way back, Chun Hao pondered, that is how to transform the wicked energy within him into righteous qi. Virtue in appearance is merely a facade. When encountering truly powerful beings, it can still be detected. For For example, Lu Bai. He possessed the gentleman's sword ability, which had a strong sensitivity to wicked energy. Although Lu Xiaodao and Deng Ruifeng strongly defended Chun Hao, Lu Bai still did not trust him. Chun Hao took out his phone and began searching for relevant information. Yet he found nothing. After a moment of thought, a figure suddenly surfaced in Chun Hao's mind. Lu Fengfeng. He headed straight to Lu Fengfeng's office. At that time, Lu Fengfeng was sitting in front of her computer watching a drama. Upon seeing Chun Hao, she offered him a bag. Want some? Thanks. Chun Hao did not refuse. He took a piece and popped it into his mouth. Then he got straight to the point with Lu Fengfeng. Fengfeng, do you know of any abilities that can transform evil energy into righteous energy? Lu Fengfeng looked at Chun Hao and replied, why are you asking this? Just curious, really. Lu Fengfeng smiled slightly and turned to type on her keyboard. There is an ability called Howren Righteousness. Those who possess this ability can convert all the evil energy within them into Howren Righteousness. Can you help me find out who has this ability? Any level will do. Lu Fengfeng looked at Chun Hao again and then began searching. The most recent one was a priest, but he died yesterday. His family is preparing to send him to the Last Rites funeral home for his final arrangements. Last Rites funeral home. All right, thank you, Sister Fengfeng. Is that all? What else do you want? Lu Fengfeng said, I haven't thought of anything yet. You can go for now, and I'll let you know when I think of something. Okay. Chun Hao left. Just after he stepped out, Lu Fengfeng immediately locked the door behind him. She approached her computer and began typing. In no time, all of Chun Hao's information appeared before her. SS-level ability user. Lu Fengfeng had heard others say that Chun Hao had a level mimicry ability, but she never expected him to be SS level. She started checking Chun Hao's background. As she browsed, her brows gradually furrowed. Clearly what she saw was different from what she had expected. She had initially considered Chun Hao to be a bad person. To her surprise, he was not just innocent, but a model citizen. I didn't expect this kid to be so filial. After reading Chun Hao's profile, Lu Fengfeng's face turned slightly red. It was rare to find a handsome, talented, strong young man with a heart of filial piety. Lu Fengfeng started to daydream, seemingly imagining what their children would be named and which kindergarten they should do. At that moment, Lu Fengfeng's phone rang. After answering it, her expression changed as she hurriedly packed her things and left the office. Chun Hao left the Ability Bureau and headed straight to the Last Rites funeral home. As he arrived at the entrance, he heard a commotion. What kind of service is this? The priest's relatives were furious upon seeing his body. They had not expected the work to be so poorly done. It had only been a day since his death, yet after makeup he looked like he had been dead for a week. How could they not be angry? Seeing this, Chun Hao walked in. Enough noise. Enough noise. Who are you to speak here? I am with the Ability Bureau. Chun Hao took out his credentials. Upon seeing them, the group immediately quieted down. In this world, the Ability Bureau was an official organization similar to a government office. Officer, please help us out here. What kind of service is this? The staff on the opposite side looked down, feeling a bit embarrassed. Originally, their master handled all these tasks. However, their master had caught a cold recently, so they had to take over. They never imagined their first job would turn out like this. It was primarily due to their lack of skill. Unfortunately, the craft of body handling is not something that one can easily master. Let me handle it. Yes, besides being a member of the Ability Bureau, I am also a mortician. Saying this, Chun Hao handed over his business card. Chen's funeral home. Is that good, The priest's wife glanced back at her children. Mom, I've heard of this funeral home. I've heard their skills are top-notch. The only downside is that they are a bit pricey. Just one job would cost over 10,000. The priest's wife frowned upon hearing this. You knew there was a better option. Why didn't you go there? Upon hearing this, the priest's son lowered his head in shame. Clearly, he wanted to save money. After all, the Last Rites funeral home only charged a few thousand. You unfilial child, you want to save money on this. The priest's wife became increasingly angry. Seeing this, Chun Hao spoke up. All right, please step aside. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can send him on his way, preventing him from suffering here. All right. The group stepped aside. Chun Hao turned to the staff at the Last Rites funeral home. Do you have work uniforms? Yes, of course. He'll go get one. Soon someone brought a new work uniform to Chun Hao. After receiving it, he began his work. In no time, he had completed the task. Looking at her husband's restored rosy complexion, the priest's wife burst into tears. The sons behind her followed suit. They then followed the procedures to send the priest off. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, body collection successful. You have obtained level ability, power and righteousness. All done. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chun Hao felt a surge of happiness. After expressing her gratitude to Chun Hao, the priest's wife left with the urn. A few staff members at the Last Rites funeral home looked at Chun Hao. One of them, the head, appeared to hesitate before finally speaking. Brother, are you interested in developing here with us? Chun Hao's skills left them astonished. Even their master couldn't achieve such results. If they could learn Chun Hao's techniques, their future would be secure. Thank you. I have my own family business, and I am a member of the Ability Bureau. With that, Chun-Hao left directly. The group looked at the back of Chun-Hao filled with envy. Comparing themselves to him was disheartening. Young, and not only does he have a family business, but he is also a member of the Ability Bureau, ensuring a bright future. In contrast, they sighed. They felt like defeated roosters, instinctively lowering their heads. Chun-Hao returned to the Ability Bureau. Now he had acquired Howren righteousness, he just needed to level it up. At this time the sky was getting dark. Chun-Hao planned to trouble Lu Fengfeng tomorrow. The next day Chun-Hao went to look for Lu Fengfeng. However, he found that Lu Fengfeng was not there. He called Lu Fengfeng only to discover that her phone was turned off. Chun-Hao went to ask Lu Xiaoji and learned that Lu Fengfeng had gone home. Brother, how my sister has gone home. My sister has a habit of turning off her phone after she gets home. So calling my sister is pointless. By the way, brother, how in a couple of days it will be my mother's birthday, and I plan to go home for a visit. What do you think? Do you want to come with me? Come back with you. Chun-Hao pondered for a moment before nodding. He was quite curious about Lu Xiaoji's background. The Lu family seemed to be a very influential clan. Chun-Hao thought about going to see it broaden his horizons, and also find Lu Fengfeng. Sure, there's no time like the present. Let's set off today. Brother Hao, wait for me a moment while I pack my things. Lu Xiaoji returned to his room. After some fuss, he came out with a large backpack. Are you moving? Why are you carrying so much? I have a sentimental attachment. I just like my old things, I can't get used to the new ones. Chun-Hao nodded. The two were ready to leave. Brother Hao, Xiaoji, where are you going? Lu Xiaobu appeared at this moment. I'm taking Brother Hao home. Xiaobu, do you want to come along? Is that okay? Lu Xiaobu asked hesitantly. What's there to be concerned about? It's just a matter of having one more pair of chopsticks. Alright, wait for me a moment. Lu Xiaobu ran back to his room. After organizing, he also came out with a big... The three of them headed to the high-speed train station. On the way, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask Chun-Hao, Brother, how don't you need to bring anything? Me, I mimicked someone else's spatial ability, and now I have a small space. Saying this, Chun-Hao demonstrated to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. He pulled out a bag of shrimp chips from the space. What the hell? Lu Xiaoji exclaimed, his eyes widening. Lu Xiaobu looked on with envy. Unable to contain himself, he said to Chun-Hao, Brother Hao, why don't you become my adoptive father? Then I could also have this ability. No way. Chun-Hao directly rejected him. We are brothers, so we can't do something like that. Lu Xiaobu's ability had conditions for activation. One is that the other party must agree. After gaining the ability, the other party must survive. If the other party dies, then the ability will disappear. Another condition is that the other party can only be called adoptive father. If he calls Lu Xiaoji by his name, then Lu Xiaoji's ability Chrysanthemum Finger would vanish. The three arrived at the high-speed train station. They had previously bought tickets on their phones, swiped their ID cards, and passed security before entering the station. The three of them arrived at the waiting hall waiting for the train to depart. In the waiting hall they saw someone, and the three froze in place. The person was looking down at a book, nibbling on a sandwich. Feeling someone watching him, he looked up. Seeing Chun-Hao and the others, he smiled, and said hello. Dang, what is he doing here? Chun-Hao wondered to himself. He didn't expect to run into Deng Ruifeng at the station. But since they met, it was polite to greet him. Teacher Deng, what are you doing here? Chun-Hao smiled, and said to Deng Ruifeng. I have some business to attend to in the capital. What about you all, how come you're here? Oh, they're going to my house. Lu Xiaoji said. Going to your house? Deng Ruifeng glanced at Lu. That's great, being young is wonderful. You can do what you want to do. Deng Ruifeng couldn't help but express this. The three of them sat down next to Deng Ruifeng. Lu Xiaobu looked at Deng Ruifeng and swallowed. He had heard about Deng Ruifeng's abilities from Lu Xiaodao and felt somewhat envious. Thus he gathered his courage and walked up to Deng Ruifeng. Adoptive father. Lu Xiaobu half knelt before Deng Ruifeng. Half a lifetime of drifting, only regretting not meeting a wise master. If you do not reject me, I wish to be your adoptive son. Lu Xiaobu's action drew everyone's attention. Deng Ruifeng looked somewhat confused. He couldn't help but say, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up. No, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Alright, I agree to you. With Deng Ruifeng's consent, Lu Xiaobu gained 1% of Deng Ruifeng's. Wow, it's Soul Eater. Lu Xiaobu exclaimed happily. What he didn't know was that when Deng Ruifeng helped him up, a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. This guy actually stole a part of my ability. Deng Ruifeng was filled with turmoil inside. Although he didn't know how Lu Xiaobu did it, he was extremely angry. Just as he was about to explode with anger, the announcement rang out in the central hall. Ding dong, train number 666 is about to depart. All passengers please head to platform 6 to board. At this time the announcement echoed through the central hall. Chun-Hao and the others hurriedly went to line up. Seeing Chun-Hao and the others leave, Deng Ruifeng let out a sigh. Forget it. 1% is a drop in the bucket for him. So he didn't continue to investigate. The crowd lined up and boarded the train in an orderly manner. The tickets Lu Xiaoji bought were for adjacent seats. Chun-Hao and the others were seated together as ABC. Coincidentally, Chun Hao noticed that Deng Ruifeng was in the same carriage as them, and even in the same row. Chun Hao and the others were ABC, while Deng Ruifeng was D, right next to Chun Hao's right side. After they nodded to each other, they each went about their own business. Chun Hao played on his phone, while Lu Xiaobu slept. As for Lu Xiaoji, he sat by the window with VR glasses on, wearing a silly grin. No need to guess. Chun Hao already knew what Lu Xiaoji was watching. The train started moving. It would take 2 hours to reach Lu Xiaoji's house. After playing on his phone for a while, Chun Hao prepared to take a nap. In a daze, he felt the train had stopped. He found that the high-speed train had indeed stopped. Chun Hao glanced around and noticed the people nearby looked panicked. What's going on? Why did the high-speed train stop? I don't know, there's no announcement. Could something have happened? Look outside, what the heck, there isn't some terrifying creature coming out, is there? The crowd began to chat nervously, and they grew increasingly anxious. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Everyone turned towards the direction of the sound. They saw a monster with only one eye crashing into the high-speed train's glass. It's a Cyclops. What's going on? Chun Hao recognized the one-eyed monster. With the first Cyclops appearing, more and more of them rushed out from the fog. They seemed to be going crazy, repeatedly crashing against the glass. Fortunately, the glass of the high-speed train was strong enough that these Cyclopes couldn't break it no matter how hard they crashed. Bang! Just as everyone felt a wave of relief, a massive stick fell upon the glass. A crisp crack, the glass shattered into cracks. Then that creature raised the big stick once more. Bang! This time the glass shattered completely, sending shards flying inside. The one-eyed monsters screamed as they saw the glass break and rushed in through the shattered opening. They began to attack the people inside the carriage. A figure dashed out. His hands transformed into ghostly claws as he reached for the one-eyed monsters. It was Deng Ruifeng. Chun Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu, "Let's join the fray." Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji joined the battle. The supernatural beings on this high-speed train were not just Chun Hao and his friends. Before long, they dealt with all the one-eyed monsters, including the one-eyed warriors with sticks. The group then arrived at the front of the train. There was a gigantic stone. The driver must have seen the stone and stopped the train, Chun Hao analyzed. Unfortunately, the driver was dead. The front window of the train was shattered, and the entire cockpit was drenched in blood. Chun Hao looked around. Besides Deng Ruifeng, LV Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji, there were 5 other people. Including him, there were 9 supernatural beings on site. The strongest among them were Deng Ruifeng and a man in a long coat. The man held a pipe in his mouth. 5th stage of the Realm class ability, Smoke Manipulator. A woman followed closely beside him. She appeared to be his friend. 7th stage of the Master Realm class ability, Death Fan. The remaining 3 were weaklings, mere soldiers with power inferior to LV Xiaobu. After giving them a glance, Chun Hao ignored them. What should we do now? Lu Xiaoji broke the silence. The others exchanged glances. Stay put and wait for rescue. The area was shrouded in smoke, and no one knew what lurked within. Rushing in recklessly was akin to seeking death. Moreover, there were so many ordinary people to look after. No one objected to Deng Ruifeng's suggestion. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The ordinary people gathered closer to Chun Hao. They were not fools. Having seen the strength of Chun Hao and his friends, they naturally regarded them as their lifeline. The 9 of them lit a fire outside the carriage. Though there was fog all around, it was not difficult to find some firewood near the carriage. The flames blazed brightly, illuminating the faces of everyone. Chun Hao and his group appeared calm. The ordinary people inside the carriage, however, were like startled birds huddled in silence. "Here, Hao, go have a chicken leg first." Lu Xiaoji pulled out a braised chicken leg from his bag. "Thank you. Xiaobu, this is yours." Lu Xiaoji handed one to LV Xiaobu as well. Then Lu Xiaoji took out one for himself and started eating. Seeing the 3 of them enjoying their meal, the others swallowed hard, pulling out their own food to eat as well. As food went down, their bodies began to warm up. The atmosphere around them became harmonious. "Let's sleep outside tonight. We'll take turns keeping watch." Deng Ruifeng spoke to the group. All right. After discussion, they decided to form pairs. There were 9 people in total, which allowed them to split into 4 groups. Why 4 groups? Wasn't that one person short? There was no choice. Lu Xiaoji was unreliable, so everyone excluded. In the first half of the night, everything went smoothly. In the latter half of the night, Chun Hao was suddenly shaken awake. He opened his eyes and saw pairs of green eyes staring straight at him. It's a ghost wolf. One guy, being of a timid disposition, turned and fled upon seeing the packs of ghost wolves. Damn it. The standoff continued in the distance. The coward's escape triggered the ferocity of the ghost wolves. The jungle law has many rules. One of them was never turn your back to a wolf. You must bravely meet their gaze. A woo. After a howl, the ghost wolves charged. Seeing this, Chun Hao and the others immediately launched a counterattack. Deng Ruifeng transformed his hands into ghostly claws, entering slaughter mode. The pipe-smoking man took a few puffs. A huge smoke monster materialized from thin air. The smoke monster wielded a large cleaver hacking at the ghost wolves. The woman guarded beside the pipe-smoking man. Each of her hands wielded a black iron fan. The sharp iron fan sliced through the air swiftly. One ghost wolf after another was slain. LV Xiaobu transformed into Bruce Lee, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. All sorts of supernatural abilities emerged. Liu Xiaoji jumped onto the roof of the high-speed train. His hands transformed into machine guns, continuously firing at the air. Chen Hao gathered flames in both hands. One fireball after another was thrown. Boom. The fireballs detonated upon impact like grenades. They fought desperately. However, there were too many ghost wolves. Apart from the one who had fled, casualties began to appear among the 9. The few soldiers fell beneath the claws of the ghost wolves. Only Chen Hao and 3 others remained, along with a man and a woman. The man and woman exchanged glances. They fled as well. Seeing the 2 escape, Chen Hao looked at Deng Ruifeng just as he was about to speak, only to find that Deng Ruifeng had vanished. Damn it. Chen Hao cursed. Hauge, let's go too, Liu Xiaoji said. Although he felt reluctant. Staying now would surely mean certain death. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. No, don't leave us behind. Sir, please save us. I'm still a virgin, I don't want to die. Woo, I have a chicken farm waiting for me to inherit. Please save us. As long as you save us, we will do anything you ask. Yes, sir, please look at me. A woman even took off her clothes. As long as you save me, it's yours. Watching the crowd desperately shouting to survive. Chen Hao initially intended to give up. Big brother, save us. A little girl appeared. Seeing her adorable face, Chen Hao felt a pang of compassion. Children were innocent. The future belonged to them. They shouldn't die here. Chen Hao decided to give it a try. Seeing that Chen Hao showed no intention of leaving, Liu Xiaoji pursed his lips and called out, Hao Ge. Xiaoji, take Xiaobu and go. I plan to give it a try. If it doesn't work, I will chase after you. Liu Xiaoji, upon hearing this, spoke up, Hao Ge, don't talk nonsense. As brothers, you stay behind, we leave. There's no reason for that. That's right, Hao Ge. Even if we have to die, we die together, LV Xiaobu echoed. Chen Hao rolled his eyes at Liu Xiaobu's remark. Who said we're going to die? He raised his eyes and looked into the distance where a massive creature lurked. It was none other than the Ghost Wolf King. You want a numbers game? Let's see who has more. Rise, my soldiers, Chen Hao commanded. The dead ghost wolves on the ground trembled and rose to their feet. Liu Xiaobu stared wide-eyed at his actions. Holy crap, Hao Ge, what kind of ability is that? That's insane. Liu Xiaobu had barely finished speaking when Chen Hao's ghost wolves lunged at the wild ones. The 2 sides clashed instantly. Chen Hao unleashed his SS rank ability, corpse manipulation. He had never used it since acquiring it. His ghost wolves were already corpses. They felt nothing, driven solely to attack. As long as their bodies remained intact, they could continue fighting. With this tactic, the wild ghost wolves fell one after another. The dead ones joined Chen Hao's ranks. The Ghost Wolf King had never witnessed such a sight. It glanced at Chen Hao, let out a mournful howl, and fled with its pack. Watching the ghost wolves retreat like a receding tide, Chen Hao sighed with relief. The corpses lost their command and collapsed to the ground. This corpse manipulation is way too draining. Chen Hao panted heavily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. If not for his super brain ability, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Looks like I still need to level up super brain. Chen Hao gazed at the ghost wolf corpses on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he collected them all. We can't stay here any longer. Chen Hao turned to the people on the train. Anyone who wants to live, follow me. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances. Chen Hao paid them no mind. The choice was theirs, it had nothing to do with him. He left with Liu Xiaobu and Liu. No sooner had they departed than some followed. After walking for a while, Liu Xiaobu said, Hao Ge, only about half the people came. Half is fine. Chen Hao didn't bother persuading the rest. He knew it would be futile. Those people instinctively believed staying put would bring rescue. They had no idea that spot was the most dangerous. The scent of blood would attract monsters from the fog. Let's rest here. Chen Hao led everyone to an open area not far from the railway. They sat down on the ground. To prevent surprises, Chen Hao released 2 ghost wolves to stand guard. Fortunately, after the ghost wolf incident, nothing else happened. Dawn broke. Morning sunlight illuminated the land, and the surrounding mist slowly dissipated. Chen Hao and his companions looked utterly exhausted. Big brother, have this. A little girl held out a lollipop to Chen Hao. Thanks, but you keep it, little sister. No, you saved us, you're a hero. So you must eat this candy. Seeing her stubborn expression, Chen Hao smiled faintly. Alright, I'll take it. He accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. The girl beamed as if she herself had tasted the sweetness. Let's go. Chen Hao addressed the group. Most hadn't slept much that night, too afraid to close their eyes lest they never wake. Chen Hao led them back to the railway. They walked along the tracks in the direction they came. Up ahead, he discovered, it's them. Chen Hao recognized the trio Deng Ruifeng and the man and woman. He thought they had escaped, but instead they died here. Those who do evil will eventually meet their doom. Perhaps they never imagined dying here. They seem to have been attacked by something. Chun Hao bent down to examine them. The killer is skilled. All killed with a single cut. Deng Ruifeng and the others had their throats slit. All were dispatched with a single blow. Human or demon. The traces offered no clue. Chun Hao tensely scanned the surroundings, but nothing stirred. Phew. Chun Hao exhaled in relief. That thing must have left. Fine then. He conjured flames with his hands and burned the bodies of Deng Ruifeng and the pair. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. You have obtained strength ability, necrophage. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. You have obtained a rank ability, smoke manipulator. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. You have obtained rank ability, death fan. System decompose smoke manipulator and death fan. Decomposing smoke manipulator and death fan. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Decomposition successful. You have obtained 11000 raw ability orbs. System integrate 10000 raw ability orbs into super brain. Integrating raw ability orbs. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Integration successful. Your super brain has been upgraded to a rank. Super brain is now a rank. While Chun Hao was fusing abilities, he heard dense footsteps in the distance. He looked up and saw Shangwan Huofeng by Jie Shijian and some unfamiliar faces. Seeing them, Chun Hao knew he was safe. System integrate the remaining 10000 raw ability orbs into righteous chi. He had previously considered keeping some, but now there was no need. As the 10000 orbs fused into righteous chi, ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your righteous chi ability has been upgraded to rank. Xiao, how are you? All right. I'm fine. Chun Hao smiled faintly. Haha, my disciple. Truly incredible. Shijian laughed heartily. Shijian was overjoyed. Shangwan Huofeng's people began to handle the scene. Unbeknownst to Chun Hao. In the nearby forest, a figure glanced at him, and then turned away. The creature's hands were like scythes, still dripping with blood, its eyes a deep red. Chun Hao returned to the ability bureau with Shangwan Huofeng and the others. On the way, he read the incident report. Half of the people had perished. Those who died were the ones who stayed behind, refusing to follow Chun Hao. How good, don't be sad. It was their choice, Liu Xiaobu consoled. Exactly, nothing to be sad about. People must take responsibility for their own decisions, Liu Xiaobu added. Chun Hao rolled his eyes. Which eye of yours saw me sad? After returning, Chun Hao and the others took a shower, and then went back to their rooms to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Chun Hao, who had been sleeping soundly, was startled awake by a series of knocks on the door. Who is it? Chun Hao opened the door. He found Shangwan Huofeng and Bai Jie standing at the doorway. You little rascal, congratulations. This time your deeds have been reported to the higher-ups. They've sent someone to commend you. Commend me. Hurry up and come with me to receive the award. Chun Hao followed Shangwan Huofeng and Bai Jie to the hall. At this moment, many people had gathered in the hall. Most of them were members of the Supernatural Bureau. Look, Chun Hao is here. I'm so envious. He's so young and has already accomplished such a great feat. I heard he saved over 400 people. My God, over 400. That's so many. I've been working here for so long and haven't saved that many people. Under Shangwan Huofeng's guidance, Chun Hao arrived at the hall. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a short crew cut, wearing a gray suit and sporting a slight stubble on his face, looked at Chun Hao. Whoosh. He moved in a flash, appearing right in front of Chun Hao and grabbed his right hand. Before Chun Hao could react, he channeled his abnormal energy into him. Right. This chi, it's indeed righteous chi. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Waiting, what are you doing? Seeing this, Shangwan Huofeng's face darkened. Nothing much, just wanted to get closer to our little hero. Originally wearing a fierce expression, Wei Ting now put on a different face. A smiling tiger. That was Chun Hao's first impression of this guy. Wei Ting, what were you up to just now? From not far away, a small, old man spoke. The old man wore a stern expression. Standing there like a towering mountain, he exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Hearing this, Wei Ting knew he couldn't hide the truth. He looked at the old man apologetically and said, Son Lao Lu Bai told me this kid was a heretic cultivator. As you know, practicing evil and deviant arts requires harming living beings. So to prevent any evil demons from infiltrating our ranks, I had to check him. And now you've checked. Is he an evil demon? No, he's not. Wei Ting cursed Lu Bai in his heart for being despicable enough to set him up. He was already plotting how to teach Lu Bai a lesson when he got back. Oomph. Sun Yudao snorted coldly. He walked up to Chun Hao, his previously stern face softening. My young friend, don't be angry about what just happened. Here, this is a commendation letter from the higher-ups. Chun Hao took the letter Sun Yudao handed him. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Damn, this is such a bureaucratic move. After doing so much, I only get a letter of commendation. This thing is too stiff to even wipe my ass with. Just as Chun Hao was grumbling. Oh, and there's this too. Sun Yudao handed over a badge. Seeing the badge in Sun Yudao's hand, everyone's eyes went wide. A major's badge. No. No way they're going to award Chun Hao the rank of major. My god, that's the rank of major. How old is Chun Hao? He actually has a military rank. Holy crap, this kid has a limitless future ahead. I'm so jealous, I wish I could have that. Damn, with this his career path is set. He can not only get the salary from the Supernatural Bureau, but also the military allowance. How awesome. That's not all. If this kid ever commits an offense, others can't arrest him. Only the military can. And when a war breaks out, if he's the highest-ranking officer on the scene, he has the authority to command the local forces directly into combat. Everyone present turned into green-eyed monsters itching to rush over and snatch the badge. But they knew stealing it was useless. The badge was merely a symbolic item. Chun Hao was already registered in the military's records. Wei Ting looked at the badge in Sun Yudu's hand, somewhat surprised as well. He never expected the higher-ups to value Chun Hao so highly. Little did Wei Ting know that this commendation was not only for the people Chun Hao had saved, but more importantly for his talent. His SS-rank talent had already become known to the military. This was a blatant move to directly poach him from the Supernatural Bureau. Young friend, why don't you take it? Chun Hao glanced at Shang Wanhuofeng. She smiled and said, it's fine, go ahead and take it. This will be of great use to you. All right. Chun Hao accepted the badge. Sun Yudao smiled, and then said, well, the commendation is done. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. All right, Sun Lao, take care. Shang Wanhuofeng knew Sun Lao wasn't one for formalities, so she didn't insist on keeping him for a meal. Watching Sun Lao and his party leave, Shang Wanhuofeng said to Chun Hao, come with me. Chun Hao followed Shang Wanhuofeng toward her office. On the way, she said with a smile, Xiao Hao, you did well this time. Keep up the good work. Yes, you've already reached the rank of major at such a young age. In a few years, you'll catch up to us. Hearing Bai Jie's words, Chun Hao frowned. You mean you have military ranks too? Of course. I'm a little behind, Senior Colonel. Your sister Huofeng is more impressive, Major General. Chun Hao was speechless. He thought he was impressive, but compared to these two, he was nothing. Kid, I know what you're thinking. But I'm telling you, earning a military rank is a blessing you've accumulated over several lives. The Supernatural Bureau's scope is too small. There are only so many resources you can exchange. Once your strength reaches my level, you'll understand. But with a military rank, things are different. You can earn military merits and exchange them directly at the military department. I tell you, they have so many things there. Anything you can imagine, and even things you can't. Chun Hao nodded. The military department was backed by the nation. If even they didn't have something, it meant the item was extremely rare, a diamond in the rough. All right, you can go now. Chun Hao left. The moment he stepped out, Bai Jie looked solemnly at Shang Wanhuofeng. Huofeng, what do you make of this incident? I don't know. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Over the past 2 days, Shang Wanhuofeng had sent people to investigate, but they found the incident had occurred without any warning. Let's hope so. Bai Jie had a vague sense of unease. Chun Hao left the office of Shang Wanhuofeng. He was going to find Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu, and had just arrived at Lu Xiaoji's door. Xiaobu, do I look handsome? Yes, you are really handsome. I didn't expect you to be an official too. Xiaoji, go. Oh, Xiaobu, you are not bad yourself. Just a little bit less than me. Chun Hao heard this and walked in. He discovered that Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu had also received commendations. Lu Xiaoji is now a corporal, and LV Xiaobu is a private. Ahem. Chun Hao cleared his throat. Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu reacted. They all looked at Chun Hao in unison. LV Xiaobu excitedly said to Chun Hao, how good you came at the right. Xiao Ji and I have become officials. Yeah, how go, look, I'm a private now. Not bad, not bad. By the way, how go, what commendation did they give you? When Chun Hao was called for the commendation, only the mid-level and senior officials of the Ability Bureau were present. Nothing much about the same as yours. In order not to dampen Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu's spirits, Chun Hao could only say this. About the same as ours. Lu Xiaoji was skeptical. At that moment, Lu Xiaodao happened to pass by. Xiao Hao, congratulations. You have been promoted to Major. 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 Hearing Lu Xidao's words, Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu's eyes widened. Their mouths opened so wide it seemed they could fit an egg inside. They suddenly realized that the badges on their chests were no longer impressive. They thought they were quite powerful, but compared to Chun Hao they felt insignificant. Lu Xiaoji directly took off his badge. Seeing this, LV Xiaobu said, Xiao Ji, why did you take it off? It's pretty nice to wear. Lu Xiaoji smiled awkwardly at this. By the way, Xiao Ji, are you going home? Lu Xiaoji suddenly remembered this. Oh no, I forgot. What should we do now? LV Xiaobu asked. What else can we do? Of course we take a flight. Lu Xiaoji said helplessly. LV Xiaobu nodded. I hope we won't encounter the same situation as before this time. Hearing LV Xiaobu's words, Chun Hao and Lu Xiaoji looked at him with strange expressions. LV Xiaobu realized he had misspoken. If I misspoke, I should be punished. LV Xiaobu said as he slapped his mouth. This time Chun Hao and the others were quite lucky. They arrived at Lu Xiaoji's house smoothly without any obstacles. Xiaoji, your house is huge. LV Xiaobu looked around curiously like a country bumpkin entering a grand garden. It's not that big. As the three of them just reached the entrance, they saw Lu Fengfeng. Today Lu Fengfeng was wearing a purple long dress looking particularly dignified. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Lu Fengfeng was a beauty in the making. If she slimmed down, she would definitely be a stunning beauty. Unfortunately, she really loves to eat. At this moment she was gnawing on a chicken leg. Xiaoji, you're back. Lu Xiaoji nodded. Lu Fengfeng noticed Lu Xiaoji's hands were empty and kindly reminded him, Xiaoji, did you forget something? Forget what? Did I? Your gift. The gift you bought for Mom. Oh no, I forgot. At this moment Lu Xiaoji finally reacted. Oh no, I'm doomed. What do you mean you're doomed? At that moment a woman walked out. She had a head full of gray hair, wrinkles at the corners of her eyes, and the years had left many marks on her, but also brought her a mature charm. Mom. When Lu Xiaoji saw the woman, he called out. Lu Xiaoji's mother smiled kindly upon seeing it. Xiaoji, you're back. Where's my gift? Mom, I forgot. Forgot. Oh, it's alright. If you forgot, make sure to find your dad later, and let him take you to relive childhood memories. Yes. Lu Xiao, his expression was now worse than crying. Xiaoji, what's wrong? What childhood memories? LV Xiaobu asked curiously. Lu Xiaoji remained silent. Lu Fengfeng, however, had a look of mischief. What else could it be? It's just the 7 wolves. 7 wolves, eh? LV Xiaobu was an orphan, so he had never experienced that. Alright Xiaobu, don't ask any more questions. Chen Hao stepped in to smooth things over. Xiaoji, hurry up, and take Hao Gu and Xiaobu inside to rest. Lu Fengfeng said to Lu Xiaoji. Oh right, let's go, I'll take you to my room to play. My room is quite big. Lu Xiaoji led Chen Hao and LV Xiaobu to his room. Chen Hao discovered that Lu Xiaoji's room was messier than a chicken coop. Moreover, this guy seemed to be a fan of the two-dimensional world. Xiaoji, what is this? It's so big. LV Xiaobu pointed to a blue-haired doll pillow. This is my wife, don't touch it. Wife? Hey Xiaoji, your computer is still on. I didn't expect you to love studying so much. Your computer has so much study material. As he spoke, LV Xiaobu was about to click on it. Don't touch it. Lu Xiaoji blocked LV Xiaobu. Lu Xiaoji's room was his private space. Even his parents were not allowed to enter. So it was as messy when he left as it still was now. You guys, it's almost time to eat. Go wash your hands, then come downstairs to eat. Lu Fengfeng called out. After Chen Hao and the others washed their hands, they went downstairs. At the dining table, Lu Xiaoji's parents, Lu Fengfeng, Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and LV Xiaobu. 6 people sat around one table. Mom, where's big brother? Lu Fengfeng noticed her elder brother Lu Kuenping was absent. Your brother has something to do and can't come back this time. Lu Xiaoji's father Lu Buping was speaking. Lu Buping was a short-haired man wearing silver-framed glasses who was serious and unsmiling. His eyes scanned over Lu Xiaoji and the others before finally landing on Chen Hao. You must be Chen Hao. Yes, uncle. You are quite impressive. Xiaoji will have to rely on you more from now on. Hearing this, Lu Fengfeng was particularly happy. Chen Hao, my father rarely praises anyone. He has a very high opinion of you. Thank you. Chen Hao didn't know what to say and could only express his thanks. Lu Xiaoji took Chen Hao and the others out for a stroll. He led them around the Lu family estate, sharing stories about his childhood. What's that over there? Chen Hao noticed a small bridge not far away with smoke swirling as if leading somewhere. That leads to our family's ancestral hall. Our ancestors are buried there. Oh. Chen Hao glanced at it. After the 3 of them took a tour, they returned indoors. Ouch. With a clatter, just as Chen Hao and the others were heading upstairs, a fellow slipped and fell down the stairs, taking both himself and a basin with him. Are you okay? Lu Xiaoji looked at the woman in front of him with concern. However, upon seeing her face clearly, he furrowed his brows. He felt the woman looked somewhat unfamiliar. No. I'm fine. The woman quickly picked up the basin. Chen Hao noticed something about the woman, and he frowned. Xiaoji, does your family hire new servants too? I don't know, that's all managed by my mom. Lu Xiaoji responded to Lu Xiaobu's query. By the way, you guys go upstairs first, I'll be there shortly. Okay. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu went upstairs. A moment later, Lu Xiaoji returned. Ouch. Seeing Lu Xiaoji walk in while holding his behind, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but ask, Xiao, it's nothing, just had a little fall. Oh, you're so careless, let me take a look. No. Lu Xiaoji was about to sit down, but winced in pain and stood back up. You say no, yet look at you in this state. Seeing this, Chen Hao squinted his eyes and walked towards Lu Xiaoji, placing his hand on Lu Xiaoji's backside. This guy was just re-experiencing fatherly love. Chen Hao could only help him with the treatment. Lu Xiaobu, seeing Chen Hao's hand on Lu Xiaoji's behind, couldn't help but ask, Brother, how should I step out for a bit? No need. Chen Hao shot Lu Xiaobu a glare, realizing Lu Xiaobu had picked up bad habits from Lu Xiao. As night fell, the 3 of them followed someone. Brother, how did you know she had a problem? Lu Xiaoji looked puzzled. Because I found a mark on her. A mark? What kind of mark? A scorpion. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Chunhao's eyes as he spoke those two words. There are two things in this world that he loves most: the Bazaar and the Scorpion Guild. Clearly this woman in front of him was a member of the Scorpion Guild. Scorpion Guild. Lu Xiaoji reacted. What's going on? Why did a member of the Scorpion Guild come to our house? Flies don't buzz around an egg without seams. Oh, perhaps your family shrine has some treasures. What treasures could there be in our family shrine? Are there any? Lu Xiaoji pondered. Aside from those coffins, it seems there's nothing else. Lu Xiaoji's words left Chunhao speechless. So you mean you've been inside before? Lu Xiaoji scratched his head shyly. When I was young, my brother Fengfeng and I went inside for a grand adventure. I thought there would be treasures, but there was nothing at all. Chunhao didn't know what to say about Lu Xiaoji's filial behavior. She went inside. Lu Xiaobu said, "Let's follow." The woman entered the Lu family shrine and began rummaging around, seemingly searching for some treasure. However, to her great disappointment, there was truly nothing inside. She looked toward the main seat. Maybe it's there. The woman flew over to the main seat and directly opened the coffin. She rummaged through it. Catch her, this demoness dares to wreak havoc in my Lu family's shrine. Seeking death. Lu Xiaoji saw the woman looking for something. He pointed directly at her. Up. The woman let out a painful wail, feeling a heavy blow to her back, blood gushing out. The woman leaned against the coffin, casting a resentful gaze at Chunhao and the others. She knew she was doomed today. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as she pulled out a dagger and made a swift cut. Blood gushed forth, falling into the coffin. As the blood was absorbed by the corpse inside the coffin, the woman laughed a chilling laugh. Seeing this, Chunhao frowned. The Scorpion Guild was filled with crazies. He hadn't expected this woman to be so insane. She completely broke the norm. A normal person in such a situation would either choose to flee or beg for mercy. But she, on the other hand, chose to self-harm. Chunhao was bewildered by the woman's actions. Just then, with a whoosh, a figure stood up from the coffin. It opened its bloodied maw and bit into the woman's neck. Die? Everyone must die. You Lu family members shall not have a good death. The woman was literally bitten to death by that creature. Not good, let's go. Chunhao pulled Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to run out. On their escape route, Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but asked Lu Xiaoji, "Xiaoji, why did that woman hate you guys so? Did you do something that angered the gods, eh?" Lu Xiaoji felt speechless at the question. You asked me, who should I? Lu Xiaoji felt like he had been rather unlucky lately. First there was an incident on the high-speed train, then he forgot to buy gifts and got beaten by his father. Now he was entangled in such matters. Oh, I know. That person is probably your half-sister. Your father has been fooling around outside and had her. She was abandoned by your father, so she's back for revenge. Listening to Lu Xiaobu's words, Lu Xiaoji fell into silence. He didn't know why, but he felt Lu Xiaobu's reasoning was somewhat valid. Roar. The creature behind them flew out. Everyone be careful, that's a flying zombie. It's beyond our ability to deal with it. The flying zombie is the 5th stage of a zombie. Only capable individuals can deal with it. As the flying zombie drew nearer, Chunhao's hands were surrounded by flames as he hurled them at the creature. However, the flying zombie's sharp claws swiftly tore through Chunhao's flames. This isn't good, the level difference is too significant. Just as Chunhao felt anxious, a figure appeared. Bastard. Seeking death. He pointed with his right hand. Boom. An explosion occurred on the flying zombie. Father. Lu Xiaoji looked at the newcomer, feeling particularly happy, as if he had seen a savior. How did you end up here? Lu Booping frowned. Before Lu Xiaoji and the others could answer, the flying zombie. Seeing this, Lu Booping hesitated briefly before a glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Sorry, but I must take you down. Before him was the flying zombie, which was also their ancestor. For the safety of everyone, Lu Booping had to choose to sacrifice his own kin. He pointed again. Lingxi finger. Boom. The flying zombie's head exploded. Seeing this, Chunhao quickly threw out a fireball. Boom. The fireball hit the flying zombie, igniting it. The flying zombie had just been killed by Lu Booping. Its corpse, being a dead object, was directly incinerated by Chunhao's flames. The fierce fire turned the flying zombie to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse. You have obtained the Shrank ability, Chrysanthemum Finger. Listening to the system's prompt, Chunhao was a bit bewildered. Shouldn't it be Lingxi Finger instead? Chunhao hadn't looked closely just now. He thought the mutation started with Lu Xiaoji, but it turned out Lu Xiaoji's ancestor had it already. Is this what they call a crooked beam causing a crooked roof? Just as Chunhao was complaining, Lu Booping looked at Chunhao and the others with a face full of anger. You three better have an explanation tonight. In the room, Lu Booping, Lu Fengfeng, and Lu Xiaoji's mother sat in the front. Chunhao, Lu Xiaobu, and Lu Xiaoji stood in front. Lu Xiaoji began to narrate. Once he finished, everyone looked at Lu Booping with strange expressions. Especially Lu Xiaoji's mother Shui Er. Chunhao felt her breath quickening, as if she were about to turn into a raging tigress. Lu Fengfeng instinctively leaned to the side, fearing she might be caught in the crossfire. Oh, wife, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. It's definitely because I hit him just now, so he bears a grudge and is deliberately retaliating against me. Even if you gave me 10 more guts, I wouldn't dare. Moreover, you know me dealing with you is already overwhelming. Where would I have the ability to handle anything else? Listening to Lu Buping's words, Lu Xiaobu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The others looked similarly amused. They hadn't expected to witness such a juicy drama. Father, I know of a medicine, or I'll buy you some. Scram. Lu Buping was exasperated with Lu Xiaoji. Their family secret technique is Lingxi Finger, and this guy mutated. It turned into Chrysanthemum Finger. Because of this, Lu Buping was angry for a long time. Fortunately, he had a big son, Lu Kuimping, who perfectly inherited the family genes. As for Lu Fofeng, in Lu Buping's eyes, she was just a girl. Lu Buping was a stubborn traditionalist, valuing sons over daughters. Thus, even though Lu Fengfeng possessed the rank ability super hacker, he thought it was already acceptable. Seeing the situation turn tense, Lu Fengfeng took the initiative to step forward. Father, mother, there's something suspicious about this matter. Leave it to me, I guarantee I'll get to the bottom of it. Hearing Lu Fengfeng's words, Lu Buping and Shui Er nodded. Alright, it's late, you all should go get some rest. This household is governed by Shui Er. Lu Xiaoji's family is led by the males outside and the females inside. Okay. Lu Xiaoji took Chun Hao and the others back to the room. Once in the room, Lu Xiaobu curiously asked Hao Gu why would the Scorpion Court target Xiaoji's family. Not sure. Chun Hao shook his head. He had just noticed that the woman seemed to be looking for something. As a result, they blocked her path, and in desperation, she resorted to blood sacrifice, summoning the flying corpse. From her appearance, it seems there's a blood feud with Xiaoji's family. Regarding this matter, Lu Xiaoji seemed unconcerned. Why bother with so much? If the sky falls, there's a tall person to hold it up. Alright, it's getting late, let's rest. Okay. The three of them laid down in one room. Lu Xiaoji's room was spacious enough, they all slept directly on the floor. On the floor there was a cartoon mat, and it was summer. So they only needed to cover a single blanket. After turning off the lights, Lu Xiaobu quickly fell asleep. Lu Xiaoji, however, kept his eyes open, contemplating the events of the day. He said he didn't care, but deep down he was worried. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to investigate, and could only leave it to his sister. As for Chun Hao, he was dismantling the ability. System break down Chrysanthemum Finger. Chrysanthemum Finger is being dismantled. Ding dong, congratulations host, Chrysanthemum Finger has been successfully dismantled. You have obtained 1 million original ability pearls. This was Chun Hao's first time dismantling and shrank ability. Mainly because Chrysanthemum Finger was too disgusting. When used there was a sensation. Moreover, this thing doesn't guarantee a hit, as long as the opponent perceives it they can evade it. How should I use the newly obtained 1 million original ability pearls? After some thought, Chun Hao made a decision. To enhance flame manipulation. Since acquiring this ability, he hadn't upgraded it. Thus flame manipulation remained at blank. The scene where the flying corpse tore his flames apart was still vivid in Chun Hao's memory. System add the 1 million original ability pearls to flame manipulation. Ding dong, original ability pearls are fusing. Ding dong, congratulations host, your flame manipulation ability has been upgraded to strength. Finally, my flame manipulation has become stronger. Chun Hao tried to summon it. He was surprised to find that his flames had become hotter. I wonder if attacking that flying corpse now will result in being torn apart. Now my ability level is quite high. The only drawback is my strength. This time when I return I need to take on more. After staying at Lu Xiaoji's house for a night, the next day Chun Hao and the others prepared to leave. Shui Er looked at Lu Xiaoji with a face full of reluctance. A mother's worry for her child knows no bounds. Xiaoji, take care of yourself when you're out there. Make sure to eat on time. Hey, look at you seem to have lost weight. Learn more from Hao Gu. He's a good kid. Okay, I understand, Mom. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. Okay. The group set off on the journey back to the Ability Bureau. On the bus, Lu Xiaobu looked at Lu Xiaoji, whose eyes were slightly red, and couldn't help but ask Xiaoji, since you're reluctant, why not stay a couple more days? Lu Xiaoji shook his head at this. If I stay 2 more days, I'm afraid I won't want to leave. Very few people are willing to be away from their parents. Especially since Lu Xiaoji saw that his mother had white hairs. Xiaoji. Lu Xiaobu was at a loss for how to comfort Lu Xiaoji. It's fine, I still have my grand ambitions to fulfill. What grand ambitions? I want to marry 10 wives and bring them home. Lu Xiaoji's words left Lu Xiaobu speechless. Seeing Lu Xiaoji adjusting himself, Chun Hao was also very pleased. After more than 2 hours on the high-speed train, Chun Hao and the others arrived at the Ability Bureau. Are you tired? Nope. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu shook their heads. If you're not tired, then let's go do some tasks. Okay. Chun Hao's recent training had slowed down. He needed to defeat some strange beings to aid his cultivation. He took Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the task release area. There they encountered Tian Wenjing, Kai Wenting, and Xiao Wuqing. Have the three of them teamed up. What about Xia Lighting? Chunhao noticed that Xia Lighting was missing. Previously, she had been inseparable from Xia Wuqing. Unexpectedly, Xia Lighting had disappeared. The guy probably fell into despair after what happened before. Tian Wenjing and the other two formed a team, completed their task, and left. Before departing, they greeted Chunhao. Brother Hao, what task are we picking this time? Upon hearing this, Chunhao began to select tasks on the task machine at the task office. He continuously swiped the screen. Soon a task caught his eye. Let's go with this one. An amusement park. Yeah. Chunhao nodded. Alright. We'll go there, and not only can we complete the task, but we can also have some fun. My favorite there is the bumper cars. LV Xiaobu chimed in. Xiaobu, you really are a child at heart, still liking bumper cars at this age. Then Xiaoji, what do you like? The haunted house, of course. Why, oi? Think about it, in the pitch darkness you can touch whatever you want. Xiaobu, if you ever date someone, make sure to take her to the haunted house. You'll thank me for it later. Once you handle that, you can enjoy abalone juice with your meat buns. Chunhao, LV Xiaobu. The three of them set off after accepting the task. Soon they arrived at the entrance of an amusement park. The iron gate of the amusement park was tightly closed. There was a lot of dust on the gate and many weeds had grown inside. It was evident that this amusement park had not been in operation for some time. Seeing this, LV Xiaobu felt a bit sad as his plan for a fun adventure was ruined. Let's go in. Once we enter, stay close to me and be careful, Chunhao instructed. Okay. LV Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji replied in unison. As they prepared to climb over the iron gate of the amusement park, someone shouted, "What are you doing? Do you believe I'll call the police?" A figure appeared. Chunhao looked up and saw a small, sharp-nosed old man holding a flashlight. Young people, why don't you learn properly? I saw a few girls climbing in earlier. Are you with them? As the old man spoke, he scrutinized Chunhao and the others. Young people do not learn well. You actually want to go inside to play real CS. It's so dirty here, or why not rent a room, enjoy some air conditioning, and play cards instead? Why come here? Young people, listen to your uncle's advice. It's very dangerous inside. It's better not to go in. Hearing the old man's words, Chunhao furrowed his brow. He walked up to the old man. Sir, can you tell us what happened inside? The old man glanced at Chunhao. Hello, I'm from the Ability Bureau. Chunhao took out his work ID. It must be said the badge of the Ability Bureau is quite effective. The old man, who had initially shown a strange expression, instantly transformed into a sycophant. Oh, it's an officer. You ask and he'll tell you everything you want to know. What exactly happened inside? Why did it close down? Sighed. The old man sighed upon hearing this. A few months ago it was thriving here. Back then I could push a cart over to do some small business and make some money. Unexpectedly one day a murder occurred inside. Murder? Yes, several guys were killed. Their heads were severed. Did you find out who did it? No, of course not. Otherwise it wouldn't have been closed for I heard it was ghosts. The old man said in a hushed voice. Ghosts? Since you know there are ghosts here, why are you strolling around? Hearing this, the old man chuckled secretly. Without a doubt, he was eavesdropping. The old man's words made Lu Xiaoji feel skeptical. Is it really that sinister? Lu Xiaoji instinctively thought the old man was lying. Hey, do you think I would? I saw it with my own eyes. Their deaths were horrific. Just as Lu Xiaoji was about to continue asking, Chunhao stopped him. This guy didn't know much anyway, and it was pointless to ask further. Alright, you can go back now. Thank you, officer. Thank you, officer. The old man seemed relieved. He dashed away. Chunhao turned to Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu and said, You all heard that. There may be something strange inside, so be careful. Understood. The three continued into the amusement park. Once inside, they began to wander around the amusement park. There were many facilities here. Merry-go-rounds, bumper cars, swinging pendulums, Ferris wheels, and a terrifying haunted house. At this moment, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the haunted house. They looked at the dark entrance of the Lu Xiaoji smiled and said, Brother, how should we go in for an adventure? Here. Yes, there's no power, and the other facilities can't be used. It seems this haunted house is the only place we can play now. Maybe we should skip it. The ghosts in haunted houses are just staff in disguise. Since it's not operational now, there are naturally no ghosts. Alright. Lu Xiaoji felt a bit disappointed as he really wanted to take a look inside. At that moment, a terrifying scream came from inside the haunted house. Stay close to me. Chunhao rushed in first. He quickly came upon a woman lying on the ground. At that moment, her head had been severed and blood was everywhere. A few corpses were also lying on the ground nearby. What the hell? They've been completely wiped out. Lu Xiaoji exclaimed in shock. Chunhao looked down and noticed blood footprints on the ground. He followed the footprints inside. Before coming, they had worn headlamps, so even without electric lights they could see clearly. Just as Chunhao passed a corner, whoosh, a sound of slicing through the air was heard. Chunhao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his hand. This was a weapon he exchanged using his points. The previous Nepalese knife had been damaged by Lu Bai. Clang. Chunhao's dagger collided with the opponent's machete. Chunhao's strength was great, and he directly knocked the machete away. Seeing this, the little ghost turned to flee. As a result, Chun Hao instantly teleported in front of it. The sharp dagger glinted coldly as it stabbed into the little ghost's abdomen. After the dagger pierced the little ghost, Chun Hao activated the corpse refining technique. He began to absorb the little ghost. My! Chun Hao sensed something unusual. The energy he absorbed was much smoother than before. Previously, his body would instinctively reject the strange energy. But now it felt as if that energy belonged. As the strange energy was absorbed into his body, Chun Hao felt warm and completely different from the previous cold sensation. Is this the benefit brought by Undead Devourer? Chun Hao discovered that his strength seemed to have increased. Brother, how are you? Okay. I'm fine, let's continue to look inside. Chun Hao led Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu further in. During this time they encountered a few more little ghosts. But without exception they were all absorbed by Chun Hao. Unknowingly, Chun Hao and his companions reached the end of the haunted house. Is that all? Just a few little ghosts. Chun Hao felt somewhat unsatisfied. He glanced at his phone and realized it was already 2 in the morning. It's getting late, we should head back. Just as Chun Hao was about to take Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu back, suddenly the amusement park lit up. Hey there, you guys are leaving without saying hello. Not far away on a carousel sat a girl with long pink hair, her exquisite face making one want to pinch it. Wow, what a beautiful little sister. Lu Xiaoji's eyes widened when he saw the girl. How old are you? Do you want me to take you to see some goldfish? Xiaoji. Just as LV Xiaobu was about to say something to Lu Xiaoji suddenly pointed up. The little girl was struck by Lu Xiaoji's finger. She let out a tragic scream. The lights around them instantly went out. The bright moonlight poured down, illuminating the little girl's cold and terrifying face. You are dead. For sure. The little girl spoke each word with gritted teeth. With a wave of her right, whoosh, 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 3 darts shot towards Lu Xiaoji. How go help? Chun Hao quickly waved his dagger, effortlessly blocking the darts. The little girl pulled out a chainsaw from nowhere. Die, fatso. I'm going to chop you into pieces. She charged at Chun Hao and the others with the chainsaw. Seeing this, LV Xiaobu pressed his hands down on the ground. Quicksand technique. He created a pit in the ground. The little girl stepped in and found her feet instantly trapped. However, this obstacle was only temporary, as she quickly jumped out. As she landed, the little girl's brows furrowed, as if she had hit a wound. Dare to insult me, try that again. Lu Xiaoji pointed again. Seeing this, the little girl quickly rolled away to dodge Lu Xiaoji's attack. Then she lunged forward. Chun Hao, seeing this, met her with his dagger. Clang. The two clashed. The chainsaw's chain spun, continuously grinding against Chun Hao's dagger, sending out countless sparks. After the clash, Chun Hao suddenly exerted force. He distanced himself from the little girl. He instinctively glanced at his dagger. No wonder it's a magic knife, its durability is simply unmatched. Having saved so many people, the Ability Bureau rewarded him with a lot of points. Chun Hao directly exchanged those points for a magic knife. After pulling away, the little girl charged at Chun Hao again with the chainsaw. Die. The little girl opened her mouth wide, revealing blackened teeth. Perfect timing. Let me show you my new ability. Boom. The dagger in Chun Hao's hand was suddenly engulfed in flames. He swung it fiercely. A sharp flame blade sliced through the air. The fiery wind cut. Chun Hao's current fiery wind cut was different from before. This was enhanced by its great ability. Seeing the flame blade coming, the little girl could only raise the chainsaw to block. Bang! She was knocked back, dropping the chainsaw. Whoosh! Chun Hao moved, instantly teleporting in front of the little girl. His right hand reached for her neck, firmly grasping her throat. He began to activate the corpse refinement technique, devouring the little girl. No, don't kill me. The little girl struggled desperately. During this time, she displayed a pitiful look. If an ordinary person were here, they might feel pity and spare the little girl. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Chun Hao. He never showed mercy to the uncanny. Oh. The little girl who initially begged for mercy began to struggle fiercely. Her cute face transformed into that of a fierce ghost. Though she struggled with all her might, it was all in vain. She could only watch helplessly as she was devoured by Chun Hao. After devouring the little girl, Chun Hao looked at Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu. Let's go back. The little girl possessed the strength of a 7th-tier master. Unfortunately, she met Chun Hao and couldn't even use her power before meeting her end. Chun Hao felt the strange energy within him surging. He needed to go back and refine it properly. It was getting late. There were no cars on the road. Chun Hao and the others could only walk back. On the way, LV Xiaobu couldn't help but speak up. How goes Xiaoji, don't you find it strange? Why is there no one on this road? It's so quiet. Lu Xiaoji rolled his eyes at LV Xiaobu. It's 2:30 in the morning. How could there be anyone on this road? Unless you've seen a ghost. I heard from elders that not returning home by 2:30 brings no good fortune. Whoosh. Just as LV Xiaobu finished speaking, a strange wind blew from a distance. A newspaper was blown from the left side of the road to the right. A figure appeared at the end of the road. Chen Hao and Liu Xiaoji exchanged bewildered glances at LV Xiaobu instinctively covered his mouth. The person on the opposite side looked around, finally running towards. Chen Hao drew his dagger just as both sides were about to clash. They halted. Lung Wuqing. Chen, what are you doing here? Lung Wuqing asked curiously. We were going to ask you the same thing. Liu Xiaoji, this place is particularly dangerous. You should leave quickly. Dangerous? Before Liu Xiaoji could finish his sentence, bang. A gunshot rang out. Chen Hao raised his dagger to block. Clang. A bullet hit Chen Hao's dagger. He was knocked back several. His hand trembled violently. Chen Hao turned to look at the shooter. He found a man with a nose ring holding a 8th-tier master grade ability gunman. Chen Hao glanced and gathered information about the opponent. Is he your target? Oh. Before Lung Wuqing could speak, the other party spoke first. A bunch of little fish daring to provoke. Kid, don't think you're impressive just because you blocked a bullet. You can block one shot. Can you block a second? As he spoke, he aimed the dark muzzle of the gun at Chen Hao again. Seeing the man prepare to fire again, whoosh. A sharp wind blade cut through the air. The man could only retract his gun to dodge. He avoided the wind blade and looked at the attacker, seeing Tian Wenjing standing not far away. Little sister sneaking up like this is really not very likable. Come, let Big Brother teach you how to shoot a handgun. Big Brother's gun is so much fun. Die. Tian Wenjing shot out another wind blade. This time the man was on guard. Bang. The Desert Eagle in his hand fired a shot. It shattered the wind blade directly. At the same time, the bullet continued to streak toward Tian Wenjing. With a swift dodge, Tian Wenjing evaded the bullet. Holy crap! Liu Xiaobu exclaimed, his face full of shock. Xiaoji, is a handgun really that awesome? I should have learned to shoot too. Hearing Liu Xiaobu's words, Liu Xiaoji grinned and said, Shoot. Wanna learn? I can teach you. I'm an old hand at it. But I've got plenty of bullets. Mine are a bit different from his. His is obviously an ability-infused handgun. Liu Xiaobu looked at the man's hand. He saw that the Desert Eagle in the opponent's hand was made of energy. In other words, the bullets fired from that gun were energy projectiles. Seeing Tian Wenjing dodge, the man aimed his gun at Chen Hao and the others. Not good. Liu Xiaoji grabbed Liu Xiaobu and pulled him aside. As for Xiao Wuqing, that guy had already disappeared. The man's gun was pointed at Chen Hao. Bang. He pulled the trigger. Whoosh. Chen Hao used teleportation to evade the bullet. Teleportation. You can teleport. How interesting. Let's see which is faster, your teleportation or my bullets. Bang. 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 The man fired several shots in rapid succession at Chen Hao. Chen Hao dodged each one consecutively. Pant. Pant. After a few moves, both sides were breathing heavily. Whether it was teleportation or firing the ability gun, the energy consumption was immense. Winning, now's your chance. Chen Hao shouted. Boom. A colossal stone golem dropped from the sky, crashing down toward the man. Sensing the danger, the man ran forward. What's going on? Why is it getting hotter? He turned to look at the source of the heat wave. A fireball flew straight at him. Boom. Caught off guard, the man was directly struck by Chen Hao's flame orb. He instantly turned into a human torch. Whoosh. Tian Wenjing seized the moment to launch a sneak attack. A wind blade sliced through the air, hurtling toward him. The sharp wind blade cut through his throat and continued onward. The man's head was severed. Chen Hao, I'm awesome, right? Kai Wenting poked her head out from the 3rd floor, beaming with pride. I'm curious. How did you find me when I was hiding so well? Kai Wenting thought she had hidden perfectly, yet Chen Hao still discovered her. Your scent. Next time you go on a mission, don't wear perfume. I could smell you from afar. Scent. Really? Kai Wenting subconsciously sniffed herself. Ignoring her, Chen Hao continued by tossing 2 orbs of flame, reducing the man's body to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse cleanup successful. You have acquired a rank ability, Gun Bearer. Who is this guy? Chen Hao asked Tian Wenjing. A member of the Scorpion Brigade. I see. Chen Hao gave a slight nod. He had to admit the Scorpion Brigade was truly rewarding. If Chen Hao had to look on his own, he might not find so many people with high-level abilities. But the Scorpion Brigade was different. These guys were like greedy predators. They would lie in wait near major academies. After those helpless young ones awakened, they would initiate their hunt. They specifically hunted ability users with exceptional potential, then dug out their ability orbs to transplant into their own people. Although the nation had sent guards to protect these gifted individuals, the Scorpion Brigade operated in the shadows while the national forces were in the light. They were impossible to guard against. Even those protectors became targets for the Scorpion Brigade. Finally took that bastard down. Tian Wenjing glanced at the man who had been burned to black ash. That guy was a complete psychopath. He's already caused more than 30 shooting incidents. Shooting incidents? Isn't that a privilege of the beautiful? Just as Liu Xiaoji was about to continue, Liu Xiaobu covered his mouth. Xiaoji, that's not something you should say. Alright, the matter's settled. Let's head back. Tian Wenjing looked at everyone present and spoke with a smile. The group set off on their return journey. Along the way, Tian Wenjing asked Chunhao curiously, Chunhao, what level are you at now? Master Realm 6 stars. In a few days I should break through to 7 stars. So fast. Tian Wenjing was startled by Chunhao's words. She had only recently broken through to Master Realm 8 stars. And Chunhao was about to catch up. Liu Xiaobu overheard their conversation. He grinned and said, Our Hao Gu is simply amazing. His cultivation speed is #1 in the world. Hearing Liu Xiaobu's words, Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. She continued, Chunhao, how are the preparations for the materials to refine the General Realm pill coming along? Materials for the General Realm pill? What's that? Seeing Chunhao's bewildered expression, Tian Wenjing was also surprised. No one told you. To break through from Master Realm, you must take a General Realm pill. But the Ability Bureau doesn't have any General Realm pills. If you want one, you have to gather the materials yourself. Then go ask Old Bai to help refine it. Tian Wenjing explained. I have to collect the materials myself. Chunhao frowned. Then he asked Tian Wenjing, Do you have the formula for the General Realm pill? Yes. Tian Wenjing pulled out her phone and sent the formula information for the General Realm pill. After sending it, Tian Wenjing said to Chunhao, To refine the General Realm pill you need a talent for alchemy, otherwise it's basically impossible to succeed. Plus the success rate for the General Realm pill is rather low. One batch of materials might not even yield a single pill. Old Bai of our Ability Bureau is considered an expert in alchemy. If you want him to refine it, you need to prepare 5 batches of materials. 5 batches. That's right, 5 batches. The failure probability for the General Realm pill is too high. Only with that much can we guarantee 1 pill. Of course some are lucky and get 2 pills out of 5 batches. Listening to Tian Wenjing, Chunhao felt speechless. For some reason, Chunhao silently labeled Old Bai as a waste. 5 batches of materials for just 1 General Realm pill. Back when Chunhao played games and refined pills, his success rate was higher than that. Thoughts aside, he still had to prepare the materials first. Chunhao looked at the General Realm pill formula. General Realm pill formula: Thunderbolt Flower 7-star, Stone Blackwater, Mystic Pearl, Spirit Beast Blood. For ingredients in total, the first 3 had clear descriptions. When he saw the last one, Chunhao frowned. Wenjing, what exactly is this Spirit Beast Blood? Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Spirit Beast Blood. It's the blood of a spirit beast, of course. Hearing this, Chunhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. If nonsense had levels, Tian Wenjing's would be quite high. What I'm asking is, what kind of spirit beast does the blood? Can dragon blood work? If you can get some dragon blood, it wouldn't be impossible. Dragon blood's such a precious thing. She couldn't believe that Chunhao would directly ask if it was possible. Is this the difference between people? Upon hearing this, Chunhao nodded. Tian Wenjing continued, the blood of spiritual beasts is extremely important. Within your capabilities, try to find the best one you can. I heard that pills refined using high-grade spiritual beast blood can enhance an ability user's power. You might even be able to comprehend some skills of the spiritual beast from it. This information caught Chunhao's attention. We have arrived. Tian Wenjing yawned. After a busy night, everyone should go rest. All right. Everyone, dragging their weary bodies, returned to the dormitory of the Ability Bureau. Chunhao washed up and then lay down to rest. He didn't know how much time had passed. Chunhao woke up in a daze, sleeping so comfortably. For the first time, he felt that waking up naturally like this was a wonderful thing. Chunhao opened the door ready to grab something to eat. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Lu Fengfeng coming in with several bags. Chunhao stepped forward to help. Let me carry some for you. Thank you. Chunhao assisted Lu Fengfeng in bringing the items back to the dormitory. Chunhao. After helping her, Chunhao was about to leave when Lu Fengfeng called out to him. What is it? I have something I need your help with. Something? What is it? I want to trouble you to find a kind of fruit. Fruit? What kind of fruit? Beautiful fruit. Yes, I heard that this kind of fruit can make a person more beautiful when eaten. The skin becomes tender and smooth like a baby's face. Chunhao frowned slightly upon hearing this. Does this thing really exist? He was doubtful, because if beautiful fruit had such effects, it would be well known. It exists. I saw it in an ancient book. There was once a queen of a tribe who ate this kind of fruit. Chunhao couldn't help but speak. So you're saying you want me to help you find this elusive fruit? Yes, Lu Fengfeng nodded. Don't worry, I won't let you work for nothing. As long as you agree, you can ask me to do anything in the future. I will fulfill all your requests. Chunhao fell silent upon hearing this. After a long pause, he asked Lu Fengfeng, Fengfeng, have you encountered some problem? In Chunhao's impression, Lu Fengfeng was not the type to worry about her figure. Sigh. Lu Fengfeng's, after I returned home this time, my mother had a talk with me. She said I was old enough to find a boyfriend. But you know, with my figure, where can I find one? As she said this, Lu Fengfeng looked helpless. She had considered losing weight, but she just couldn't control her appetite. She envied those who could eat anything without gaining weight. But she was different. After all, she gained weight even from drinking water. Fine, I agree to help you. But I must say in advance, whether I can find it is up to fate. If I find it, I'll give it to you. Okay. Lu Fengfeng was overjoyed. Regardless of whether Chun Hao could do it, at least she felt comforted. Now that our deal is struck, I happen to have something to trouble you with. What is it? Just tell me. I want the materials to refine the golden core pill. I wonder if you can help me find it. No problem. Tell me what materials you need, and I'll find them for you directly. Lu Fengfeng was very straightforward. She immediately took out her notebook from her computer bag. Thunderflower. All right. Lu Fengfeng nodded. She took out her keyboard and began typing. A short while later, she found the information Chun Hao wanted. This thunderflower is produced in the Thunder Canyon. It's not a rare item. The only difficulty is that to obtain this thunderflower, one must venture deep into the Thunder Canyon. The Thunder Canyon is very dangerous as it is home to a creature known as the Thunder Demon. They will attack humans who enter the canyon. Thunder Demon. Yes. The Thunder Demon is a monster proficient in lightning magic, and its lightning is extremely terrifying. If you want to go, it's best to find a way to deal with it. Chun Hao began to ponder upon hearing this. Fengfeng, do you think there are any abilities in this world that can act as a lightning rod or abilities that can absorb lightning? There are countless abilities in the world. It's nearly impossible to know them all. Lu Fengfeng frowned upon hearing this. She input Chun Hao's request into the computer. Soon Lu Fengfeng received a message. You're in luck. I couldn't find any abilities that can absorb lightning, but there is indeed a lightning rod ability. And the person is a wanted criminal. Lu Fengfeng laid out the profile of a person in front of Chun Hao. Chun Hao looked at the profile and found it belonged to a spirited young man dressed in a yellow leopard print outfit with dyed yellow hair. He styled his hair upwards into a small cone shape. Those who didn't know might think he was a brother of the Golden Horn King, but this guy's ability is a bit low just in Frank ability. That's fine, and Frank ability is still in Frank ability. Where are they now? In a small wooden cabin on the outskirts. A group of people was playing mahjong inside, puffing smoke as they played. The whole room was filled with smoke. Boys, we caught a big fish a few days ago. Yeah, that girl had so much money, over 20,000 in cash in her bag. Not only was there money, but she had even more. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. They wore masks at night to rob people. Not only did they steal their backpacks, but they also performed several health checks on them. Finally, to prevent the matter from leaking, they directly slit the person's throat. At this moment, Chun Hao stood outside the cabin watching the laughing crowd. Inside, his eyes narrowed with a murderous intent. In his view, these guys were no longer human, but a bunch of beasts. For beasts, Chun Hao would absolutely show no mercy. He gathered a fireball in each hand and hurled them towards the wooden cabin. Boom, boom. The fireballs hit the wooden cabin, instantly igniting it. Not good, it's on fire. It's on fire. Damn it, what happened? Why is there a fire? Several people stood up preparing to flee through but the moment they opened the door, they saw a phoenix engulfed in flames. Mutt. And Chun Hao summoned a fire phoenix. Chirp. The phoenix opened its beak wide, spewing a torrent of flames. In an instant, the men at the doorway were reduced to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse retrieval successful. Acquired Frank ability, lightning rod. Is he the only ability user among them? Chun Hao hadn't expected that only one of the four inside possessed an ability. The little wooden house burned ever more fiercely. Before long, the roof collapsed. Chun Hao stood silently watching the raging inferno before him. When everything had turned to ash, he turned and left. He returned to the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. Lu Fengfeng saw Chun Hao coming back. She looked somewhat surprised. So soon? Chun Hao nodded. There's a new mission that needs your help. I understand. Lu Fengfeng typed rapidly, and before long, she had located a member of the Scorpion Brigade for Chun Hao. This guy has a brank ability, fist enhancement, and is at the 8th stage of the Master Realm. Think you can handle it? 8th stage of Master Realm. If I spend a couple days cultivating and break through to the 7th stage of the Master Realm, it should be no problem. Lu Fengfeng nodded. Over the next 2 days, Chun Hao devoted himself to cultivation. Finally, on the afternoon of the second day, he successfully broke through to the 7th stage of the Master Realm. Chun Hao instinctively clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power from his enhanced strength. Exhilarating. Every time his power increased, Chun Hao felt an invigorating thrill. It was even more satisfying than indulging in carnal pleasures. After such pleasures, one feels drained, but this left him brimming with energy, as if he possessed inexhaustible strength. Chun Hao pulled out his phone and, following the address Lu Fengfeng had given him, set out to confront the Scorpion Brigade member. Inside a courtyard, two men sat across from each other drinking tea. Watching the pair in the yard, Chun Hao furrowed his brow. What's this? He had intended to make a move on the courtyard's owner, but he hadn't expected the man to have a guest today. This guy has strength ability, lightning control, and is at the 4th rank of the general level. Chun Hao turned his gaze to the man seated opposite the bald, burly fellow. The man had spiky blue hair like a hedgehog's quills and was savoring the tea the burly man had brewed for him. Zhang Yi, your tea-making skills keep getting better. Hearing the blue-haired man's praise, the burly man scratched his head sheepishly. "Ah, you flatter me, sir. I'm just a rough man. I brew it any old way." The blue-haired man smiled faintly. "Drinking tea is far better than drinking liquor. Indeed, I used to be addicted to alcohol. If it weren't for you, sir, making me switch to tea, I might still be drowning in drink. Everything I have today is thanks to your help, sir. If there's ever anything you need me to do, just say the word, and I'll see it done with all my heart." Hearing the burly man's words, the blue-haired man nodded with great satisfaction. "That's all I needed to hear. Tomorrow I plan to visit Thunder Canyon." "Thunder Canyon? What for?" asked the burly man curiously. "It's those disgusting people. They didn't want to go themselves, so they made me take the trip. What's so scary about a little lightning?" As he spoke, the blue-haired man raised his right hand. Crackling arcs of electricity danced between his fingers. Countless currents surged within, producing a series of popping sounds. "Those idiots. If they want thunder blossoms, why don't they pick them themselves? Why bother me?" The blue-haired man spoke with reluctance and displeasure. Hearing this, the burly man couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Just because he possessed lightning abilities didn't mean others did. The burly man had once been fortunate enough to enter Thunder Canyon. He had witnessed with his own eyes a companion being struck by lightning and reduced to a charred corpse. The smell of burnt protein still lingered vividly in his memory. "Well, I've had enough tea. Time for me to, so let me see you out." "No need, stay here." With that, the blue-haired man strode away. Watching his departing figure, the burly man turned back to look at the tea table. A pained expression appeared on his face. In his eyes, drinking tea was far more wasteful of money than drinking liquor. That single pot of tea had cost him tens of thousands. If he had spent that money on liquor, he felt he could have enjoyed it for a long time. The burly man walked over to the tea table, and adhering to the principle of not wasting, he picked up the teapot and gulped down the remaining tea. "Tisk tisk tsk." The burly man smacked his lips. "I can't figure out what's so good about tea. My mouth feels like it's about to grow feathers from the blandness." As he spoke, he sauntered over to a nearby flower bed. He dug around inside, and after a moment unearthed a flagon of wine. "Ah, there's nothing like the aroma of liquor." He uncorked the flagon and took a hearty swig. As the fiery liquid slid down his throat. "I'm alive again." Watching the burly man drink, Chunhao narrowed his eyes, a glint of elation flashing within. "Drink up, keep drinking." In Chunhao's eyes, that liquor was the burly man's last drink before his execution. Soon the man grew thoroughly intoxicated, collapsed to the ground, and fell into a drunken stupor. Chunhao vaulted over the wall into the courtyard. Gazing at the burly man who slept like a log, Chunhao slowly curled his lips into a smile. "Time to die." He conjured a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at the man. Boom. The man was instantly engulfed in flames, becoming a human torch. He woke up in agony, frantically slapping at the fire on his body. Whoosh. Chunhao moved a sharp dagger, slashing toward the burly man's throat. Slash. The dagger sliced open the burly man's throat. SSSSS. A torrent of blood gushed out. Clutching his slit throat, the man stared straight at Chunhao. The burly man's eyes were filled with a maelstrom of emotions. Rage, hatred, bewilderment, confusion. Finally, the light in his eyes faded, and his body toppled stiffly to the ground. Thud. His corpse hit the ground heavily. Chunhao followed up with 2 more fireballs, reducing the man to ashes. Perhaps it was because the man had drunk so much liquor. Chunhao noticed that the fire on the man burned especially fiercely. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Corpse retrieval successful. Acquired Brank ability, Fist Enhancement. Done. After obtaining the burly man's ability, Chunhao directly left the courtyard. On the way back, System Decomposed level ability, Fist Enhancement. Ding dong, Fist Enhancement is being decomposed. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Fist Enhancement decomposition completed. You have obtained 1/0 original ability orbs. Fuse the obtained 1/0 original ability orbs into level ability, Lightning Rod. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your Lightning Rod has upgraded to level ability. Lightning Rod level ability has an 80 chance to prevent you from being struck by lightning. Even if you are struck, it can greatly weaken the power of the lightning. Is it just a weakening? Chunhao thought that this lightning rod could completely immunize him from lightning damage. It seems that the level of this thing is still not high enough. Perhaps its level, or even S level, it could completely immunize me from lightning damage. However, the level lightning rod was already sufficient for Chunhao. He'll rest for a bit, and then set off for Thunder Gorge tomorrow. The next day, Chunhao got up early and went straight. This time he did not invite Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu. Thunder Gorge was too dangerous. With the lightning rod and his almost supernatural luck, the chance of being struck by lightning was very low. Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu were different. If they followed, there was a high probability they would not return. Chunhao with a backpack arrived at a small town outside Thunder Gorge. The town was bustling with activity. Many adventurers strolled about. Come and take a look, the latest invention, the lightning rod. With this you can avoid lightning attacks. A guy was shouting loudly holding a metal hat with a small iron needle on top. Seeing this, Chunhao narrowed his eyes and sneered. In his view, that was not a lightning rod but a lightning-attracting hat. Who would wear that into Thunder Gorge? Were they looking to die faster? He continued walking forward. Thunder Gorge had spawned the industry here. Chunhao discovered that this small town had everything one needed for living. The most he saw were items related to lightning protection. However, none of these items had any actual lightning protection effects. Young brother, are you planning to go into Thunder Gorge? A middle-aged man with a handful of black hair approached Chunhao. He pointed to a vehicle parked not far away. This is my latest invention, the lightning protection vehicle. It has many lightning rods and the surface of the vehicle is coated with insulating materials. Even if struck by lightning, it won't matter. Do you see that dark spot over there? That was struck by lightning before and nothing happened to us. Look, I returned unscathed. Saying this, the uncle spun around in front of Chunhao, trying to show that he was perfectly healthy and without missing limbs. No thanks, I appreciate your kindness. Chunhao smiled and left directly. As the uncle was about to say something else, Chunhao had already walked inside. Meanwhile, a few guys in the vehicle were becoming impatient. Old Neo, why don't we contribute a bit more money? You just skip the next one. Leave this spot empty, so we have more. Hearing this, the uncle thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Alright, but you have to pay first, then I will start the vehicle. No problem. It was clear that it wasn't the first time they had cooperated. After the passengers in the vehicle paid, the uncle drove the vehicle deeper into Thunder Gorge. On the way, the uncle encountered Chunhao. Young brother, are you sure you don't want to come up? I'll give you a discount on the fare. No thanks, I appreciate it. Alright then. The uncle felt he had done his best. He ignored Chunhao and continued driving forward. The passengers in the vehicle saw Chunhao walking behind. They started laughing. How long do you think this kid? Who cares how long he lives, he won't last a day anyway. Sigh, what a reckless young man. So young, yet daring to venture into Thunder Gorge. He really doesn't know how to write death. So what? There are many people like him. Every year many die in Thunder Gorge, yet so many flock to it. The main reason is that the treasures in Thunder Gorge are too many. As long as you can find one or two, you won't have to worry about food and clothing in your next life. You might even drive a luxury car and be with a model. The uncle's vehicle drove faster and faster towards Thunder Gorge, while Chunhao slowly made his way in. As he entered Thunder Gorge, Chunhao noticed that the weather had changed. The previously clear sky now felt hazy. The air's humidity began to rise. Dewdrops hung on the surrounding grass. Chunhao felt a coolness on his face, and when he touched it, he realized it was rain. It's raining, but thankfully it's just a drizzle. Chunhao walked into the drizzle. Boom. A thunderclap caught Chunhao's attention. This thunderclap heralded the beginning of the lightning. Boom, boom, boom. As if the thunder god in the sky was drunk. Countless lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking the ground. Boom. A tree as thick as a bowl was hit by lightning not far from Chunhao. In an instant, flames erupted. Crackle. Bang. That tree fell to the ground with a crash. Seeing this, Chunhao frowned. Though he was mentally prepared when the lightning struck nearby, very few could remain composed. Fortunately, I possessed the lightning rod ability. Chunhao did not believe he would be so unfortunate as to be struck by lightning. He continued walking forward, not knowing how long he had walked. Feeling tired, he decided to find a place to rest. Moi. Something caught Chunhao's attention. He walked forward and found a vehicle stopped in the middle of the road. A massive tree was crushing the top of the vehicle. It's the uncle's car. Clearly the uncle only considered lightning protection and did not think about how to withstand the tree's impact. Chunhao approached the vehicle. Looking through the glass window, he discovered that all the people in the back seat had. The driver's door was open and there were bloodstains on the ground extending not far away. Chunhao gathered flames in his right hand and threw them into the back seat of the driver's cabin, directly turning the three terrified individuals into ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse retrieval successful. Obtained level ability, arm enhancement. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse retrieval successful. Obtained level ability, slick feet. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, corpse retrieval successful. Obtained level ability, urine corrosion. Chunhao burned the 3 and instantly gained 3 abilities. Unfortunately, they were all low-level abilities. Chunhao was too lazy to even decompose them. Young brother. Suddenly a shout came from not far away. Chunhao heard a voice. He turned in the direction of the sound and discovered the uncle lying under a large tree not far away. I'm so glad to see you're okay. The uncle revealed a relieved smile. Cough, cough, cough. He began to cough violently. In no time he coughed up a mouthful of blood. What happened to you? We were struck by lightning. Today is truly unlucky. 3 bolts of lightning struck. 2 struck my car, and 1 hit a large tree not far away. That tree fell and smashed my car flat. If I hadn't run fast, I would probably be stuck inside with them now. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, the uncle's face turned pale and his expression weakened. Little brother, can you do me a favor? A favor? What kind of favor? Please take this thing back and give it to my daughter, the uncle said as he pulled out a bank card. Seeing this, Chun Hao furrowed his brow. Noticing Chun Hao's reluctance to take the card, the uncle continued, I won't make you run for nothing. I once obtained a treasure map. I thought I would dig it up once I became stronger. Now it seems there will be no opportunity. This treasure map is for you along with this bank card. You promise me you will help deliver it. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao replied, aren't you afraid I might take your treasure map and not help you? You wouldn't. The uncle said confidently. Why not? Because you are not that kind of person. I have been a driver all my life, I've seen all kinds of people. I can tell what kind of character a person has, whether good or bad, at a glance. The moment I saw you, I knew you were a good. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you into my car multiple times. Chun Hao smiled upon hearing this. It was always the girls who gave out the good person cards. He had never seen an uncle give a good person card to someone else. I will accept the treasure map. Ooh, as for the bank card, you can give it directly to your daughter. What? The uncle was shocked, thinking he must have misjudged. Just as he was puzzled, Chun Hao's right hand pressed against the uncle's chest. The uncle felt a warm sensation in his chest, and the original feeling of tightness and breathlessness disappeared. It's done. You can go back now. After saying this, Chun Hao turned and left. The uncle trembled as he got up, feeling his body. And better, my body as well. The uncle was overjoyed. Buddha, truly a living Buddha. He bowed in the direction Chun Hao had left. Then he got up and headed home. Now he had only one thought, which was to go home. He wanted to see his lovely daughter. The uncle had already decided to change his profession. Although this line of work earned a lot of money, one must have a life to spend it. Chun Hao glanced at the treasure map given by the uncle. He felt particularly unfamiliar with the place depicted on the map, so he directly stored the treasure map in his space. He continued walking forward. Boom. The sky thundered again. Chun Hao looked up at the sky and noticed it was completely different from before. The previous sky was gray and gloomy. Now it was filled with dark clouds, giving a sense of impending doom. It's going to rain heavily. He quickly scanned the surroundings and spotted a cave not far away. Let's go hide in the cave for now. Chun Hao walked into the cave. Splash. Just after he entered the cave, it started pouring rain outside. That was close. I almost got whoosh. The wind howled, and a lot of wind carried the rain into the cave. Chun Hao immediately walked deeper into the cave. This cave is quite large. Chun Hao tried to venture further inside. Eventually, he reached the depths of the cave. Looking at what was in front of him, he froze in place. A snake. An enormous snake. It was pitch black, and its scales were as big as a fist. It was currently sleeping. Upon seeing it, Chun Hao immediately turned off his flashlight. The snake's power was terrifying. 5th stage of the General Realm. Chun Hao was at the 7th stage of the Master Realm, facing a 5th stage General Realm giant snake. He had no strength to resist. He moved quietly, fearing to draw the snake's attention. Fortunately, Chun Hao was lucky. The giant snake left the cave before noticing him. Chun Hao prepared to retreat outside the cave. Halfway through, he found a small hole beside the cave. It seemed to lead to another space. Chun Hao tried to pass through the small hole and arrived in another cave. This cave was quite small, with only one entrance, which was where Chun Hao had just entered. The outside was still a howling wind. Chun Hao decided to rest here for a while, waiting for the rain to stop before moving further in. He didn't know how long it had been when he woke up. He passed through the small hole and left this cave. It had just rained outside and the ground was wet and muddy. Wading through the muddy ground, Chun Hao finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. He looked up towards the mountain top and discovered several blue and white flowers swaying gently in the wind. It's the thunder flower. Chun Hao climbed towards the thunder flower. He reached out and picked several thunder flowers. Just as he got hold of the thunder flowers, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over the thunder flowers in your hand." Chun Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-haired man. It's him. Chun Hao recognized the blue-haired man in front of him as the one who had previously drunk tea with the bald man. What if I refuse? You're asking for death. He condensed a bolt of lightning in his right hand and struck towards Chun Hao. Chun Hao used a teleportation move to evade the blue-haired man's attack. A space ability user. Seeing Chun Hao's performance, the blue-haired man was not angry but delighted. After capturing you, I wonder how they will reward me. Chun Hao teleported quite far away. In the blue-haired man's eyes, Chun Hao's spatial abilities must be of a high level. If he could capture him and take him back, getting promoted and becoming wealthy would be a piece of cake. Chun Hao stored the thunder flowers away. He activated the newly acquired ability Slick Feet and began to run wildly, trying to escape. No way. Boom. After a thunderous sound, the opponent flickered a distance away. Lightning flashed. Seeing this, Chun Hao immediately used teleportation to create distance between them. The two began a chase. During this time, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. Chun Hao prayed that a bolt of lightning would strike the opponent. Boom. After a booming thunder, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel fell from the sky. It struck the blue-haired man squarely. For a moment, the blue-haired man was enveloped in crackling electric light, with currents racing across his body, making a popping sound. His body stiffened suddenly. He thought he might be struck by lightning, suffering at least some injury. Unexpectedly, he felt like a used dry battery. After the lightning struck, it instantly filled him with energy. The blue-haired man's hair erupted like a hedgehog, numerous blue currents darting back and forth among his hair, crackling with sounds. He glared fiercely at Chun Hao. "Kid, this time you're dead for sure. Even the gods can't save you, mark my word." Bang! The man forcefully pushed off with his right foot. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward Chun Hao. The man was getting closer. What should I do? Chun Hao looked ahead, and within a few seconds he made a decision. Whoosh! He vanished from his spot. The blue-haired man intended to attack Chun Hao, but he had disappeared from sight. Has this guy gone invisible? The blue-haired man glanced around. No, his ability is spatial, akin to teleportation. He can't have vanished into thin air, he must have hidden. The blue-haired man observed again. Upon seeing something, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You little brat, you're dead." As he spoke, he walked into the dark cave. At this moment, Chun Hao appeared to him like a turtle in a jar. As long as he walked slowly into the cave, all that awaited Chun Hao was death. The blue-haired man entered the cave. Suddenly, he heard a noise. This time I've got you." He quickened his pace and charged into the cave. Meanwhile, deep within the cave, a shadow wolf covered in wounds pounced toward the sleeping giant snake. The giant snake sensed danger and instinctively launched an attack. Its massive jaws snapped shut, swallowing the shadow wolf whole. After consuming the shadow wolf, the giant snake was still unsatisfied. It had been asleep for so long and was now ravenously hungry. One shadow wolf wasn't enough to satisfy it. "Kid, this time I want to see where you can run." The blue-haired man rushed in. The moment he saw the pitch-black giant snake, he froze in place. Venomous black rock python. The blue-haired man was well informed. Upon seeing the giant snake, he immediately recognized its identity. Understanding. "Big brother, it's all a misunderstanding." After saying this, the blue-haired man turned and fled. But the venomous black rock python didn't give him a chance to escape. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at the blue-haired man. Bang! The blue-haired man used lightning flash to dodge the venomous black rock python's attack. The venomous black rock python fixated on the blue-haired man, pursuing him relentlessly. The two ran. At this moment, Chun Hao was hiding in a small alcove within the cave. Seeing the blue-haired man being chased by the venomous black rock python filled him with joy. I wonder who will win in the end. Or will they both suffer heavy losses? To prevent any surprises, Chun Hao released a shadow wolf from his spatial area once again. To be precise, it was the corpse of the shadow wolf. He possessed the SS-level ability of corpse manipulation, and now he intended to make the most of it. The corpse of the shadow wolf revived, crawling out of the small hole before dashing toward the large cave entrance. At this moment, Chun Hao was sitting inside the small cave. He discovered that the shadow wolf was like a character in a game. He could choose between two modes. One was first person, the other was third-person view. Is this ability really that powerful? I wonder where they have run off to. Chun Hao attempted to sniff the air. This is also possible. Through the shadow wolf's nose, he captured the scents of the blue-haired man and the venomous black rock python. Controlling the corpse of the shadow wolf, Chun Hao pursued in the direction they had left. Soon he arrived at a forest. Bang! 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 The blue-haired man continuously dodged the attacks of the venomous black rock python, while simultaneously executing a maneuver akin to Qin Wang rounding the pillar. Taking advantage of the moment the venomous black rock python turned, he shot out a bolt of lightning that struck the venomous black rock python. The venomous black rock python had a natural resistance to lightning. The blue-haired man's lightning strike felt like a mere tickle to it. Thunder rumbled. Seeing this, the blue-haired man was delighted, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Damn beast, you're dead for sure." The blue-haired man began to unleash his ultimate move. His body lifted off the ground, rising into the air. Heavenly thunder summoning. The blue-haired man roared. In an instant, the surrounding lightning converged toward him. He gathered an enormous lightning ball in his hands. Upon seeing the lightning ball in the blue-haired man's hands, the venomous black rock python panicked. Even though it possessed resistance to lightning, it sensed danger emanating from that lightning ball. Die! The blue-haired man hurled the lightning ball at the venomous black rock python. The venomous black rock python was too large to evade. It was struck directly by the lightning ball. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Like an atomic bomb explosion. A mushroom cloud rose above the forest, and a terrifying shockwave spread outward, uprooting all the surrounding trees. A thick cloud of dust shrouded the battlefield. Inside the small cave, Chun Hao snapped back to reality. He felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't gone in person. If he had gone himself, he would be dead or severely injured by now. To ascertain the situation outside, Chun Hao sent out two shadow wolves again. Through the exploration of the shadow wolves, Chun Hao clearly saw the situation outside. The forest, once overgrown with bushes, was now in disarray. A massive pit appeared in the forest. The venomous black rock python had been blown apart by the lightning ball rolling around in the pit. Seeing this, the blue-haired man felt a rush of relief. Damn beast, you asked for it. This is the consequence of, ouch. The blue-haired man initially wanted to laugh a few times, but then he realized his body was weak, and he couldn't even laugh. The previous lightning ball had drained all the energy from his body, but everything was worth it, because he had killed the venomous black-rock python. Despite the venomous black-rock python still writhing, it was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump for long. Whoosh, whoosh. The blue-haired man sensed danger. Instinctively, he raised his right hand. To his astonishment, he found he could no longer summon lightning. Two shadow wolves pounced on him, their sharp teeth piercing the blue-haired man's neck. Splat! A torrent of blood gushed forth. The blue-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected two shadow wolves would launch a surprise. He regretted coming here. With class qualifications and a level of strength, he should have had a bright future. Yet he had personally cut off his own future. After the shadow wolves killed the blue-haired man, Chun Hao emerged from the bushes in the distance. Chun Hao approached the blue-haired man. He noticed that the man's eyes were wide open, clearly unable to close even in death, adhering to the principle of not wasting. Chun Hao first used the corpse cultivation technique on the blue-haired man, then set him ablaze. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the corpse has been successfully collected. You have obtained its level ability, lightning control. Another lightning ability. Boom. Before Chun Hao could react, a bolt of lightning struck down. The lightning struck Chun Hao directly. Is this divine punishment? Chun Hao felt his body being struck. He found that aside from a slight tingling sensation, there was nothing else. Is this lightning too weak? Boom. Boom. Just as Chun Hao finished speaking, 3 consecutive bolts of lightning struck him, causing his hair to fluff up like a bird's nest. Puff. 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 Chun Hao spat out several puffs of black smoke. Don't act cool, or you'll be struck by lightning. The ancients did not deceive me. After absorbing the energy of the blue-haired man, Chun Hao felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He glanced at the highly toxic black rock python, which was now thoroughly dead. With a wave of his hand, he directly stored the corpse of the highly toxic black rock python into the space he had opened up. Then he left the spot. Boom. Chun Hao attempted to use lightning flash and returned to a small compartment within the cave. He began to sit cross-legged and cultivate, not knowing how much time had passed. Huff. A breath of turbid air was expelled from Chun Hao's mouth. I've reached the 8th stage of the Master Realm. He instinctively waved his fist forward. Boom. His already tattered clothes could not withstand the impact and ripped apart. In that moment, Chun Hao was completely naked. Moi. Chun Hao looked at his body. He noticed that he had become significantly stronger with growth in all the right places. Fortunately, he had considered such a situation and stored many clothes in his space. Chun Hao took out a new outfit and put it on. He began to ponder. The Realm Dan required Thunderflower 7 stars, Stone Black Water, Mysterious Pearl, and Beast Blood. He had already obtained the Thunderflower. To avoid any accidents, Chun Hao planned to gather more. After previous tests, he found that the lightning in the Thunder Canyon could no longer harm him. It even had a body-refining effect. There was still one ingredient in the Realm Dan, Beast Blood. I wonder if the highly toxic black rock python can be used. As soon as this thought appeared in Chun Hao's mind, he dismissed it. The highly toxic black rock python seemed powerful to outsiders, but Chun Hao did not think highly of it. He'll keep it for now, riding a donkey to find a horse. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't use this thing to refine the Realm Dan. It's time to leave. Chun Hao exited the cave and headed towards the Thunder Valley. He moved swiftly like a spirit monkey leaping through the mountains in search of thunder flowers. After 3 days, Chun Hao dug up a total of 30 thunder flowers. This should be enough. Looking at the thunder flowers in his space, he planned to leave the Thunder Valley. On the way back, Chun Hao pondered a question. That is how nice it would be if he had treasure hunting abilities. If he had treasure hunting abilities, he wouldn't have spent 3 days to find so few thunder flowers. Chun Hao returned to the ability bureau. Neither monkey nor king, I want the jelly from Happy Wolf. How? Brother Hao. Lu Xiaoji entered with jelly in hand, strolling in leisurely. Upon seeing Chun Hao, he was extremely excited. He rushed over in 3 steps, taking 2 at a time. Xiaoji. Where's Xiaobu? Chun Hao noticed that Lu Xiaobu was not following Lu Xiaoji. He's practicing with teacher Shi Jian. Practicing. Out of curiosity, Chun Hao took Lu Xiaoji to the training ground. At this moment on the training ground, one guy was being continuously knocked away by the one in the center. After falling to the ground, he got back up and launched another attack. It was indeed Shi Jian and Lu Xiaobu. Shi Jian looked at Lu Xiaobu with a face full of satisfaction. He had seen Lu Xiaobu's efforts these days. Not bad, he's got 1/10 of Chun Hao's ability now. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu was particularly happy. Of course, I'm brother Hao's little brother. Without 1/10 of his ability, what can I do? Hey kid, I just praised you a moment ago, and your tail is already up in the air. Kid, let me give you some advice. Be realistic, and take things step by step. That kid Chun Hao is a freak, a legendary prodigy. Even I can't compare to him. You don't need to mention yourself. As they spoke, Lu Xiaobu charged forward again. Teacher, sure, I know everything you said. But I just want to work hard, even if I can't catch up with brother How, I want to at least see his heels. Sure, Jian nodded, then continue on. The battle between the two continued while Chun Hao prepared. Brother How, aren't you watching? Not watching. Chun Hao planned to find Lu Fengfeng. He arrived at Lu Feng. Upon entering, he saw Lu Fengfeng eating snail noodles. The sour bamboo shoots of the snail noodles filled the room, and upon smelling it, Chun Hao frowned. Fortunately, he wasn't averse to snail noodles. Brother How, you're here. Chun Hao nodded. What do you want this time? Fengfeng, please help me check this location. Chun Hao said as he handed a treasure map to Lu Fengfeng. This treasure map was obtained from an uncle. Lu Fengfeng took it upon hearing. Brother How, wait a moment. Lu Fengfeng took out her phone and took a picture of the treasure map. Then she successfully retrieved the geographical location indicated by the treasure map. It's at the Devil's Fall Mountain. Thank you. You're welcome. Lu Fengfeng smiled slightly. Chun Hao walked out of Lu Fengfeng's office. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji walked over. Curiously, he asked Lu Fengfeng, Sister, what did Brother How just ask you to check? Nothing. Oh. Lu Xiaoji sensed that Lu Fengfeng was hiding something from him. But since she didn't want to say, he wouldn't ask. After Chun Hao learned the location indicated by the treasure map, he did not rush to find it, but planned to rest for 2 days. He needed to regain his energy. Just after resting for a day, Chun Hao received a call from his grandfather. Grandpa, what's up? You little rascal, you even remember that you have a grandpa like me. You've been out for so long, and don't even think to come home for a visit. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao suddenly remembered. He had been so focused on cultivation that he completely forgot about returning home. Grandpa'll come home right away. No need, just come to the shop. I have a big gift prepared for you. Chun Hao returned to his funeral home. He saw his grandfather, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Grandpa, what's wrong? Chun Hao noticed that his grandfather Chin Chong looked anxious. Chin Chong pulled Chun Hao into a side room. He whispered to Chun Hao, today we have caught a big fish in our family. Big fish? Yes, the other party's offer is 300,000. Looks like they have quite the background. Alright, prepare yourself well, and don't mess this up. Chun Hao nodded in response. He went to the workspace, put on his work attire, and prepared to do makeup for today's. Chun Hao glanced at the guest on the workbench. He found an elderly man lying there, his hair gray. It looked like he had passed away peacefully. He began to make up the deceased. After going through the entire process, a chime sounded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, the body has been successfully collected. You have obtained a level ability danger prediction. Is this the grand gift from Grandpa? Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Chun Hao was overjoyed. Originally, he could use the SS level ability True Sight to check the attributes of the deceased. However, since Grandpa mentioned it was a grand gift, he naturally dismissed that thought. Collecting a body was like opening a blind box, always uncertain of what ability one might receive. This danger prediction ability was stronger than most abilities. It could react when Chun Hao was making choices. If there was danger, the reaction would be quite strong. It was a life-saving ability. After sending the guest off, Chin Chong wore a proud expression. How about it? You little rascal, is the grand gift I gave you all right? Yes, it's amazing. You truly are my wonderful grandfather. Is that all you have to say? Then I'll treat you to a drink tonight. How about Sure, this is what you said. Chun Hao nodded. He had become a member of the Ability Bureau, earning several thousand each month. A bottle of Maotai was nothing to Chun Hao. In the evening, he and his grandfather closed the shop early. After buying some groceries at the supermarket, they returned home. During the time, Chun Hao bought a bottle of Maotai. After cooking, he and his grandfather enjoyed the dishes while drinking, relishing this rare and wonderful time. The next day, Chun Hao woke up. His grandfather was still fast asleep. After pulling the blanket over his grandfather, he quietly left the room. Then he left the house. Chun Hao planned to go to the Demon Falling Mountain first. As soon as he arrived, he saw several green trucks driving up to the foot of the mountain. A group of people in green military uniforms got out of the trucks. Armed to the teeth, they lined up to block the road leading up the mountain. Some villagers who wanted to forage for herbs or gather firewood were stopped by these individuals. What are you doing? Why can't we go up the mountain? There is danger in the mountain. We have already sent someone to handle it. Please stay calm. We ask for your understanding and cooperation with our situation. Hearing the soldiers' words, several villagers frowned. Looking at the armed individuals, they naturally did not dare to confront them. They could only retreat reluctantly. Chun Hao walked towards the soldiers. What happened? Seeing Chun Hao, the soldiers raised their eyebrows slightly. Just as they were about to scold Chun Hao, he pulled out his badge. The moment they saw Chun Hao's badge, the soldiers eyed. Hello, officer. The soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted Chun Hao. Hello. Chun Hao returned the salute. He then continued to ask, what happened? Why is Demon Falling Mountain blocked? Chun Hao hadn't heard of anything happen. A leading soldier instinctively glanced around. After confirming that no one was paying attention, he quietly spoke to Chun Hao. Our officer's daughter is coming here to catch a tiger. Catch a tiger. Yes, our officer's daughter is very strong. Her ability is Tiger Tamer. As the name suggests, she can command tiger-like beasts. I heard there are reedy demon tigers in this demon-falling mountain, so she intends to come here for an investigation. Chun Hao nodded upon hearing this. He said to the soldiers, I also want to go into demon-falling mountain to take a look. That shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, of course not, please feel free. Alright. Chun Hao crossed the soldiers' line of defense and headed towards demon-falling mountain. Watching Chun Hao's departing figure, the soldiers began to discuss among themselves. What the heck, what did I just see? A major. Such a young major, who is this guy? I don't know, he must be the descendant of some big shot. That's possible, and his strength is impressive. Strong strength. Yes, I have the strength of a 4th-tier master realm, yet I can't see through his strength. That means he is at least a 5th-tier master realm. My goodness, a 5th-tier master at such a young age, is this guy a monster? While everyone was discussing, Chun Hao had already arrived at the halfway point of Demon Falling Mountain. He took out the treasure map. Go to the left. Chun Hao started walking to the left. After a while he stopped. Little fire, use explosive fireball. A girl was commanding a crimson flame tiger to attack another tiger. That is the reedy demon tiger. Chun Hao did not expect that there would actually be a reedy demon tiger here, and it was found by that girl. Seeing a fireball flying towards him, the reedy demon tiger opened its mouth and shot out a ball of black energy. The two energy balls collided in midair. Boom. A loud explosion resounded. In an instant, debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, the girl couldn't help but grit her teeth. Damn it, it got away. In the girl's mind, capturing the reedy demon tiger was a must, but unexpectedly, she quickly scanned the surroundings. However, instead of finding the reedy demon tiger, she spotted Chun Hao. Who are you? The girl's brow furrowed. She was curious about how Chun Hao had made it up the mountain. She had clearly sent people to block the road. Don't mind me, you continue. After speaking, Chun Hao prepared to leave. Stop. The girl rode her crimson flame tiger and jumped in front of Chun Hao. You can't leave until you clarify things today. Looking at the willful girl in front of him, Chun Hao frowned. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. If she continued to be unreasonable, he wouldn't mind leaving her here. Meow meow. A voice called out. Hearing the girl's name, she looked towards the source of the voice and saw a butler-like person. Uncle Yong. Clearly the newcomer held a high status in the girl's heart, and she respected him greatly. Young sir, my apologies. My young mistress is rather willful. She inadvertently disturbed you. It's quite all right. Chun Hao waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk away. Watching Chun Hao's retreating figure, the young woman couldn't help but ask her steward, Uncle Yong, surely you're a realm-crossing expert. Why were you so wary of that brash youth? Wary? What on earth is there for me to fear? It's simply that this youth strikes me as extraordinary. Moreover, his origins seem anything but ordinary. Extraordinary? In what way? She spoke with undisguised disdain. You've already stationed men to block every path up Mount Mo Yun. Yet he somehow persuaded them to let him pass. Doesn't that speak volumes? Hearing this, the young woman's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Her brows furrowed once more, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Those men, just wait until they return. I'll make them pay. I explicitly ordered them to seal the entrance. No one was to be allowed through. And yet they permitted him to pass, without hesitation. Hearing her words, the steward sighed deeply. This young miss has truly been spoiled by the master. His brow knotted tightly. He couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that if she continued down this path, disaster would inevitably follow. After parting ways with the young woman, Chun Hao pressed onward. Though he carried a treasure map, decades had passed, the surrounding slopes were now thick with wild grasses. Even with the map in hand, locating the site would take time, perhaps even days. Ouch! A cry of agony pierced the air. Chun Hao glanced up to see an elderly man tumbling headlong down the hillside, his bamboo basket bouncing wildly behind him. In an instant, Chun Hao blurred forward and caught the old man before he struck the ground. This was deep wilderness, not the city, so aiding an elder here carried no hidden peril. Thank you so much. The old man's face was pale with lingering shock. Are you unharmed? And no, I'm fine. He scrambled upright and brushed dust from his clothes. Please rest a while, elder. Chun Hao guided him to a large boulder. Very well, the elder nodded. Here, drink some water, elder. His hair was snow white and his bamboo basket held several wild mushrooms. Evidently he'd climbed the mountain to forage. After taking a sip, the elder glanced into his basket. The mushrooms, battered and bruised from the tumble, lay. A pang of regret flickered across his face. He'd spent hours gathering them. Now their ruined appearance meant no buyer would pay. His entire day's labor wasted. Thinking of his infant grandson waiting at home, his brow tightened further. Seeing this, Chun Hao said gently, Elder, may I buy these mushrooms from you? See, can I? Yes. Oh, how wonderful. Had the mushrooms remained intact, he could have sold them for 300 coins. Seeing Chunhao's willingness to purchase them, the elder hesitated, then murmured, "Then, 50 coins please." Even damaged, they'd still fetch 150 at the market. Chunhao paused, then replied, "I'll give you 200. The extra is for a piece of information." "Agreed." Chunhao asked, "Elder, are there any peculiar places within Mount Moyun?" "Peculiar places, eh?" The elder furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Suddenly his expression shifted. "To the west lies a valley, shrouded year-round in deadly miasma. We call it the Valley of No Return. Legends say a demon sovereign perished there long ago." "A demon sovereign?" "Indeed." He nodded gravely. "That is how Mount Moyun earned its name. Young sir, you're a good soul. Let an old man offer one final warning. Do not enter that place." Once a young man from our village followed his sheep inside. He went in after them, and never emerged again. "I understand. Well then, elder, I must be on my way." "Go ahead. I've recovered enough to rest briefly, then make my way home." "Very well." Chunhao nodded and handed him 300 coins. Before the elder could react, Chunhao had already vanished. He hadn't taken the mushrooms, not a single one. What a truly noble soul. "Now I can buy rice with this money. Little Chunzi, you've been asking for steamed rice, haven't you? Grandfather will cook it for you this very day." With that, the elder hoisted his basket and began descending the mountain. Meanwhile, Chunhao arrived at the western flank of Mount Moyun. "Don't run." At that familiar voice, he lifted his gaze. He saw the young woman pursuing the crimson-eyed demon tiger, and her steward close behind. Without hesitation, they plunged straight into the so-called Valley of No Return. It was high noon. The miasmic fog had thinned. Chunhao unfurled his treasure map and compared it with the terrain. Yes, this was indeed the fabled treasure site. Following the map's coordinates, he advanced toward the location. But he hadn't gone far before halting. There the young woman and her steward stood locked in tense confrontation with another group. The Scorpion Caravan. Chunhao hadn't expected them here. Well, what a lovely little lady. Why not come over and let brother pamper you properly? Brother's rough around the edges. Do forgive me when things get intense. 3 figures faced them, cloaked in black veils and heavy coal makeup, radiating menace with every line of their posture. Their demeanor screamed villainy. "Oomph." The young woman scoffed coldly. "What business do you vermin of the Scorpion Caravan have here? Must we answer to you? Little 5, spare her your chatter. Deal with them first, then attend to our urgent matters demand priority." "Understood." Little 5 nodded, then added, "But brother, may I delay killing the girl?" "Why? Because I wish to savor her first. I've labored in this wasteland for months, long deprived of a woman's touch." "Very well." No sooner had the words left their lips than all 3 lunged forward. Battle erupted instantly. "Young mistress, beware." The steward drove his right foot backward, launching himself like a coiled spring, engaging the lead assailant in furious combat. The other 2 surged toward the young woman. Crimson Flame Tiger scorched them to ash. With a roar, the beast unleashed a torrent of searing flame. The 2 black-robed figures leapt aside just in time. One attacker slashed his right arm outward. Shush, shush, shush. 3 nearly invisible poison needles shot forth. The young woman, caught off guard, was struck. "Up!" She cried out in pain. "Young mistress." Seeing her wounded, the steward's fury ignited. "Roar!" He bellowed, a guttural bestial roar, as his body swelled before their eyes, muscles rippling, bones cracking, skin thickening. A rage beast. The man locked in combat with him staggered back in shock. The butler transformed into a raging beast, his combat power soared. He suddenly grasped the opponent's shoulders and pulled with force. Rip! The guy was torn in half. "Big brother." The remaining 2 men in black were frightened upon witnessing this. "Retreat." The 2 men in black fled in panic. "Where do you think you're going?" The old butler chased after one of them, and a crisp cracking sound was heard. That man's spine was broken. Watching the fleeing figure, the old butler picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely. Bang! The man fell to the ground. "Miss." The old butler paid no mind to whether the man was dead or alive. He rushed to the woman and picked her up. The area where the woman was struck by the poison needle had already turned black. The poison began to spread. Damn it! He carried the young lady and ran towards the foot of the mountain. After the old butler left, Chunhao emerged from the shadows. He approached the man who had been hit by the stone. "Help! Save me." The man was spewing blood continuously. "I can save you, but you must answer my question. Whatever I ask, you must answer. Why did you come here?" After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, the man calmed. He spoke. "We accidentally obtained a treasure map. We intended to come here to seek treasure. We dug a hole over there, and we're about to break through. Then we ran into those 2 idiots." Upon hearing this, Chunhao nodded. Suddenly a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. A dagger appeared in Chunhao's hand, and he threw it with force. The dagger shot out and pierced the chest of the man in black, killing him. The eyes of the man in black widened, evidently unable to close them in death. Chun Hao used the corpse refinement technique on him, draining his energy before setting him ablaze. He treated the remaining 2 men in the same manner. After finishing everything, he approached the hole. Just as Chun Hao was about to enter, his ability of danger precognition reacted. Moreover, the reaction was particularly strong. To prevent any mishaps, Chun Hao abandoned the idea of entering the cave himself. Come out. Chun Hao summoned a shadow wolf. Go. The shadow wolf under Chun Hao's direction burrowed into it. Quickly reached the end of the cave. Chun Hao commanded the shadow wolf to dig at the entrance. In no time, Chun Hao controlled the shadow wolf to venture deeper. He encountered a massive corpse. Rustle. Rustle. Upon seeing the shadow wolf, the corpse began to decay. In a short while, it turned into a pool of blood. The blood, as if possessed of intelligence, began to gather around the shadow wolf, soon enveloping it. Ha ha ha. The shadow wolf spoke. I, the blood demon, have finally been reborn. Humans, are you ready to face death? The blood demon slowly emerged from the cave. It had just reached the entrance when whoosh. It vanished from sight. Where is this? The blood demon looked around in shock. It was terrified to find nothing around. It attempted to rush forward only to slam into a transparent wall as if it were made of glass. Is this an alternate dimension? Who has the power to create such a space? It observed the perplexed blood demon within the space. Chun Hao subtly smiled. He had not expected that the demon from Demon Fall Mountain would actually be the blood demon. The blood demon is known for being indestructible, able to be reborn from a single drop of blood. However, this drop of blood refers to its essence, blood. Back in the day, the blood demon had a fierce battle with a powerful human, and ultimately it was defeated. It was killed, and its life force was sealed. Fortunately, the heavens do not completely forsake the living. A drop of its essence blood still remained. Over the years, it survived by refining its body with that essence blood. Upon seeing the shadow wolf, it instinctively attempted to possess it. Little did it know the shadow wolf was Chun Hao's puppet. Thus, when it emerged, Chun Hao immediately captured it into the space. You should just stay put inside. Chun Hao did not intend to engage with the blood demon. Demons are terrifying beings that can enthrall the hearts of men. Chun Hao did not believe he could resist the temptation of the blood demon. Having dealt with the blood demon, he continued to send another shadow wolf into the cave. At this moment, the cave was empty except for some disgusting slime. After confirming there was nothing left behind, Chun Hao left. He returned to the dormitory of the Ability Bureau. After closing the door, Chun Hao began to contemplate Today he acquired 3 abilities: Crate Ability Needler, Crate Ability Claw, and Crate Ability Extraction and Refinement. Chun Hao did not care about the first 2 abilities. The last one piqued his interest. Extraction and Refinement: extract the essence and discard the dross. With this ability, you can extract a portion of an item's essence and then refine it. Upon realizing this, Chun Hao took out a thunderflower from his space. He began to attempt to use the extraction and refinement ability. Before long, the thunderflower began to wilt. In its place, a vial of potion appeared in Chun Hao's hand. Is this the essence of the thunderflower? Looking at the potion in his hand, Chun Hao furrowed his brow. He noticed that the potion still contained some impurities and was not very pure. Additionally, there were still many essences left in the wilted thunderflower that he had not extracted. It seems this is due to my low ability level, Chun Hao said as he picked up a cup and poured the potion into it. Originally, Chun Hao had planned to refine a foundational pill himself. Now, with the appearance of the extraction and refinement ability, he was even more determined in this thought. He planned to see Lu Fengfeng again. He also intended to find a member of the Scorpion Brigade and seize them. As night fell, a drunkard stumbled out of a bar. A figure suddenly appeared, and a sharp dagger swept him. He looked incredulously at the masked man before him. He could not understand why someone would come to assassinate him. By the time he reacted, he was already lying in a pool of blood. Ultimately, his eyes lost their spirit, and he successfully met his maker. The masked man, seeing this, reached out with his right hand into the void. Countless energies surged from the corpse. As the energy was sucked out, the corpse shrank visibly, ultimately turning into a desiccated body. A flame descended, and he was reduced to ashes. After completing all this, the man left. In Lu Fengfeng's office, she was having self-heating hot pot. Just as she placed all the ingredients in, Chun Hao pushed the door open and entered. Did you manage it? Yes. Chun Hao nodded. That was quick. Chun Hao, how about this'll make you a list. You can hunt according to the list. I estimate it won't be long before the people of the Scorpion Brigade are all eliminated. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao shot Lu Fengfeng a glare. The members of the Scorpion Brigade are not fools. If Chun Hao were to slaughter them recklessly, it would likely draw their attention. As it turned out, even without such actions, he still caught their attention. A meeting had already been urgently convened to address the matter. At that moment in Jiangnan City, the branch of the Scorpion Brigade, Huang Wenjiao, the branch leader of the Scorpion Brigade, furrowed her brow as she examined the report in her hands. What's going on? How have so many people gone missing recently? 2 individuals sat on her left and right. Chief, do you think it could be the work of those from the Supernatural Bureau? The man with a small braid on the left spoke. Supernatural Bureau. Huang Wenjiao's expression turned solemn upon hearing this. I don't think it's them, the man on the right said. Han-he, what makes you say that? Facing the braided man's inquiry, Han-he replied, we've been dealing with the Supernatural Bureau for a while now. Every single one of them is self-righteous. If they had killed our people, they would have taken the bodies back to claim credit. But have you received any news about that so far? Hearing this, Huang Wenjiao and the braided man were taken. They indeed hadn't heard any such news. Since you say it's not the Supernatural Bureau, then who is it? Han-he fell silent at the braided man's question. For a moment, he couldn't think of who else it could be. After all, the only ones bold enough to oppose the Scorpion Brigade were the Supernatural Bureau. Huang Wenjiao squinted and said coldly, regardless of whether it's the Supernatural Bureau or not, this matter is definitely connected to them. She turned to a subordinate and asked, how is the doctor doing? Any news? The doctor is making final attempts. Success should be imminent. Hearing this, Huang Wenjiao's face darkened further. Useless. Absolutely useless. He calls himself a genius, yet such a simple task takes the... No one dared to speak in response to Huang Wenjiao's words. Everyone knew that Mad Doctor had been working diligently, almost to the point of obsession. To facilitate his experiments, they had gone out to capture numerous test subjects. Oomph. Huang Wenjiao snorted coldly. She slammed the report heavily onto the table and said icily, the Supernatural Bureau. Wait until my experiment succeeds. Then it will be your doom. Chen Hao thanked Lu Fengfeng and went back to rest. He began to cultivate refining the absorbed energy. After fully refining the absorbed energy, Chen Hao said to the system, System, help me decompose the Brank ability Drunken Fist. Ding dong. Decomposing Brank ability Drunken Fist. Congratulations, host. The Brank ability Drunken Fist has been successfully decomposed. You have obtained 1000 original ability orbs. Integrate these 1000 original ability orbs into extract and refine. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your extract and refine ability has been upgraded. It is now Brank. Chen Hao checked extract and refine. Extract and refine Brank ability. Extract the essence and discard the dross. With this ability, you can extract the essence of items and refine them. Chen Hao took out another Thunder Blossom and used the extract and refine ability. In no time, a Thunder Blossom essence orb appeared in his hand. The purity of this stuff is much higher than before. Previously, when Chen Hao extracted the essence of Thunder Blossoms, the orb was light blue. Now it was a deep blue. He took a cup again and placed the Thunder Blossom essence inside. Now that I have the it's time to find new materials. Chen Hao left the room. Just as he was about to look for Lu Fengfeng, two individuals walked past him. As they walked, they said, Hey, do you know the Fong family? The Fong family. Of course. What about them? Their daughter Fong Miao Miao went out training and came back poisoned. I heard it's quite severe and she's now in a coma. Her father has offered a hefty reward for anyone who can cure her. Too bad I don't have a healing ability, otherwise I'd go. That's the Fong family. They have vast resources, no doubt plenty of ingredients, even materials for the gen. And if Fong Miao Miao's condition is serious enough, one could even blackmail them into revealing their family's secret technique. Tisk TSK. That's the Fong family's secret technique, a powerful blood contract to tame a beast for battle. Oh, what a pity. Such an opportunity wasted. No need to regret, opportunity favors the prepared. Let's stay grounded and focus on finding ingredients for the General Realm pill. The two walked away, their voices fading. Words spoken carelessly, the listener took them to heart. The Fong family. They have ingredients for the General Realm pill. So if I could cure Fong Miao Miao's poison, I could directly obtain the materials for the General Realm pill. And even that blood contract's secret technique. With this thought, Chen Hao's heart leaped with joy. But then he thought of something and felt doused with cold water. Just like the two men earlier, he had no poison curing ability. God's hand could heal injuries, but not counteract poison. I need to find someone with a poison curing ability to kill. With that in mind, Chen Hao headed toward Lu Fengfeng's office. Passing by Lu Xiaoji's door, he was drawn by the sounds from inside. Ah, wait, it hurts. It's too thick. Dark and thick. It really hurts. I can't take it anymore. Maybe we should stop. Hearing this, Lu Xiaobu said, We're halfway through, how can we stop? Never give up halfway. There, Barrett, it won't hurt in a moment. Ah. A pig-like shriek came. It hurts so much. I feel like I'm splitting apart. Little Boo, let me go. I can't do this anymore. I can't handle it either. Let's ask Brother Hao if he has any ideas. Saying this, Lu Xiaobu went to the door. Chen Hao and Lu Xiaobu locked eyes. I know nothing. Carry on. Chen Hao started to leave. Huh. Hearing Lu Xiaobu's voice, Chen Hao felt a chill down his spine. Brother Hao Xiaoji stepped on him. Come take a look, please. Chen Hao entered Lu Xiaoji's room. Lu Xiaoji lay on the bed groaning in pain. His right foot was raised high, the already unsightly foot was now swollen like a pig's trotter. How did this happen? Chunhao noticed a black thorn deeply embedded in the flesh of Lu Xiaoji's right foot sole. At that moment the black thorn was deeply lodged in the flesh. Due to Lu Xiaobu's reverse operation, Lu Xiaoji's right foot swelled up like a pig's trotter. Brother Hao, what should we do? Chunhao frowned, pondering a solution. Lu Xiaobu spoke up. If only I had the extraction ability. Just extract the black thorn from Xiaoji's foot directly, as an impurity. Extract. Lu Xiaobu's words piqued Chunhao's interest. Perhaps we can give it a try? Chunhao attempted to use his grasp and refinability on Lu Xiaoji's foot. With a thought, the black thorn on Lu Xiaoji's foot whizzed out. It really works. Looking at the black thorn in his hand, a slight smile curled at the corner of Chunhao's mouth. Brother Hao, you're awesome. Lu Xiaobu was amazed by Chunhao's move. He never expected that Chunhao could solve what he had struggled with for so long. After the black thorn was pulled out by Chunhao, prepared to use Hand of God on Lu Xiaoji. But as he walked up to Lu Xiaoji, he stopped. Let's go, we'll take you to Sister Bai Jie for treatment. Lu Xiaoji had athlete's foot. The smell was absolutely intense. Foot odor fermentation. So it was better to leave this good deed to Bai Jie. Chunhao and Lu Xiaobu supported Lu Xiaoji and headed toward Bai Jie's infirmary. As the three of them entered, they saw Bai Jie and several others gathered around a hospital bed with worried expressions. A man lay on the bed, his face purple, clearly poisoned. Sister Bai Jie, what happened to him? Chunhao recognized the man. His name was Lu Qi. He was an expert at the general stage level 2, with a great ability, grass gliding. He was bitten by a green scale python. Unfortunately, my holy light healing can only treat wounds, not detoxify. And there's no one in our bureau who can detoxify. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Whoa, Brother Lu, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. If not for me, you wouldn't have been bitten by the green scale python. Alas, Xiaomei, don't be sad. It was not your intention. The man beside the crying woman comforted her. Their behavior made Chunhao sense a hint of gossip. The woman loved Lu Qi and the man loved the woman. But that had nothing to do with Chunhao. What a pity. There is someone in the neighboring city's ability bureau who has a detoxification ability. But it's too far from here. By the time he arrives, everything will be too late. Bai Jie said this with a help. Can I give it a try? Chunhao's voice sounded like heavenly music, bringing a glimmer of hope to everyone. You? Tian Buguang looked at Chunhao with doubt. No. What if you mess around and end up killing Lu Qi? Hearing Tian Bogang's words, Chunhao squinted his eyes. He understood Tian's hidden motives all too well. He clearly wanted to wait for Lu Qi to die from the poison, then take his place, and win Song Xiaomei. Song Xiaomei heard Chunhao and turned to him asking, are you confident? He'll give it a try? There's no other option now. We have to treat him like a dead horse and hope for a miracle. Do you have a better idea? Hearing this, Song Xiaomei bit her lip. Bai Jie spoke up from the side. Chunhao, go ahead and try. Even if you can't cure him, no one will blame you. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaomei looked at Chunhao with shining eyes and said earnestly, I'm counting on you. Tian Buguang saw this and grew anxious. He intended to stop him, but Bai Jie shot him a glare. He immediately abandoned that idea. In the bureau, one could offend anyone, but Bai Jie, for she was everyone's second life and the savior of. Offending her was like a longevity god eating arsenic, courting death. Chunhao walked up to Lu Qi and began to try his grasp and refinability. As he activated the ability, the venom inside Lu Qi seemed attracted to something and began flowing toward a certain direction. Eventually, it flowed out through 2 holes on Lu Qi's right hand. In a moment, a black ball of venom coalesced in Chunhao's hand. Lu Qi's complexion returned to normal at a visible rate. Seeing this, Bai Jie quickly followed up with a holy light healing to speed up his recovery. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Qi woke up. He looked at everyone with confusion. Where am I? He's awake. Brother Lu is awake. Song Xiaomei was overjoyed to see Lu Qi awake. Great. Brother Lu, I'm so glad you're okay. She then looked at Chunhao. With a thud, she actually knelt before Chunhao. Thank you so much. Don't be so polite, please. We're all from the Ability Bureau. We're family who support each other. Yes, Xiaomei, get up quickly. Bai Jie also stepped forward to help Song Xiaomei up. Tian Buguang looked embarrassed. He had secretly hoped Lu Qi would die, but Chunhao had saved him. That damned brat. Tian Buguang shot Chunhao a look of disgust. Alright, Xiaomei, don't be sad anymore. Lu Qi is awake, so take him to rest. Okay. Song Xiaomei pushed Lu Qi's bed toward a nearby restroom. Xiaomei, wait for me. Tian Buguang followed. Bai Jie glanced at the departing trio, then turned her gaze to Chunhao. Xiaohao, thank you this time. You've impressed me once again. You always bring me surprises. By the way, what brings you here today? Chunhao hadn't visited since he stopped training. Unexpectedly, he came today. It's because of him. Chunhao pointed at Lu Xiaoji, who was sitting on a stool holding up his right foot and groaning in pain. He kept hissing in pain. What happened to his foot? Bai Jie noticed Lu Xiaoji's right foot was badly swollen. Nothing much, he accidentally stepped on a thorn. Oh, Bai Jie responded. Then she directly used Holy Light Healing on Lu Xiaoji. As the white light descended, Lu Xiaoji felt a warm sensation in his right foot. The stabbing pain disappeared. It doesn't hurt anymore. He was astonished. It doesn't hurt, but I still need to prescribe some tetanus medicine. After you go back, don't let it get wet for 3 days. Try not to put weight on your right foot. Okay. After Bai Jia prescribed the medicine, Chun Hao and Lu Xiaobu helped Lu Xiaoji back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Chun Hao said to Liu Xiaobu, I entrust Xiaoji to your care. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Alright, Hao, go ahead. With the experience of saving Luchi, Chun Hao felt confident that he could also treat Fong Miao. So he rushed to the Fong residence without delay. The Fong family was wealthy and prominent. Finding their address was extremely easy. Chun Hao took a taxi directly to the Fong residence. At that moment, the Fong household was particularly lively. The usually closed iron gate was wide open. Chun Hao stepped inside and the servants did not stop him. The Fong family had summoned various experts to treat them. It was a desperate attempt to try anything. As Chun Hao entered the Fong residence, he saw many people gathered chattering noisily. Yet no one could come up with a solution. Quite a few had tried to treat her, but Fong Miao's poison was too potent. In their view, it was essentially incurable. Chun Hao's arrival drew everyone's attention. Look, a young man is here. Judging by his uniform, he's from the Bureau of Special Abilities. What's he doing here? No idea, maybe he's here to treat her. Treat her? At his age? If we can't manage it, how could he? Chun Hao's arrival caught the butler's attention. Young man. Chun Hao smiled at the butler. We meet again. Old Yang, who is he? At that moment, Fong Zheng, the head of the Fong family, approached. He was dressed in a suit with a square face and a stern expression. He stood straight, clearly having served in the military. Master, he is the young man I mentioned who I saw on the mountain. Oh. Fong Zheng became interested in Chun Hao. So you're the major. When the soldiers returned, they reported seeing Chun Hao, so Fong Zheng knew his rank. Yes. Chun Hao nodded. What brings you here today? To treat a patient. Treat a patient. Fong Zheng's eyes lit up. You mean you have healing abilities? You can cure Miao. Chun Hao nodded in response. Head of the Fong family, don't listen to him. A greenhorn like him couldn't possibly treat Miss Fang's illness. He's too young. If we can't do it, how could he? I think he's just trying to take advantage of the situation. He probably knows nothing and just wants to join the fun. Better not let him try, or it might worsen things. If the young lad's condition deteriorates because of him, that would be terrible. Hearing these remarks, Fong Zheng has, well, exactly, head of the Fong family, don't let this kid mess around. Just then a man walked in. He wore a white ancient costume, carried a folding fan, and had a scholar's hairstyle. He strolled in slowly. It's the Sage Hand Scholar. Everyone was delighted to see him. Great, the Sage Hand Scholar is here. Miss Fang's illness will surely be cured. Hey, who is he? Wow, you don't even know the Sage Hand Scholar. He is one of the most outstanding young talents in Nanjiang City. At just 30, he earned a medical doctorate. Now he works at the Nanjiang Medical Bureau. He's not only a doctor, but also an ability user with a miraculous ability. One lick heals. One lick heals. What does that mean? It means wherever there's an ailment, he licks it. One lick from his tongue cures. Is that true? If you don't believe it, you can try. Let's try then. A man walked up to the Sage Hand Scholar. Excuse me, I have a scar on my hand. Can you treat it? Of course. The Sage Hand Scholar pulled the man's hand. He extended his mischievous little tongue and licked the man's right hand. In a moment, the hand began to react. The originally broken skin healed at a visible speed. It's healed. Haha, I'm healed. The treated man was overjoyed. A miracle doctor. Truly a miracle doctor. Not even a scar remains after treatment. Please treat me too. I have an injury here. Help me. Wei Xinping refused no one treating them all. His sole purpose was to demonstrate to Fong. Wei Xinping could treat the Fong family's young lady. After treating most of them, one man hesitantly stepped forward. Miracle doctor, can you treat me too? Wei Xinping looked at the man, displeasure flickering in his eyes. But since he was at the Fong residence, he couldn't make a scene. Sure, where are you injured? Wei Xinping asked. There are too many people here, it's not convenient to treat. Can we find a room? Too many people. What's your illness? Hemorrhoids. After some hesitation, the man stammered. Hemorrhoids. Wei Xinping's face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to lose his temper, alright. Butler Yang stepped in to mediate. He needs to attend to everyone, make way. At Butler Yang's words, the crowd cleared a path. Wei Xinping smiled and headed up. As he passed Chun Hao, he shot him a provocative glare. This guy. Chun Hao was not angered by Wei Xinping's As if he could foresee the future, he ignored everyone and walked over to a sofa, sitting down. He picked up some grapes from the coffee table and began eating. Hey kid, are you just here to freeload? Yet did you come to eat for free? That's not good. Didn't your parents teach you any manner? A slap echoed, and a man flew backward. His right cheek swelled, and his teeth scattered on the floor like corn kernels. You can talk about me, but bring my parents into this, and it'll make you regret being born. Chun Hao's sudden strike drew everyone's attention. A bunch of useless whelps just barking. The commotion downstairs caught Fong Zheng's attention upstairs. What's going on down there? Master, someone started a fight. Oh, Fong Zheng, said old Yang, show the riffraff out. Apologies everyone. Old Yang led the security team to clear the area. What? You're throwing us out too? All these people were escorted out naturally, including Chun Hao. Chun Hao was not only unbothered, but actually pleased. As the saying goes, it's easier to invite trouble than to get rid of it. And the reverse is also true. Little brother, I truly apologize. I'll treat you to a drink sometime to make it up to you. Butler Yang said with a face full of regret as he spoke to Chun Hao. Someone like Chun Hao who became a major so young must have an extraordinary background, and Butler Yang could also see Chun Hao's strength. 8th stage of mastery. At such a young age with such strength, his future is limitless. It's alright. Since I have nothing to do with you, I'll take my leave now. As he said this, Chun Hao prepared to leave. Bang! Before Chun Hao could take 2 steps, he saw a guy being thrown down from the 2nd floor. It was Wei Xinping. Damn it. Take him to the front line and have him serve the country. With so many people around, Fang Zheng naturally didn't dare to kill directly. But sometimes killing doesn't necessarily require a knife. Wei Xinping failing to heal would be sent to the front line to serve the country. There's no doubt his ending would be tragic. Old Yang quickly stopped that young man. Fang Zheng said to Butler Yang. Little brother. Butler Yang hurriedly ran toward Chun Hao. Seeing Butler Yang running over, Chun Hao asked, what's the matter? Little brother, my young lady is critically ill. She is about to pass away. Please go and save her. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao shook his head. Sorry, but I'm also powerless to help right now. As he said this, Chun Hao prepared to leave. Suddenly a figure quickly dashed out from the courtyard. He came before Chun Hao and said, what would it take for you to save my daughter? I want 7-star stone and Blackwater mystic pearl. If you have good spirit beast blood, I wouldn't mind having some as well. 7 stars stone, Blackwater mystic pearl, and spirit beast blood. Are you preparing to refine a realm pill? Chun Hao nodded upon hearing this. I don't have spirit beast blood. I have 5 7-star stones and Blackwater mystic pearls in my possession. That should be enough for you. As long as you can save my daughter, I will give you the 7-star stone and Blackwater mystic pearl. Chun Hao shook his head upon hearing this. What? Do you find the items I'm offering too little? Fang Zheng sensed Chun Hao's resentment. Then what do you want? In addition to the items mentioned, I want one more thing. What is it? Your Fang family's beast control secret. What? Fang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing this. Little brother, don't speak nonsense. Butler Yang became anxious upon hearing Chun Hao's request for the Fang family's secret technique, fearing that his master might get angry and slap Chun Hao to death. However, Chun Hao remained unfazed, because he had Fang Zheng figured out. After hesitating for a moment, Fang Zheng let out a sigh. Alright, if you can save Miao Miao, I'll give you the secret technique. What's the harm? Fang Zheng was nearly 50 now. He had rather bad luck. After working hard for so long, he ended up with just one daughter, Fang Miao Miao. He had once doubted whether it was his seed or the land that was at fault. To that end, both he and his wife had sought medical advice, only to find nothing. At his age, wanting to conceive was nearly impossible. So he had already planned to make his daughter the heir. However, I must make it clear beforehand, if you cannot save my daughter, you know the consequences. Fang Zheng said this with a dark expression. Rest assured, if I cannot save your daughter, I will let you handle me as you wish. That's what you said, I didn't force you. Saying this, Chun Hao was led by Fang Zheng to his sickbed. At this moment, Fang Miao Miao lay on the bed. Her face was pale, large beads of sweat were oozing from her forehead. Her breath was weak, giving off the feeling that she was about to ascend. Chun Hao noticed a wound on Fang Miao Miao's right hand. It seemed someone had tried to save Fang Miao Miao by bleeding her. Chun Hao walked over and unwrapped the gauze. Then he activated his ability Refining Grasp and began extracting the poison from Fang Miao Miao's body. Meanwhile, outside the Fang family gate, the previous quacks had not left yet. They were discussing among themselves. Do you think that kid can do it? Should be possible. Chun Hao's determination led the crowd to form 2 factions. Possible, my ass. If he can do it, I'll stand on my head in diarrhea. Yeah, if he can do it, I'll livestream eating shit. Damn it, a kid who hasn't even grown hair. If he can do it, I'll livestream using a fan upside down. Hearing these guys, the crowd instinctively surrounded them, fearing they would leave. Just now you all said that. If he succeeds, don't regret it. Over on Chun Hao's side, since Fang Miao Miao was poisoned too, deeply extracting the poison was somewhat challenging. Fortunately, his technique was quite effective. Before he was exhausted, he finally managed to extract all the toxins. I'm exhausted. Chun Hao's body swayed unsteadily. Butler Yang hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Seeing his daughter's complexion slowly returning to normal, Fang Zheng was overjoyed. Fang Zheng's wife was so happy that she fainted. Thank you, truly thank you. Old Yang, quickly take him to rest and serve him well. Whatever he wishes to eat, arrange it for him. Make sure to serve him well. Butler Yang led Chun Hao down. At a dining table, Chun Hao kept eating. He had just consumed a large amount of energy and now urgently needed food to replenish it. Fang Zheng walked over with a smile. Little brother, are you eating well? Not bad. Well then. Saying this, Fang Zheng had someone place a wooden tray in front of Chun Hao. This is the 7-star stone and Blackwater mystic pearl you wanted. As for the beast control secret technique you desired, I'll give it to you after you finish eating. Okay. Chun Hao waved his hand and stored the 7-star stone and Blackwater Mystic Pearl away. Chun Hao's performance caught Fang Zheng's attention. At this moment Fang Zheng was contemplating one thing: how to make Chun Hao their family's son-in-law. After Chun Hao, "Are you done eating?" "I'm done." Fang Zheng suddenly made his move, pressing his right hand against Chun Hao's forehead. Chun Hao prepared to struggle, but Fang Zheng spoke. "Kid, don't resist, feel it with your heart." Chun Hao felt something wanting to enter his. He gave up resisting and focused on feeling it. Is this the enlightenment? Chun Hao had only heard of it, never expecting it to be real. Before long, Chun Hao discovered an additional secret technique in his mind. "Kid, this is the unique secret technique of our Fang family. When you use it, you must think carefully, because there are conditions for using this. A person can only use it once in their lifetime, so you must think thrice before making a contract. Therefore, I suggest you not to rush into using it. Wait until you encounter a powerful magical beast before utilizing this secret technique. Little one, let me share another secret with you. After using our secret technique to contract a beast, you can obtain a skill from it." Obtain a skill. This caught Chun Hao's attention. Fang Zheng nodded. After some pleasantries exchanged between Chun Hao and Fang Zheng, he left Fang Zheng's home. Chun Hao drove away from the Fang family's gate. Everyone was startled by the sight. Then some individuals turned their heads towards those who had made bold claims, who just said they would do a handstand and suffer diarrhea, and those who would live stream eating excrement. Right, and those who mentioned the 5-panel electric fan. They are over there, do not let them escape. The 3 individuals who were talking nonsense attempted to flee, but were held back. A series of piercing screams came from outside the Fang family residence. At this moment, Fang Zheng and Butler Yang stood on the 2nd floor watching the car, carrying Chun Hao, disappear. "Master, have you really taught that kid the secret method?" Yang Yi was not only Fang Zheng's butler, he was also. They were once comrades who fought side by side. Thus their relationship had reached a level where they shared everything. Hearing this, Fang Zheng slightly curled his lips. What's wrong with giving that kid something? After all, it's not against the rules, because in the end it is also for our Fang family. Yang Yi was puzzled. Fang Zheng spoke up. "Isn't it possible, relying on the strength of our Fang family and my daughter's beauty? Is there no way to make this kid our family's son-in-law?" While Chun Hao was being treated, Fang Zheng secretly had someone investigate Chun Hao's background. After seeing Chun Hao's information, he decided to make Chun Hao their son-in-law. Families like theirs preferred arranged marriages over love. Chun Hao took the Fang family's car back to the Ability Bureau. After getting out of the car, he headed straight to his dormitory. Once back in his dormitory, Chun Hao began to recall the Fang family's secret method he had learned earlier. Perhaps I can use this on it. Chun Hao's divine sense entered the space he had opened up. At this moment, the blood demon was already exhausted, lying on the ground resting. Blood demon, an extremely dangerous entity. It is a demon and a natural deceiver, so please do not believe its words. This is the definition given to the blood demon by Chun Hao's SS level true sight. Thus, after capturing the blood demon, he did not come into contact with it. Now Chun Hao possessed a secret method. Servant blood contract allows one to sign a life and death contract with another being, you as the master and it as the servant. When using this contract, the other party cannot move, otherwise the contract will fail. The other party must not move. This was incredibly easy for Chun Hao. He began trying to compress the space where the blood demon was located. What? The blood demon was startled and began to struggle desperately. However, its struggles were in vain. After all these years, its strength had dwindled. Breaking through space was something it could have done in the past. Now it could only obediently be compressed. Before long, the blood demon was squeezed into a small cube by Chun Hao. Chun Hao found he could no longer compress it further, because the blood demon had filled the entire space. It's done. Chun Hao made a cut on his hand with a knife, and then waved it fiercely. Blood splattered out, and a formation was drawn on the ground of the space. Chun Hao manipulated the blood demon to land within the formation. As the blood demon entered, the formation flickered with dazzling red light. Ancient Great Formation, Servant Blood Contract. The blood demon was startled by the red light emitted by the formation and began to struggle with all its might. The small cube-shaped space trembled incessantly. Unfortunately, the vibrations caused by the trembling only resulted in the cube shifting slightly. This slight movement was nearly invisible to the naked eye. Before long, the conditions for the formation were met. The formation transformed into a stream of red light, shooting towards the blood demon, directly merging into its body. No, the blood demon let out its final wail. Unfortunately, everything was in vain. It had formed a servant contract with Chun Hao. Chun Hao as the master and the blood demon as the servant. Chun Hao discovered he had formed a faint connection with the blood demon. He attempted to contact the blood demon. Chun Hao discovered an interesting fact: as long as he had a thought, the blood demon would vanish into ashes. Come forth, blood demon. Chun Hao released the blood demon. Master, Due to the effect of the servant blood contract, the blood demon was now extremely respectful towards Chun Hao. It could not harbor any hatred towards Chun Hao in its heart. The ancestors of the Fong family found a good thing. Earlier when Chun Hao was chatting with Fong Zheng, they discussed the servant blood contract. This was obtained by their ancestors of the Fong family during the exploration of a certain ruin. It was thanks to this secret method that the Fong family achieved its current glory. However, in Chun Hao's eyes, Fong Miao Miao was just a case of a tiger father having a dog daughter. Fong Zheng's strength was at the 7th stage of the King realm, possessing Ins-level ability Beast Tamer. In contrast, Fong Miao Miao was only at the 4th stage of the Master realm with a level ability Tiger Collar. Compared to Fong Zheng, she fell far short. Blood Demon, you should possess this fellow for now. Chun Hao threw out the corpse of a shadow wolf. The corpse of the shadow wolf which the blood demon had possessed earlier had already been compressed into a mush by Chun Hao. Yes, the blood demon possessed the corpse of the shadow wolf. Chun Hao waved his hand and stored it in the space. After putting the blood demon into the space, Chun Hao began to comprehend the new skill he gained from the blood demon. He instinctively closed his eyes. Not knowing how much time passed, Chun Hao, who had kept his eyes shut, finally opened. I've done it. I am now basically in an invincible state. Chun Hao discovered that he had learned a top-tier skill, which was the blood demon's blood rebirth. This thing could rival the phoenix's rebirth. In other words, as long as Chun Hao had a drop of his essence blood, then he would be an immortal being. Awesome. Chun Hao couldn't help but shout excitedly. After leaving the room, he encountered Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji. What's wrong with you two? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing. Nothing. Lu Xiaobu dared not say. Lu Xiaoji, however, leaned closer and whispered in Chun Hao's ear, Brother, how you've gained new resource. Is it domestic or foreign? Is it 2 people, 3 people, or a group? Could it be not people? Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Chun Hao felt speechless. You are the one who isn't human. Seeing that you both seem so idle, I plan to go on a mission. Do you want to come with me? Chun Hao was now at the 8th stage of the Master Realm, just 1 step away from the 9th stage. As long as he absorbed a few more powerful anomalies, he would be able to break through from the 8th stage to the 9th. Of course, let's go. Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu followed Chun Hao to the task location. Chun Hao took a glance and found the target for this mission. This is it. It was night. In a small alley, a man was drunkenly swaying. He leaned against the wall, a wave of nausea suddenly washing over him. Blah! He immediately vomited. No, I've drunk too much tonight. I can't drink like this next time. After he finished vomiting, he continued walking forward. Just as the man took a couple of steps, he heard a woman's laughter. Following the sound, he saw a woman in a purple dress swaying her hips towards him. Hey handsome, do you think I'm beautiful? So beautiful. The man stared at the woman, his eyes almost popping out. He unconsciously used the dragon claw technique towards her. What about now? The woman suddenly changed her appearance. Her mouth stretched wide, reaching back to her nape. A ghost. The man was taken by surprise and hurriedly turned to run. Handsome. Don't run. You just said I was beautiful, now I've made you just as beautiful as me, isn't that great? The woman instantly appeared in front of the man. Seeing this, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. A sharp pair of scissors appeared in the woman's hand without him noticing. With a sinister smile, she slowly approached the man. No. Please help. The woman caught a whiff of urine and looked down at the man's pants only to find a large wet spot. She was instantly a bit disappointed. It's this again. TSK. Hearing the tisk, she turned her head and saw 3 guys standing at the alley's entrance. You see, being ugly is one thing, but coming out at this hour to scare people is your fault. Lu Xiaoji mocked the woman with the split mouth. Looking for death. The split-mouthed woman lunged at Lu Xiaoji. I will tear your mouth apart, and see if you can still talk back. Watching the split-mouthed woman leap towards him, Lu Xiaoji quickly pointed with his right hand. The woman sensed the danger and instinctively tried to dodge. But it was all too late. Up. She let out a cry of pain. Was it quite enjoyable? Come, let me give you a... Lu Xiaoji unleashed his most powerful technique, the finger of the chrysanthemum. Rip. The crowd present heard a sound of something tearing. The split-mouthed woman let out a shriek of agony. She collapsed to the ground in pain. Chun Hao appeared in front of her in an instant, quickly grabbing her by the neck and lifting her up. Chun Hao activated the corpse refinement technique, beginning to devour the split-mouthed woman. Whoosh. As he devoured her, a pair of scissors came flying through the air. He quickly dodged to avoid the scissors attack. Grandma, they are from the Ability Bureau. You must be careful. The split-mouthed woman looked deeper into the alley. At that moment, an old woman walked out from the alley. Understood. The old woman shot a cold glance at the split-mouthed woman, a hint of displeasure flashing across her face. In her view, her granddaughter was simply too incompetent, unable to handle even 3 young men. Oh, here comes an old hag. Lu Xiaoji, seeing the old woman, smiled and spoke. The old woman heard Lu Xiaoji's laughter. She waved her right hand gently. A sharp pair of scissors flew towards Lu Xiaoji. Xiaoji, be careful. LV Xiaobu raised his long knife and swung it down fiercely. It struck the scissors. The scissors emitted a terrifying impact, sending LV Xiaobu flying. You two be careful, this one is at the general stage. General stage. Hearing Chunhao's words, Lu Xiaoji couldn't help but swallow hard. They had clearly accepted a task at the master stage. They never expected it to escalate to the general stage. The intel was wrong. Brother Hao, let's run. Lu Xiaoji said to Chunhao. It's better to leave while one still has the chance. Chunhao, upon hearing this, merely smiled slightly. It's fine, you go check on Xiaoba's situation. She asked me to deal with this. Okay. Lu Xiaoji ran towards LV Xiaobu. As for Chunhao, he stayed behind. The old woman opened her mouth, revealing a cold smile. Her hollow black eyes fixed intently on Chunhao. I don't know whether to say you are righteous or foolish. The old woman recognized that Chunhao's strength had not yet reached the general stage, so this battle was one she would undoubtedly win. A dagger appeared in Chunhao's right hand. He kicked back with his right foot and instantly began to run. Seeing this, the old woman began to manipulate the scissors to attack Chunhao. Just as the scissors were about to stab Chunhao, he vanished from his spot. Where did he go? Before the old woman could react, Chunhao was suddenly in front of her. The sharp dagger surrounded by flames pierced towards her. The old woman quickly stepped back to evade Chunhao's attack. Not bad. The old woman reached out her right hand into the void, and a giant pair of scissors appeared in her grasp. Holding the giant scissors, she launched an attack at Chunhao. Clang, clang, clang. The old woman's scissors snapped open and shut repeatedly, forcing Chunhao to block with his dagger. The old woman pressed him back continuously. Die. After throwing a fireball, Chunhao used instant movement to create distance from the old woman. The old woman tilted her head and dodged Chunhao's fire attack. Boom. The flames struck precisely against the split-mouthed woman behind her. Oh. The split-mouthed woman instantly transformed into a figure engulfed in flames. Sweetie. Looking for death. Seeing her granddaughter hit by Chunhao's flames, the old woman emanated a terrifying killing intent. Chunhao knew she was about to unleash her ultimate move. Blood Demon, it's your turn. Chunhao released the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon possessed the Shadow Wolf. At that moment, the Shadow Wolf's color changed from black to red. It kicked back hard and lunged at the old woman. The old woman's sharp scissors swiftly snipped, directly severing the Shadow Wolf's head. Seeing this, the old woman laughed. Ha ha ha. You little brat, is this all you've got? Just as the old woman was smugly laughing, the blood that clung to her scissors began to creep upwards. Eventually, it reached her hands. What is this? What is this? The old woman frantically slapped her hands, trying to wipe off the blood on them. But it was all in vain. The Blood Demon directly consumed her. Is this it? Watching the old woman get devoured, Chunhao felt somewhat bored. After devouring the old woman, the Blood Demon crawled over to Chunhao. It condensed into a blood hand and handed him a black bead. What is this? Een Spirit Pearl. Chunhao did not expect that the Blood Demon was so powerful that it could refine the bizarre into a Een Spirit Pearl. Looking at the Een Spirit Pearl containing the energy of the undead in his hand, Chunhao felt an overwhelming excitement. To others, this Een Spirit Pearl was garbage. Yet for Chunhao, this Een Spirit Pearl was a great tonic. Come back, Blood Demon. Chunhao put away the Blood Demon. He glanced at the man lying on the ground who had already fallen into a deep. Chunhao ignored him and walked towards the outside. Xiaobu, are you alright? Seeing Lu Xiaobu being supported by Lu Xiaoji, Chunhao couldn't help but ask. I'm fine. Lu Xiaoba's hand was injured while blocking the scissors. Brother Hao, I'm sorry for making. Lu Xiaobu thought that having broken through to the Master Realm would allow him to keep up with Chunhao's pace. He didn't expect there to be such a significant gap. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji's heart was also filled with waves of shock. Just now he had heard Chunhao say that the old woman was at the Master Realm. Yet Chunhao had actually dealt with her. Although he didn't know how Chunhao did it, Lu Xiaoji was deeply impressed. Alright, let's go back. Chunhao had expended a large amount of supernatural energy during the recent battle. Therefore, he did not treat Lu Xiaobu, but instead took him to Baijia. After the treatment, Lu Xiaoji supported Lu Xiaobu as they left. However, Chunhao did not leave. Xiaohao, do you have something else? Baijia tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her stunning face. Sister Baijia, I would like to ask you something. If I want to refine a Master Realm, Dan, who should I find? Naturally, you should look for Bai Lao. He is the strongest alchemist here. Then may I ask where Bai Lao is? They'll give you an address, you can find him there. Alright. Chunhao followed the address Baijia provided and headed to Bai Lao's location. After getting out of the car and looking at the scene in front of him, Chunhao felt a bit bewildered. What is going on? An unfinished building. Although confused, Chunhao still walked inside. Boom. He had barely taken a few steps when he heard a massive explosion. He walked towards the direction of the explosion and saw a room emitting thick smoke. Cough, cough, cough. A figure emerged from the smoke. His hair was frizzed out like cotton and his entire he looked as if he had just crawled out of a mine. Are you alright? Chen Hao asked the old man in front of him while handing him a pack of tissues. I'm fine. The old man was not polite. After taking the tissues, he began to wipe himself. While wiping, he said, "You are from the Nanjing Supernatural Bureau, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao was slightly taken aback and asked with a smile, "How did you figure that out?" "The only ones who can come here to find me are from the Nanjing Supernatural Bureau." Chen Hao nodded upon hearing this. "Since you came, you should understand the rules, right?" "Rules? What rules?" "Money. I want refined for free. To refine a Master Realm Dan, I need 10 million. Don't worry, I have a particular insight into refining Master Realm Dan. As long as you give me 5 materials, I'll return you a Master Realm Dan." Listening to the old man's words, Chen Hao felt speechless. With the help of his SS-level true sight, he clearly saw the old man's information. Master Realm Level 1 C-Class Ability Inferior Alchemist. Inferior Alchemist. Inferior Alchemist skill level comparable to a poor chess player appears impressive at first glance, but is actually flimsy and will collapse with a poke, occasionally benefiting from sheer luck. Looking at the introduction from True Sight, Chen Hao finally understood why the old man was so incompetent. It turned out this guy's alchemical talent relied purely on luck. "I'm sorry, sister, Bai Jie sent me here. I only brought 1 material, and I haven't prepared enough money. I'm sorry, I need to go back and prepare." Chen Hao made an excuse to leave. "Hey, wait a moment." Bai Lao stopped Chen Hao. "What did you just say?" Yes. Chen Hao nodded. "Since Bai Jie sent you will do this for free. Kid, hand over the materials to me." Bai Lao's sudden offer caught Chen Hao off guard. He did not expect Bai Lao to agree. "What are you still standing there for? Hand it over." "All right." Chen Hao also wanted to know how to refine the Master Realm Dan. He took out a set of materials for refining the Master Realm Dan and handed them to Bai Lao. After receiving the materials, Bai Lao said to Chen Hao, "Let's go, we'll show you how I refine the Master Realm Dan. But I have one request. That is, once I successfully refine it, you must tell Bai Jie about my achievements in detail." Hearing this, Chen Hao frowned and couldn't help but asked, "May I ask who is Sister Bai Jie to you?" "She is my granddaughter. Didn't she mention it to you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Hao fell silent. The strange old man in front of him was actually Bai Jie's grandfather. Bai Lao led Chen Hao to his alchemy area, the place where we were just now exploded. "So we need to change locations." Chen Hao glanced around and noticed that this place also had traces of an explosion. This guy is a bomb fanatic. While Chen Hao considered whether to escape, Bai Lao had already begun refining. "Kid, the first step to refining the Master Realm Dan is to extract the essence of the materials." As he spoke, Bai Lao began to operate. He extracted the essence from all the materials. The second step is to fuse multiple materials together. Bai Lao demonstrated again. Now we reach the most critical step. Apply pressure to accelerate their fusion. As Bai Lao's supernatural energy poured in, the Master Realm Dan suddenly exploded. At the moment of the explosion, Chen Hao used teleportation to escape outside. Bai Lao awkwardly walked out of the room with an embarrassed expression. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Sorry, I failed. Little brother, do you have any more materials?" "No." "Oh." Bai Lao looked somewhat disappointed. "It's fine, you can just find more next time. When you come next time, I'll continue to do it for free." "All right." Chen Hao said okay, but inwardly he was cursing. Is this what a subpar alchemist is like, comparable to a poor chess player? Chen Hao had made up his mind to refine the Master Realm Dan himself, since he already knew the process of refining the Master Realm Dan. After bidding farewell to Bai Lao, Chen Hao left the unfinished building group and returned to the Supernatural Bureau. At that moment, Bai Jie emerged from the infirmary, a popsicle in hand. Its tongue was tinged green. She parted her small lips, took the softened end into her mouth, and sucked it gently. "Xiao Hao." Bai Jie blinked in surprise when she saw Chen Hao. "You didn't go look for Bai Lao." "I did." "You did, oi?" Hearing that, Bai Jie regarded Chen Hao with an odd expression and found him unscathed. "He didn't bring you along to refine pills, did he? Especially to show off his exquisite pill refining technique." Chen Hao felt the corner of his mouth twitch. So Bai Jie already knew everything. "He took me to watch. If I hadn't run fast, I'd have been blown to bits. I think he shouldn't be called an alchemist, he ought to be called a bomb prodigy. He's so good at blowing up furnaces." "I agree." Bai Jie laughed at Chen Hao's remark. Why would someone with the reputation of an alchemist be skulking around derelict buildings? It can't be helped. Those well-equipped labs. Who knows how many he's blown to ruin. Chen Hao listened. He was concerned about more than just this one incident. He pressed Bai Jie. Bai Jie and the Yining Ju besides him, do we have any other alchemists? No more. Yes. Do you think alchemists grow on trees? They're not a dime a dozen. There is someone in the neighboring Chusher city, but he has a grudge against our bureau. So he would never help us refine pills. Actually, Bai Lao is rather good. Although he needs 5 sets of materials to possibly succeed at one. But at least he can produce something. And most importantly, he provides his services for free. Free. Isn't it supposed to cost 10 million per refinement? 10 million? Who told you that? Bai Lao did. Bai Jie's face darkened at once. That old man. How dare he do that behind my back? They'll teach him a lesson. Saying that, Bai Jie hurried away. Watching Bai Jie hurry off, Chun Hao pieced together the likely truth. Bai Lao must be trying to hone his pill refining craft. But alchemy is an intensely costly pursuit. Whether it is the medicinal ingredients or the pill refining furnaces and instruments, every item is exorbitantly priced. So he collected fees in secret. Once Bai Jie had gone, Chun Hao went to find Lu Fengfeng. What are you looking for this time? Lu Fengfeng asked bluntly when she saw him. An alchemist or someone with alchemical abilities? An alchemist. Lu Fengfeng frowned, but she began searching according to Chun Hao's request. Recently someone just awakened an alchemical ability. But the rank is low, only Frank. He was kidnapped by the Scorpion Brigade. Kidnapped by the Scorpion Brigade. Chun Hao's expression soured. The Scorpion Brigade really doesn't discriminate. They go after Frank ability users now. Listening to Chun Hao's complaint, Lu Fengfeng replied, this ability user is a little unusual. Unusual? In what way? His ability is called Lucky Alchemist. Lucky Alchemist. It is said that using this ability increases the success rate of pill refinement. It also elevates the quality of the pills produced. Pill quality. Pills even have grades. When it came to alchemy, Chun Hao was a blank slate. Of course. Lu Fengfeng took the pink lollipop from her mouth. A good pill bears pill patterns. The finest pills bear 5 distinct patterns. Pills with 5 patterns are legendary. No one has truly seen one. Chun Hao nodded. He turned to Lu Fengfeng. Fengfeng, please check and see where that fellow is. No problem. Lu Fengfeng tapped swiftly. After a round of searching, she found his location. He's at sea. Lu Fengfeng pointed to a cruise ship on the screen. The Long Wang. Yes. Lu Fengfeng tapped a few more keys and told Chun Hao the next port where the Long Wang will dock is Ho Island. You can go ahead to Ho Island first. All right. Chun Hao left the Yiningzhu, headed to the pier, and boarded a boat bound for Ho Island. Arriving at Ho Island, Chun Hao found it to be a tourist haven. Many women in bikinis were playing beach volleyball along the shore. If Xiao Ji were here, he'd be overjoyed. It must be said watching beautiful women play is a pleasant path. As Chun Hao admired the game, a massive cruise ship steamed in from the horizon. There it is. Seeing the ship, Chun Hao grew excited. He stood up at once and made for the Long Wang. After it docked, many tourists disembarked, but Chun Hao paid them. He knew his target remained aboard. Chun Hao had already bought a ticket for the Long Wang to its next island. Showing his ticket, he boarded the ship. Once aboard the Long Wang, Chun Hao wandered the decks. His primary aim was to learn the ship's layout. Before long, he had a clear picture of the vessel. Chun Hao knew it was time to act. He made his way toward one of the cabins. Inside that room, several men looked at the man on the bed in stunned disbelief. Dead, this guy's dead. Damn it, after all my effort, he's dead. A lean man was furious. He paced the room. We didn't expect him to be seasick. We thought a little medicine would fix him. But he only got worse. If we'd known, we'd have gone by land. Bang! Before the other man could respond, the lean man struck him in the face, sending him crashing to the floor. If we'd known. Do I need you to tell me? What do we do now? The other man bit his lip in frustration. How should I know? The lean man felt as if he might lose his mind. He had plotted for a long time to capture. After all that effort, ready to take credit, the man succumbed to seasickness and died because of it. As the ringleader of the three, the lean man quickly regained his composure. Wrap that pale pig up, carry him out, then toss him into the sea. Once the man was dead, he had no value. Plundering an ability pearl required that the host be alive when it was excavated. The three men wrapped the chubby pale man on the bed in a sheet, preparing to lift him out to the balcony and heave him into the waves. As the three of them joined forces to lift him up, they were surprised to find the man quite heavy, and for a moment they couldn't manage to raise him. This damn white-skinned pig must have been a lazy fatso in his life. Chubby and wealth, yet with such a weak constitution. He made our lives miserable when he was alive, and even in death, he won't let us rest. The lean man became increasingly furious as he pondered this, and he suddenly raised his fists, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks on the lifeless body. After letting off steam, he continued to urge his two lackeys. What are you standing there for? Come help me. The three of them dragged the heavy man towards the balcony. Bang! At that moment, their door was kicked open. The three members of the Scorpion Brigade were momentarily stunned at the sight of the kicked-open iron door. Seeking death, one of them reacted quickly, pulling out a dagger and charging towards Chun Hao. Chun Hao kicked out, sending the attacker flying. It's time to strike back. Let's take him together, the lean man called to another lackey. The two of them lunged at Chun Hao. He dashed forward. Bang! After dodging the lean man's attack, he kicked the other lackey, sending him flying. The lackey crashed into the balcony railing, and due to bad luck, he flipped over and fell into the sea. The lean man glared fiercely at Chun Hao before turning to flee. Watching the lean man escape, Chun Hao did not rush to follow. Instead, he threw two fireballs that landed on the chubby man's body and the one with the dagger. The two corpses were reduced to ashes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, body collection successful. You have obtained Frank ability, Lucky Alchemist. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Body collection successful. You have obtained a rank ability. Enhanced sense of smell. Enhanced sense of smell. Chunhao was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. Quick over here. The commotion attracted the attention of the sailors on the ship. The captain of the ship along with a group of sailors gathered towards this direction. Chunhao knew that escaping through the door was impossible, so he turned and ran towards the balcony. He leaped into the sea. The lean man saw Chunhao's action. A cold smile crept onto his lips. In his mind, Chunhao was already sentenced to death. After all this was the sea surviving, here was nearly. The Dragon King slowly moved forward. That night the lean man attended the evening banquet on the Dragon King. The events of the day had greatly impacted him, and he desperately needed the numbness of alcohol. Thus he drank heavily. As he staggered back to his room, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Upon seeing that familiar face, he widened his eyes in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. Swish! The sharp dagger swiftly slashed across, directly cutting the lean man's throat. Gush, gush, gush. A torrent of blood erupted. Looking at the fallen lean man, Chunhao's lips curled into a smile. After tossing a fireball, he turned to leave. It's on fire. It's on fire. The smoke here caught the attention of the ship's crew. The captain and his men arrived at the scene. Seeing the lean man charred to a crisp, his expression grew increasingly grim. Investigate, make sure to get to the bottom of this. Everyone check it out. Plop. One of the men jumped. At the moment he hit the water, he transformed into a merman swimming happily. They were not far from a coastline. Chunhao swam to the shore, and then found a way to take a car back to the ability bureau. The lean man's strength was relatively weak. He only possessed rank ability, fist strengthening. After Chunhao collected and extracted it, he fused it with the previous fist strengthening. Now Chunhao possessed D rank fist strengthening. He had no intention of breaking down fist strengthening since its rank was too low and the ability orbs obtained from disassembling it would be too few. This time Chunhao's greatest gain was undoubtedly Lucky Alchemist. Although it was only Frank, Chunhao had ways to elevate it to a higher level. Chunhao went to look for Lu Fengfeng. Upon seeing Chunhao return after 2 days, Lu Fengfeng knew he must have succeeded. What are your plans this time? Can you help me find Ensrank? Ensrank? Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. There are countless abilities in the world, and I don't believe there's no trash Shrank out there. Lu Fengfeng, initially about to object, shut her mouth, because she also felt Chunhao had a point. People believe that high-grade abilities must be impressive. However, some abilities, no matter how high, are still useless. Lu Fengfeng typed on the keyboard, searching for a long time. Finally she found a guy. This one. Lu Fengfeng displayed the information on the computer to Chunhao. This guy isn't from the Scorpion Brigade. Of course not. But this guy is quite annoying. He possesses Shrank ability Gambler. He can increase the odds of winning when gambling against enemies. Doesn't that count as a relatively trash ability? Trash? Chunhao pondered for a moment. The Gambler ability can enhance the odds of winning in a gamble. For those who enjoy gambling, this ability is godly. But for combat, it's utterly useless. Seeing this is the one. There's a reason to take him out. He has made a lot of money through gambling, yet he is heartless, forcibly consuming many abalones. His manner of eating is truly unsightly. Therefore Chunhao would have no moral burden in killing him. That night Chunhao followed the address provided by Lu Fengfeng to a certain hotel. A man in a white suit gazed at the woman on the bed. He instinctively licked his lips. The woman was bound and whimpering continuously. Scream all you want to, no one will come to rescue you no matter how loud you yell. This hotel is owned by the man. The woman in front of him is a female college student working part-time at his hotel. He had set his sights on her. Tonight he intended to showcase his prowess. Just as he was about to act, a figure leaped onto this balcony from the adjacent one. Who? The man looked angrily at the balcony. To his surprise, he saw a masked figure. Playing tricks, if you have guts, take off the mask. The masked figure did not respond, instead lunging at him with a dagger. Die. The man, seeing this, threw his clothes at the masked figure, then punched towards him. Whoosh. The figure teleported behind the man, plunging the sharp dagger into his back. You? The man fell to the ground with a look of unwillingness. The dagger had been coated with poison. He succumbed to the toxin immediately. Chunhao tossed a fireball, incinerating the man. He then approached the woman on the bed. Don't kill me. The woman on the bed stared at Chunhao as he approached, then her head lolled to the side, and she fainted. Seeing this, Chunhao drew his dagger and cut the ropes binding her. Having done this, Chunhao left the room. He returned to the Superpower Bureau and decomposed the ability he had. Ding dong, congratulations, host. You have successfully decomposed the Shrank ability Gambler and obtained 1 million original superpower pearls. System, please merge these 1 million original superpower pearls into the Lucky Alchemist ability. Ding dong, merging original superpower pearls. Congratulations, host. The merging is complete. Your Lucky Alchemist has been upgraded to Shrank. Lucky Alchemist's Shrank ability increases the success rate of pill refinement by 90% with a high probability of elevating the pill's quality. Awesome. Chun Hao was now eager to refine pills. The materials for refining the realm-advancing pill had been used up by Bai Lao for one batch. Now Chun Hao had only 4 portions left. Moreover, the refined essence blood used for Bai Lao's batch was extracted from the venomous black rock python. Although the venomous black rock python was decent, Chun Hao's standards had risen. He had originally planned to use the blood demon's essence blood, but now he had formed a contract with the blood demon. He had already acquired the blood demon's ability to regenerate from a drop of blood, so the blood demon's essence blood was no longer needed. I need to find new essence blood. But before that, let me improve my strength first. Chun Hao took out the Yinling pearl he had obtained earlier and began to refine it. Time passed. When Chun Hao emerged from the room, he had reached the peak of the Master Realm, just one step away. Chun Hao. Chun Hao turned toward the voice and saw Tian Wenjing. You've broken through. He noticed that Tian Wenjing was now a first-rank General Realm ability user. Tian Wenjing nodded. Wenjing, what essence blood did you use to refine the realm-advancing pill? Essence blood. The Wind-Tearing Eagle, a wind attribute magical beast. Wind-Tearing Eagle. Yes. I'm a wind manipulation ability user, so using this wind attribute magical beast's essence blood maximizes the benefits of the realm-advancing pill. Tian Wenjing glanced at Chun Hao involuntarily. To her surprise, she exclaimed, Chun Hao, your strength has reached the 9th rank of the Master Realm. Yes. Chun Hao nodded. If possible, I think you should talk to Sister Huofeng. Why? Because she's stronger and more experienced. She might be able to arrange something and help you find the suitable magical beast essence blood. She's the one who helped me get my essence blood. Tian Wenjing smiled slightly. Okay. Chun Hao bid farewell and headed to Shangwan Huofeng's office. Chun Hao was in luck. Shangwan Huofeng was there. Her desk was piled with documents and she was reviewing them. Shangwan Huofeng looked surprised to see Chun Hao. Chun Hao, what brings you here? Sister Huofeng, am now at the 9th rank of the Master Realm and preparing to refine the realm-advancing pill to break through. I see. Shangwan Huofeng put down her pen and looked at Chun Hao. So do you have a target? Target? What target? For example, what creature's essence blood you want to use to refine the pill? I haven't thought about that. You haven't thought about it, and you came to me. Don't tell me you want me to decide for you. Shangwan Huofeng chuckled. Chun Hao, your future is yours. You must choose your own path. Take your time to think about the essence blood. When you've made up your mind, tell me what you need, and I'll have someone procure it. Okay. Chun Hao left Shangwan Huofeng's office. Seeking help without a precise goal. Even the most capable person would be at a loss. What magical beast essence blood should I use for the realm-advancing pill? As Chun Hao pondered, 2 figures passed by below. His eyes lit up. He quickly ran downstairs and caught up with them. Xiaobu, Xiaoji. Chun Hao called out to them. Brother Hao. Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji spoke simultaneously. Xiaoji, is your foot better? All good. Lu Xiaoji shook his right foot. All thanks to Brother Hao. It's nothing, just a small favor. Come on, we're all free today. Let's grab a meal together. Sure. On the way to the restaurant, Chun Hao couldn't help asking Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, Xiaobu, Xiaoji, if it were you, what essence blood would you use for the realm-advancing pill? Liu Xiaobu spoke first. I'd go with the mighty tiger. It's incredibly strong. Lu Xiaoji disagreed. If it were me, I'd choose a dragon. Then I'd be as vigorous as a dragon and tiger, and my little brother would be invincible. Lu Xiaoji puffed out his chest. Liu Xiaobu poured cold water on him. Xiaoji, I think you should be more realistic. Don't you know how powerful? Even defeating them is hard, let alone obtaining their essence blood. True. I guess I'll have to reconsider. When the words were spoken casually, but Chun Hao took them to heart. He thought Lu Xiaoji was right. He should aim for dragon essence blood. He shouldn't give up just because it was hard to obtain. The 3 of them went to their usual spot, ordered a huge pile of barbecue, and started drinking. They drank until evening, then staggered back toward the superpower bureau. Arms around each other's shoulders, Lu Xiaoji tripped, and Chun Hao and the others tumbled into the roadside greenery. They lay there unconscious. What Chun Hao didn't know was that while they were sleeping, the Superpower Bureau faced its greatest crisis. 5 dragon-head, human-bodied figures led a large group of black-clad men storming into the Bureau. They killed everyone in sight. The Bureau was caught off guard. In an instant, the place was strewn with corpses. Damn it. Shangwan Huofeng prepared to organize a counterattack, but a figure blocked her path. Huang Wenjiao, what are you doing? Shangwan Huofeng never expected Huang Wenjiao to be so audacious as to openly lead an assault on the Bureau. Nothing much. Your Bureau killed so many of our people. Now it's time to pay back. Oomph. Shangwan Huofeng attacked. A jet of flame shot toward Huang Wenjiao. Huang Wenjiao dodged, then transformed into a half-human, half-scorpion woman. Shangwan Huofeng's fire wings sprouted from her back as she lunged towards Huang Wenjiao. The 2 clashed into a chaotic battle. In an instant, the entire Superpower Bureau erupted with war cries. Chun Hao and the others were still fast asleep in the greenery. Time passed, and they had no idea how long. Drumstick, I want drumsticks. Lu Xiaobu grabbed Lu Xiaoji's foot and bit down hard. Up. Lu Xiaoji, who had been discussing life with a girl, was jolted awake by the pain. Whoa. He hugged his bitten foot, rubbing it incessantly. Xiaobu, what are you doing? Lu Xiaobu's innocent face now bore a trace of apology. Xiaoji, sorry, I dreamt I was eating a drumstick. If you're eating a drumstick, why are you biting my foot? Ioyo. Lu Xiaoji sucked in cold air from the pain. Chen Hao also woke up. He glanced at the two, then with a sudden effort stood up. Let's go head home. Because he had drunk too much, Chen Hao's head was still a little dizzy. The three of them set off towards the Superpower Bureau. When they reached the entrance of the Superpower Bureau, everyone stood frozen at the sight before them. Wah! Chen Hao frowned as he saw that the Superpower Bureau had turned into a pile of rubble. Many ambulances were parked at the entrance. Doctors and nurses were using stretchers to carry the injured inside one after another into the vehicles. They were then taken away by the ambulances. Sister! Sister! Seeing this, Lu Xiaoji panicked. He immediately ran inside the Superpower Bureau. Lu Xiaoji, as if possessed, began frantically searching. Sister, don't scare me. The Superpower Bureau had been attacked, and Lu Xiaoji was afraid, terrified that something had happened to his sister. Xiaoji. A voice came over. Lu Xiaoji looked toward the sound, and saw Lu Fengfeng standing unharmed not far away. In her hand was a large red bag filled with a pile of potato chips. Lu Fengfeng was eating a bag of chips. Sister, great, you're okay. Lu Xiaoji cried tears of joy. Having seen the injured and the deceased, his heart had been pounding in his throat. Sister, what exactly happened? It was the Scorpion Brigade. They sent people to attack our Superpower Bureau. I had just gone out to buy snacks. When I came back, the Scorpion Brigade people had already fled. Damn it. Those bastards. A furious shout rang out. Shangguan Huofeng punched the wall nearby with force. The terrifying destructive power directly pierced through the wall. Huofeng, don't move, I'm dressing your wound. Shangguan Huofeng and Huang Wenjiao had fought, both injured. At this moment, Bai Jie was bandaging Shangguan Huofeng's wound. Damn it, these guys clearly came prepared. Chen Hao's Superpower Bureau had several strong powerhouses. 1 spirit and 3 kings. First the spirit, which was Director Shangguan Huofeng at Spirit Realm, 1st rank. Then the 3 kings, Wu Yin King rank 9, Duge Han King rank 7, Bai Jie King rank 5. Here Wu Yin was Lu Xiaoji's taciturn master. Duge Han and Wu Yin were not in the Superpower Bureau. The rest were the general rank superhumans. The Southern River Superpower Bureau had quite a few general rank superhumans, 30 in total. But most were out on missions or seeking breakthroughs. Thus in this attack, the casualties among general rank superhumans were relatively minor. Most were master rank superhumans. After the fight, the Superpower Bureau suffered heavy losses. After an inventory excluding the injured, last night's attack resulted in the deaths of 30 master rank superhumans and 5 general rank superhumans. Those below master rank were even more numerous. Looking at the bodies covered with white cloth, Shangguan Huofeng gritted her teeth, veins bulging on her neck, her molars nearly breaking. Chen Hao's face was silent. He transformed into a mortician, helping these colleagues restore their former glory. After doing all this, Chen Hao sent them one by one into the incinerator. Listening to the system notifications ringing in his mind, for some reason Chen Hao felt unable to be happy. This time, Chen Hao obtained 1 a rank Superpower 3 rank, and the rest were C and drank. He ignored the C and drank once. After all, decomposing them wouldn't yield many primitive superpower orbs. He set his sights on the A and rank superpowers. A rank Superpower Auditory Enhancement, rank Superpower Battle Cry, rank Superpower Tiger Man, rank Superpower Canine Tamer. Chen Hao kept the A rank Auditory Enhancement and rank Canine Tamer. He decomposed the other 2. Then he upgraded Slip Away and Leg Enhancement. As the saying goes, fight if you can win, run if you can't. The enhancement of these 2 superpowers greatly increased Chen Hao's chances of survival. When everything had settled, Chen Hao looked at Tian Wenjing. At this moment, Tian Wenjing's mouth kept twitching. She wanted to cry, but she knew she couldn't. In this battle, one of her friends had died. It was the general rank superhuman who had Canine Tamer. Chen Hao glanced at the memorial photo of that person and saw it was a sunny girl. A pity she withered in the flower of her youth. Chen Hao walked over to Tian Wenjing. Tian Wenjing glanced at Chen Hao, then threw herself into his arms, beginning to sob. Chen Hao said nothing, just quietly stayed by Tian Wenjing's side. After everything had settled, Shangguan Huofeng gathered everyone together. She called even those who were on missions outside, as long as they could return. The huge conference hall was packed. Although there were many people, no one spoke. The atmosphere in the entire hall was extremely oppressive. Up front, a huge screen was playing a video. It was the video of the Scorpion Brigade attacking the Superpower Bureau. Watching their former comrades fall one after another under the enemy's blades, everyone became filled with righteous indignation. This time we were negligent, and I never imagined they could create such monsters. As she spoke, Shangguan Huofeng had someone zoom in the video. The dragon-head humanoid monster appeared before everyone's eyes. Such monsters are extremely powerful. They have king rank strength. That's why we suffered such heavy losses this time. Thankfully Bai Jia was there as she gave her all, and successfully killed one. With that Shangwan Hulfing called out to the side, "Bring it over." A staff member pushed over a small cart. The cart was covered with a white cloth. Shangwan Hulfing abruptly pulled off the cloth, revealing the dragon-like monster to everyone. Looking at the monster before them, the crowd was in an uproar. Dragon. Dragon man. It seems so. Wow, this is just too disgusting. Before them stood a dragon man covered in scales. To be precise, it was a black dragon man. Looking at the black dragon man in front, one individual spoke up. She had long blue hair that exuded an extremely cold aura. Her eyes, as cold as frost, sparkled with wisdom. Not long ago I heard that a black dragon claw was lost from the museum. If I'm not mistaken, this black dragon man should be related to that black dragon claw. Black dragon claw. Dugahan's words caught everyone's attention. Is she referring to the claw of the abyss black demon dragon in our city's largest museum? I had the fortune to visit there before. The staff there told me it was the claw of the abyss black demon dragon, and I didn't believe it at the time. What level is the abyss black demon dragon? How could such a top-tier beast's claw possibly be displayed? So I thought he was just bragging, putting a fake model in a glass case. I never expected it to actually be true. Yes, I've been there too. Oh my, I didn't think I had seen the claw of the abyss black demon dragon. I've seen it too. People began to discuss. Quiet, everyone be quiet. Suddenly a loud shout from Shangwan Hulfing echoed. Everyone immediately understood and shut their mouths. She began to continue her narration. Chen Hao didn't care about Shangwan Hulfing's story. It was just the same old cliché. He was more concerned about how Shangwan Hulfing would handle the corpse of the Black Dragon Man. Soon the meeting concluded. Chen Hao directly approached Shangwan Hulfing. Sister Hulfing, how do you plan to deal with the corpse of the Black Dragon Man? How to deal with it? Shangwan Hulfing glanced at him and then said, just right, you're here. Just take it to be cremated. Keeping this thing is just a disaster. A Black Dragon Man is still a human after all. It's just that it was modified by the Scorpion Brigade, resulting in mutation. Alright. Upon hearing this, Chen Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. He pushed the cart carrying the Black Dragon Man towards the cremation room. Soon Chen Hao arrived at the cremation room. As he was the designated mortician for the Abilities Bureau, he had the right to use this cremation room. Chen Hao looked at the Black Dragon Man on the cart. I wonder if I can extract the Black Dragon's essence blood from this guy. Chen Hao began to use his ability Extraction Refinement on the Black Dragon Man. Through Extraction Refinement, Chen Hao discovered that there indeed existed Black Dragon Essence blood within the Black Dragon Man. However, the amount of essence blood was a bit small. But small or not, after extraction and fusion, it's still condensed into one. Lucky me. This guy's fusion with the Black Dragon's genes isn't complete. Otherwise, this single drop of Black Dragon Essence blood wouldn't have been possible to extract. As the Black Dragon Essence blood was extracted, Chen Hao noticed that the corpse of the Black Dragon Man was rapidly collapsing, the luster of its scales dimming and eventually falling off. Seeing this, Chen Hao immediately pushed the Black Dragon Man into the incinerator to prevent others from seeing such an anomaly. Once the Black Dragon Man was completely burned, Chen Hao returned to his dormitory. After closing the door, he immediately took out the materials to refine the Jiangjing pill from his space. He did not immediately use the essence blood of the Abyss Black Demon Dragon to refine the Jiangjing pill. Instead, he used the essence blood of the venomous Black Rock Python to practice. Chen Hao began the refining process according to the pill-making techniques he learned from Elder Bai. First, he used Extraction Refinement to extract the essence from the materials. Then he utilized Lucky Alchemist to start refining the Jiangjing pill. Chen Hao was quite fortunate. He succeeded in refining the Jiangjing pill on his first attempt. Looking at the Jiangjing pill in his hand. 1, 2. Chen Hao noticed that the Jiangjing pill in his hand had 2 Dan patterns on it. Only 2. He couldn't help but curl his lips. Succeeding on the first try gave Chen Hao experience. He planned to continue refining. The materials in his hand allowed him to refine 3 more times. For the first 2 times, I'll use the essence blood of the venomous Black Rock Python, and for the last time, I'll use the essence blood of the Abyss Black Demon Dragon. Chen Hao continued the refining process. Soon Chen Hao had used up his 2 chances. He produced 1 Jiangjing pill with 2 Dan patterns and 1 Jiangjing pill with 3 Dan patterns. Are there no 4 Dan patterns? Chen Hao felt somewhat disappointed. It seems that 4 or even 5 Dan patterns require extremely strong alchemical talent and top-grade materials. Perhaps when my Lucky Alchemist ability reaches SSS grade, it might be possible. After a brief rest, taking advantage of the momentum, Chen Hao began his final refining attempt. After extracting the essence from all the materials, Chen Hao used his abilities to control them. He made them fuse with each other. During this process, there were signs of rejection among the materials, but Chen Hao suppressed them. Just as Chen Hao thought success was near, that drop of Abyss Black Demon Dragon Essence blood caused a disturbance. It unexpectedly began to struggle, refusing to fuse with the other materials. Chen Hao could vaguely see a black dragon swirling and soaring within the essence blood. Fuse for me. Chun Hao took a forceful approach, betting everything he infused all his abilities into the material. Boom. With a loud bang, the essence blood of the Abyss Black Demon Dragon fused with the other materials. Done. Looking at the Jiangjing pill floating in midair, Chun Hao was incredibly delighted. Boom. Before Chun Hao could react, a bolt of heavenly thunder descended from the sky. Chun Hao joined the Abilities Bureau relatively late, and his dormitory was on the top floor. The heavenly thunder directly penetrated the ceiling of Chun Hao's room. It struck the Jiangjing pill. Boom boom boom. The Jiangjing pill seemed to be unwelcomed by heaven and earth. After the first bolt of heavenly thunder, 8 more followed. Chun Hao looked at the Jiangjing pill. He noticed that it had shrunk, but after the tempering by heavenly thunder, all the impurities within the Jiangjing pill were eliminated. At this moment, people from the Abilities Bureau rushed over. Chun Hao could already hear footsteps. To prevent the Jiangjing pill from being snatched by others, Chun Hao took a bold risk and reached out to grab the Jiangjing pill. Zizizi. The heavenly thunder within the Jiangjing pill hadn't dissipated and surged into Chun Hao's body. Fortunately, Chun Hao possessed the abilities Lightning Rod and Thunder Control, which blocked the heavenly thunder. He even absorbed a portion of it. He opened his mouth and swallowed the Jiangjing pill whole. As the Jiangjing pill entered Chun Hao's stomach, a torrent of immense energy erupted from within the Jiangjing pill. This energy was incredibly violent, rampaging through Chun Hao's body. With no other choice, Chun Hao sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Fire Phoenix technique. At this moment, a crowd gathered outside Chun Hao's door, discussing animatedly. What's going on? Why is there thunder from the sky? I don't know. Do you think it could be a treasure appearing? A treasure appearing. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone became alert. A glint of greed flashed in many eyes. Since ancient times, treasures have been claimed by the capable. What does capable mean? It means having the strength. After all, power comes from strength. The bigger the fist, the more authority one has. Whose room is this? I know it's Chun Hao's. Chun Hao, the director's disciple. Everyone knew of Chun Hao's existence, but few were familiar with him. Make way, everyone. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji pushed through the crowd trying to get in. I wonder what happened to how Go Thunder struck his room. Lu Xiaobu said with a worried look. He probably saw something he shouldn't have. Could it be his foster mother? I knew this guy had resources, but didn't share them with me. He was greedy and got struck by thunder. Xiaoji, can you stop making sarcastic comments? Lu Xiaobu was nearly frantic. Lu Xiaoji, however, was unconcerned. Xiaobu, is this your first day knowing Hao Ge? What do you think Hao Ge is? He wouldn't die so easily. As the saying goes, good people don't live long, while disasters last for 1,000 years. Our Hao Ge is like a turtle in a well, capable of living for an eternity. Listening to Lu Xiaoji's words, Lu Xiaobu's worries were somewhat alleviated. Make way, everyone. At this moment, Chang Wanhuofeng arrived. Seeing this, the crowd instinctively parted to make way. She approached Chun Hao's door and gently knocked. Chun, how are you in there? If you are, please respond. There was no sound from inside. Bang! Shang Wanhuofeng kicked the door open. Shang Wanhuofeng saw Chun Hao. At this moment, Chun Hao had taken the Jiangjing Dan, and his expression was one of extreme pain, his face contorted. Chun Hao. Shang Wanhuofeng became anxious. He has taken the Jiangjing Dan, Bai Jie realized. He is at a critical moment, no one can disturb him. Otherwise, all his efforts will be in vain. Boom. The sky was now overcast, thunder and lightning flashing. Lu Xiaoji glanced at the sky and couldn't help but speak. It want thunder now, and hit Hao Ge will it. Just as Lu Xiaoji finished speaking, a thunderbolt as thick as a bucket struck Chun Hao. The crowd looked at Lu Xiaoji with strange expressions. Don't look at me, this has nothing to do with me. I'm Hao Ge's loyal follower, how could I think of harming him? Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Shang Wanhuofeng couldn't help but glare at him. Can you be a bit quieter? Lu Xiaoji instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. He was afraid that if he spoke carelessly, it would bring another thunderbolt down on Chun Hao. Chun Hao was fortunate. Just as the strange energy in his body was almost exhausted, that thunderbolt replenished it. He finally suppressed the raging energy within him, completing the transformation and achieving the first stage of Jiangjing. Huff! Chun Hao ceased his cultivation and exhaled a breath of turbid air. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Shang Wanhuofeng and Bai Jie. After flashing a smile, he straightened and fell backward. At that moment, Chun Hao's clothes had been blasted away by the thunder. As he fell, his physique was exposed to everyone. Many female ability users instinctively turned their heads away. Oh dear, I can't look, I can't look. Although they turned their heads, they still stole glances from the corners of their eyes. Bai Jie frowned slightly and approached to check. After confirming that Chun Hao was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she turned to Shang Wanhuofeng and said, this guy is fine, and he has turned misfortune into blessing, breaking through to Jiangjing. Hearing this, Shang Wanhuofeng nodded. She turned to look at Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu outside. She said to them, what are you two doing just standing there? Why aren't you coming over to help? All right. Liu Xiaobu and Liu Xiaoji came over finding a set of clothes from a nearby wardrobe to dress Chen Hao. During the dressing process, Liu Xiaobu couldn't help but speak to Liu Xiaoji. I didn't expect Hao Gu to be this impressive. Liu Xiaoji replied helplessly, I thought my second brother was invincible. I didn't realize my Hao Gu is the real boss. With Xiaoji around, why does Hao need to exist? Liu Xiaobu and Liu Xiaoji carried Chen Hao to the infirmary and placed him in a nutrient pot. Although Chen Hao had no major injuries, he still had several wounds that needed to be treated gradually. As Chen Hao was taken for treatment, the crowd dispersed. After the excitement, it was time to return to normal life. Shang Wanhuofeng and Bai Jia walked towards the office. Bai Jia, what do you think about this incident? He's quite strong. Bai Jia still had the recent scenes in her mind. She couldn't help but think, that brat seems to have gained quite a bit of capital. I meant to ask you, why did Chen Hao attract thunder during his breakthrough? Shang Wanhuofeng was puzzled. What's the big deal about thunder? When I broke through, I also got struck by lightning. But it's different. You were breaking through from Jiangjing to Wangjing. Transitioning from Jiangjing to Wangjing requires enduring a thunderstorm. From Wangjing to Lingjing, one must endure 3 thunderbolts. This kid can withstand a thunderbolt during his Jiangjing breakthrough. He's truly a freak. I wonder how he managed to do it. If you want to know, just ask him when he wakes up. Shang Wanhuofeng nodded. She indeed had such an idea. At this moment, Bai Jia was also filled with astonishment. Thunder, only those who have experienced it know how dangerous it is. When Bai Jia broke through from Jiangjing to Wangjing, she endured a thunderbolt. That time she was severely injured and thought she would die. Fortunately, she pulled through. Even so, she still lay in bed for a month. That experience was too painful. Bai Jia felt it was still vivid in her memory. Her body involuntarily shivered. I wonder if I can withstand it when I break through to Lingjing. You can definitely withstand it. Shang Wanhuofeng noticed Bai Jia's worries and grabbed her hand. It's fine, look at me, I survived it. Bai Jia smiled slightly at her words. Shang Wanhuofeng indeed survived, but it came at a huge cost. Out of the 3 thunderbolts, she had blocked 2 with a magical treasure. She had only endured the 3rd one with her body. Chen Hao slept through the night. When he awoke the next morning and opened his eyes, he found someone lying beside him. Turning his head, he saw it was Tian Wenjing. He struggled to sit up. Sensing his movement, Tian Wenjing instantly jolted awake. Chen Hao, you're awake. Joy spread across her face. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Tian Wenjing asked with concern. I'm fine. Thank you. You must be hungry. Let me take you to the canteen. No need, I can walk on my own. I'm not as delicate as you. As Chen Hao spoke, he took 2 steps, but his legs gave way and he nearly fell. Seeing this, Tian Wenjing darted forward and caught him. See, you can't manage yet you insist on being stubborn. Let me help you. Leaning on Tian Wenjing, the two headed toward the canteen. As he walked, Chen Hao assessed his own body. What's going on? He found himself extremely weak. Even a man capable of 7 rounds in one night would have been in better shape than he was now. It seems I've lost a great deal of my essence blood. After a closer examination, Chen Hao discovered that within him there was now a different kind of blood, extremely vigorous, far stronger than his original blood. This new blood mingled within him, ceaselessly devouring the surrounding blood, while splitting and differentiating. Supported by Tian Wenjing, Chen Hao reached the canteen. Sit here. I'll get you some food. Chen Hao had just taken a seat when he saw 2 figures approaching, Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. Brother Hao, you're awake. Liu Xiaobu exclaimed. Brother Hao, why do you look so pale? Liu Xiaoji frowned, noticing Chen Hao's ghastly pallor. It was as if a great deal of his blood had been drained. Sister Bai Jia. Liu Xiaoji spotted Bai Jia passing by with a tray. Come quickly, Brother Hao seems unwell. Hearing this, Bai Jia walked over to Chen Hao. What's wrong? She set her tray aside and began to examine it. It's anemia. The fellow is anemic. Anemia? How can that be? Liu Xiaoji was puzzled. He must have consumed a great deal of his essence blood when he broke through to the Jiang realm, causing anemia. Is there medicine for it? Just buy him some blood-restoring potions. Alright, I'll go. Liu Xiaobu was about to leave, but stopped after 2 steps. What's the matter? Liu Xiaobu scratched his head sheepishly. Sister Bai Jia, I don't have many points. Bai Jia couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time she saw such an honest soul as Liu Xiaobu. Here, use my card. Got it. Liu Xiaobu took the card and set off. Bai Jia called after him. Xiaobu, buy 10 vials of advanced blood-restoring potion. No problem. With that, Liu Xiaobu dashed away. Liu Xiaobu was swift both in going and returning. In no time, he came back carrying a box. She opened the box and took out the potions. Uncorking one, she handed it to Chen Hao. Here, Chen Hao, drink this. Chen Hao took it and downed it in one gulp. As the potion entered his stomach, the dragon's essence blood within him stirred like starving jackals scenting bloody meat. They began to voraciously absorb the potion's energy. Bai Jia noticed Chen Hao's peculiar state. His expression was one of intense pain. Give me another. One more. Liu Xiaobu quickly handed him one. Brother Hao, here. After drinking another vial, Chun Hao still felt unsatisfied. So he took matters into his own hands. Watching Chun Hao guzzle the potions as if they were water, Lu Xiaoji looked, "Brother, how is this going to be all right?" Chun Hao drank the potions at an astonishing speed. Before long, all 10 vials were gone. His stomach growled loudly. "Hungry. I'm so hungry. Here, I got you some food." Tian Wenjing pushed a tray toward him. She had assumed he'd have little appetite after waking, so she hadn't brought much. Chun Hao finished it in an instant. "Is there more? I need more." Seeing this, Liu Xiaobu rushed to the counter. "Hello, we'll take this, and this." Being straightforward, Liu Xiaobu deliberately chose meat dishes. Soon he returned with a tray piled high. Chun Hao began eating. He devoured the food like a starving ghost reincarnated, finishing the enormous portion in moments. His belly swelled, but shortly after it deflated again. No good. The energy in these ordinary meals is too meager. Bai Jie handed her card to Lu Xia. "You and Xiaobu go to the special meal counter and get several portions." The special meal counter was reserved for those at Jiang level and above, serving dishes made from spiritual herbs and spirit beast meat. Each portion was prohibitively expensive. Fortunately, Bai Jie was well off and didn't mind the cost. Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji each brought back 2 portions and quickly set them before Chun Hao. Chun Hao resumed eating. Before long, he finished those as well. "Go again." Bai Jie was unstinting with Lu Xiaoji, and Liu Xiaobu went back for more. Their activity drew the attention of others in the canteen. "What's going on over there?" "No idea. I think it's Chun Hao." "Chun Hao? Now what?" "Look, he's in terrible shape. His face is as white as a corpse." "My brother dead 3 days wasn't that pale. He's turned into a bottomless pit. I've seen him eat several meals already." "Good heavens, they're getting special meals for him. Can Chun Hao handle that? Won't he burst?" Each special meal contained an immense amount of energy, which was why only those at Jiang level and above could consume them. Those below risked having their bodies ruptured by the overwhelming force. Chun Hao continued to eat, astonishing everyone. "How many has he had?" 8. Hearing Lu Xiaoji's words, Shangwan Huofeng couldn't help but glare at him. "Can you be a bit quieter?" Lu Xiaoji instinctively, "I've heard Chun Hao is a prodigy. Now I see it for myself." Chun Hao kept devouring. He had 20 portions before finally stopping. By then his appearance had changed. His formerly ghastly pale face was now ruddy, his sunken figure filled out. His body inflated like a balloon, muscles bulging, exuding strength. "Phew." Lu Xiaoji and the others let out a sigh of relief. Finally it settled. "Sister Bai Jie, here is your card." Bai Jie nodded after taking it. Then she smiled at Chun Hao and said, "Chun Hao, you've eaten quite a bit of my money this time. A single potion costs 100,000 points, 10 of them add up to 1 million. A special meal is 10,000 points, and you've eaten 20 portions, which totals 200,000 points. You owe me a total of 1,200,000 points. You should think about how to pay me back later." Hearing this, Chun Hao smiled and replied to Bai Jie, "Sister Bai Jie, that's quite a lot of money. If I have to pay you back now, it might take a long time. How about this, can I pay you back with my body?" Bai Jie shot him a glare upon hearing Chun Hao's words. "If you can't pay me back now, then just pay me back slowly later. After all, you are now an ability user at the general level. Earning points will be faster." Saying this, Bai Jie left. Her words instantly stirred up a wave of shock. Last night, everyone only knew that Chun Hao had been struck by lightning. They never expected that Chun Hao had actually broken through to the general level. How old is this kid anyway? My goodness, a general level ability user at such a young age. Heavens, this isn't fair at all. I'm so envious, it's truly too enviable. We are all human, why is he so exceptional? What should I do? I'm so jealous of him, he's handsome enough and his strength is so formidable, how am I supposed to live like this? I might as well find a block of tofu to throw myself at and die. You're saying that? I'll go grab some frozen tofu from the freezer right now. If I don't throw myself at it, then I'm not a citizen of Long Country. As everyone chatted, Chun Hao stood up. "Chun Hao, where are you going?" Tian Wenjing noticed Chun Hao walking towards a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao lightly smiled. "Naturally, I'm going to find someone to practice with." Saying this, Chun Hao arrived at the training ground. Lu Xiaojie and the others followed him there. At this moment in the training ground, a big bald man was practicing. That was the legendary military boxing teacher Shi Jian. Chun Hao looked at Shi Jian and noticed that he had also recently broken through. Now he was a master at the 7th stage of the general level. "Chun Hao, is there something you need?" Seeing Chun Hao call him, Shi Jian immediately stopped. "Teacher Shi Jian, can we practice together?" "Practice together?" Shi Jian instinctively looked at Chun Hao. After seeing Chun Hao's strength, Shi Jian smiled slightly. "I was wondering why you came here to challenge me today. It turns out you have broken through to the general level. Alright, since you want to challenge me, then come on." Shi Jian gestured to Chun Hao to proceed. Seeing this, Chun Hao pushed off with his right foot, and his entire body shot out instantly. In the battle against Shi Jian, Chun Hao did not intend to use any weapons. In the blink of an eye, Chun Hao was in front of Shi Jian. He threw a punch. "Nice try." Shi Jian also threw a punch. Bang. After their punches collided, Chun Hao was sent flying backward. In midair, Chun Hao quickly adjusted his posture. After landing, he activated his ability transform into a werewolf and continued his attack. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Hao and Shi Jian engaged in a fierce battle. Shi Jian stood motionless in the center of the training ground. Chun Hao kept launching attacks only to be knocked back repeatedly, then he would attack again. Lu Xiaobu and the others sat in the audience. So strong, brother, Hao is too strong. Although Chun Hao was constantly being knocked back, Lu Xiaobu knew Shi Jian's strength. If it were him, he would have fallen long ago. Crack, crack. Hearing the sound of sunflower seeds, everyone couldn't help but look at Lu Xiaojia. Xiaojia, where did you get these sunflower seeds? I just took the time to buy them. How could there be such an exciting battle without sunflower seeds? Do you want? Saying this, Lu Xiaojia offered the sunflower seeds to everyone. Lu Xiaojia was enjoying the spectacle while trying to get others to join in. I don't want any. Give me some, please. Lu Xiaobu spread his hands, and Lu Xiaojia poured a large amount into his palm. The two of them started munching on the seeds. Listening to the noise of the sunflower seeds being cracked, Tian Wenjing frowned. She couldn't help but say, you guys can eat, but don't throw the shells around. The cleaning lady works hard. Sister Wenjing, don't worry. When I bought the seeds, I asked the vendor for an extra bag. Xiaobu and I each have one, and we won't make a mess all over the ground. Alright then. The battle continued in the training ground. Chun Hao was being battered by Shi Jian, and his blood was surging. Yet for some reason he felt particularly exhilarated. Could it be that I have masochistic tendencies? Thinking of this, Chun Hao couldn't help but shiver. He stopped overthinking and continued to launch attacks. After more than 10 minutes. Bang! Chun Hao was sent flying once again. This time, after getting up from the ground, he no longer launched any attacks. Thank you, teacher Shi Jian. No problem. Shi Jian was now slightly out of breath. He was actually afraid while fighting Chun Hao. Like a cockroach that couldn't be killed after being knocked back, Chun Hao stood up again. It's over, finally over. Lu Xiaojia's sunflower seeds had long been finished, and he was holding a bag of shells. Lu Xiaobu was the same. Tian Wenjing sat there with a calm expression, but her heart was in turmoil. Just now, while Chun Hao was fighting, she simulated the scene in her mind. She imagined herself as Chun Hao battling Shi Jian. The conclusion she reached was, I am not as good as him. Facing Chun Hao, Tian Wenjing felt a sense of defeat. It was her first time feeling this way. No, Tian Wenjing gritted her teeth, preparing to leave. Seeing this, Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaojia couldn't help but say, Sister Wenjing, aren't you going to wait for brother Hao? He's fine now, I'll leave the rest to you all. I need to go on a mission. After saying that, Tian Wenjing walked away directly. Chun Hao walked up from the training ground and saw that only Lu Xiaojia and Lu Xiaobu were left in the audience. Where is Tian Wenjing? She left saying she went on a mission, Lu Xiaojia replied. Chun Hao nodded. I'm tired, I plan to go back, take a shower, and then have a good sleep. What about you guys? We are too. The three of them walked towards their respective dormitories. Chun Hao returned to his room, walked in, and closed the door behind him. Upon seeing the situation inside, Chun Hao was somewhat stunned. There was a huge hole in the ceiling, and the entire room was in disarray. Clearly, it was uninhabitable. I need to find the logistics personnel to help me fix this. However, the urgent matter for Chun Hao was not fixing the room, but he stood still, and the Fire Phoenix technique instinctively began to operate. The Fire Phoenix technique accelerated its operation. Chun Hao felt a burning sensation all over his body. He felt as if something was about to grow on the surface of his skin. He immediately closed his eyes to experience it. Throughout this process, Chun Hao kept enduring. He didn't know how long had passed. As the pain subsided, Chun Hao opened his eyes. Chun Hao discovered that he had changed. His hands had turned into dragon claws. Have I turned into a dragon? Chun Hao hurriedly walked to the nearby glass. It was a mirror as tall as a person. Looking at his reflection, Chun Hao felt somewhat incredulous. He was now a black dragon man. Not the kind with a dragon's head and a human body, but rather resembling the East Sea Dragon King from Journey to the West. However, while the East Sea Dragon King was a golden dragon, Chun Hao was a black dragon. I have transformed into a black dragon man. It seems to be thanks to the realm pill. I absorbed the black dragon's essence blood within it. The recent anemia was caused by the black dragon's essence blood absorbing my blood, but later I replenished the energy. Additionally, teacher Shi Jian's attack. His continuous strikes accelerated the fusion of the black dragon's essence blood with my body. So now I can transform into a black dragon. I just don't know if there's a way to revert back. Chun Hao began to contemplate. Just then, in his moment of confusion, a voice called out, Master. I am so hungry. A voice appeared in Chun Hao's mind. Hearing this familiar sound, Chun Hao suddenly realized. Right, how could I forget about the blood demon? Blood demon, do you have a way to solve my current predicament? Upon hearing this, the blood demon nodded. Master, I have a set of techniques that can assist you. Great, then quickly teach me the technique. Chun Hao was not afraid of the blood demon harming him, as they had signed an ancient servant contract. Alright, The blood demon imparted the technique to Chun Hao through thought. Chun Hao began to practice the technique given by the blood demon. Not long after, Chun Hao's body began to change, and he reverted back to human form. This technique is quite useful. Blood demon, what is the name of this technique? It's called reverse technique. When cultivated to its peak, it can reverse yin and yang, so even if master wants to transform into a cute girl in the future, it's not a problem. Cute girl. Like an adorable girl. Chun Hao suddenly felt a chill in his lower half. He looked down and discovered that his clothes and pants were gone. It turned out that when he transformed into a dragon, his clothes and pants had been torn apart. This skill is good, but it does waste clothes. Looking at his good brother, Chun Hao smiled slightly. Not bad. He pulled out a set of clothes from his space and quickly put them on. Then Chun Hao walked out of the room. He first went to the logistics office to have the staff help him repair his dormitory. Then he headed straight for the secret realm. Indeed, it was the secret realm. This world has many secret realms filled with the unknown. Chun Hao chose a low-level secret realm, and after paying a fee he entered. So expensive. It costs 100,000 to enter just once. For ordinary people outside, it might take a whole year of hard work to earn that much. Chun Hao had several reasons for not coming to the secret realm before. Firstly, he lacked money, and secondly, his strength was insufficient. To enter the secret realm for an adventure, one must at least reach the master level. The master level is just the foundation. Those at the master level must have someone at the realm level accompany them to enter. After entering, Chun Hao released the blood demon. Having exhausted all the ghost wolf corpses, Chun Hao came here for supplies. With one person and one blood demon, they ventured into the jungle. Soon the blood demon spotted a rabbit. It slowly crawled towards the rabbit. It moved like a stream of blood flowing slowly. Just as it was about to get close to the rabbit, it suddenly accelerated. Before the rabbit could escape, it wrapped around it. The blood demon invaded the rabbit's body, successfully taking over. The blood demon was not very satisfied with the rabbit's body. Seeing this, Chun Hao spoke to the blood demon. Today, they'll give you a break, go play by yourself. Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, the blood demon was as happy as a child receiving a lollipop. Thank you, master. After expressing gratitude, it dashed off. Chun Hao had signed a contract with the blood demon, so with just a thought the blood demon would obediently return. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about it running away. Seeing the blood demon leave, Chun Hao also began his hunting journey. Soon he found his target. The black panther was perched on a treetop licking its claws. Chun Hao noted that it was at the second stage of the realm level. This one will do. He felt that anything with too low a strength was not challenging enough. In an instant, he transformed into a black dragon man, conjured flames in his hands, and attacked the black panther. Boom, boom, boom. The entire jungle echoed with explosions. Chun Hao and the black panther began to fight. The black panther, relying on its speed, continuously attacked Chun Hao. Chun Hao used teleportation to dodge. At the same time, he used his flame abilities to counterattack. As the black panther approached, Chun Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared. He slashed at the black panther. Rip! A deep gash was cut into the black panther's body. Blood immediately gushed out. Thud! The black panther lost its resistance and collapsed. Chun Hao successfully killed the black panther. After collecting the black panther, he continued deeper. In the jungle, a figure was running swiftly. Occasionally he would look back. Following behind was a massive creature. Damn it, how did I run into a centipede? Chun Hao felt a bit unlucky. That centipede was at the king level, and despite having broken through to the second stage of the realm level, he was still not a match for it. Just as Chun Hao was feeling troubled, whoosh, a shadow swiftly swept past. By the time Chun Hao reacted, the centipede had already collapsed. Chun Hao was puzzled. Master. A voice came. Chun Hao looked up and saw a hawk perched on blood demon. Master, it's me. It really is you. Chun Hao was somewhat delighted. He did not expect the blood demon to have taken over the hawk's body. The hawk appeared formidable, but unfortunately it had been used by the blood demon. Chun Hao looked at the centipede. The creature's head had been crushed by the blood demon. Green blood spilled everywhere. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Chun Hao collected the centipede. He looked at the blood demon and could not help but ask blood demon, what is the strongest opponent you can defeat now? No more than a third stage king. Alright, then I will go hunt those below the third stage of king. Over these days, Chun Hao had completely mastered the power brought by his strength enhancement. He now planned to reap a wave before returning. Under the blood demon's lead, Chun Hao embarked on a killing spree. The blood demon was responsible for the kills while he collected the bodies. 3 days later, Chun Hao appeared at the exit of the secret realm. Half a month had passed since he entered the secret realm. It's time to head back. Chun Hao stepped into the teleportation portal of the secret realm, leaving the secret realm behind. He returned to the abilities bureau. Just as he arrived at the abilities bureau, he ran into Shangwan Huofeng. Chun Hao, you arrived just in time. We have a mission, come gather. Mission? Chun Hao furrowed his brow. Despite the doubts swirling in his mind, he followed Shangwan Huofeng. Chun Hao arrived at the meeting room of the Special Abilities Bureau alongside Shangwan Huofeng. The audience was filled. Brothers and sisters, the day of our revenge has come. I believe everyone remembers the events that transpired a few days ago. The Scorpion Brigade attacked our Special Abilities Bureau, killing our brothers and sisters. Do you think we can let them off the hook? No. Everyone in the venue responded in unison. Very well, I hereby announce the combat mission. This time, everyone above the Master Realm from our Special Abilities Bureau will set out. I have not been idle these past half-month. I have already investigated the location of the Scorpion Brigade's branch in Nanjing City. To avoid any unexpected events, I have already requested reinforcements from Shanchu City. Their reinforcement team will arrive shortly. This time we must eradicate the Scorpion Brigade in one fell swoop. Alright, everyone go back and prepare. You few stay, we will hold a small meeting. Shang Wanhuofeng looked at Bai Jie and the others. After listening, Chen Hao prepared to leave. Chen Hao, you come over too. Oh, okay. Chen Hao followed Shang Wanhuofeng to her office. Once inside, Shang Wanhuofeng closed the door. Chen Hao glanced around and found 6 people in the room. They were Shang Wanhuofeng, Shi Jian, Bai Jie, Wu Yin, and Du Gahan. And then there was Chen Hao himself. Shang Wanhuofeng turned to Du Gahan and spoke. Du Gahan, I will entrust the command of the main force to you this time. Good. Du Gahan nodded in response. Chen Hao glanced at Du Gahan. Du Gahan was a woman, her face as cold as frost, always wearing a stern expression, giving the impression that everyone owed her money. Shang Wanhuofeng then addressed the remaining few, saying, for this mission, we will not follow the main force. We have a more important task. A more important task? Yes. We need to carry out an assassination. We must kill the branch leader of the Scorpion Brigade. Xiao, how do you know why I called you? I don't know. I heard you can play the flute and hypnotize enemies, or I hope you can help at that time. You don't need to control them for long, you just hold them for a second, and I can kill her. No problem. Alright, everyone prepare. We will set off tonight. That night the members of the Special Abilities Bureau set off, in a grand manner. They quickly arrived outside a tall building. Looking at the towering skyscraper, everyone felt it was unbelievable. They had not expected the Scorpion Brigade's branch to be located in such a place. At Du Gahan's command, everyone launched an attack on the Scorpion Brigade's branch. Suddenly the sounds of shouting and killing filled the air. Boom. Someone used their abilities to blast open the main door. Everyone charged in. They encountered resistance, but without exception, all were killed. At this time, on the top floor of the building, Huang Wenjiao looked down at the densely packed people, gritting her teeth. Who are these people? Why are they attacking us? From their clothing, they appear to be from the Special Abilities Bureau. The Special Abilities Bureau again, the Special Abilities Bureau, they really have no memory. It seems we didn't scare them last time. Boss, what should we do now? What else can we do? Now the enemy is numerous and powerful. Oh, it looks like they've called for outside help. Let's go, we are leaving this place. The Scorpion Brigade, like dandelions, can take root anywhere they land, as long as the roots are preserved. Huang Wenjiao was already planning to make a drastic decision. She took a few subordinates to the rooftop, where a helicopter was waiting. After Huang Wenjiao and the others got in, she ordered her subordinates to take off. As the helicopter ascended, Huang Wenjiao glanced at the building ablaze with flames. We shall meet again, let's wait and see. We remember today's grudge. Just as Huang Wenjiao gritted her teeth, in anger a fire phoenix engulfed in flames charged over. It crashed directly into the helicopter. Boom. The helicopter exploded. Several figures jumped out of the helicopter, revealing themselves to be Huang Wenjiao and her team. They adjusted their positions in midair and ultimately landed on top of a building. Huang Wenjiao, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Shang Wanhuofeng smiled as she addressed Huang Wenjiao. It's you. Damn it. Huang Wenjiao realized she had fallen into Shang Wanhuofeng's trap. Chen Hao and Shi Jian arrived downstairs. He saw Bai Jie fighting a woman. Bai Jie's willow leaf blade gleamed with cold light, clashing with the other's peach blossom fan, emitting a series of metallic clangs. Bai Jie'll help you. Shi Jian said, moving forward. Don't come over. Bai Jie stopped him. Although Shi Jian was strong, he was still a general stage superpower user. A confrontation at the king stage was not something a minor figure like him could engage in. Haha, who would have thought you actually care about that big guy? What's the matter, fallen for him? But I heard big guys usually have small. You know. Bai Jie did not respond to the vulgar remarks. Her response was Bai Jie's sharp willow leaf blade. Shi Jian looked at Chen Hao and said, Xiao Hao, need your help again. No problem. Chen Hao took out a flute and began to play. The woman, seeing this, quickly leaped back to create. Chen Hao's attack missed. You're too many, not playing with you anymore. The woman in a pink long skirt stepped and fled into the distance. Bai Jie did not pursue. She knew she couldn't stop the opponent. Let's go check on Sister Huofeng. Boom. 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 Shang Wanhuofeng and Huang Wenjiao fought with all their might. The two were incredibly destructive. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed, turning into ruins. Is this the power of a spirit stage powerhouse? Shi Jian was reluctant. Even just the pressure was unbearable for him. Shi Jian gritted his teeth. Reason told him to flee as far as possible. but he knew he couldn't escape. If he ran, he would be a deserter for life. Bai Jie glanced at Shangwan Hofeng, then turned to Chun Hao and shouted, "Let's go help the others." No one could assist in Shangwan Hofeng's battle. Anyone who tried to get close would be injured by the shockwaves of their fight. Getting closer could mean death. Chun Hao and the others headed toward the Scorpion Brigade's branch. On the way, Chun Hao saw a pit and looked inside. Someone was lying there. It was the one Shi Jian had knocked down from the building. The man was covered in blood, still struggling. Such a cockroach can't even die from that height. Pity he's crippled. Chun Hao condensed a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at the man. Boom. The fireball engulfed him, instantly igniting. Ding dong. Congratulations, host corpse collected successfully. Obtained strength ability, metallization. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chun Hao's lips curled slightly. Great, another ability obtained. And it's the strength metallization ability. With this, my defense can be elevated several levels. After burning the enemy's corpse, Chun Hao and Shi Jian continued advancing toward the Scorpion Brigade's branch. Inside the branch at that time, a mad-looking man with disheveled white hair watched the Superpower Bureau members advancing and narrowed his eye. "You want to come? Then come." He took out a gas canister and threw it into a laboratory, then turned, and a few Bureau members stepped forward. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flew out. Before they could react, their heads were severed. Then a swarm of similar creatures flew out of the lab, flapping wings and starting to kill. Bloodthirsty mantises. Bloodthirsty mantises are here. No, there are bloodthirsty mantises here. Retreat. Someone shouted. The people who had been fighting immediately began to withdraw. The bloodthirsty mantises cared for nothing. Their only thought was to kill all living beings in sight. They started a massacre. Both Bureau members and Scorpion Brigade members fell victim. Damn it, why are there bloodthirsty mantises here? These things are at least general stage in strength. Bloodthirsty mantises are natural hunters. Superpower users below general stage are like lambs to slaughter before them. Although the Bureau had some general stage masters, they were few. Facing hundreds of mantises, they were stretched thin. Du Guhan condensed ice in her hands, freezing the approaching mantises one by one. Seeing this, the others instinctively moved closer to her. But after a few steps, they gave up. Standing beside Du Guhan was even more dangerous, as she was too cold. Especially when she fought at full power, the chill was unbearable for almost everyone. Inside the room, Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu ran swiftly, pursued by a bloodthirsty mantis. Damn. Lu Xiaoji cursed incessantly. I haven't found a mother for my little tadpoles yet. I can't die here. Liu Xiaobu was panicked. If only Brother Hao were here. Stop talking and run. The mantis accelerated, closing in on Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. Lu Xiaoji regretted it. I shouldn't have attacked it. They had been hiding well, but he had foolhardily used a chrysanthemum finger on the mantis. That led to the current situation. Just as the mantis' sharp scythe was about to slash at Liu Xiaobu, a fireball flew over, hitting the mantis directly. It was engulfed in flames, becoming a huge fireball. It let out a heart-rending screech before being burned alive. Watching the mantis turn to ashes, Lu Xiaoji, "Thighs is over. Are you two all right?" Chun Hao approached Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. "Brother Hao." Liu Xiaobu burst into tears. "Brother Hao, you finally came. A moment later, and you wouldn't have seen us." Liu Xiaobu rushed to hug Chun Hao, but Chun Hao sidestepped. "As long as you're fine." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chun Hao was about to chat, numerous bloodthirsty mantises appeared, fluttering their clang clang. The large sickles on their chests clashed, emitting metallic sounds. Then they lunged at Chun Hao and the others. Xiao Shui. Chun Hao summoned Blood Demon. Transformed into a falcon, Blood Demon possessed immense combat power. It flapped its wings fiercely. A shadow swept past. All the mantises fell to the ground. Chun Hao waved his hand and collected the... Seeing the mantises dealt with, Liu Xiaobu was ecstatic. Lu Xiaoji was bewildered, thinking, can it really be played like this? His heart ached and his spirit was weary. The bloodthirsty mantis was a nightmare-level challenge for them. Yet before Chun Hao, it was simply too easy. The disparity between individuals was truly immense. After Chun Hao dispatched the bloodthirsty mantis, he led Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji toward the upper floors. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoji caught sight of a figure. "Brother Hao, I think I just saw the Mad Doctor." "The Mad Doctor? Where?" "Over there." "All right, let's go." Chun Hao guided the two toward the direction Lu Xiaoji had pointed. As they approached, they saw a white-haired old man crouching low. He held a large backpack and was extracting gold bars from a safe. "I never expected this old fellow to be so greedy," Lu Xiaoji remarked, unable to resist a taunt. "Since he's enjoying it so much, I'll give him a little thrill too." With that, Lu Xiaoji extended a finger. "Oh." The Mad Doctor let out a blood-curdling scream, feeling a searing tear from behind. Blood gushed from the wound, quickly soaking his trousers. Enduring the pain the Mad Doctor forced, he saw Lu Xiaoji snickering. Clearly the one who had ambushed him was none other than Lu Xiaoji. "I'll kill you all." No sooner had he spoken than the Mad Doctor suddenly rose. His form shifted, transforming into a dragon man. The Mad Doctor's dragon form differed from Chun Hao's. Chun Hao retained a human head while the Mad Doctor had become a full dragon head. So this fellow has also used dragon's essence blood, Chun Hao mused inwardly. The Mad Doctor opened his mouth. Boom. A scorching jet of flame erupted from his mouth. Chun Hao and the others swiftly dodged aside. That guy turned into a lizard, Lu Xiaoji yelled as he evaded. Seeing them evade, the Mad Doctor charged forward, his fury overpowering his pain. His sole thought now was to slay Chun Hao and his companions. After bursting forth, he locked onto one target, Lu Xiaoji. That plump, pale, sleazy-looking figure was incredibly provocative, and it was Lu Xiaoji who had ambushed him. So he lunged toward Lu Xiaoji. Help! Murder! Lu Xiaoji screamed, fleeing for his life. The Mad Doctor chased relentlessly. As they rounded a corner, a figure burst out. Bang! The immense impact slammed the Mad Doctor against the wall. The solid wall cracked instantly from the force. It was Chun Hao. Now transformed into a dragon man himself, he seized the Mad Doctor by the throat and lifted him. The Mad Doctor struggled desperately. Against Chun Hao, who possessed multiple abilities, his efforts were futile. He even discovered with horror that his life force was being drained. You're an evil cultivator. The Mad Doctor gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. That an evil cultivator could exist within the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu watched from a distance as Chun Hao, now a dragonman, loomed. Wow, brother Hao looks so cool. Damn, a black dragon man. That's a black dragon. Rumor has it black dragons aren't proficient in magic, but they have one advantage: they possess formidable physiques and can even be immune to certain spells. Liu Xiaobu, already Chun Hao's ardent admirer, found himself even more infatuated. It was the adoration of a fan for an idol. His eyes brimmed with worship. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoji gasped for breath, still shaken. I was scared to death. I thought I was done for. Thank heavens brother Hao was here, or I'd be dead. He patted his chest. Chun Hao drained the Mad Doctor's life force, then hurled him to the ground. With his right hand, he conjured flames and tossed them at the Mad Doctor. The flames engulfed the Mad Doctor, incinerating him. Ding. Congratulations, host. Corpse collection successful. Obtains Shrank ability, Morbid Science Maniac. Morbid Science Maniac Shrank ability. With this ability, you possess boundless imagination, albeit wildly fanciful, such as transplanting a person's buttocks onto their chest for a voluptuous figure, or transferring a bull's prized organ onto a human for endless pleasure. Chun Hao was speechless at the ability's description. System: decompose this ability. It could corrupt the mind. Just moments ago, glancing at Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji, 1,000 twisted experimental ideas had flashed through his thoughts. All of them were utterly malevolent. Ding. Congratulations, host. Morbid Science Maniac ability decomposed. You have obtained 1,000,000 primordial ability orbs. Which ability should I upgrade? Chun Hao pondered, then swiftly decided. System: integrate these 1,000,000 primordial ability orbs into danger precognition. Ding. Primordial ability orbs integrating. Ding. Congratulations, host. Integration successful. Your danger precognition has been upgraded to Shrank. After danger precognition reached Shrank, Chun Hao felt his perception sharpen and the world appeared different. He seemed to glimpse a thread representing fate. Whoa, this almost feels like foreseeing the future. But unlike true foresight, which shows a series of events to come, this is more about warning of danger. It seems I can now navigate toward good fortune and avoid misfortune. Chun Hao attempted to expand his perception. The northwest corner feels extremely perilous. Instinct tells me not to go there. Boom. The instant the thought crossed his mind, a massive explosion erupted in the northwest. Flames and dust billowed in the northwest. Amid the rolling black smoke, two figures were locked in combat. That's Sister Fire Phoenix and that Huang Wenjiao. Chun Hao's sharp eyes recognized them. So this is a battle in the spirit realm. Truly world-shaking. I'll help. A desperate cry drew Chun Hao's attention. He looked toward the sound and saw members of the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. They were being chased and slaughtered by bloodthirsty mantises. Bai Jie and the others fought tooth and nail, but their strength was limited, managing only to block a few. The remaining mantises lunged at the Master Realm Bureau members. Seeing this, Chun Hao called to Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu, Xiaobu, find somewhere to hide. I'm going down to help. With that, he leaped out the window. Wow, is that true? Brother Hao is so fierce. This place is at least 10 floors high. Just as Lu Xiaoji and the others were puzzled. Chirp! A bird's call rang out. A hawk appeared, grasping Chun Hao's shoulder and soaring downwards. Chun Hao finally landed on the ground. His appearance drew everyone's attention. He gathered flames in his hands and began to slaughter the bloodthirsty mantises. The Blood Demon also joined the battle. Whether it was Chun Hao with his fire abilities or the Blood Demon in hawk form, both were nemesis of the bloodthirsty mantises. Watching Chun Hao slaughtering with abandon, the members of the Ability Bureau were extremely excited. Who is that guy? He's so fierce. Look at that appearance, it seems to be Chun Hao. Chun Hao, he is so handsome. A cute girl transformed into Chun Hao's little fan. I didn't expect Chun Hao to grow so fast. Am envious, truly envious, no wonder he is Fire Phoenix's disciple. What with the gap between people is too large? We have no means to resist the bloodthirsty mantises. He fights the bloodthirsty mantises as if a father is beating his son. Bai Jie and Shi Jian also witnessed the formidable Chun Hao. How did this kid change so much? Bai Jie saw Chun Hao in his dragon form. He must have imitated a new ability, Bai Jie thought, looking at Chun. After all, he could be considered Chun Hao's mentor. Chun Hao's achievements today naturally owe some credit to him. Let's speed up our efforts. After dealing with these guys, let's go help Fire Phoenix. Okay. Bai Jie's demeanor changed. She looked serious and her willow leaf knife slashed through many bloodthirsty mantises, still sharp as ever. Each swipe could slay a bloodthirsty mantis. Shi Jian was more violent, his fists clenched as he hammered away. Bang, bang, bang. The bloodthirsty mantises struck by him would have their bodies caved in. With the cooperation of Chun Hao and the others, all the bloodthirsty mantises were killed. Seeing this, everyone felt a surge of joy. Bang. Just as they were preparing to support Shangguan Huofeng, a figure flew back. Chun Hao's keen eyes recognized that figure. It was Huang Wenjiao. Chun Hao would not miss the opportunity to strike a fallen foe. He concentrated flames in his right hand and shot them out fiercely. He unleashed the maximum power of his flames. The flames hit Huang Wenjiao. Oh, Huang Wenjiao was engulfed in flames. The scorching fire burned her body. She tried to resist, but she was on her last legs. Just like that, she was burned alive by Chun Hao's flames. Shangguan Huofeng staggered over from a distance, now in a state as fragile as a candle in the wind. Suddenly Shangguan Huofeng stumbled, and just as she was about to fall, swoosh. A figure flashed and appeared and he supported Shangguan Huofeng. You little brat, where are your hands? I'm sorry, Sister Huofeng. Chun Hao quickly let go after helping her up. He just wanted to save her and didn't think too much. This kid is always so reckless, Bai Jie commented as she used holy light healing to treat Shangguan Huofeng's injuries. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse. You have obtained S-level ability, Scorpion Queen. Huang Wenjiao actually had S-level abilities. But this girl really is resistant to burning. After burning for so long, it finally turned her to ash. With Huang Wenjiao's defeat, the Scorpion Brigade in Nanjing had been significantly reduced. There were still some small fries lurking in the shadows, and they couldn't be handled for the time being. Swoosh. A figure appeared. Everyone turned to see it was Wu Yan. Got it done? Shangguan Huofeng asked Wu Yan. No, that guy got away. Let him run. Shangguan Huofeng looked utterly helpless. She was exhausted, and all she could think of was to get a good night's sleep. At this moment, Duge Han walked over, still wearing her cold demeanor. Seeing Shangguan Huofeng like this, Duge Han said, Huofeng, you should go back and rest first. Leave this to me. All right. Shangguan Huofeng left with Bai Jie's support. Wu Yan also slipped away. Brother Hao. Chun Hao noticed Lu Xiaoji calling him. He immediately walked over to Lu Xiaoji. Come over here. Seeing Lu Xiaoji's mysterious demeanor, Chun Hao had no choice but to walk over. Under Lu Xiaoji's guidance, Chun Hao arrived at a room. At this moment, Lu Xiaobu was waiting there with 2 large bags on his back. Oh, I'm so tired I could die. Chun Hao frowned upon seeing this. Brother Hao, look. Lu Xiaoji lifted the backpack on Lu Xiaobu's chest. Inside, golden objects were suddenly revealed. Gold. MHM. Lu Xiaoji nodded. Brother Hao, don't you have spatial abilities? Can't you just store all these? I discussed it with Xiaobu. All of these are for you. All right. Chun Hao was not polite with Lu Xiaoji, and he directly stored the 2 large bags of gold in his space. Chun Hao said to Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu, let's keep these here for now. In the future, this will be our joint property. If you want to buy something, just come to me to withdraw it. However, there are conditions for using it. There must be a valid reason. I won't give you money for random spending. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were suddenly delighted to hear this. Chun Hao's words made them feel sweet in their hearts. They increasingly felt that they had not followed the wrong person. Hee, I told you following Brother Hao means we get to eat meat every meal. Lu Xiaoji spoke. Yeah, Brother Hao eats meat and Xiaobu, and I just drink soup. Lu Xiaobu chimed in. Alright, we've settled things here, let's go back. Okay. The 3 of them set off on their journey back. On the way back, Lu Xiaoji drove, while Lu Xiaobu sat in the passenger seat. Chun Hao sat alone in the back of the car thinking about how to deal with the Scorpion Queen ability. For a moment, Chun Hao had no clue. Let's hold on to it for now, I'll figure it out when I need it later. He successfully returned to the Ability Bureau in Lu Xiaoji's car. As Chun Hao returned to the Ability Bureau, another guy walked into a secret base holding a samurai sword, his expression very grim. He said to the people in the secret base, quick report to the superiors, say that something happened in the Nanjing branch. The Ability Bureau attacked and killed most of us. The person in charge of the secret base widened his eyes, his mouth slightly open, as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Oh, okay. He immediately went to report. The Scorpion Mercenary Corps was a vast organization divided into 4 regional branches, east, west, south, and north. Nanjiang City fell under the jurisdiction of the Southern Branch. At that moment, 3 individuals sat in the Southern Branch's office. One man was slight and wiry, his narrow eyes darting with furtive cunning. Another was built like an ox, massive, silent, and unmoving in his seat. Seated squarely in the center was a third man, broad-shouldered and fierce-eyed, his countenance that of a tiger. These were the 3 generals of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps' Southern Branch: Zishu Rat, Chonyo Ox, and Inhu Tiger. Tiger held seniority among them, and all 3 had attained the revered realm. Speak your minds. How shall we resolve this? Inhu's piercing gaze swept across his 2 companions. Zishu meanwhile puffed thoughtfully on his pipe, drawing deeply and exhaling with visible relish. What else can we do? If we're wiped out, so be it. It's not the first time. Zishu shrugged indifferently. Chonyo, what say you? What's your view? Chonyo stood with arms crossed, his expression utterly bewildered. Give him a battlefield. He'd charge first without hesitation. But ask him to deliberate. That lay far beyond his domain. Up. Inhu sighed heavily. Enough. Let it be. Lately, not only the Southern Branch, but all regional branches had suffered assaults from the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Their forces had sustained heavy losses. Yet the Scorpion Mercenary Corps' foundations remained intact. Given time, they would rise again like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Zishu drew another slow puff from his pipe and continued, Water too clear holds no fish. We've grown arrogantly self-assured, like the ancient kingdom of Yalong, blind to its own limits. We fancied ourselves invincible. Perhaps opportunity will come, but not now. To act now would be nothing short of suicide. Do you think the Paranormal Affairs Bureau lacks the will to crush us? No, they dare not, for they are cats, and we are mice. Tell me, what use is a cat if there are no mice left to hunt? Zishu's words struck Inhu like lightning. It was the first time he'd heard such insight. So you mean, the Bureau could have eradicated us long ago? They've spared us deliberately, to keep us useful. Zishu nodded. A promising pupil indeed. Chonyo, listening nearby, remained utterly perplexed. Then, shall we still carry out those operations? Carry them out. Of course, we must. And execute them flawlessly. It's all about timing. Precision matters more than force. Take Huang Wenjiao. She overreached, her timing disastrously off. Cats feed on mice. If mice stay hidden, the cats lose their purpose and their prestige. Then the cats grow frantic, hunting us desperately. For us, that would be a costly, futile provocation. So what do we do now? Chonyo turned to Zishu. As the trio's strategist, Zishu's word was law. This blow has wounded us deeply. Yet if we suffer, they shall not prosper unscathed. I'll dispatch my agents at once, to identify who claimed the greatest triumph this time. I'll issue bounties on them. We may not strike openly, but we can wield others' blades. The assassins on the kill list. Greed is their compass. They follow gold, not loyalty. Just increase our offer, and they'll leap at the chance. Increase our offer. Inhu frowned deeply. Don't fixate on fleeting losses. Think generations ahead. Very well. I defer to your judgment. Chunhao returned to the Paranormal Affairs Bureau and encountered Bai Jia emerging from Shangwan Huifeng's office. She paused momentarily, startled upon seeing him. Then she smiled mischievously. Brat, how was the field just now? Big enough. Her laughter was knowing, playful, and unapologetically bold. Chunhao rolled his eyes instinctively. He knew exactly what she meant, and reflexively clenched his fist once more as if testing the memory. Not bad. Somewhere between B and D. A sudden, unmistakable rumble echoed from Bai Jia. She flushed faintly, perhaps embarrassed by the sound's volume, then laughed softly. Bai Jia, I'm hungry too. Shall we go eat together? Fine. The Bureau's cafeteria hadn't opened yet, so they decided to dine out. Bai Jia, what would you like? I'd like congee. How about abalone congee? Silky, springy, rich in texture. If you can bear its oceanic aroma. Agreed. Abalone congee it is. Chunhao led Bai Jia to a renowned congee shop. Bai Jia, this place is famous. Look, crowded already. Bai Jia nodded, and they found seats inside. What'll you two have? The proprietor approached warmly. 2 bowls of abalone congee. Coming right up. Brother, anything else? Bull penis, lamb kidneys, stir-fried garlic chives. As he spoke, the owner glanced discreetly, then admiringly, at Bai Jia. He was awestruck. After decades running this shop, he'd seen countless patrons, but never a woman whose beauty rivaled hers. For my bowl, master, what would you recommend to make it truly delicious? Just add whatever you think best. Bai Jia, overhearing, teased. Why only for yourself? Master, I'll have the same. Right away. The proprietor departed. Chunhao chuckled. Are you certain you can handle it? What's there to handle? Don't underestimate me. You can eat it. Why can't I? 10 minutes later, Chunhao stared into his bowl, brow furrowed. Bai Jia, are you serious? He watched incredulous as she transferred every piece of bull penis and lamb kidney from her bowl into his. What's wrong? Afraid it's been touched? Not at all. Then dig in. Don't waste good food. After finishing their meal, they strolled back, digesting leisurely. Whether drawn by Bai Jie's subtle fragrance or the potency of their supper, Chun Hao felt an unmistakable surge within. His body stirred fiercely, eager for a duel. Bai Jie noticed his predicament and grinned, craving it badly. Then beg me. What if I say yes? The moment the words left her lips, Chun Hao lunged toward her. What are you doing? Bai Jie originally just wanted to tease Chun Hao. She didn't expect this guy to be serious. Chun Hao wore a serious expression as he pulled Bai Jie aside. Before long, a figure dressed in ninja attire appeared. Where are the people? I clearly saw them heading this way. To prevent being discovered by them, I even ran ahead to lay an ambush. Looking at the empty road, the ninja was somewhat confused. Gazing at the ninja before him, Chun Hao thought to himself, level ability shadow clone with the strength of a first-tier Wong realm expert. Who exactly is this to make such a big move? They actually sent a Wong realm expert to kill me. At this moment, Bai Jie frowned slightly, pondering the origin of the ninja as Chun Hao and the others vanished. The ninja leaped away immediately. You can let go now, right? Seeing the ninja leave, Bai Jie couldn't help but speak to Chun Hao. Chun Hao realized he had Bai Jie pinned against the wall, their bodies pressed tightly together. Oh, all right. Chun Hao and Bai Jie distanced themselves. Do you know who that guy was? Bai Jie asked Chun Hao. If you don't know, how would I know? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie pondered for a moment. Judging by the other party's attire and skills, they resemble an assassin. As she spoke, Bai Jie took out her phone and began searching. In no time, she found an answer. Kid, look, that guy is after you. Bai Jie displayed the phone in front of Chun Hao. It showed that the task to assassinate Chun Hao had been taken by someone called the Shadow Assassin. Seeing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but ask Bai Jie, Sister Bai Jie, what is this? And how do you know the other party is here to kill me, and not coming after you? The other party isn't a fool. I'm at the 5th level of Wong Realm, and they're at the 1st level. Unless they were drunk, they would never take on the task of assassinating me. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao nodded. As for this thing, it's called the Assassin Alliance. It is a central hub for all assassins in this world. Here, as long as you can pay, someone will do the job for you. What if I want to assassinate the leader of the Scorpion Brigade? That's also possible. But you can't afford that price. After all, the leader of the Scorpion Brigade possesses unfathomable strength. Attempting to assassinate him is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao changed the subject. Sister Bai Jie, what must I do to join the Assassin Alliance like you? You want to join the Assassin Alliance? Bai Jie didn't expect this guy who looked so upright to want to join the Assassin Alliance. If you can join, why can't I? Fine then. Bai Jie didn't ask Chun Hao why. I happen to have an invitation code, so he'll let you have it at a discount. Hand me your phone. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao handed her his phone. After taking it, Bai Jie performed a series of operations before returning the phone to Chun Hao. I've already installed it for you. From now on, you can use this account to take on tasks directly. Thank you, sister. Is one thank you enough? What do you want me to do? Should I repay you with my body? Get lost, you still owe me a lot of points, and now you also owe me a favor. After we return this time, I need to think carefully about how you'll repay me. Seeing Bai Jie like this, Chun, let's go, sister Bai Jie, let's head back. Back? Aren't we waiting a bit longer? No need, that guy is already. Hearing this, Bai Jie was somewhat surprised. Even though she was at the 5th level of Wong Realm, she wouldn't dare to say it so confidently. Where does this kid get his confidence? Little did Bai Jie know Chun Hao possessed the ability of danger prediction, allowing him to avoid peril. Now that the feeling of danger had dissipated, it was clear the other party had left. The two of them walked for more than half an hour and returned to the Ability Bureau. As soon as they arrived, Bai Jie reminded Chun Hao, since someone has been keeping an eye on you lately, why not stay inside the Ability Bureau? Don't run around aimlessly. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao smiled slightly. Okay, I understand, thank you, sister Bai Jie. Bai Jie smiled and left. Just after Bai Jie walked away, Chun Hao furrowed his brows. All the way here, he had been contemplating a question. That is how to deal with the one who possesses the shadow clone ability. Chun Hao pondered while walking toward his room. As Chun Hao passed by a room, he suddenly heard a lewd sound. This is Lu Xiaoji's room. This guy is probably amusing himself in there again. Looking at Lu Xiaoji's door, Chun Hao suddenly had a brilliant idea. Right, Xiaoji doesn't have many skills, but he has the most tricks. Why not consult him? What a blunder, a serious blunder. Saying this, Chun Hao knocked on Lu Xiaoji's door. At this moment, Lu Xiaoji was in high spirits. When the door rang, he nearly lost his soul. Who is it? Me, Chun Hao. How? Brother Hao. Wait a moment, brother Hao, I'm coming right now. Inside, the sound of hurried dressing could be heard. Shortly after, Lu Xiaoji emerged wearing pants with his upper body bare. Brother Hao, why are you here so late? Xiaoji, I have a question I want to consult with you. A question you want to consult with me? Lu Xiaoji frowned slightly as if he had thought of something. He smiled and said, Brother, how have you fallen for some girl? It's okay, just tell me, and I'll guide you. I can tell you I'm a master among flowers, a friend of women, there's nothing I can't do. Hearing this, Chun Hao rolled his eyes at Lu Xiaoji. I'm not here for that. I want to ask you, if someone has the ability of shadow clone, how should I deal with him? Shadow clone, huh? Lu Xiaoji thought for a moment before saying, is the other party strong? Pretty strong, at least stronger than me. Stronger than you. If it were me, I would seek outside help. Seek outside help. Yeah, it's like playing a game. If your secondary account can't win, find a high-level account to carry you. Right? How did I not think of that? Xiaoji, you're really smart. He just average second best in the world, only slightly worse than you, brother. How? As for the shadow clone ability you mentioned, it's even easier to deal with. As long as you lead the opponent into a club, that room can only be entered, not exited, and then everything will be accomplished. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao smiled. He suddenly felt that chatting with Lu Xiaoji was an extremely wise choice. On the morning of the fourth day, Chun Hao left the ability bureau. During these 4 days, he had been scheming to catch his opponent all at once. After all, his opponent possessed the ability of shadow clone. If he sensed anything amiss, he would immediately turn and flee. As Chun Hao walked down the street, he soon felt someone following him. The fish has taken the bait. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. This ability to foresee danger is truly useful. As the person drew closer, the sense of danger intensified. Just as the person was about to make a move, Chun Hao arrived at the door of a house, opened it, and stepped inside. The person following Chun Hao was overjoyed at this sight. He had been lurking outside the ability bureau for a long time to catch Chun Hao. After finally seeing him come out, he did not want to miss this opportunity. After glancing around to prevent any surprises, he directly utilized his shadow clone ability. He conjured up 2 clones. One of the clones opened the door and walked inside. Meanwhile, the real body hid in the flower bed outside, sensing the information relayed by the clone. Where's that brat? The real body discovered that Chun Hao seemed to be absent from the room. Has he hidden away? He commanded the clone to search within the room. The result was disappointing. Chun Hao seemed to have vanished into thin air, and no matter how hard he searched, he could not find him. Strange, where could he be? Just as he was puzzled. Are you looking for me? The person tracking Chun Hao jumped at the sound, startled. He immediately looked to the side. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Hao had appeared nearby. Kid, what kind of trick is this? Chun Hao was currently at the realm of transformation, while the opponent was at the realm of kings. He used the ability of concealment to hide his presence, so the opponent had not detected him. Whoosh. Before Chun Hao could react, the opponent lunged at him with a dagger. What the heck, you're not playing by the rules. Chun Hao expected his opponent to talk a bit, but to his surprise, the opponent attacked without a word. Fortunately, Chun Hao possessed the ability to teleport. He vanished from his original spot. The sharp dagger stabbed at nothing, causing the opponent to stumble and nearly kid, you're dead meat. The opponent stomped his foot and instantly conjured up 2 clones. All 3 charged at Chun Hao simultaneously. Seeing this, Chun Hao naturally did not dare to confront them heated. Sister Huofeng, I'm counting on you. Alright. Shangguan Huofeng stepped out from the shadows upon hearing this. With her hands gathering flames, she charged toward the opponent. Bang! In just a few exchanges, the man's clones were scattered, and he was sent flying after taking a punch. Uff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, glaring fiercely at Chun Hao and Shangguan Huofeng. While saying this, he took out something and slammed it to the ground. Boom! A cloud of white smoke enveloped. Smoke bomb. Shangguan Huofeng furrowed her brows upon seeing this. Oh no, that guy is escaping. It's fine, he won't get away. The man, gritting his teeth against the pain in his body, tried to flee. Crash! He suddenly collided with something and nearly broke his nose. What? What is this? It seems there's a wall here. The man instinctively reached out to touch it, only to realize there was a transparent glass-like wall in front of him. At this moment, Chun Hao approached with Shangguan Huofeng. Alright, don't struggle anymore. Dream on if you think you can escape from my space. Your space? The man exclaimed, his eyes widening as if he had thought of something. You are a space-type ability user. Oh, you're quite perceptive, but unfortunately you're going to die here. Just as Chun Hao finished speaking, Shangguan Huofeng charged at the opponent. Bang! After just 2 moves, the opponent was taken down. To prevent any potential trouble, Shangguan Huofeng dealt the finishing blow, stomping down hard and crushing him. Alright, it's taken care of now. Don't say I don't help you as your master. In the future, it's best if you resolve your own issues to avoid becoming dependent on me. Yes. Chun Hao laughed. He knew that Shangguan Huofeng had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. When he personally sought her help. Without a word, Shangguan Huofeng agreed immediately. Chun Hao gathered flames in his right hand and threw it at the man's corpse, instantly igniting it. The flames spread rapidly. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have successfully collected the corpse. You have obtained the level ability, Shadow Clone. Not bad, this ability is finally in my hands. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chun Hao was immensely excited. Back in the day, this ability was a special skill of a certain nine-tailed fox. Alright, now that the task is done, I need to get back to work. With that, Shangguan Huofeng prepared to leave. Okay, Sister Huofeng, take care. Chun Hao did not follow Shangguan Huofeng out, but turned and entered the house next to him. Is this Sister Hufeng's? Shangwan Hufeng had given Chunhao the key and he planned to take some time here to digest the abilities he had just gained. Shadow Clone Technique. Chunhao directly used the Shadow Clone ability. His energy was limited, so he could only create one clone. Go get me a cup of water. Following Chunhao's instructions, the Shadow Clone walked over to the nearby water dispenser. It picked up a disposable cup and filled it with water, then brought it to Chunhao. Not bad, not bad. Chunhao noticed that although the Shadow Clone lacked intelligence, it could still perform basic. In Chunhao's view, the Shadow Clone was like a dull robot that did not think much. Pretty good. It's worth it for me to decompose the S-level ability and fuse the obtained original ability orb into my space manipulation ability. To be able to eliminate his opponent, Chunhao had stayed in the ability bureau for several days. During this time, he had been developing his space manipulation ability. Due to limited mental power, Chunhao found that he could only enclose a section of the world. He referred to this skill as Pig Pen. What is Pig Pen? It's enclosing the enemy, treating them like pigs to be slaughtered. Hiss. Previously, Chunhao's mental focus had been heightened, so he hadn't felt anything. Now that he relaxed, he immediately felt a severe headache. This Pig Pen is good, but it consumes a bit too much mental energy. I need to find a way to enhance my mental power. Looks like I have to seek out Lu Fengfeng again. Chunhao left Shangwan Hufeng's house and headed to the ability bureau to find Lu Fengfeng. He needed her help to check if there were any adorable family members with abilities to enhance mental power. Chunhao arrived at Lu Fengfeng's office. He opened the door and found her eating boba chicken. Would you like some? Lu Fengfeng's lips were glistening with fiery red oil. No thanks, I'm not fond of it. Have you made any progress on the person I asked you to look up? Not yet. Lu Fengfeng shook her head. Psychic-type metahumans are exceedingly rare. Once identified, they're immediately snatched up by major organizations. Their records are deliberately concealed. Locating one is nearly impossible. Chunhao felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for a breakthrough, only to leave empty-handed. It seems I'll have to focus on cultivation. As a metahuman's power grows, so too do physical prowess and mental acuity. Chunhao left Lu Fengfeng's office intending to take on a mission. Just then, ding. His phone chimed. He pulled it out and saw a notification from an app. This is the Assassin Alliance's application. He suddenly recalled Bai Jia had installed it for him. He hadn't opened it once since. Chunhao tapped the Assassin Alliance icon and entered the app's interface. He began experimenting cautiously. Within moments, he grasped the app's extraordinary capabilities. It doesn't just allow bounties on targets. It also permits bounties on objects. As long as you possess enough dark coins, you can acquire anything you desire. But I don't have a single dark coin. He checked his account. 0 balance. I'll go see Senior Sister Bai Jia first. Perhaps she knows how to obtain dark coins. Chunhao headed for Bai Jia's medical clinic. The moment he stepped inside, something obscured his vision. He instantly retreated. 1,000 curses surged through his mind. Am I possessed by Nobita? That fool always stumbled upon Shizuka bathing, until she finally married. As for Chunhao Creek, Bai Jia opened the door. Senior Sister Bai, she said nothing, only smiled and gently pulled him inside. Moments later, muffled thuds echoed from within. A few minutes passed. Chunhao emerged with panda-eye bruises, gazing at Bai Jia with wounded bewilderment. He muttered inwardly, a woman's heart is deeper than the ocean's abyss. I've seen her before. Last time was perfectly fine. Why this time? Isn't it said first time, strange second time, familiar third time, sharing the same bed? Alright, what brings you here? Bai Jia crossed her arms. Senior Sister Bai, I'd like to know how to obtain dark coins. Dark coins? Why ask about those? I need certain information, but conventional methods yield nothing. I thought perhaps the Assassin Alliance's network might help me acquire it. Bai Jia nodded. Earning dark coins is simple. Either deposit funds or complete missions. To deposit, you'll first need a World Bank debit card. The exchange rate between dark coins and long coins is 1 to 1 million. What a 1 to 1 million. Instinctively, Chunhao searched his own bounty listing. Well, they certainly value my life highly. 3 million long coins for my head. He discovered his bounty stood at 30 dark coins. Senior Sister Bai, if I accept a mission, how do I submit proof of completion? Simple. I'll demonstrate once and you'll understand. She promptly transferred 10 dark coins into his account. After a brief search, she selected a mission for him. See that yellow button? It says Submit Mission. Once submitted, the Assassin Alliance will verify your progress. Upon successful completion, the reward will be deposited directly into your account. Chunhao stared in silence. He hadn't expected Bai Jia to assign him a mission outright. And if I failed to complete it? Most missions carry strict deadlines. Accepting one requires paying a penalty fee up front. Should you miss the deadline, the mission is deemed failed, and your penalty fee forfeited. Why does the Assassin Alliance seem almost humane? Huh. Bai Jia frowned. Chunhao chuckled. I assumed that if an assassin accepted a task but couldn't finish it, the Alliance would dispatch a replacement and eliminate the original assassin. You think the Assassin Alliance is the Kill Tower? The Kill Tower. What's that? Chunhao realized how little he truly understood this world. The Kill Tower is an elite assassination syndicate. Exactly 100 operatives, codename 001 through 100. The higher the rank, the greater the strength. The Assassin Alliance is a civilian organization, chaotic, diverse, full of unpredictable elements. The Kill Tower is different. Every member is a pure assassin. Each functions like an emotionless machine. When assigned a target, their sole objective is termination, without hesitation, without compromise. At any cost. Once someone placed a contract with the Kill Tower to assassinate a high-ranking official of our Metahuman Bureau's Central Directorate. They deployed 3 masters, 2 killed, 1 crippled, and still succeeded in eliminating our official. Do you know his cultivation level, eh? What level? Don't tell me he was at the Venerable Realm. Bai Jie gave him a peculiar look. Had she not reviewed his file, she might have suspected he was feigning ignorance. You're correct, it was the Venerable, more precisely, 5th tier of the Venerable Realm. At that echelon, practitioners are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Each holds immense influence, true titans among titans. Listening, Chunhao's brow furrowed slightly. Phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Immense influence. A quiet laugh rose within him. He could already envision himself having ascended to the Venerable Realm, only to find it teeming with peers while Sovereign Realm adepts strolled freely through city streets. Humanity exists in tiers. When impoverished, everyone around you appears poor. Once you rise slightly, the poor vanish, replaced instead by the wealthy. Enough. You should begin your mission. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'm leaving now. With that, Bai Jie, Chunhao retrieved his phone and examined his newly assigned task. Assassinate this person. Inside a dock, a man with a mouthful of gold teeth sat in his office counting money. I have no other hobbies. I just love money. He was counting the bills when the doors suddenly swung open. Who let you in? Wang Fuguo's face instantly darkened as he glared angrily at the intruder. Boss, didn't you want to eat abalone? I ordered some and the delivery is here. Oh, where is she? She's outside. Wang Fuguo didn't head out immediately. Instead, he turned to the computer in front of him. He operated it, and soon a girl's figure appeared on the screen. The woman wore black stockings with an hourglass figure. She had everything one could ask for. So, boss, a real stunner, isn't she? The underling chuckled lewdly. Slap. To his surprise, Wang Fuguo slapped him. A stunner? Open your dog eyes and look. Such an ugly woman, and you call her a stunner. The slapped underling felt deeply aggrieved, rubbing the spot where he was hit. Then I'll go chase her away and find a better one. Wait. What is it, boss? Find someone according to this pattern. With that, Wang Fuguo handed the... Looking at the photo, the underling couldn't help twitching his mouth. He silently complained, boss, taste is real. He actually likes fat women. But then he suddenly imagined something and instantly understood. A fleshy feel is quite nice. Otherwise, why would anyone like me tag pounding chicken? He walked out and approached the woman. Sorry, please, my boss doesn't like your type. He says you're too ugly. Here, take this as your travel expenses. He handed her a red banknote. The woman's face instantly darkened upon hearing that. One could say anything, but not that she was ugly. Die. She suddenly struck a sharp dagger, slashing across the underling's throat. SSSSS. The underling clutched his spurting throat, his eyes wide open. Even as he died, he couldn't figure out why she killed him. Rat-a-tat. The commotion caught the attention of the other underlings, who opened fire. Countless bullets shot toward the woman. The woman made a sudden leap and vanished into thin air. Everyone was baffled. Before they could react, she had already slipped into the office. Didn't I say nobody comes in without my permission, eh? Wang Fuguo looked up and met the woman's gaze directly. The woman lunged at Wang Fuguo, dagger in hand. Wang Fuguo, unfazed, grabbed the desk with both hands and flipped it violently. The desk shot forward. Then Wang Fuguo, holding a briefcase in his left hand, punched toward the desk with his right fist. Bang! His fist pierced through the desk and struck the woman directly. The woman was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall behind her. You're a Jiang level ability, and you're 3rd tier Jiang. The woman was a 2nd tier Jiang level ability user. She had thought that with her strength, dealing with Wang Fuguo would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, he was so powerful. Wang Fuguo started sprinting and kicked at the woman with his right foot. She dodged with a swift sidestep. Then she began to flee. Where do you think you're going? The woman ran ahead, Wang Fuguo chased behind. They dashed out of the dock one after the other. Chunhao had just arrived at the dock. His target was also Wang Fuguo. Just as he was pondering how to find Wang, 2 figures appeared, Wang Fuguo and the black-stockinged woman. They started fighting. The woman's strength was clearly inferior. Wang Fuguo beat her back repeatedly. That woman has a nice figure. Chunhao had no intention of intervening for now. Who would have thought Wang Fuguo has no sense of chivalry? Every move he makes is a lethal strike. Bang bang bang. Wang Fuguo's fist struck a shipping container, denting it deeply. Awesome, such great While Chunhao was watching the show, Brother over there, if I'm not mistaken, your target is also Wang Fuguwei, right? If so, why not join forces and take him down together? The black-stockinged woman spotted Chen Hao. She couldn't help addressing Chen Hao. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry. You two carry on. This guy. Hearing Chen Hao's words, the woman gritted her teeth in fury. If I'm done playing with you. She pulled out something and threw it hard onto the ground. Bang. Instantly a cloud of purple smoke spread. Poison gas bomb. Wang Fuguwei covered his mouth and nose, turned and fled. By the time the smoke cleared, the black-stockinged woman had vanished. Second tier Jiang, a rank ability, Shadow Escape. This one's pretty strong. Chen Hao assessed the woman. Then he turned to Wang Fuguwei. Cough, cough, cough. Having inhaled some poisonous powder, Wang Fuguwei was coughing violently. Seeing this, Chen Hao gathered a fireball in his right hand and hurled it at Wang Fuguwei. Sensing danger, Wang Fuguwei dodged. No sooner had he landed than he realized someone was beside him. Before Wang Fuguwei could react, the man clenched his right fist, flames swirling around it, and swung at him. Bang! Wang Fuguwei was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a container behind him. Cough, cough, cough. He coughed even more violently. Atop a container, not far away, the woman in black stockings frowned. She couldn't help muttering, "Who is this guy? His strength is incredible." After Wang Fuguwei was knocked back, he frantically patted the ground around him. "Are you looking for this?" Chen Hao shook the briefcase in his hand. Give it to me now." Without the briefcase, Wang Fuguwei instantly became frenzied. Chen Hao paid no heed. After stowing the briefcase into his alternate dimension, he kicked Wang Fuguwei fiercely. Bang! Wang Fuguwei slammed into the container once more. Then Chen Hao hurled a fireball. The fireball hit Wang Fuguwei instantly, setting his body ablaze. Oh! Wang Fuguwei turned into a human torch, screaming in agony. What's going on? The black-stockinged woman's brow furrowed even tighter. If not for the stinging pain of her wounds, she would have thought everything was unreal. Where is that fierce and vigorous Wang Fuguwei now? Earlier when he was beating her, he was nothing like this. While the woman was utterly bewildered, Wang Fuguwei had already been finished by Chen Hao. Chen Hao turned to the black-stockinged woman. Come down, let's talk. The woman in black stockings remained wary of Chen Hao. She said coldly, "We have nothing to talk about." With that, she turned to leave. Her target was Wang Fuguwei. Now that Wang Fuguwei was dead, her mission was naturally complete. Chen Hao glanced at the woman but did not pursue her. Because his target was also Wang Fuguwei, as long as Wang Fuguwei died, the mission would be completed. Leave the rest to others. Chen Hao glanced at Wang Fuguwei, who had been burned to charcoal, then turned and left. He returned to the Special Abilities Bureau and counted the gains of the night. First, killing Wang Fuguwei completed the mission, earning him 5 dark coins. Tonight, I earned 5 dark coins, which means I made 5 million tonight. Indeed, crime pays. Is making money this easy? Secondly, Chen Hao got a good thing. Wang Fugui's ability, Krypton Gold. Krypton Gold, a great ability. Spending 1 million can boost combat power by 0.5 times for 3 minutes. This ability. Could this be the legendary Viagra ability? After using Krypton Gold, one can remain vigorous for 3 minutes. The only pity is that this thing's level is a bit low. If upgraded, it might become stronger. Looking at this ability, Chen Hao's mind suddenly conjured an image of a penguin. Penguin, young man, want a Krypton. Krypton can make you stronger. What? You have no money. No money, no play in MLGB. Do. Just as Chen Hao was fantasizing, his phone suddenly rang. Chen Hao took it out and saw that it was from his grandfather. Grandpa, what's wrong? What do you mean? How long have you been away? Have you forgotten your grandpa? Oh, I wouldn't dare. Come back quickly. I've made a table full of dishes. Okay. Chen Hao went home. As soon as he arrived, he found that his grandfather had prepared a large table of dishes waiting for him. Sit down. Okay. In front of Chen Hao was always an obedient child. The two began chatting as they ate. Chen spoke. Xiao Hao, how long has it been since you last saw Xiao Yu? Xiao Yu? Chen Hao's mind suddenly conjured the image of Gu Yu. I knew it. You haven't contacted her. Xiao Hao, be honest, do you not fancy her? Chen Hao was speechless. Grandpa, I don't. Since that's not the case, go find her tomorrow. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday, and Xiao Yu doesn't have class. I've already contacted your grandpa Gu, and he has told Xiao Yu. Go to Jingda Plaza tomorrow to find Xiao Yu. Seeing the resolute look on Chen Chang's face, Chen Hao had no choice but to agree. The next day, under Chen Chang's instructions, Chen Hao put on new clothes. He arrived at Jingda Plaza. After waiting a while, he saw Gu Yu. Today, Gu Yu was wearing a white long dress and had specially put on makeup. A woman was accompanying her. Upon seeing that woman's appearance, Chen Hao's expression turned a bit unnatural. Why is it her? The woman before him was none other than the one in black stockings he had seen at the dock last night. However, today she wasn't dressed so sexily. A simple green t-shirt and milk pants. The green t-shirt was a bit tight, as if it could barely contain her. This girl was clearly a bad student. Others know how to get an A, but she only knows how to get a C. Is this the legendary, everything is precious for its C? The woman and Gu Yu walked toward Chen Hao. Chen Hao. Gu Yu smiled happily upon seeing him. These days she had been busy with studies, so she hadn't had time to see Chen Hao. Xiao Yue, is he the Hao Gid you always? The woman in black stockings glanced at Chen Hao and said with a smile. Yes, Man Rue, this is Chen Hao whom I often mention. Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Man Rue, Gu Yu Sr. Hello. Chen Hao hadn't expected Man Rue to pretend not to know him, but since she was playing along he naturally couldn't be bothered to expose her. Let's go. I've already booked a spot. Let's go eat. I heard the beef hot pot here is good. Okay. Chen Hao led the two women to the hot pot restaurant. This gathering went very smoothly. The three of them chatted and laughed like long-lost friends. Only Chen Hao and Xiong Man Rue exchanged a glance, both revealing a knowing smile. After the meal, Chen Hao and the others prepared to leave. As they just stepped out of the plaza, they saw a crowd gathered at the entrance. People in the square were looking up and pointing at something above. Chen Hao followed the direction everyone was pointing. He saw a child jumping back and forth on a high platform on the 5th floor of the plaza. That child looked about 5 years old. How did that child get up there? Wow, so dangerous. My God, that's 5 stories high. Where's his mother? Oh dear, young people nowadays are so irresponsible. They have kids, but don't take care of them. What can we do? I can't look, I'm scared. What if the child falls down? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Suddenly, as they were talking, the child placed his hands on the railing. Wow. Everyone was startled, because they saw that the child was about to climb over the railing. He seems to be trying. It's a little flower. There's a flower growing in the crack of the wall. Just as the child was about to fall, a figure, his strong hand grabbed the child just in time. At the sight of the sudden rescuer, everyone wept with joy. Great, great. He saved, the child is saved. Gu Yu and Man Rue were stunned when they saw the person. Chen Hao. They instinctively looked around, only to find that Chen Hao, who had been beside them, had vanished. It really is him. Gu Yu's gaze toward Chen Hao changed, her eyes brimming with even more affection. Man Rue also looked at Chen Hao with newfound respect. She hadn't expected Chen Hao to be so kind-hearted and able to act at the first moment. If Chen Hao had been a second late, that child would have been smashed to pieces. On the 5th floor. Thank you, thank you. The child's mother kept nodding and bowing to Chen Hao in gratitude. She had just gone to the restroom and told the child to wait for her outside. She didn't expect him to run to that place. It's fine as long as the kid is safe. Chen Hao. Chen Hao heard someone calling him and turned to see Tian Wenjing and Kai Wenning. Chen Hao. Just as Chen Hao was about to respond to the two, Gu Yu and Man Rue came up from downstairs. Chen Hao was now standing in the middle. Seeing this, Man Rue narrowed her eyes and revealed a gloating expression. Sister Wenjing. Xiaoya. Just as Man Rue was preparing to watch the commotion, Gu Yu walked over to Tian Wenjing. The two embraced directly, their affection as intimate as could be. Man Rue was a bit bewildered. To her it seemed that both Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu had some connection with Chen Hao. After all, the way they had just called out was somewhat unusual. That was the tone of calling a lover. She never expected that the two could coexist harmoniously. How did this guy manage that? Chen Hao, seeing through Man Rue's thoughts, smiled slightly. He then glanced at Kai Wenting. It seemed that after a few days of not seeing her, Kai Wenting, upon feeling Chen Hao's gaze, her little face blushed, turning her head to the side. Xiaoya, what brings you here today? Me. I naturally came to find Xiao Hao for a meal. Oh. Tian Wenjing glanced at Chen Hao. Chen Hao, Gu Yu is a good girl, you must treat her well. Tian Wenjing said to Chen Hao with a smile. By the way, Sister Wenjing, ever since you taught me last time, we haven't sparred again. Since today is a good day, why not we spar again? Sure. Only our clothes. Tian Wenjing glanced at her and Gu Yu's outfits. Clothes are fine, and we can just go buy some. Aren't there specialty stores over there? Alright. There was a dedicated area for combat in the mall. After Chen Hao paid, they entered. Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu arrived at the fighting venue. Both sides changed into training outfits. Sister Wenjing, am here. Gu Yu began to attack Tian Wenjing. The two started to fight. Chen Hao watched the combat scene. Gu Yu was at the 5th level of the Master Realm, while Tian Wenjing was at the 2nd level of the General Realm. Throughout the match, Gu Yu launched attacks while Tian Wenjing defended. Rather than defense, it felt more like feeding her moves. Tian Wenjing was coaching Gu Yu. Chen Hao, Man Rue, and Kai Wenning sat in the audience and watched. Not bad, Gu Yu, you've made great progress. Hee, this is all thanks to Sister Wenjing. It was evident that Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu had been in frequent contact these days. Just as the two women were fighting, Chen Hao looked at Man Rue. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? At this moment, Man Rue resembled a thorny rose. Anyone who looked at her would get pricked. Chen Hao felt speechless as he turned to Kai Wenning beside him. Here, Wenning, have some water. Kai Wenning noticed the bottle of water in Chen Hao's hand. It's papaya milk drink. Could it be? Kai Wenting instinctively glanced at her good friend. Just as she began to think otherwise, the battle between Tian Wenjing and Gu Yu ended. Both were drenched in sweat from the fight. After they walked, Tian Wenjing said to Chen Hao, why don't you and Man Rue spar a bit too? Right, Xiao Hao, since you're here, why not practice with Sister Man Rue? Let her guide you a bit. Don't underestimate Monroe. She is our senior in her 3rd year and the president of the martial arts club at the school. Hearing this, Chun-Hao looked at Monroe. So what do you say? Want to spar a bit? Sure, I'll spar with you, I'm not afraid. Chun-Hao and Monroe stepped onto the dueling stage. Both stood side by side. Ladies first, you can attack first. Alright. Monroe clenched her fists tightly and lunged at Chun-Hao. Then both sides began to fight. At first their movements were light. As the battle progressed, their movements became increasingly swift. Seeing this, Gu Yu's mouth gradually opened. Although she heard Tian Wenjing say that Chun-Hao had joined the Ability Bureau, she never expected his strength to be this formidable. At this point, Chun-Hao seemed to be suppressing Monroe. Monroe had an expression of reluctance. This guy. She gritted her teeth, feeling extremely frustrated. It felt as if her punches were hitting cotton. Chun-Hao's strength was greater than hers, yet he didn't directly defeat. Instead, he used just a bit more strength than hers to engage her in battle. It was as if they were running. Chun-Hao was in front and Monroe was chasing behind. Monroe felt she was about to catch up to Chun-Hao if she exerted all her strength to accelerate. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she could not close the tiny gap. Frustrating. It was simply too frustrating. I'm done. Monroe stopped, panting heavily. She walked straight toward Gu Yu. She said to Gu Yu, let's go, Xiaoye, it's getting late. There's still evening class. Gu Yu, upon hearing this, looked back at Chun-Hao reluctantly. However, their relationship hadn't yet reached that point. So she smiled and waved at Chun-Hao. Xiaohao, I'm heading back. Alright, take care on your way. Chun-Hao walked ahead. Huh, what's this? He discovered he had stepped on something. When he picked it up, he realized it was an iron plate with the number 100 written on it. It was left by Monroe. Let's put it away for now. After stuffing the iron plate into his pocket, Chun-Hao walked towards Tian Wenjing and Kai Wending. Let's go, we'll head back to the Ability Bureau. The three of them took a taxi back to the Ability Bureau. After arriving, Chun-Hao bid farewell to Tian Wenjing and Kai Wending and headed upstairs. Kai Wending looked at Chun-Hao's figure as he ascended the stairs and couldn't help but asked Tian Wenjing's sister, Wenjing, aren't you going to try to pursue him? Tian Wenjing naturally understood what Kai Wending was implying. Forget it, my goal is to avenge my parents. So I don't want to get involved in these romantic matters. Kai Wending's mouth opened slightly upon hearing this. Just as she was about to say something, she realized Tian Wenjing had already left. Hey! Kai Wending sighed and hurried to chase after the direction Tian Wenjing had gone. Chun-Hao did not return to the dormitory, but went to Lu Fengfeng's office. Fengfeng, help me check this out. See what Chun-Hao handed the iron plate in his hand to Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng, curious, took the iron plate. She glanced at it. Lu Fengfeng hurriedly handed the iron plate back to Chun-Hao. Chun-Hao, honestly, where did you get this? It was clear that Lu Fengfeng was particularly wary of this item. I found it. What's wrong? Do you know what this is? I don't know. Chun-Hao shook his head. Killing Tower. Chun-Hao, have you heard of Killing Tower? Lu Fengfeng felt a chill run down her spine. She never expected that one day she would personally handle the killing token of the Killing Tower. Killing Tower. That organization with only 100 members. Lu Fengfeng nodded. No way could that guy be a member of the Killing Tower. Chun-Hao's mind conjured the image of Monroe. Such a foolish person can also become a member of the Killing Tower. I feel that the Killing Tower isn't that impressive. What do you mean it's not impressive? You must not have heard the legends of the Killing Tower. Lu Fengfeng felt like she was about to go insane. Whoa, oh heavens, why do you treat me this way? I still have so many things I haven't eaten. Looking at Lu Fengfeng, who wore a pitiful expression, Chun-Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy is being so dramatic. Is it really that exaggerated? Chun-Hao, I think you should probably just throw away this iron plate if you can. Throw it away. For some reason, Chun-Hao's intuition told him that he should keep the iron plate. Whether to throw this thing or not we can discuss later. Chun-Hao looked at Lu Fengfeng and said, Fengfeng, can you help me find something? See if there are any flying creatures. Flying creatures? What's the matter? Lu Fengfeng looked Chun-Hao up and down. Are you trying to fulfill your childhood dream? After all, almost every child dreams of having a pair of wings to soar through the sky. Something like that. Today at the mall, Chun-Hao was thinking. If he had the ability to fly, he could reach that child much faster. Moreover, during the previous battle, there was a guy from the Scorpion Brigade who fell from a height and died on the spot. Although one gains the ability to fly upon reaching the King Realm. But Chun-Hao had just reached the second stage of his realm, still quite a distance from the King Realm. To avoid the risk of falling to his death, Chun-Hao planned to acquire a flying ability. Wait for me a moment. Lu Fengfeng turned around and began typing on the keyboard. In a short while she had found 3 candidates. The first candidate has the ability to float. He can hover in the air, which counts as a flying ability. The second candidate possesses sacred wings. Spotless white wings that make him look like an angel. The third candidate has a Superman cape. Once this cape is worn, one can fly. Chun-Hao looked at the 3 individuals on the screen. He couldn't help but ask, which of them is guilty? If anyone is guilty, it should be the one in the middle. Lu Fengfeng pointed to the fair-skinned individual. That guy was smiling broadly, showing a set of bright white teeth, giving off a very confident vibe. For some reason, when Chunhao saw him, he felt he was particularly punchable. What did he do? Nothing much, just scam some young girls out of their money. He uses his ability to fly to seduce young girls, then tricks them into taking out loans. Then he spends their money on indulgences, and when the girl's money runs out, he moves on to the next target. As a result, several young girls chose to commit suicide because they couldn't repay their loans. Some were even forced into the trade. Upon hearing this, Chunhao frowned. Good, it's him. Help me investigate where he is. No problem. Lu Fengfeng quickly typed on the keyboard and soon found the man's location. At a mall, a guy dressed in a full anime outfit was hugging a girl. The girl wore a blissful smile, thinking she had found her true love. At that moment, she was holding an LV bag. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Little did she know the money for that bag came from the loan she took out to lend to him. The man looked at the woman in his arms, his eyes narrowing with disdain. Women are so easy to deceive. He was currently looking around for his next target, because he had pretty much used up this one. He was tired of abalone and needed a change of taste. The two walked out, then they headed towards the street. They didn't take a car, but walked into a small alley. As soon as they entered the alley, the man pushed the woman against the wall. No, don't. The woman displayed a shy yet reluctant expression. The man didn't care about that. His only goal was one. That was to finish this last meal and then leave without a trace. Just as the man was preparing to make his move, the man turned his head. To his surprise, a person wearing a wolf mask appeared. That guy lunged at him with a dagger in hand. Damn it. Bang. White wings sprouted from the man's back, and with a powerful flap, his whole body soared into the air. Henny, take me with you. The woman panicked, jumping up and down, trying to get the man to take her with him. The man's eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at her. He was pondering how to shake off the woman. Now it was perfect timing for someone to help him out. He hovered in midair, not leaving, but intending to watch the show. He wanted to witness the woman being hunted down by the wolf-masked man. Poochie. Just when the man was eagerly anticipating, a sharp dagger pierced his back. Up. The man let out a cry of pain. He didn't expect there to be another guy. Furthermore, that guy jumped down from the rooftop, driving the sharp dagger into his body. That guy pressed him to the ground. Dong. The man fell heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his wound like his hand instinctively reached forward. With a sudden effort, he found himself growing weak and directly met the king of hell. Chunhao looked coldly at the man. Then he tossed a fireball, incinerating the man. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host successfully collecting the corpse. Gained clever ability, Sacred Wings. Hearing the system prompt in his mind, Chunhao felt a surge of joy. He finally got it. He had tracked this guy for several days to obtain this ability. After securing his prize, Chunhao turned to leave. As for the girl, she had fainted from excessive fright. Just as Chunhao exited the alley and took a few steps, he stopped. Come out, friend. Chunhao looked back. To his surprise, there was no one behind him. Do I need to come over? Just as Chunhao finished speaking, clap, clap, clap. A figure appeared. He was also wearing a mask, but unlike Chunhao, he wore a fox mask. No wonder you are the Killer 100, such perceptiveness. Killer 100. Upon hearing this, Chunhao furrowed his brows. Is the other party from the Killer building? Just as Chunhao was puzzled, Killer 100, I have a task for you. I don't have much confidence and need a helper. I don't know if you are willing to help me. If the task is completed, we can share the reward. How about that? What task? Kill Wei Xiaodi. What do you think? Are you daring enough to do it? Wei Xiaodi. Chunhao felt that name was... Suddenly Chunhao realized. It's him. Are you certain you wish to confront Wei Xiaodi? Of course. What's the matter? Have you grown afraid? I simply wish to know, have you investigated Wei Xiaodi? Naturally. His family is vast and influential. This fellow travels with Greizhong bodyguards. His father is a Wangjing realm expert, his grandfather a Lingjing realm master. Chunhao smiled upon hearing this. Since you already know all this, why provoke him? Are you not afraid of death? Afraid? Indeed I am. Yet I owe a debt of gratitude. Though the person who granted me that favor has passed, the debt remains. And Chunhao glanced at the fox-masked man before him. Third rank Jiang realm cultivator possessing class A ability, shape-shifting fox. So, will you accept? Yes. Chunhao was deeply intrigued by the assassin's tower. He could not fathom how this man had located him, nor could he comprehend how the man knew his serial number. Judging by his demeanor, the man's rank within the assassin's tower was likely low. Since you've agreed, let us depart. Where to? To my residence. We shall devise our plan carefully. With that, the fox-masked man slipped his hands into his pockets and strode forward. Chunhao followed closely behind. They emerged from the alleyway. The fox opened the car door. A crimson, please get in. Chunhao entered the vehicle. After closing the door, the fox pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow. En route, the fox removed his mask before Chunhao's eyes. At that moment, the car's roof was fully retracted. Pure moonlight cascaded down, illuminating his face. Exquisite. Truly exquisite. His silvery hair fluttered in the wind. Is something wrong? With effortless grace the fox swept his silver strands behind one ear. His beauty left Chun Hao momentarily spellbound. Had it not been for the prominent Adam's apple, Chun Hao might well have mistaken him for a woman disguised as a man. Ha ha ha. The fox laughed softly. Your reaction pleases me greatly. The fox seemed long accustomed to such reactions. Most people upon meeting him for the first time responded identically. Very well, I have removed my mask. Now, perhaps it is your turn to do the same. Chun Hao complied, lifting off his wolf mask. At the very instant his true face was revealed, the fox faltered, startled. The vehicle swerved violently, yet he swiftly regained control. Unlike the fox, Chun Hao bore jet black hair and sharp star-like eyes, features of classical Eastern handsomeness. I thought I was handsome enough, but you are no slouch either. Brother, you look like this. Have you ever considered debuting? If you did, you'd undoubtedly amass legions of devoted fans. You'd make an exceptional fan-fanning master, no question about it. Apologies, I have no interest. Wisdom gleamed in the fox's eyes as he remarked, you seem burdened with many questions. Ask whatever you wish. I will answer, all that I know. Chun Hao wasted no time. How did you find me? The fox smiled. By this. With that he reached into his left pocket and tossed a metal badge toward Chun Hao. Chun Hao caught it deftly. Upon inspection the badge bore the numeral 90. You're Assassin 90. The fox nodded. Once this assignment is complete, I'll ascend to Assassin 88. He spoke with quiet confidence. What difference does that make? A profound one. Brother, you appear newly initiated into this. There was no condescension in the fox's tone as he continued. Few outsiders understand the Assassin's Tower. It is an organization, yet also a paradox. It exists, and yet it does not. Its membership shifts ceaselessly. Anyone may become a member of the Assassin's Tower. Simply obtain one of its iron badges, and you are an assassin of the tower. Within its ranks reside precisely 101 assassins. 101. Chun Hao frowned. I thought it was 100. 100 are operatives. The 101st is the tower's sovereign, our employer. We call him Zero. Zero. The fox nodded. To date none among us knows Zero's, yet one thing is certain, Zero's background runs deep. He is a figure whose reach extends into every realm of power. As for how I found you, try channeling your hetero energy into your own badge. Feel what resonates. Chun Hao obeyed, infusing his badge with his hetero energy. Did you sense anything? Yes, I perceive two loci. One reads 90, the other 82. 82 is hurtling toward us, fast. What a... The fox recoiled in shock. Before either, a figure burst from a side alley and slammed headlong into their car. Just before impact, both Chun Hao and the fox leapt clear. Chun Hao sprouted twin wings and soared into the air. The fox executed several agile mid-air somersaults, dissipating momentum before landing lightly on the pavement. They turned toward the vehicle, only to find it utterly crushed. Tai Kuai-yu. The fox recognized the assailant instantly. Tai Kuai grinned broadly. Little fox, it's been ages. The fox rolled his eyes in exasperation. Might you vary your greeting? Honestly, how many of my cars have you wrecked? Tai Kuai paid no heed. What of it? You've always swindled me. On every mission you claim the lion's share, while I'm left with scraps. Don't forget, I rank above you. By protocol you answer to my command. Tai Kuai chuckled darkly. Very well, then let protocol govern. This operation shall be entirely under your command. Tai Kuai was currently gnawing on sheet metal. Indeed, sheet metal. He had dismantled the fox's Porsche piece by piece, and was devouring it bite. At the fox's words Tai Kuai paused, then laughed awkwardly. No, please let you lead this time. Just tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Having partnered with the fox before, Tai Kuai knew firsthand the rewards of such collaboration. Before meeting the fox he had been nothing but a reckless brute. He charged blindly into every assignment, only to be encircled by enemies, each time emerging battered and bloodied. Since joining forces with the fox that pattern vanished. A brute is formidable, but a brute endowed with intellect is truly unstoppable. The fox is the brain of the iron block. As long as he lays out a simple plan, the iron block can easily complete the task. For questions that require thought, the iron block feels a headache. He is quite straightforward. If he can solve it with his fists, he definitely won't hesitate. At this moment the iron block also noticed Chun Hao. Fox, who is he? The iron block looked at Chun Hao. Kill 100. Kill 100. The iron block turned to Chun Hao. Second stage of Foundation establishment, not too shabby. Are you planning to let him cooperate with us? Of course. The fox smiled and spoke. Isn't he a bit weak? Weak or not, just try it, and you'll know. That's precisely the point. Saying this, the iron block unexpectedly lunged towards Chun Hao. The iron block's speed was swift. He ran quickly, then with a push of his toes his entire body soared into the air. His right hand formed a fist and struck down towards Chun Hao. Seeing this, Chun Hao flapped the wings on his back, fiercely soaring into the air to evade the iron block's attack. Boom. The iron block landed heavily on the ground, creating a large pit. He turned to look at Chun Hao. Bro, do you only know how to dodge? Upon hearing this, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes, slightly gathering lightning in both hands and shooting it towards the iron block. Damn, a lightning attribute ability user. The iron block was startled and hurriedly dodged. At this moment, the fox crossed his arms, originally just wanting to watch the show. When he saw Chun Hao's lightning, he was also taken aback. What's going on? Is this guy a lightning attribute ability user? Then what's the deal with his wings? They look like that other guy's. What kind of ability does he have? The fox thought he had seen enough, but upon seeing Chun Hao like this, he was still dumbfounded. The iron block was constantly dodging Chun Hao's attacks. No more fighting, no more fighting. The iron block began to back down. Thunder. A bolt of lightning struck the iron block. ZZ. The iron block was jolted by the electric shock, his hair curling up like instant noodles. Cough, cough, cough. A puff of black mist was spat out from the iron block's mouth. All right, brother, let's stop here. The fox spoke to Chun Hao. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao halted his actions. If he were to truly engage in a fight with the iron block, he might not necessarily be his match. The opponent endured a hit from his lightning, which could be considered a disrespectful gesture in return. Fox, where did you find this freak? The iron block looked at Chun Hao, who was hovering in the air, unable to help but speak. Hearing this, the fox shrugged. Originally, he had approached Chun Hao on a whim. The moment he saw Chun Hao, his intuition told him that Chun Hao was a master. He needed to befriend Chun Hao. He didn't expect Chun Hao to be this strong. After all, he was a lightning attribute ability user. Chun Hao descended from the sky. The fox smiled and extended his right hand to Chun Hao. Brother, let's get to know each other again. Kill 90 fox. Kill 100 wild wolf. Chun Hao also gave himself a nickname. Hello, I am the iron block. The iron block said clumsily. He then began to munch on the Porsche, then spoke to Chun Hao. Brother, do you want a piece? Looking at the iron block's silly demeanor, the fox felt a headache coming on. Chun Hao smiled slightly and waved his hand. No need, you can eat it yourself. Oh, you guys really don't know how to enjoy good food. After saying this, the iron block removed the door from the Porsche. He opened his enormous mouth and took a fierce bite. The side of the Porsche's door being bitten off caused Chun Hao's mouth to twitch uncontrollably. This guy really has iron teeth and bronze teeth. Is this the power of the A-class ability Metal Devourer? After years of consuming metal, the iron block's body was almost turning into metal. It won't be long before this guy truly becomes a real Iron Man. Let's go, it's not far from my home here. Let's walk over. You guys go ahead, I need to eat for a while first. Alright. The fox led Chun Hao to his house. Chun Hao discovered that the fox's home was in a suburban manner. Inside there was a large villa. Just as they entered the house, the fox walked into the kitchen and handed a bottle of cola to Chun Hao. Sorry, the fridge was eaten by the iron block. I didn't have time to buy a new one. Just make do with this cola. Alright. Although this cola wasn't cold, it was at least better than warm cola. Chun Hao opened it and took a sip. Then the fox led Chun Hao to a wall. On it were many photos along with some relationship diagrams. Even some travel itineraries. That guy Wei Xiaodi is planning to take his new girlfriend on a vacation at sea in a couple of days. He will set sail from here on a cruise ship. Our goal is to kill him in this sea area. The fox held a red pen and began to plan. That guy's strength is quite formidable. He is a master at the 3rd stage of Foundation Establishment and usually brings along 2 companions. One is this old man of 5th stage Foundation Establishment. He possesses the A-class ability Finger Machine Gun. Then there's this woman at the 4th stage of Foundation Establishment. She possesses the A-class ability Raging Maid. Our goal is to kill him. Saying this, the fox drew a huge red cross over Wei Xiaodi's name. At that time, the old man will let the iron block deal with him. He'll handle the maid. Wei Xiaodi will be left to you. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao smiled and asked, what kind of strength does Wei Xiaodi have? He is at the 3rd stage of Foundation Establishment, just like me. The fox replied. Do you think I can deal with him? Chun Hao countered. Hearing this, the fox smiled. I might not have been confident before. Originally, I planned to find another person. But after seeing your battle with the iron block, I believe the 3 of us are definitely enough. As for Wei Xiaodi's talent, if I tell you, you might laugh to death. Oh, what is it? Yin-Yang Harmony. Yin-Yang Harmony. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao laughed. This is a world where demons roam and everyone possesses abilities. It's not a legendary martial arts world. The opponent actually possesses the ability of Yin-Yang Harmony. If Wei Xiaodi were to go to the martial arts world, the flower picking sect would probably directly make him their sect leader. Yes, and his Yin-Yang Harmony ability is class. Just imagine a class ability user at such a young age has already cultivated to the stage of Foundation Establishment. How many times do you think he has done HS? He must have completed 1,000 kills by now. At some point the iron block had appeared. That guy held a piece of iron and was still chewing. For scum like that, I see one and I kill one. The iron block said through gritted teeth. It was evident that he seemed to detest bad people. Originally, Chun Hao thought the iron block was quite righteous. But the iron block's next words made Chun Hao unable to help but roll his eyes. This guy has ruined the market. He has eaten all the good abalone, leaving us with nothing to eat. Chun Hao. All right, no more nonsense, let's plan it out. As he spoke, the fox held a small iron rod and began explaining on the planning map. On a cruise ship, a man lay on the deck, his arm wrapped around a woman in a bikini. Baby, come here, give me a kiss. The man pulled the woman close and kissed her. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Her heart felt sweet, believing she was the happiest person in the world. Beside the man stood a stern-faced old man in a suit with a square face. Uncle Wu, smile a little. Don't put on that expression. We're out for fun, so be happy. Why don't you look around and see if there's anyone you fancy? If you find someone you like, you'll have her sent to your room later. Wei Xiaodi looked ahead. There was a swimming pool where many women in bikinis were swimming. These women were all college students, mostly from the public relations department. They often came to him for sponsorship. The money was trivial to him, but a significant sum to them. Old man Wu said nothing, maintaining his cold expression. TCH boring. Wei Xiaodi ignored Wu Laotu and said to the woman beside him, Come on, babe, let me take you for a health check. He then led the woman toward his room. After a few steps, he stopped and said to Wu Laotu, Don't follow me. He continued forward. Wu Laotu ignored him and kept following. Wei Xiaodi grew angry. No one likes an audience when they're busy. Wu Jingyun, don't push it. Wei Xiaodi shouted at his bodyguard. Young master, what's wrong? At that moment, a woman in a maid outfit approached, carrying a tray of sizzling steak. The steak hissed and steamed. Perfect timing. Help me stop him. I have important business. With that, Wei Xiaodi headed inside with the woman. Wu Jingyun prepared to follow, but was stopped by the maid. Ma Jingyi, do you know what you're doing? Ma Jingyi didn't care. The young master said he has important business and doesn't want to be disturbed. The two sides were at odds. Ma Jingyi was Wei Xiaodi's kept woman, while Wu Jingyun was his father's lackey. They were not on the same side. Just as they were about to fight, screams and commotion erupted from outside. Wu Jingyun and Ma Jingyi frowned. What's happening? They raced out one after another to find two figures. One stood silently wearing a fox mask. The other was a massive brute with terrifying muscles. Fun, so fun. The brute was dealing with the people on deck, knocking out anyone who resisted with a single punch. The rest he picked up and threw into the sea. The brute moved fast, and soon the entire deck was. Where are the people? Boring, so few of them. It was clear the brute was a violent man. There are still two over. The fox pointed to the two on the deck. Great. With that, the brute charged at them. Wu Jingyun frowned. Split up. They'll take the brute. You take the one with the fox mask. He extended 10 fingers. Rat-a-tat. His fingers transformed into machine gun barrels, firing bullets. Countless bullets struck the brute. Clang. Clang. The bullets hit him like metal, producing metallic roar. The brute roared, using his momentum to leap onto a platform. He formed a fist and punched at Wu Jingyun. Wu Jingyun dodged. Bang. The spot where the brute's fist landed instantly caved in. Wu Jingyun's mouth twitched. Such destructive power. The brute attacked again before he could react. Meanwhile, the fox was locked in combat with Ma Jingyi. Bang. Ma Jingyi transformed into a giant in a maid outfit. A giant maid. Her leg, like an elephant's, kicked the fox. The fox was sent flying, sliding a long distance before stopping. Miscalculation. I should have gone after and left this one to the wolf. In just one move, the fox realized he was no match for the maid. If he hadn't used defense in time, his right arm might have been broken. Emboldened by her success, Ma Jingyi charged. Her heavy steps dented the deck. Damn it, think I'm afraid of you. The fox drew a dagger and lunged at her. While they fought, someone slipped into the cabin. It was Chun Hao. He searched the cabin and soon found Wei Xiaodi. Baby, hurry up. The boat's about to dock. Are you ready? Wei Xiaodi said excitedly to the woman. Silly girl, I'm ready. Come on. All right, here I come. Just as they were about to engage in an epic battle, a figure burst through the door. A gleaming dagger stabbed at Wei Xiaodi. He dodged, but was still grazed. As the dagger pierced him, Wei Xiaodi felt his body go weak. The blade is poisoned. He glanced at the window, gritted his teeth, and leaped out. Splash. Wei Xiaodi hit the water. Chun Hao glanced at the woman on the bed, a mere civilian who had fainted from shock. Chun Hao ignored her. He was wearing a mask anyway. Today he had changed to a lion mask. Previously it had been a wolf mask. Seeing Wei Xiaodi jump into the sea, Chun Hao followed. Once underwater, he transformed into a mermaid and swam toward him. The sharp dagger stabbed toward Wei Xiaodi's chest. Thud. Wei Xiaodi's eyes widened in disbelief. After killing Wei Xiaodi, Chun Hao tossed the body skyward, then launched a fireball. Boom. The fireball hit the corpse, causing a massive explosion. Ding. Congratulations, host. Corpse collected successfully. Gained drank ability. In Harp. The explosion on the sea caught the attention of Huli and Tai Kwai. Huli was currently battered and bruised by the maid. Wild Wolf has succeeded over there. Let's withdraw. With that, Huli leaped into the sea. Tai Kwai glanced at Wu Jingyun. They'll play with you next. With a few bounds, Tai Kwai also jumped into the sea. Then Tai Kwai and Huli boarded a speedboat, and no, young master. Seeing the two leave, Wu Jingyun finally snapped out of it. He hurriedly ran. Wu Jingyun had sharp eyes. He spotted a torn piece of cloth floating on the sea. That hat's the young master's clothes. Damn, the young master has been killed. At that moment, Wu Jingyun felt his world collapse. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he turned to look at Ma Jingyi. Ma Jingyi, without a word, leaped into the sea. Up. Wu Jingyun let out a heart-wrenching roar. Chun Hao and the others returned to Huli's home. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Huli sat on the sofa, while Tai Kwai was applying liniment to him. Huli's ability was transformation, not combat-oriented. Tai Kwai, can you be gentler? Gentler. I'm doing this for your own good. If I don't rub the liniment's medicinal properties into your skin, you won't know how long you'll be in pain. Huli looked at Chun Hao and said with a smile, I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Brother, you're ranked 100. That's such an underutilization of your talent. How about it? Want to join us from now on? Let's the three of us work hard and try to break into the top 30. Chun Hao, upon hearing this, shook his head. Fine. Huli didn't press Chun Hao. Tai Kwai, wait a moment. With that, Huli stood up and walked toward a nearby room. After a short while, he came out holding a pale purple flower. Here for you. Looking at the flower in Huli's hand, Chun Hao was puzzled. What is this? It's Yoshan Chiloa. Yoshan Chiloa. Hearing that, Huli shot Chun Hao a glance. Are you really unaware, or just pretending to be? What do you mean by unaware or pretending? This Yoshan Chiloa is a necessary ingredient for refining the King Realm Pill. King Realm Pill, eh? That's right. Seeing Chun Hao's clueless expression, Huli's brow gradually furrowed. He had thought that Chun Hao, being so strong, must have a significant background. But seeing Chun Hao like this now, he instead felt that Chun Hao came from the lower strata. No way, heavens, are you kidding me? Huli didn't believe that those without power or influence could ever rise. Yoshan Chiloa is yours. As for the mission points, this time they're mine. Alright. Chun Hao didn't argue. He took the Yoshan Chiloa, exchanged a few pleasantries with Huli and Tai Kwai, and then left directly. Seeing Chun Hao leave, Tai Kwai frowned slightly. Although he looked simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. Tai Kwai couldn't help asking Huli, where did you dig up this guy? If I said I picked him up on the street, would you believe me? Picked up, eh? Tai Kwai's mouth twitched involuntarily. Huli smiled faintly, having already guessed that Tai Kwai wouldn't believe it. But sometimes the truth is just that. Huli acted on impulse. That day he came out of a bar and happened to see Chun Hao killing the Birdman. He also sensed the killing token on Chun Hao. So on a whim he approached Chun Hao. Originally, he just wanted to know more about Chun Hao. Unexpectedly, Chun Hao possessed a lightning-type ability. Plus he could fly. Did this guy awaken the Lizenzi ability? Probably. He has wings, and can... Thinking of this, Huli couldn't help admiring his own cleverness. Huh. He yawned and stretched. His face began to change, and in a moment it turned into a different appearance. The ever-changing Huli, the ever-changing Huli. He relied on this transformation technique. Huli, why have you changed your face again? No choice, I'm rather afraid of death. Looking at Huli's new face, Tai Kwai felt a headache coming. Damn it, I just got used to it not long ago. Now I'll have to spend time getting used to it again. Tai Kwai had just finished complaining when he continued, will we have a chance to see Yi Lang again? Probably. Will you investigate Yi Lang's information? Upon hearing this, Huli shook his head. No, and even if I investigate, I won't find anything. Why? Huli squinted, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. At this moment in a mountain forest, Chun Hao took out a bottle of special makeup remover from his spatial storage. He applied the makeup remover to his face. After a short while, Chun Hao's original appearance emerged. After putting away the remaining remover, Chun Hao quickly left the place. He went to a supermarket, bought 2 bottles of Feitian Mitai, and carried them back. As soon as Chun Hao returned to the Supernatural Bureau, he ran into Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. Brother, how are these for us to drink? Liu Xiaoji said with a smile. Chun Hao rolled his eyes at Liu Xiaoji. Do you think that's possible, eh? Hearing this, Liu Xiaoji felt deflated. Then who are they for? Wanna know? Liu Xiaoji nodded. Then come with me. Chun Hao led Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu to the door of a dorm. Where is this? Liu Xiaoji wasn't very familiar with the people in the bureau. Liu Xiaobu, however, was excited. I know. Because most people in the bureau were Liu Xiaobu's godfathers, he knew almost everyone. It's Wu. Dong dong dong. Before Liu Xiaobu could finish, Chun Hao knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened, and a lecherous-looking old man poked his head out. The old man was unkempt with messy hair and traces of paint on his face and clothes. Old Wu, this is the wine I promised you. Wine? Old Wu was thrilled at the sight of the wine. Great, I have wine to drink. With that, he took the wine and promptly slammed the door shut. Hey, this old fellow, how can he be like this? Liu Xiaoji was startled by old Wu's behavior. He hadn't expected that after receiving a gift the man wouldn't even say a word before going inside. Liu Xiaobu, however, chuckled. I remember now, he's Wu Huazi. His disguise skills are extraordinarily masterful. He's the best disguise master in our bureau. Not only that, he's also a master of painting. Hearing this, Liu Xiaoji was unimpressed. Xiaobu, is he really as amazing as you say? There's nothing he can't do. Only what you can't think of, Liu Xiaobu said. Chen Hao paid no mind to the details. It was merely a transaction between him and Old Wu. He bought liquor for Old Wu, and in return Old Wu helped him with a disguise. That was all. After handing the liquor to Old Wu, Chen Hao prepared to head back and rest. He yawned and said to Liu Xiaobu and Liu Xiaoji, Xiaoji, I'm feeling tired, so I'm going back to rest now. After saying that, Chen Hao turned and left. Watching Chen Hao's retreating figure, Liu Xiaobu and Liu Xiaoji furrowed their brows. Where's Hao Ge going? Liu Xiaobu asked curiously. Liu Xiaoji, however, was quite astute. Don't ask what you shouldn't. He thought to himself, is Hao Ge going out to have some fun? Oh, he can leave Xiaobu behind, but how can he not take me? Chen Hao returned to the dormitory. He walked over to the table and sat down. He began to review the gains from these past few days. Firstly, he had interacted with people from the Killing Tower. He had initially thought they were all ruthless villains, but the reality was different from his expectations. Secondly, Chen Hao had acquired two special abilities. One was the Divine Feather, and the other was Yin-Yang Harmony. Yin-Yang Harmony, a great ability that allows the user to connect and absorb energy from a female's body, achieving cultivation effects while the other party rapidly ages due to energy absorption. This thing, Chen Hao frowned upon seeing it. Forget it, I'll keep it for now. He had originally planned to dismantle it directly. Just as he was about to dismantle it, Chen Hao inexplicably stopped. Sigh, it's better to have Yin-Yang Harmony instead. That way I can find someone to try it out. Currently, Chen Hao had no other options. He could only sigh and sit down in contemplation. Forget it, I'll take a shower and get some sleep first. Chen Hao first took a hot shower in the bathroom, then comfortably went to bed to sleep. While Chen Hao was having a good time, someone else was not so fortunate. At the Wei family, Wu Jingyu knelt below, not daring to lift his head to look at the person seated in the main chair. At this moment, the person in the main seat wore a face full of anger. He let out a cold snort. Wu Jingyun was directly sent flying. PFF. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then lay back motionless. A guy stepped forward, and after a brief examination, he spoke, he's dead. Drag him away, chop him up, and feed him to the dogs. Wei Wuyin, the head of the Wei family, coldly commanded, looking as if he were possessed by a vengeful spirit. A terrifying aura radiated from him. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make a sound, fearing they might provoke. Wei Wuyan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Go, no matter what methods you use. I have only one thought, which is to bring the person who killed Xiao Di before me. Directly issue a bounty, reward those people. Yes. The Wei family members began to take action. In no time, chaos ensued. Anyone who had a grudge against Wei Xiaodi was subjected to scrutiny. Meanwhile, in a room, Fox held a wine glass, gently swirling it, then leisurely took a small sip. Beside him, Iron Block was sipping red wine straight from the bottle. I just don't understand why you all have to be so If you're going to drink, just drink. Why go through all the trouble of swirling it? Iron Block couldn't help but shake his head, feeling goosebumps all over. Upon hearing this, Fox shot Iron Block a glance. Then he looked at the TV, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly into a cold smile. The Wei family is truly insane. Fortunately, we have disguised ourselves. They can't trace it back to us. Oi. Iron Block's expression darkened upon hearing this. It seems like it's just you. No, Wild Wolf is in on it too. Iron Block said this with a face that could not have looked worse. Seeing this, Fox shrugged. Didn't I tell you to disguise yourself? If you didn't want to, then that's not my fault. What am I supposed to do now? I want to go drink at the bar. This red wine is boring. A Bloody Mary is much more refreshing to drink. If you want to die, go ahead. Oh, no one will stop you. Then forget it. Iron Block was foolish, but not stupid. With the Wei family being so reckless, he didn't want to attract trouble. In the cafeteria of the Ability Bureau, Liu Xiaobu was browsing the news on his phone. He quietly said to Chen Hao and Liu Xiaoji, Wei Xiaodi is dead, did you guys know? Liu Xiaoji was unfazed upon hearing this. So what if he's dead? Liu Xiaoji seemed to have anticipated that Wei Xiaodi would be killed. That guy was so overbearing, he offended too many enemies. I think it's normal for him to die like that. Shoo. Liu Xiaobu immediately made a gesture for silence. The Wei family is going around looking for people right now. Let's not talk about this kind of thing in case there are ears on the other side of the wall. Liu Xiaoji nodded. Chen Hao continued eating on his own and quickly finished his meal. Hao Ge, why do you eat so fast? I have something to go out for. We'll talk about other matters when I return. After saying that, Chen Hao left. Today, Guyu had sent Chen Hao a message inviting him to play at the People's Park. Chen Hao arrived at the People's Park. He had just arrived. He didn't see Guyu, but instead encountered Man Rue. Where's Guyu? She didn't come. I was the one who asked you out. Man Rue smiled and extended her right hand to Chen Hao. Give me the item. Item? What item? Chen Hao looked somewhat confused. Don't play dumb with me. Ooh, I've seen the surveillance. You took my item. Hurry up and return it to me. That item is very dangerous. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao glanced around and said, I can give you the item, but not here. Then what do you follow me? Chun Hao led Man Rui to the side of the road. He called a cab, and together they went to the outskirts. Now that there's no one around, can you give me the item? Man Rui asked Chun Hao once more. I can give you the item, but you have to tell me what it is and where you got it from. Although Chun Hao had received information about the killing tower from Fox, he knew better than to take Fox's word for it. Therefore, he needed Man Rui to provide some proof. Upon hearing this, Man Rui pursed her lips. She hadn't expected Chun Hao to be so difficult. She had thought she could trick him out by pretending to be Guyu. Instead, she found herself in such a situation. Man Rui grew anxious. Hurry up and give it to me. That thing is really dangerous. Dangerous. Whoosh. A poison needle flew over. Chun Hao flipped his hand, and a dagger appeared in his grip. He swung it fiercely, directly knocking the poison needle down. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such skills. Shortly after, a figure with a cane appeared. Little girl, this fellow lacks manners. It's all right, you stay close to Grandpa. Grandpa knows how to cherish people. With eyes slightly narrowed, the grotesque old man leaned on his cane and swept a lecherous gaze over Man Rui. At the sight of the strange elder, Man Rui recoiled in shock. You are Yushi Lao Wang, the serpent commanding elder. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of surprise flashed across the elder's eyes. My little girl, whose child are you? How do you know me? A pity though. Knowing me changes nothing. I prefer solitude. Whether you recognize me or not makes no difference. Man Rui's brow furrowed as she turned her gaze toward Chun Hao. Man Rui opened her mouth to speak. Rustle, 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 rustle. Without warning, a horde of serpents emerged from all around. Crimson, not black. The lustful crimson serpents. Clap, clap, clap. The grotesque elder clapped gleefully. Tisk, tisk, tsk. Such talent in so young a girl. I'm almost reluctant to kill you. Then I'll refine you into my personal handmaiden, so you may remain by my side forever. Your dream. Man Rui gritted her teeth and spat the words out. The elder merely smiled, not the least offended. No matter. All things require reciprocity. First one step, then another. Once you've tasted its ecstasy, you'll thank me. But first, I must deal with your little lover. With that, he whistled sharply. Instantly, the lustful crimson serpents surged forward, slithering toward both Chun Hao and Man Rui. Man Rui's face paled instinctively. She drew a dagger from her sleeve. Chun Hao's expression darkened. Boom. Flames erupted around his palms. He thrust them forward. Two searing pillars of fire blasted forth. You're a fire elemental adept. Frowning, the grotesque elder was taken aback, unprepared to meet such formidable resistance. Watching his crimson serpents charred to ash, the elder winced in anguish. They were his prized creations, each nurtured through painstaking effort. I'll make you die. He withdrew a flute and began to play. Countless serpents erupted from the underbrush. They shimmered in every hue, emerald, obsidian, banded black and white, frenzied, ravenous, surging toward Chun Hao. You shall savor the agony of 10,000 serpents devouring your flesh. As he continued playing, Chun Hao seized Man Rui's hand, unfurled twin wings behind his back, and soared skyward. Ah! Mid-flight, Man Rui cried out in pain. Chun Hao glanced down. Her calf bore the fang marks of a venomous serpent. Ha ha ha! Little girl, you're doomed without my antidote. Chun Hao's eyes narrowed, cold and calculating upon the elder's smug grin. Whoosh! A black blur shot from the thicket, blazing fast, vanishing over the elder's head. A prickling numbness crawled across the elder's scalp. Instinctively, he reached up, only to find his skull. Only steaming, exposed brain matter remained. Thud! His body collapsed, rigid, lifeless. To his final breath, he never grasped how, or when, he'd lost his head. With the elder's death, the serpents scattered, vanishing within moments, leaving the ground eerily bare. Chun Hao gazed toward a distant treetop, where a fierce eagle owl perched, tearing into a venomous pit. That was Shui Mo, the blood demon. Chun Hao had secretly released him upon spotting the elder. The elder was a level 5 Jiangjing adept bearing the rank ability Serpent Commander. Serpent Commander grants dominion over serpents weaker than oneself. Chun Hao gathered a sphere of flame in his right palm and hurled it at the elder. The fireball struck home. Boom. The elder disintegrated into dust. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully harvested the corpse. You have acquired the rank ability, Serpent Commander. Hearing the system's chime resonate within his mind, Chun Hao's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. Not bad. A new ability well earned. Just as Chun Hao savored the triumph. Hot. I'm burning up. Man Rui staggered closer, her body feverish against his. Chun Hao looked down at Man Rui. Now will you speak? She met his gaze, her expression sullen, defiant. What? Do you plan to beat it out of me again? At those words, fear flickered across her face. She hurriedly pleaded, give me the iron token, now. Puzzled by her urgency, Chun Hao withdrew the token and handed it to her. Man Rue accepted it, channeling her spiritual energy into its surface, then exhaled in visible relief. Phew, do you have any idea what you just did? Oi, what did I do? You know full well. Her cheeks flushed faintly. Not that. I mean this token. It's a double-edged blade. A double-edged blade, eh? Yes. She nodded. This token serves both as proof of identity and as a tracking device. A tracker. Chunhao frowned. Precisely. Higher-tier tokens can detect lower-tier bearers. That elder tracked us using this very token. It can be activated or deactivated at will. Until now I kept it off, except when actively using it. Only rarely did I turn it on. Chunhao realized his understanding of Sha Lu was still shallow. Tell me about Sha Lu. I don't know. I only know its founder is Zero, the one we all serve. We maintain liaison points in every There we accept assignments, or post them ourselves. Post assignments. Yes. At its core, Sha Lu is a nexus of exchange. Think of it as a dark forest. Every assassin a hunter stalking the same shadowed woods. Hunters fall into many kinds, some ally, some war. As for me, I neither collaborate nor initiate hostilities. I simply complete missions, then trade the earned points for rare artifacts. Sha Lu's inventory is staggering if you can imagine it. They possess it. That's one of Sha Lu's privileges. Yet it has a flaw, one mandatory mission assigned each month. Fail it and Zero dispatches enforcers to eliminate you and reclaim your token. Upon hearing this, Chunhao couldn't help but mutter inwardly, this killing tower is like a place for raising goo. Zero is the goo breeder, letting these goo insects develop freely. At the same time they assign tasks. He looked at Man Rue and asked, what if I throw away the iron token? If you throw it away it will be fine. But then the killing tower would have nothing to do with you. Usually no one would want to discard the iron token, right? Because there are too many things you can redeem within the killing tower. Take me for example. I hope to earn points by completing tasks. Then use those points to exchange for the King Realm Pill. After all, the materials for refining the King Realm Pill are too hard to find, let alone the refining process itself. Chunhao furrowed his brow upon hearing this. When refining the General Realm Pill, you need vital blood. What about the King Realm Pill? The King Realm Pill requires awakening grass, fragrant iris, marvelous chitone, chrysanthemum, 8-petal fairy, orchid, coxcomb, phoenix, sunflower, spirit-returning red fruit, plus a magical beast core. A magical beast core. The previous ingredients were all spiritual plants, and this last item caught Chunhao's attention. Yes. Man Rue nodded. After the General Realm, each realm is like a new sky. Every breakthrough to a major realm brings an opportunity. In the General Realm, it's possible to comprehend a skill. In the King Realm, one will definitely comprehend a skill. Definitely. Yes. Chunhao fell into deep thought upon hearing this. The word definitely made it far more interesting. If he could find powerful magical beasts and obtain their cores, and then refine them into King Realm pills, then wouldn't he gain formidable skills? In that instant, countless powerful skills flashed through Chunhao's mind. For instance, True Fire, which could bypass the opponent's defense and deal direct damage. Or Divine Ascension Stairway, where each breakthrough brought a qualitative leap. Another example is Magic Immunity, which could render all magic in the world ineffective. With that thought, Chunhao had already decided to refine the King Realm Pill himself. Ouch! Man Rue struggled to her feet from the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Seeing this, Chunhao quickly stepped forward to support her. What happened today was a misunderstanding. Let's pretend nothing occurred. With those words, Man Rue prepared to leave. But Chunhao suddenly reached out and embraced her from behind. Are you sure? Chunhao was now the man behind Man Rue. Her face flushed crimson as she lowered her head. Seeing this, Chunhao naturally knew when to stop. After a moment of affectionate closeness, Man Rue departed. Chunhao took out the iron token belonging to the strange old man. He infused it with his aberrant energy. 85. That was the strange old man's rank. After learning the token's information, Chunhao immediately withdrew his aberrant energy from it. The iron token's activation and deactivation relied entirely on aberrant energy. This energy served as the token's power source. Infusing it activated the token, while withdrawing it deactivated it. After the incident with the strange old man, Chunhao decided not to activate the token. He feared it might attract an even more twisted individual. He prepared to leave, glancing at the small grass nearby. Fallen petals are not heartless things. They turn into spring mud to nurture flowers anew. Chunhao smiled faintly and left the place. He returned to the Paranormal Bureau. As soon as he arrived, he ran into Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu. The two had been waiting for him at the entrance for a long time. Brother, how you're finally back. Lu Xiaoji felt his legs were aching from standing. Brother, how do you have any free time recently? When will you take us on new missions? Hearing this, Chunhao just remembered. It had been a long time since he last took on a mission. Come on, if you want to do missions, let's go pick one right now. Chunhao was in high spirits now. He had just broken through to the 3rd stage of the General Realm and urgently needed a good outlet. Chun Hao led Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu to the mission office. As a third-stage General Realm Cultivator, he was eligible for more missions. Brother Hao, which one should we choose? How about this one? Chun Hao pointed at one of the missions. Alright, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu nodded. The trio drove to a villa outside the city. As soon as they arrived, someone approached them. It was an old man in a brown suit, his face etched with pain. Excuse me, what happened here? Hearing this, the old man spoke. There are ghosts inside. Ghosts? Chun Hao furrowed his brow. Have you asked anyone to deal with it before? Yes, but without exception, no one who entered ever came out alive. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu's hair stood on end upon hearing this. Lu Xiaobu clung tightly to Lu Xiaoji's right arm. Xiaobu, didn't you just say you're a master realm superhuman now? Afraid of nothing, right? Then why are you shaking? Lu Xiaobu looked down at his legs. He said somewhat aggrievedly, Xiaoji, is it my legs that are shaking? It's clearly yours. Mine. Lu Xiaoji looked down at his own legs only to find them trembling like sieves. Brother Hao. How about we head back? Lu Xiaoji was frightened by the old man's words. Chun Hao ignored them and scrutinized the old man from head to toe. Judging by your appearance, it seems you're not the first owner of this villa. Of course I'm certainly not. If we're counting, I should be the sixth owner. The sixth? Lu Xiaoji couldn't help asking, what happened to the previous 5? Dead. The old man said it lightly. Dead? How did they die? What other way? Violent deaths, of course. Violent deaths, meaning this is a haunted house, one that kills people. Why would you buy such a house? I didn't want to. Do you think I chose this? It's all because of that damned real estate. He offered it too cheaply. How much? 100,000. 100,000. Yes, think about it. Who wouldn't be tempted to buy a villa for just 100,000? If I could, I'd really like to sell it off. Really? How much are you planning to sell it for? Chun Hao was very interested in the old man's words. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoji became anxious. Brother Hao, don't do anything foolish. Right, this is a haunted house. Buying it will bring harm. Lu Xiaobu chimed in agreement. Seeing Chun Hao's interest, a glimmer of hope appeared in the old man's dim eyes. Before buying this house, he had been a coal boss with assets of 10 million. Now he had only a few hundred yuan left. 50,000. No, 30,000. We'll sell it for 30,000. Any lower, and I can't accept it. Any lower, and I'd rather die than sell the house. Deal. Chun Hao agreed. The old man was overjoyed. You said it yourself. Oh, I didn't force you. Come on, open the real estate app and transfer 30,000 to me. I'll transfer the property to you. All right. The two began the process on the spot. As the ownership of the house successfully transferred, the old man jumped up in joy, feeling the terrifying pressure that had weighed down on him vanish. Great. I, Hu Hansen, have returned. He appeared particularly lively. Little brother, it seems fate has brought us together again. Saying this, the old man left. Watching his departing figure, Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu regarded Chun Hao with strange expressions. They couldn't understand why Chun Hao would buy this haunted house. Chun Hao didn't care about that. He picked up the key given by the old man, opened the iron gate of the house, and walked inside. I must say this house is quite beautiful. It has a Western style. To the left of the house, there is a small pavilion, and to the right a swimming pool. However, the swimming pool has fallen into disrepair, thick mud covering its bottom. Chun Hao took a deep breath. Refreshing. This house seems to have been built on a burial site. Even though it was summer, Chun Hao felt no heat, but rather a chill. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu huddled together, their expressions tense as they looked around nervously. Chun Hao smiled slightly. For someone practicing the corpse cultivation technique, this was the perfect house. He walked further inside the house. Chun Hao possessed the ability of danger prediction. The absence of a warning indicated that there was no danger here. After Chun Hao entered, a voice echoed, "Welcome, esteemed guests." Everyone turned to see a maid standing not far away. Ghost! Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu turned and fled in panic. Bang! The door closed on its own. Lu Xiaoji and Lu Xiaobu were stopped, their faces filled with despair as they turned away. The earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by fear. You don't seem afraid of me. The maid approached Chun Hao. Afraid of you? What is there to fear? Isn't it just a ghost? Chun Hao said disdainfully, not looking at the maid, but instead examining the house. Tell me about yourself. Why are you here? My name is Yali, and I am the maid of this house. My master went to battle and told me to protect this house, well before he left. Hearing this, Chun Hao nodded. It seems this Yali is deeply attached to this house, unwilling to leave even after death, wanting to guard it forever. Chun Hao began to step forward, intending to go upstairs. What are you doing? Yali instantly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Now that I am the master of this house, I believe I have the right to go upstairs. Yali shook her head at his word. I see you are a good person, so I hope you can leave quickly, or it will be too late. Leave? Chun Hao was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't understand why Yali wanted him to leave. Leave? Ha. Just as Chun Hao was puzzled, the house suddenly plunged into darkness. It eventually became pitch black, where one could not see their hand in front of their face. Why has it gotten so dark? Lu Xiaobu said, preparing to reach for his flashlight from his backpack. Just as he was about to get the flashlight, bang. The lights in the house turned on, but the color was somewhat strange. The entire room was illuminated with red light. Before they knew it, a woman in a red dress appeared on the second floor. Miss. Yali, seeing the woman, respectfully bowed. The woman's face flashed with displeasure upon hearing this. You still remember, I am your miss. Hearing this, Yali slightly bowed. She dared not look directly at the woman. Guest, please come up. I have prepared some food for you. Chunhao smiled and walked upstairs. Lu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were somewhat bewildered. However, they still followed Chunhao's footsteps upstairs. This way, please. The woman in the red dress opened the door to a room. Suddenly, the scene inside was revealed to everyone. Wow, such a sumptuous feast. Lu Xiaobu couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing this. Inside was a huge square table covered with a white cloth. On the table, in addition to various dishes, there were also some white candles to set the atmosphere. Guests, please take a seat and enjoy your meal. The woman in red invited Chunhao and the others. Chunhao prepared to walk in. As he passed by the woman in red, he suddenly struck out his hand, reaching for her neck. The woman in red seemed to have anticipated this, dodging away. How can you act like this? I kindly invited you to dinner, and you treat me like this. Kindly. Chunhao snorted coldly, his right hand gathering a fireball and throwing it into the room. The fireball exploded, instantly changing the situation inside. The room, which had a somewhat romantic candlelit atmosphere, was now in shambles. The once pristine tablecloth vanished, replaced by a tattered gray cloth. Dust covered the table, and spider webs hung from the corners. The formerly exquisite dishes had transformed into plates of bugs. Scorpions, centipedes, and maggots squirmed in the plates. Ugh! Lu Xiaobu, who had been imagining himself eating those delicacies, found the sudden change hard to accept. He immediately vomited. Although Lu Xiaoji had been mentally prepared, seeing those things in person made him unable to hold back either. In contrast, Chunhao maintained his composure. The woman in red looked at him, filled with questions. You? How did you discover it? The woman in red believed her ability to enchant was strong. Previously, everyone who came here was without exception charmed by her. One by one, they were coaxed into eating those terrible maggots, ultimately poisoned, and then thrown into the backyard pond to drown. Swish! Chunhao did not answer the woman, instead responding with his right hand. He reached for the woman in red. Seeing this, the woman changed her appearance. Her formerly fair face sank in revealing a ghastly visage. Die? You people will die here today. The woman in red revealed her hands, her long nails reaching out towards Chunhao. Just as they were about to grab, Chunhao vanished from his spot. The woman's sharp claws caught only his afterimage. Chunhao appeared behind the woman in red, his sharp dagger thrusting toward her. Just as the blade was about to strike, she dodged with a swift sidestep. The woman in red moved to the window. She glared at Chunhao with venomous eyes. Just wait for me. I'll be back soon. With that, she leaped out of the window. Chunhao watched, speechless. She wasn't the gray wolf, so why would she say she'd definitely return? Just then the maid came upstairs from below. She happened to see the woman in red jumping out. No, you must. Clearly the maid had a kind heart. Huh. Her words left Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu utterly bewildered. Just look outside, and you'll see. The maid spoke with anxious urgency. Chunhao turned to peer out the window. He saw that beyond it lay the backyard where a pond shimmered. The woman in red was now hovering above the pond. The once calm water began to churn violently. Countless streams of black mist surged up from the pond. Chunhao narrowed his eyes at the sight. The mist was clearly the resentment of the dead, and within it faint human silhouettes flickered. As the woman in red absorbed the mist, the surrounding temperature plummeted. The already dim house grew even. Hiss! Lu Xiaoji gasped, rubbing his arms. Why is it getting cold? Chunhao ignored him and leaped directly out the window. Damn! How good! Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu were startled. Though it was only the second floor, the drop was still considerable. Yet Chunhao jumped without hesitation. The two rushed to the window. The scene before them left them frozen. So cool. Chunhao now had wings sprouting from his back, and lightning crackled around his hands. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck down. It hit the woman in red squarely. Ugh! She cried out in pain. Lightning was the bane of spectral. After being struck, she was wounded. It'll kill you. The woman in red, now having absorbed the black mist, grew even more ferocious. She lunged at Chunhao. Her dark red claws slashed through the air toward him. Chunhao dodged, and once again struck her with lightning. The woman in red convulsed from the electricity, her face twisted in agony. Yet she did not relent, attacking him over and over. Chunhao toyed with her like a cat with a mouse. Each time he evaded, he sent a bolt of lightning hurtling toward her. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu watched the battle utterly dumbfounded. If not for the terrifying pressure emanating from the woman in red, they would have thought she was pathetically weak. Enough playing. Whoosh! Chunhao teleported in front of her. His right hand clamped around her throat. She struggled desperately, but his hand had transformed into the claw gripped her neck like a vice. No matter how she thrashed, she could not break free. Chun Hao began to channel the corpse cultivation technique, drawing vast energy from the woman in red into his body. As the energy drained, her form began to fade. Just then the maid also jumped down from the upstairs. She glanced at the woman in red, and then knelt before Chun. "What are you doing? Please, I beg you. Can you spare the young lady? She's also a pitiful soul. We were waiting here for the master to return, but he never came. Instead, a group of rogue soldiers showed up intending to. We would rather die than submit, so the young lady and I took our own lives with knives." Chun Hao remained unmoved by the maid's plea. Instead, he tightened his grip. Eventually, the woman in red was drained until her soul scattered into nothingness. Watching her vanish, the maid Yali collapsed to the ground. "I don't care how tragic her past was. If she dares to attack me, she must pay the price," Chun Hao said coldly. Just now Chun Hao had seen her eyes. The eyes of a viper filled with nothing but resentment. Such a person could never be allowed to live. "Now I'll give you two choices. Either stay and serve as my maid guarding this house, or leave." Unlike the woman in red, the maid Yali had kindness in her eyes. Though she was a spirit, she radiated a saint. Thus Chun Hao had no intention of killing her. Yali bit her lip, then turned to look at the house, her eyes brimming. She cherished this house deeply. To her it was her home. "I choose to stay." "Very well. Then I entrust the house to your care. Please keep the place clean." "Yes." Yali nodded. An hour later, inside the room, Chun Hao sat in a chair, slowly sipping a cup of coffee. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu sat across from him, eyeing the steaming brew warily. "How go, aren't you afraid she might have poisoned it?" As he spoke, Lu Xiaoji glanced nervously toward the door. At that moment, the maid Yali was cleaning in the distance. "What's there to fear?" Chun Hao possessed the SS-level true vision, eye capable of seeing through all things. He could naturally tell if the coffee was poisoned. "Drink up, it's safe." Hearing this, Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji hesitantly raised their cups. Just as they were about to drink, the maid Yali entered. "Master, there are some items in the basement. Would you like to see them and decide how to handle them?" "Things in the basement?" "Yes." Yali nodded. "All right, lead the way." Following Yali, Chun Hao, Lu Xiaoji, and Liu Xiaobu descended the stairs. They soon reached the basement. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoji looked disappointed. "I thought there'd be gold, but it's just a bunch of junk." The basement held only a few shelves thick with dust. Yali looked apologetic. "Sorry, but all the valuables were looted by those soldiers. Only these pots and jars remain." Chun Hao wasn't angry. Instead, he began to survey the area. Something caught his attention. "What is that?" Chun Hao walked toward a jar. He brushed off the dust covering it, and the contents within were instantly revealed. Are these Chirong Tantian chrysanthemum seeds?" Chun Hao had not expected to find Chirong Tantian chrysanthemum seeds here. At the sight of the seeds in Chun Hao's hand, a trace of sorrow flickered across Yali's face. Those were the master's favorite flowers back in his day. He always planted Chirong Tantian chrysanthemums in the backyard. Chun Hao could sense that these seeds still bore life. But he was not skilled in gardening. So he asked Yali, "Yali, do you know how to plant? Or rather, can you grow Chirong Tantian chrysanthemums?" "I can't. When the master planted them, I was always his assistant." "Good, then I'll leave these seeds to you. Help me cultivate them." "No problem. Growing Chirong Tantian chrysanthemums is actually quite simple. Just dig a hole, bury the seeds, water them a little, and then regularly fertilize and weed." Listening to Yali, a picture suddenly surfaced in Chun Hao's mind. Dig a hole, bury some soil. Count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My soil, my land, plant anything, and money will grow. Since you know how you do it. Chun Hao played the hands-off manager. After staying at the villa for a while, he bid farewell to Yali and left with Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu. On the way back, Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu rolled down the windows, greedily breathing in the fresh air outside. "Do you two really have to be so dramatic?" "Of course we do," Lu Xiaoji said. "Bro, how about we sell that house to someone else? It's too eerie. After all, it's a haunted mansion like Dilu horse that brings misfortune to its owner." Chun Hao, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. Does the Dilu horse bring misfortune? Only because its master's fate is not tough enough. When Liu Bei rode it, he crossed the Tan Creek and escaped his pursuers. But when the young phoenix rode it, he died at the falling phoenix slope. A haunted mansion is terrifying for others, but for Chun Hao, who cultivated the corpse cultivation art, it was a treasure trove. Not to mention there was a beautiful maid inside. Seeing that he could not convince Chun Hao, Lu Xiaoji dropped the matter. They returned to the Supernatural Bureau. Having absorbed the energy of the woman in red, Chun Hao needed to refine it, so he left directly. Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu exchanged a glance. "Come on, let's go cultivate properly too." Several days later, Chun Hao finished his training and let out a breath of peak of General Realm, 3rd stage. "I never expected to cultivate so fast. At this pace, I should reach the 9th stage of the General Realm before long. To not hinder my advancement, I must prioritize gathering materials for the King Realm pill." Chun Hao left his room and headed straight to Lu Fengfeng's office. Lu Fengfeng was eating hot and sour noodles with a meat sandwich. Delicious. Chen Hao want some? No thanks. Seeing the bitten meat sandwich, Chen Hao waved his hand. What are you looking for this time? Lu Fengfeng asked. I need materials for refining the King Realm pill. Materials for the King Realm pill. Lu Fengfeng did not reach for the keyboard upon hearing this. Instead she smiled and said, there is one available now, but you'll have to make some effort. What is it? This. As she spoke, Lu Fengfeng tapped the keyboard. Soon a poster appeared on the computer screen. Supernatural Bureau Tournament. Exactly, the Supernatural Bureau Tournament. Don't think every bureau is at peace. In reality, they are all quietly competing with each other. This tournament is hosted by the Southern Bureau. I checked and found that 9 bureaus are participating. The tournament is divided into 3 arenas: lower, middle, and upper. Only General Realm cultivators are allowed. Stages 13 are the lower arena, 46 the middle, and 79 the upper. Chen Hao nodded. I just want to know what the final prize is. The upper arena rewards 1 King Realm pill, the middle arena 3 awakening herbs, and the lower arena 1 blood energy pill. The materials you want for the King Realm pill are the 3 awakening herbs. Chen Hao frowned upon hearing this. The middle arena? I'm afraid my strength isn't enough. Chen Hao began to worry as the middle arena required General Realm stages 46. Seeing Chen Hao's troubled expression, Lu Fengfeng laughed. Don't be so sad. Actually, you can participate in the middle arena. Huh? At this, Chen Hao was full of question marks. The middle arena is said to require stages 46, but it's just a reference. Reference? Exactly. It says stages 46, but cultivators below stage 4 can also join. Only those above stage 6 cannot. Chen Hao suddenly understood. So the restriction only caps the upper limit. The sole purpose of this rule is to prevent veterans from smithing. Imagine a General Realm 9th stage cultivator joining the middle arena. There would be no point in fighting, and the other contestants might as well surrender. Almost no one could leap that many stages to challenge an opponent. So you mean you want to join the middle arena? Lu Fengfeng asked. Yes. Chen Hao nodded. On hearing this, Lu Fengfeng's face showed difficulty. She knew convincing Chen Hao to give up would be harder than reaching the sky. Since you insist, I won't stop you. But before you go, I think you'd better prepare. Prepare? For what? Naturally investigate who is participating. Learn about their strengths and abilities. Chen Hao grinned and couldn't help but look at Lu Fengfeng. Lu Fengfeng rolled her eyes at him. I must have owed you money in a past life. She pursed her lips, but kept, it'll help gather information on your opponents these days. As for you, think of ways to boost your strength in the short term. All right. Chen Hao nodded. Leaving Lu Fengfeng's office, he mulled over how to rapidly enhance his power. Bang, bang, bang. Collision sounds from a distance caught Chen Hao's attention. He instinctively walked toward the noise. It's teacher Shi Jian, and he's sparring with another man. Chen Hao noticed that Shi Jian's opponent seemed especially skilled in leg techniques. His legs lashed out relentlessly, forcing Shi Jian to retreat step after step. And with a thunderous shout, Shi Jian clenched his fists and struck downward toward his opponent's legs. He launched a straight punch, and boom. And the two collided head-on. And the immense recoil force instantly hurled them apart. Ha ha ha, and the long-legged man laughed aloud. And rather than pressing the assault, he smiled, and said to Shi Jian, you've improved remarkably lately. Hong Yang, you're no slouch either. And Shi Jian replied with a grin. And so, how confident are you about the upcoming Esper Bureau tournament? Confident? Absolutely. And didn't you nearly topple you just now? And hey. Hearing this, Hong Yang instantly bristled. And he prepared to resume sparring with Shi Jian, but Shi Jian showed no intention of continuing the fight. Let's take a short break. And we agreed only to spar, not to injure each other by accident. And the Esper Bureau League begins in just a few days. Getting injured now would only hand victory to others. And upon hearing this, Hong Yang nodded. And the two began walking toward the side to rest. Then Hong Yang spotted Chen Hao standing in the spectator stands. And surprise flickered across his face. And young man, how old are you? 18. And what? Nat Chen Hao's answer. Hong Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression utterly incredulous. Really? You're only 18, but you're already at the 3rd tier of the sovereign realm. How could that possibly be? In seeing Hong Yang's astonishment, Shi Jian clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Don't believe this brat's nonsense. Nonsense about 18. I've seen his birth certificate. He's 18 and a half. At Shi Jian's first sentence, Hong Yang visibly relaxed, as if reassured, and instinctively had assumed Chen Hao was lying. And how could anyone truly be only 18? Yet Shi Jian's second sentence struck him like lightning, leaving him frozen in place. And it took him a long moment to regain his composure. And, old Shi, tell me true, is this real? By then Hong Yang already believed it, some 70 to 80%. And after all had known Shi Jian for years, and understood his unwavering integrity. He would never lie about something so fundamental. And damn, a prodigy beyond reckoning. In Hongyang blurted out instinctively, then lifted his gaze toward Wen Xian. A sudden itch to test his mettle surged within Hongyang. Young man, care to come down and spar with me? Sure. With a single fluid leap, Chun Hao vaulted from the stands and landed directly before Hongyang. Sure Jian, watching closely, called out, "He's my disciple. Go easy on him. Don't hurt him." "No problem." And inwardly, however, Hongyang smirked. You shouldn't have said that. And now it'll definitely increase the pressure. Indeed, Hongyang possessed a delightfully mischievous streak, though his notion of increased pressure meant only a light injury, not maiming. Both returned to the dueling platform. After you. As the elder Hongyang intended to grant Chun Hao several opening moves, so he gestured courteously. Chun Hao smiled faintly, and then raising both hands, flames instantly coiled around his forearms. A fire affinity esper. Boom. Chun Hao struck. Two searing torrents of flame shot toward Hongyang. Seeing this, Hongyang pushed off the ground with both feet and launched himself skyward, narrowly evading the inferno. Then he lunged forward, his right leg whipping sideways in a sharp sweeping kick. Whoosh. Just as Hongyang's foot neared Chun Hao's torso, Chun Hao reappeared at Hongyang's flank. In danger, sensing imminent peril, Hongyang hastily raised his arm to block. Chun Hao's right fist blazed with fire. Flame fist, and boom. Knees blazing, knuckles slammed into Hongyang, sending him hurtling backward through the air. Clap, clap, clap. Hongyang rose to his feet and applauded spontaneously. Each generation births its own luminaries. Sure Jian, we elders may soon need to retire. Sure Jian sat on a bench nearby, wiping sweat with a towel, once dry now dripping wet. Retirement awaits you, not me. I'm still young. You. Hongyang hadn't expected such a fine. Hongyang gritted his teeth and spat the word. Boom. Knee's right foot slammed backward, propelling him forward like a hunting leopard, closing in on Chun Hao. Hongyang moved with breathtaking speed. Without Chun Hao's SS-rank true sight, even tracking his motion would have been nearly impossible. Yet sight alone proved useless. Hongyang relied on pure physical technique, not sorcery. Whoosh. Chun Hao instantly teleported, evading the strike. But the instant he rematerialized, a chilling aura prickled at his back. Chun Hao reacted without hesitation, teleporting again. Hongyang's attack missed once more, and his earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by solemn intensity. Old Sure, be honest, what is this young man's ability? How unnaturally potent. The fire he wielded just now, that was clearly pyrokinetic. But that evasion, unless I'm mistaken, was teleportation. Geez, space manipulation affinity. Hearing this, Sure Jian chuckled, his expression gleeful, almost gleefully vindictive. At last, someone understood his past trials. I refuse to believe you can dodge this. And this time Hongyang unleashed his full power. The floor cracked inward beneath his feet. He charged forward, launching a whirlwind kick. Hongyang missed Chun Hao entirely, striking instead a translucent wall. Clang. Like fragile glass, the invisible barrier shattered upon impact. So, it still isn't enough. This transparent wall was a newly awakened technique, forged from spatial energy, manifesting as a defensive barrier. Alas, Chun Hao's cultivation remained limited, and the barrier had formed too hastily, leaving it brittle, easily shattered by Hongyang's kick. Hongyang lunged again, and Chun Hao darted and weaved. From the sidelines, Sure Jian watched two indistinct shadows flicker ceaselessly across the arena. Sure Jian did not focus intently. He knew clarity demanded sustained use of his vision ability. And after his own recent bout, such concentration was simply too exhausting. Boom. Finally Hongyang caught up. Knee's foot lashed out. Chun Hao raised his right forearm to block. Channeling his Esper energy into his arm, he activated his ultimate defensive technique, Guardian. Boom. Chun Hao was sent flying backward. Sure Jian rushed forward, catching Chun Hao midair in a firm embrace. Hongyang, aren't you going too far? Only after hearing Sure Jian's words did Hongyang snap back to reality. He scratched his head in embarrassment. Sorry about that. I just got carried away. Initially Hongyang had only intended a simple spar. He never expected Chun Hao to be so tenacious. This kid is as slippery as an eel. Just as Hongyang was grumbling to himself, Sure Jian shot him a glance. You severely wounded my disciple, and you think a mere sorry suffices. Ill pay compensation, ill pay, alright. With that, Hongyang pulled out a card and handed it to Chun Hao. Kid, there's 500,000 in here. The password is 594,380. Don't say it's too little. I only have this much on me today. After giving this to you, I'll have to sponge off your master for the rest of the day. Hey. Sure Jian was instantly displeased upon hearing this. Why should you get to sponge off me after paying? Because we've been through life and death together. Hongyang said cheerfully. Fine, fine. Shi Jian. He looked at Chun Hao with concern and asked, Xiao, how are you all right? If you feel unwell, you must go to the infirmary immediately and let Bai Jie treat you. It's nothing, will be fine in a while. Chun Hao activated guard. His hand was only a little red, nothing serious. You big oaf, all grown up, and still can't control your strength. Hearing Shi Jian's reproach, Hong Yang scratched his head awkwardly. Chun Hao left the training ground with Hong Yang's card. On his way back, he used God's hand to heal himself. Though God's hand is handy. The only pity is that it heals too slowly. Maybe I should acquire a rapid recovery ability. Something like super healing. Chun Hao had been pondering how to boost his strength. A plan suddenly crystallized in his mind. As the saying goes, one must learn to take a beating before dishing one out. Only when you feel no pain from blows can you truly master fighting. Because if you don't feel pain, you are essentially invincible. Without delay, Chun Hao headed straight to Lu Fengfeng's office. But he was greatly disappointed. For the first time, Lu Fengfeng found no relevant information. Even if there were any, they were all beings that Chun Hao couldn't possibly hunt. Without exception, they were all supreme powerhouses. Chun Hao refused to give up. Just then he touched something in his pocket. It was rock hard. He pulled it out and found it was an iron token. The iron token of Shalu. Right, how could I have forgotten this thing? Following the information man Rue had given him, Chun Hao arrived at a cafe. The cafe owner was a silver-haired old man who looked amiable. How may I help you? The old man said. There were no customers in the shop at the moment. I want to make a deal. What kind of deal, eh? The silver-haired old man instantly became alert. Developing 2 peaks and 1 gorge, investing tens of billions in gold. Hearing Chun Hao's words, the old man's furrowed brow relaxed significantly. Esteemed guest, this way please. The silver-haired old man made a gesture. Puzzled, Chun Hao followed the direction the old man indicated. Entering an inner chamber, Chun Hao saw a woman. She wore fishnet stockings, sat cross-legged, and held a cigarette in her hand. Her hair was permed into a messy nest. She wore a sheer red miniskirt. Little brother, what do you need? I'm looking for an ability user with self-healing powers. What cultivation level? No higher than General Realm 3rd rank. Any rank of ability is fine. Alright, no problem. The woman turned her head. Behind her was a red computer. She was impressively efficient. In no time she was done. She then handed Chun Hao 2 slips of paper. You know the rules, don't you? Noticing Chun Hao's unfamiliar face, she couldn't help asking. Yes. 1 cause, 1 effect. Enjoy the benefits while fulfilling the obligations. Good that you understand. Chun Hao took the 2 slips and left the cafe. No sooner had Chun Hao left than the silver-haired old man entered the room, carrying a freshly brewed cup of coffee. He handed the coffee to the woman. She took it and took a small sip. Just 1 small sip. Her brows furrowed. Laudo, what's wrong with you? The woman felt that Laudo's coffee-making skills had declined. Today's cup was bitter and astringent in her opinion. Sorry, Miss I. Clearly Laudo had been distracted by Chun Hao. He's just a young man. Why get so? The woman couldn't help remarking. Laudo opened his mouth, then closed it again, as if hesitating. Sighed. In the end, he kept his thoughts to himself. Laudo walked out from the inner chamber. He kept muttering under his breath, so alike. So incredibly alike. Chun Hao left the cafe. He opened both slips of paper. One was labeled cause and bore an address and a name. The other was labeled effect, also with an address and a name. Chun Hao decided to pick the fruit first. He headed straight to the address on the effect slip. A slum. Chun Hao walked along the street. The street was dark and damp with a foul stench hanging in the air. Before coming here, Chun Hao had never imagined such a place could exist in the world. This was Garbage City. It housed the world's largest waste processing plant. And it was also where the most garbage on Earth accumulated. Bang! Before Chun Hao had taken many steps, he heard a loud crash. Someone kicked the door with brutal force. The already flimsy door flew open instantly. The man grinned savagely and strode inside. He had been drinking that night and reeked of alcohol. Inside the room was a young girl. Her once white dress her hair was also disheveled. Seeing the man enter, she began to scream in terror. The man paid no heed. He unbuckled his leather belt and advanced toward her. Slap. He lashed her with the belt. You worthless slut. Your mother was a bitch, and so are you. He struck her several more times, then pulled down his pants. He was about to commit an atrocity. Bang! A figure appeared. He kicked the man. Thud! The man slammed heavily into the wall, and then collapsed to the floor. Damn, which guy dares to ambush you, my lord? The one who was kicked away had quite good physical fitness. He struggled to get up from the ground with his heavily injured body. Whoosh! Chun Hao instantly appeared in front of him, the poisoned dagger thrusting towards the man's heart. Chun Hao never showed mercy to scum. As the dagger pierced his heart, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. Chun Hao was somewhat curious about the man's reaction after being stabbed. Surprisingly, he did not die. The corners of the man's mouth curled slightly, revealing a sinister smile. Huh. You didn't expect this, did you? Let me tell you, I am immortal. Chun Hao was astonished to find that his hand felt a bit numb. He looked at his hand and discovered it was poisoned, now showing a faint purple hue. Is this the ability of the lighthouse jellyfish fusionist? It really is overbearing. Even if you are this powerful, I refuse to believe you can survive this. Boom. Chunhao's hands erupted with scorching flames. The terrifying fire instantly enveloped the man. Oh, the man let out a painful wail. The pain from the burning flames was something no one could endure. Although your recovery ability is strong, it's a pity your ability is only clever. I refuse to believe your healing speed can keep up with my destructive speed. Finally, under Chunhao's relentless scorching, the man became a charred corpse. He was dead beyond recovery. Ding dong. Congratulations, host body collection successful. You have acquired clever ability, Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Chunhao's lips curled up slightly. Finally got it. He turned to look at the girl beside him. At that moment she was curled up in the corner, trembling incessantly. Seeing this, Chunhao sighed. The girl looked to be around 12 or 13 years old, just at the age of blossoming. Someone like her should be in school listening to the teacher's instruction, yet here, she was shaking in fear. Chunhao pulled out his dagger and swung it sharply at the chains binding the girl. Clang! The chain snapped with a sound. Chunhao glanced at the girl, tossing a stack of money in front of her. This is all I can do to help you. Whether you can survive depends on yourself. With that, Chunhao turned to leave. What he didn't know was that the girl was staring at him with bright, eager eyes. It was as if she wanted to memorize his features. One day in the future, due to this act of kindness, Chunhao would receive a corresponding reward. Exiting the room, Chunhao swung his right hand sharply. Whoosh! A purple droplet of poisonous liquid shot towards the wall in the distance. Bang! Hiss! The poison droplet hit the wall, corroding it instantly and emitting thick, white smoke. A foul odor wafted out. The poison of the lighthouse jellyfish is indeed overbearing. If I didn't have the ability of grasp refinement, I might have met my end here today. Having acquired the desired ability, Chunhao immediately left the garbage city. He took a train, planning to head to his next destination, the City of Death. Are the missions at the Killing Tower always this difficult? This time, Chunhao's target was a 5th-tier opponent with level ability, Bloodsucker. First, let's level up the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist ability. Chunhao began to ponder which ability to decompose. Soon he made a decision. System decomposed this level ability, Snake Charmer. Although Snake Charmer was level, it had some limitations in its usage. First, there must be snakes around, and secondly, the strength of the snakes must be substantial. Otherwise, it would just command a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals to fight. The most crucial point, the Snake Charmer can only command snakes weaker than the caster. Chunhao at this moment had only one thought: my strength is already stronger than yours, I can handle it myself, so why do I need you? Without hesitation, he directly decomposed the Snake Charmer. Ding dong, congratulations, host Snake Charmer decomposition successful. You have gained 1 million original ability beads. System fuse these 1 million original ability beads into the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist ability. Ding dong, fusing original ability beads. Ding dong, congratulations, host original ability bead fusion successful. Your Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist ability is now level. Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist's level ability. The possessor of this ability can wield the overbearing poison of the Lighthouse Jellyfish and possess extraordinary self-healing capabilities. The Lighthouse Jellyfish is known for its immortal existence. Chunhao sat in his seat on the train, still immersed in the joy of obtaining the Lighthouse Jellyfish Fusionist ability. Hey! Suddenly a man in a white suit approached, accompanied by 2 lackeys. The man frowned, his face full of displeasure. He pinched his nose and spoke. Did you crawl out of a garbage heap? Why do you smell so bad? Upon hearing this, Chunhao instinctively sniffed his own scent. Only then did he realize that he indeed carried a bit of a foul odor. There was no helping it, the garbage city was too filthy. Before long his clothes had absorbed those foul smells. It was like a non-smoker who, as long as they are near someone smoking, would eventually carry a smell of smoke. Looking at the 3 slackers, Chunhao just wanted to complete his task without causing trouble. Thus he replied, sorry, I'm going to change my clothes now. The moment Chunhao tried to leave, it seemed the 3 guys had no intention of letting him go. Changing clothes is one thing, but how do you expect us to deal with your stench? So what do you want? Give us brothers $500 each. Let today's incident pass. Hearing this, Chunhao narrowed his eyes. $500. Sure. With that, he pulled out his wallet and handed over $1,500 to the man in the suit. Seeing Chunhao's plump wallet, a glint of greed flashed in the suit man's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter a big fish today. However, he did not act immediately. There were other passengers on the train watching. If it escalated, it would attract the attendants' attention, which would not be good. Today I'll let you off the hook. Saying this, the group turned to leave with the money. This is for you, and this is for you. The suited man took out 200 each and handed it to his 2 lackeys. Seeing this, the 2 lackeys couldn't help but pout. They had clearly put in effort, yet the lion's share was taken by the suited man. Unfortunately, they dared not voice their anger. What's the rush? This is a fat sheep. Let's discuss how to deal with him later. Chun Hao looked at the three men, his eyes narrowing slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in them. The group returned to their respective seats. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but glance at them, displaying a variety of expressions. There was envy, jealousy, anger, disgust, and even fear. What's happening? Why are my hands so numb? The leader in the suit finally noticed something was amiss. He looked at his hand and discovered purple spots appear. Not just him, his two subordinates began to show similar symptoms. Not good, it's poison. We're poisoned. The suited man was no fool. He quickly deduced the situation. They began to regret why they had provoked Chun Hao, this harbinger of death. They felt their breaths becoming rapid, as if someone had tightened a grip around their neck, their heads buzzing. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, a copious amount of white foam spewing from their mouths. At this moment, their hearts were filled with regret. Unfortunately, there are no pills for regret in this world. Chun Hao's poison was akin to paraquat, allowing only the time for repentance, but not the opportunity for it. The three men tilted their heads and fell straight down. Up. With the death of the three, the scene immediately descended into chaos. Everyone began to scream in panic. At this moment, Chun Hao had already slipped into a relatively empty carriage. He leaped and jumped out of the window. While on the train, Chun Hao had disguised himself and wasn't sitting in his own seat, so he wasn't worried about anyone discovering his identity. Once he jumped out of the train window, Chun Hao soared into the sky with his wings. He was not far from the city of Sin. He planned to fly straight there. As he arrived at the entrance of the city of Sin, Chun Hao was taken aback by the sight before him. The city of Sin truly lived up to its name, resembling a hell on earth. Everywhere on the street lay corpses, many of which had already rotted, with numerous maggots writhing atop them. Green bottle flies perched on the bodies, devouring them, and as people approached, the flies would instantaneously take flight. Like mosquitoes, they buzzed around everywhere, appearing extremely disgusting. I can't understand what is that guy doing. Chun Hao's brows furrowed tightly. The city of Sin was filthy and chaotic, the air rife with a heavy stench of blood. However, for those ruthless criminals, it was indeed paradise. Because this is a lawless zone where anything done is not considered illegal. Some serious offenders fled here, and their pursuers could not continue the chase. This is the rule of the city of Sin. As for why the city of Sin was not shut down, it's simple. It is built on the exit of a terrifying secret realm. Whenever there is a disturbance in that secret realm, the first ones to suffer are the people living in the city of Sin. However, since the city of Sin is filled with ruthless individuals, every time the secret realm stirs, they band together to suppress it. These scum of society are recycled as cannon fodder, the first wave of soldiers. Chun Hao's arrival drew the attention of many. However, at this moment, Chun Hao had changed his form. He had transformed into a werewolf. People instinctively turned their heads away from the wolf-head, human-bodied Chun Hao. Only a few individuals stared at Chun Hao with keen interest. Soon one person approached him. This individual wore black burlap pants and a white robe exposing his chest. He carried a large cleaver on his shoulder, blood dripping continuously from it. Upon seeing Chun Hao, the man grinned and said, "What a cute little wolf. I wonder how tasty your head is." Saying this, the man swung the cleaver at Chun Hao. Seeing this, Chun Hao, look, the butcher has targeted that newcomer. Who do you think will win? The butcher, of course. That guy kills every day. I don't even know how many he's killed. Tisk, he's got no insight. Oh, I think that werewolf is stronger. Don't talk. Just as the crowd was discussing, Chun Hao and the butcher began to fight. Whoosh. Chun Hao's speed was incredible. He seized the moment and instantaneously appeared before the butcher. His sharp claws slashed across the butcher's neck. Hisses. The butcher's neck was torn open by Chun Hao's sharp claws. A vast amount of blood gushed forth like a fountain. You see, I told you that guy is powerful. Tisk, boring. Who would have thought the butcher would be taken down so quickly? Yeah, I was hoping to share a piece of meat. Oh well, never mind, let's drink. The group turned their heads back and continued to drink. Chun Hao gave the butcher a cold glance and then moved forward. Not having walked far, Chun Hao spotted a man. A gentlemanly figure holding a cane caught his eye. Upon seeing this man, Chun Hao's heart began to race uncontrollably. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like drums beating incessantly. Run. Quick run. The farther away the better. Do not get close to this guy. All the pores on Chun Hao's body screamed at him, telling him that this man was extremely dangerous. However, the man seemed to hold no ill will toward Chun Hao. He took off his hat and smiled warmly at Chun Hao, giving a slight bow. Chun Hao forced himself to remain calm and returned the bow. The man smiled and said, "If the little brother doesn't mind, may I invite you for a drink?" Naturally, I'd be delighted. Chun Hao responded with a smile. As if joking, the man before him was a third-tier expert with S-level ability, Vampire King. This guy was a genuine vampire. Then, little brother, please follow me. The man led Chun Hao into a small tavern. Hello, give me a Bloody Mary. He then turned to Chun Hao and asked, little brother, what about you? Same for me. The man smiled slightly at Chun Hao's response. In no time, 2 Bloody Marys were served. The man took a small sip right in front of Chun Hao. So fragrant. This drink is pure with a hint of virgin sweetness. The man looked at Chun Hao and asked, "Why aren't you drinking?" Looking at the blood-red drink in front of him, Chun Hao forced an awkward smile. "I just remembered I have something to do." Upon hearing this, the man's face displayed a hint of disappointment. What a pity. Chun Hao's eyelids twitched incessantly. He hadn't expected that the Bloody Mary in this bar actually contained blood. Moreover, this blood was indeed virgin blood. It was precisely for this reason that Chun Hao didn't drink that glass. The man chatted leisurely with Chun Hao while sipping his drink. Time passed by second by second. Huh. William yawned. He smiled slightly and said to Chun Hao, "I had a great time chatting today. Let's continue some other time." With that, William walked away. Chun Hao let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in sweat. What Chun Hao didn't know was that after leaving the bar, William's demeanor became disturbingly twisted. What do I do? What do I do? William's eyes turned bloodshot. No, absolutely not. He struggled to suppress his murderous urges. Oh, he's such a beautiful fruit. He instinctively licked his lips. No. The fruit must be plucked when it's fully ripe. Only then will it be the most delicious. Just then a figure approached William. It was a scantily clad woman. "Hey handsome, wanna have some fun with me?" "Sure." Whoosh. William vanished, grabbed the woman, and dashed into an alley. Moments later he emerged alone. Uffed. He spat out blood-tinged saliva. Damn, that tastes awful. After William left, Chun Hao also exited the bar. He began searching for his target in the city of sin. Luck was on his side. He hadn't walked far before he spotted the man. The man staggered out of another bar wearing a black leather jacket and clutching a bottle, clearly half drunk. His long hair damp with sweat hung limply. Chun Hao's presence caught his attention. Although Chun Hao tried his best to conceal his killing intent, the man detected it. He hurled the beer bottle at Chun Hao. Crash! Chun Hao instinctively dodged, and the bottle shattered against the wall behind him. Ugh! The man roared, transforming his form and lunging at Chun Hao. Roar! Chun Hao let out a beastly howl and charged at the man. The two clashed fiercely, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Many stepped out of their houses to watch the brawl, cheering and shouting with gleeful malice. "Fight, come on. Who do you think will win?" "My money's on the red-skinned freak. He seems stronger." "I disagree. I think the werewolf is tougher." Chun Hao and the man fought with increasing intensity. The man kicked Chun Hao, sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily into a wall, the impact cracking the brick. The man charged forward, his right fist aimed at Chun Hao's face. Whoosh! Just as the fist was about, Chun Hao teleported behind the man, raking his sharp claws across the man's back. Rip! Deep wounds. Your claws are poisonous. The man felt the strange effect and yelled in panic, his face The man had been poisoned by Chun Hao's venom, a potent amplified toxin from the immortal jellyfish. His back went numb and his expression contorted in agony. Ignoring the pain, he lunged again. Chun Hao sidestepped nimbly. The poisoned man was now a lamb. Chun Hao had no need for prolonged struggle. Thud! Finally, after a few convulsions, the man clutched his throat, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed. With the man's death, the crowd dispersed. Having seen the show, they returned to their own affairs. Chun Hao conjured a fireball and hurled it at the corpse. Boom. He incinerated the body. Ding. Congratulations, host. Corpse collected successfully. You have obtained Brank ability, Bloodthirster. Bloodthirster Brank ability. When attacking an enemy, it drains their blood essence, enhancing the user's This is a blood-sucking skill. Chun Hao was pleasantly surprised. But he quickly composed himself. After all, this was the city of sin. Having killed someone in public, he couldn't linger. Chun Hao flashed away. After changing locations and appearances multiple times, Chun Hao assumed the form of a dog-headed man and arrived at the city gate. He was about to leave when a guard stopped him. "Please show your exit permit." Exit permit? Chun Hao hadn't expected such a requirement. "Hey bro, you must be new here." A pig-headed man approached. "Anyone who enters the city of sin becomes its. To leave you need an exit permit." "What's an exit permit? What happens if I don't have one?" As Chun Hao asked. "Hey, why are you stopping me?" A young man appeared at the gate, trying to leave, but being blocked. "Please show your exit permit or go back." Exit permit. Oomph. The young man snorted, formed a fist, and punched at the guard. As his fist was about to hit, a shadow flashed before him. Bang. The shadow's fist pierced the young man's chest with incredible speed. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected to die here. Thud. The shadow tossed the body aside like trash. "Drag this garbage away and chop it up for the dogs." Chun Hao looked at the killer. A man in an iron mask, utterly cold and indifferent. 8th stage King Realm, a rank ability, Iron Fist. Chun Hao mused. How reckless, trying to force his way out of the city of sin. The pig-headed man shook his head. "Bro, you seem cool. How about teaming up?" "Teaming up? Yeah, exactly. You were wondering how to get an exit permit, right? It's simple. Work hard and earn contribution points in the city. Once you reach 100,000 points, you can exchange them for an exit permit and leave." Chun Hao nodded. "Alright, I'll team up with you." "Great, follow me. We'll take you home. Let me tell you, my place is pretty spacious." Chunhao followed the pighead man to a certain location. On the way, the pighead man chattered incessantly. Upon arriving at the city of Sin, regardless of your past, it's best to keep a low profile. There's a saying, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. If you're a dragon, you should coil. If you're a tiger, you should lie low. As long as we work diligently and earn enough contribution points, we can leave here. Alright, we have arrived. Before long, the pighead man brought Chunhao to a small, thatched hut. Is this the big? Chunhao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yes, it's quite nice. Let me tell you, don't underestimate its size. It's very comfortable inside. It's better than sleeping on the street. As he spoke, the pighead man pulled Chunhao into the house. As soon as they entered, the pighead man closed the door. Chunhao immediately became alert. Does this guy have any ulterior motives? Suddenly, he felt a tightness in his body. The pighead man glanced outside, and seeing no one, let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Chunhao and asked, "Brother, which faction are you from?" Chunhao furrowed his brow at the question. "Are you here on a mission?" As soon as the pighead man finished speaking, he couldn't help but slap himself twice. Oh dear, how could I ask about such matters openly? The pighead man's behavior left Chunhao a bit bewildered. This guy seemed to be self-incriminating. Oh, whatever. Now that we're here, we are brothers. In our Scorpion Brigade, there are no divisions between us. Saying this, the pighead man took off the key hanging around his neck. He walked over to the iron cabinet, opened the door, and pulled out a large chunk of grayish bread. You must be hungry. This is buckwheat bread. Brother, don't be picky, just make do with it. Though this bread looks ugly, it costs 5 contribution points. That's what I earn in a day's labor. Hearing this, Chunhao quickly realized. This guy probably thinks I'm a member of the From his appearance, he must be a beast. Beasts are those without special abilities who have implanted ability beads. This fellow must have implanted the pighead man ability bead. He had now been corrupted by the ability bead, completely transformed into a pighead man. You've been talking about labor, what exactly do you do? The pighead man smiled mysteriously. I can't tell you for now, but you'll find out tomorrow. The pighead man was... Chunhao felt a bit speechless. The next day, he followed the pighead man to the entrance of a secret realm. The pighead man ran to a nearby camp, and soon returned carrying 2 iron picks. Let's go, we have work to do. Iron picks. What are we going to do? Mine. Just as Chunhao pondered, the pighead man had already pulled him past the entrance of the secret realm. Once inside the secret realm, Chunhao discovered it was within a passage. Above the passage were many glowing crystals. Hee. The pighead man smiled, and said to Chunhao, our job is to mine. Do you see these shiny stones? They are valuable energy stones. Our goal is to dig these shiny energy stones out of the ground. This job is much better than others. Do you see those fully armed individuals? Those are adventurers. This passage is vast, and no one knows its end. Not to mention how terrifying the monsters inside are. Participating in adventuring can yield considerable income. But likewise, there are risks involved. It's a job where you put your life on the line. Chunhao nodded at this point, stealing a glance at the group of... The adventurers were led by 2 at the general stage, while the rest were at the master stage. Those below master stage were considered burdens and weren't qualified to enter the adventurer ranks. Come on, I'll take you to our work pit. Under the guidance of the pighead man, Chunhao arrived at a mining pit. At this point, some individuals were already working there. They raised their picks high and then brought them down forcefully. Clang. The rock wall was incredibly hard. As the pick struck, sparks flew. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing filled the entire mine. Is it really that hard? Chunhao tried to lift the pick and swung it down. Clang. He found that he only chipped off a small piece of rock. The pighead man smiled slightly at this sight. Brother, not bad. You have quite a bit of strength. The pighead man's eyes were filled with envy. Strength. Yes. As he spoke, the pighead man lifted the pick and struck down hard. Clang. Compared to Chunhao, the pighead man was like an amateur. Chunhao could at least chip off a small piece of... The pighead man seemed to be merely scraping the stone, and after his pick struck, it only left a tiny white mark. Chunhao and the pighead man began to dig. The pighead man grew more and more excited. Looks like we can earn quite a few contribution points today. Just as the pighead man was excited, a figure walked in from outside. He had a broad back and a face covered in a thick beard, his muscles extremely well defined. It's the mining maniac. How enviable. I wish I had his strength. I wonder how many energy stones he can mine today. Sigh, if only I could learn his mining skills. His mining efficiency earns more contribution points daily than he's so lucky. Doing the safest job and earning the most money. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get to work, or there won't be anything for dinner tonight. The arrival of the mining maniac caught Chunhao's attention. He instinctively looked towards the mining maniac. The pighead man, seeing Chunhao stop, also halted. Are you thinking of learning from him? Oh brother, let me give you some advice. As a person, it's better to be grounded. Many have tried to learn from him before you, but without exception they all failed. Moreover, they wasted time and didn't mine many energy stones, resulting in going hungry at night. Chunhao, hearing this, was unconcerned. Just because others couldn't do it doesn't mean he couldn't. The mining maniac entered the mine and took down the pick from his back. Spit, spit. He spat twice into his hands, rubbed them together, then lifted the pick and began swinging it. Clang, clang, clang. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the mining maniac dug rapidly. Chun Hao narrowed his eyes as he observed the scene. With his eye of the gods, he quickly understood how the other had managed it, digging through stone as hard as iron, as if it were tofu. He can actually coat his pickaxe with aberrant energy. Having grasped the principle, Chun Hao mimicked the technique and began practicing it himself. At first, Chun Hao found it awkward. Gradually, he mastered the knack. Clang! A massive boulder was pried loose by his pickaxe. Holy crap! The pig-headed man's eyes bulged. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Clang! Chun Hao's pickaxe descended a second time. Another huge chunk of rock was dislodged. Badass. Totally badass. The pig-headed man couldn't help but give Chun Hao a thumbs up. Bro, how did you do that? Is it that hard? I think anyone with hands could do it. Chun Hao hadn't expected that wrapping aberrant energy around the pickaxe would yield such results. The pickaxe became both harder and sharper. Combined with his strength enhancement, mining became effortless. The commotion caught the attention of the mining maniac. He glanced at Chun Hao, frowning slightly. This kid. The mining maniac pondered for a moment, then resumed his own digging. Chun Hao too became a mining maniac. Muda muda muda. His pickaxe swung incessantly. He almost relished the sensation of mining, discovering that his control over aberrant energy had grown stronger. Whoa, mining can actually refine aberrant energy. Chun Hao hadn't anticipated that. That evening, the pig-headed man walked home, beaming, hopping joyfully. Good brother, do you know how many points we earned today? 5,000. A full 5,000 points. Geez, if I did it alone, I don't know how long it would take. Come on, since we made so much, I'll treat you to a feast. Really? Chun Hao nodded. He led the pig-headed man to the cafeteria, where they spent 200 points before leaving contentedly. The pig-headed man looked at Chun Hao with eyes full of admiration and gratitude. Bro, it's been so long since I last had a proper meal. And such good food at that. His nose tingled and he burst into tears. Chun Hao and the pig-headed man returned to their dwelling. No sooner had they arrived than a figure appeared. The man raised his pickaxe and swung it at Chun Hao. Brother, watch out. Chun Hao was about to strike back, but the pig-headed man leaped in front of him. Thud. The pickaxe slammed into the pig-headed man's skull, killing him instantly. Chun Hao glared at the assailant. It's you. Chun Hao hadn't expected that the mining maniac would ambush him here. Oomph. The man sneered. Blocking someone's fortune is like killing their parents. Buddy, blame yourself for being too dazzling. With that, he charged at Chun Hao, pickaxe raised. Whoosh. Chun Hao sidestepped behind the man, flipping a sharp dagger into his hand. Thud. Chun Hao drove the dagger into the man's back. How is that possible? The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head. Then he collapsed stiffly. Did you think an iron vest could stop my dagger? As the saying goes, learn the enemy's technique to defeat the enemy. Having learned a new application of aberrant energy today, Chun Hao put it to use immediately. A dagger coated in aberrant energy was many times sharper than ordinary. Though the man wore an iron vest, it was like paper before Chun Hao's blade, pierced with ease. After killing the man, Chun Hao glanced at the pig-headed man's corpse. Brother, rest in peace. Chun Hao conjured 2 fireballs and incinerated both the pig-headed man and the mining maniac. Then he left the scene. The next day, a newcomer appeared in the adventurer team. The fellow had a pig's head on a human body. It was Chun Hao. By burning the corpses, he had acquired the pig-headed man and minor abilities. Both were drank abilities too low for Chun Hao to bother dismantling. He simply equipped the pig-headed man ability and concealed his true strength. He was now at the 6th stage of the Master Realm. For an adventurer team, this rank was neither too high nor too low, exactly as Chun Hao had calculated. A high rank would attract too much attention, while a low rank would get him sent on menial tasks like scouting or carrying packs. In times like these, the middle path was best. Soon Chun Hao's squad set out. On the road, he noticed the team leader constantly speaking into a walkie-talkie. Clearly the leader was experienced. The group proceeded deeper into the tunnel, encountering and dispatching several monsters along the way through teamwork. Alright, halt here. The leader called the group to a stop. We'll take a break right here. A surveillance camera was strapped to the leader's chest, recording everything. Those outside could see what was happening through the live feed. Hearing the order to rest. Man, I'm exhausted. Everyone immediately scattered. Some sat on the ground, others found large stones to perch on. A few remained standing, backs against the wall. Chun Hao noticed that those sitting on the ground had no notable injuries, clearly newbies. Only those leaning against the wall wore vigilant expressions, eyes darting around. Whoosh. As a figure dashed out. Bang. It punched one of the seated men in the head. The man's skull burst like a watermelon, brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Everyone turned to the attacker. It's a violent red-eyed rabbit. Violent red-eyed rabbits stood upright, their bodies packed with muscles like gym regulars. After pulverizing one man's head, it targeted another. The team leader drew his long sword and charged at the rabbit, engaging it in a fierce battle. The deputy leader checked on the man who had nearly been struck. "You all right?" he asked with concern. "I am fine," the man replied, though his legs were trembling. The deputy joined the leader, and together they managed to slay the violent red-eyed rabbit. The group erupted, panting heavily. Both leaders struggled for breath. The rabbit was tenacious. They had exhausted themselves. "Take a break." The deputy handed the leader a bottle of water. Just as he passed it, whoosh. The shadow struck the vice captain with a punch, sending him flying. He fell to the ground lifeless. "Up!" the captain shouted in fury. The vice captain was his good friend. Never did he expect him to be killed just like that. He began to go insane, wielding a long sword and hacking at the violent red-eyed rabbit in front of him. Bang! The violent red-eyed rabbit before him was of a different caliber than the one just moments ago. Its speed was astonishing, and it punched directly at the captain's face. A crisp crack. The captain's nasal bone was broken, and he was sent staggering back. Then the violent red-eyed rabbit quickly approached the captain with a few small steps. It unleashed another punch, striking the captain's chest. Boom! The captain's chest caved in. Ah! One guy finally reacted upon seeing this, instinctively wanting to flee. Whoosh! The violent red-eyed rabbit moved, charging at that guy and instantly exploding his head with a punch. It then lunged at another guy. The violent red-eyed rabbit entered kill mode, and in no time everyone on site except for Chun-Hao was dead. Chun-Hao looked at the blood-soaked violent red-eyed rabbit before him. Fourth stage of the realm. Not bad. As soon as he finished speaking, Chun-Hao moved as well. He rushed towards the violent red-eyed rabbit, transforming his form while running. The battle power of the pig-headed man was too weak, so Chun-Hao switched directly to the dragon form. He began to fight the violent red-eyed rabbit. Bang bang bang. It was a back-and-forth battle. Chun-Hao was astonished to discover that his combat strength had increased. Indeed, it had increased. Previously, when attacked by enemies, he would feel pain. But now the sensation of pain only lingered at the moment of being struck. After the attack, the pain vanished. Is this the enhancement brought by the lighthouse jellyfish? No, there's also the vampiric buff from the bloodthirster. Awesome. Chun-Hao transformed into a warlike figure. The violent red-eyed rabbit before him appeared somewhat flustered. Their battle style was clearly one of exchanging injuries. However, Chun-Hao was like a cheater. He was injured 1 second and healed the next. In contrast, the violent red-eyed rabbit was becoming more and more grievously wounded. It instinctively tried to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Chun-Hao teleported behind the violent red-eyed rabbit and unleashed a punch. Bang! The back of the violent red-eyed rabbit's head was directly caved in by Chun-Hao's strike. The rabbit's body went limp and fell down. He looked at the corpse of the violent red-eyed rabbit on the ground. "Rise up, my soldier." Chun-Hao had not previously used the ability of corpse summoning. It was mainly because this ability was too shocking. Before he had grown stronger, being discovered would have been very dangerous. But now it was different. This was a secret realm, and Chun-Hao wasn't worried about being found out. As Chun-Hao shouted, the violent red-eyed rabbit sprang up from the ground. Chun-Hao felt it wasn't enough. "Come forth, blood demon." He summoned the blood demon as well. Chun-Hao planned to thoroughly explore the secret realm. Next came the phase where Chun-Hao would push through. All the monsters encountered along the way were dealt with by Chun-Hao. Then these monsters joined Chun-Hao's army of destruction. Soon Chun-Hao reached a cave. Is that a rooster crest phoenix sunflower? Chun-Hao glanced around and saw 2 purple flowers resembling rooster crests on the nearby stone wall. Seeing the rooster crest phoenix sunflower made Chun-Hao somewhat happy. However, he did not let it cloud his judgment. Everyone attacked that place together. Chun-Hao pointed toward the nearby rock wall. Hearing this, a group of monsters simultaneously launched their attacks at the rock wall. In an instant, all sorts of attacks flew toward the wall. Roar! A figure emerged from the rock wall. It was a snake. An enormous snake. The snake was entirely earthy yellow, blending seamlessly with the rocky wall. If it weren't for Chun-Hao's ability of danger prediction, he wouldn't have known of its existence. After all, true sight consumed a lot of energy, and Chun-Hao couldn't keep it active all the time. Everyone charged together. With Chun-Hao's command, a multitude of monsters rushed toward the Earth Rock Snake King. Seeing this, the Earth Rock Snake King swept its tail fiercely, sending a group of monsters flying. But more monsters lunged at its body. Since these monsters were all corpses, they felt no pain. As long as they could move, they would relentlessly attack. Under the relentless assaults of the fearless monsters, the Earth Rock Snake King finally met its demise. "Blood Demon, go and pick those 2 rooster crest phoenix sunflowers for me." The Blood Demon, upon hearing this, flew over to the rooster crest phoenix sunflowers and directly plucked them. Then it delivered them to Chun-Hao's hands. After storing the 2 rooster crest phoenix sunflowers in his space, Chun-Hao prepared to leave. Indeed, he intended to leave. His instincts warned him that great danger lay ahead, and if he continued forward, it would be a certain death. Chun-Hao left with his army of monsters. What he did not know was that just as he departed, a monster appeared behind. The monster was a spider, entirely white, exuding a regal aura. When Chun Hao was still some distance from the entrance, he stored the corpses of the monsters in his space. At the same time, 2 magic beast cores appeared in his hands. I believe these 2 high-level magic beast cores will yield a significant number of contribution points. Chun Hao took the 2 magic beast cores to the exchange area. Just as he had anticipated, the 2 high-level magic beast cores were exchanged for 50,000 contribution points. How did you obtain these? The staff member in charge of exchanges asked curiously. Hearing this, Chun Hao couldn't help but scratch the back of his head. I was lucky and stumbled upon 2 magic beasts fighting. In the end, both magic beasts perished together. Then I swooped in to pick up the spoils. Listening to Chun Hao's words, the staff member couldn't help but nod. After Chun Hao completed his exchange, several staff members couldn't help but discuss among themselves. Boss, that guy is really lucky. Yeah, who would have thought he would encounter 2 magic beasts fighting? So why can't we have that kind of luck? That little leader was no fool. Although Chun Hao concealed his aura and suppressed his power to the master realm, the little leader still sensed an inexplicable danger from Chun Hao. His instincts told him not to offend Chun Hao. Alright, stop the chatter and return to your posts. If you're envious, you can quit your jobs and join the exploration team instead. Rest assured, I will be the first to approve your requests. Hearing the leader's words, the few people immediately obediently returned to their positions. It was a joke. While the exploration team earned a lot, it was a job that danced on the edge of a knife. Chun Hao exchanged for the contribution points and had not taken a few steps. Little brother, wait a moment. A guy approached with a cheerful smile. Chun Hao turned his head and discovered a sneaky-looking fellow. The man was sizing Chun Hao up with malicious eyes. He was quite cunning, having just seen Chun Hao exchange 2 beast crystal cores. Knowing that Chun Hao had a considerable sum of money on him, he said, "Brother, would you like me to take you somewhere fun?" Chun Hao looked at the man with suspicion. "What do you mean by fun?" "Of course I mean taking you to eat abalone." Hearing this, Chun Hao felt instantly disinterested. Seeing Chun Hao prepare to leave, the man became anxious and quickly stepped in front of Chun Hao, blocking his path. "Since you don't want to eat abalone, let me take you somewhere else. If I'm not mistaken, you probably haven't gathered enough contribution points to exchange for an exit permit yet. Brother, I'll take you to a place where you can turn a small investment into a big return. You might even gain more contribution points than needed for the exit permit." "Where is that?" Hearing Chun Hao's inquiry, the man's lips curled into a slight smile. He thought to himself, the fish has taken the bait. The man pretended to look mysterious, glancing around before saying to Chun Hao, "If you want to know, just follow me." With that, he led the way. Out of curiosity, Chun Hao followed behind the man. He initially thought the man would lead him to a dark corner, but unexpectedly they arrived at a splendid place. As the man prepared to enter, he was stopped by someone. "Sorry, you're not welcome here." The man, hearing this, nodded and bowed to the guards, saying, "Gentlemen, I came here with him." The guards looked at Chun Hao, and after a glance they stepped aside and gestured for Chun Hao. The guards wore special glasses that could see how many contribution points a person had. Seeing that Chun Hao had a significant amount of contribution points, they naturally let him through. "Boss, let's go in." Guided by the man, Chun Hao stepped inside. Once inside, he finally understood what kind of... "I didn't expect this to be a gambling den." Chun Hao glanced around and noticed many people were gambling, and they were... With flushed faces, they shouted loudly. The man followed Chun Hao inside, feeling as though he had returned home. He displayed an expression of ecstasy. "I'm back. I Shui Yexing have finally returned." Shui Yexing turned to Chun Hao and said, "Brother, how about it? Do you want to place a bet?" Chun Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this, but did not act immediately. Instead, he began to stroll around the gambling den. After walking around, Chun Hao exchanged for some chips, and then stopped at a place for betting on high or low. "If I hadn't disassembled the gambler ability back then, perhaps I could have dominated today." But Chun Hao's luck wasn't bad. He still had another advantage. He looked at Shui Yexing beside him, who was the legendary walking advantage. Although Shui Yexing's strength was not strong, his ability was unmatched. Dog-headed strategist grade possessing this ability means that cunning schemes are no longer related to you. Any idea you come up with will turn into a bad one. Grade dog-headed strategist. Seeing this, Chun Hao laughed. If this fellow appeared in the 3 kingdoms, he would be comparable to Guatu. In Chun Hao's eyes, there were no useless abilities, only those who could not use them. He smiled at Shui Yexing and said, "What do you think we should bet on this round?" "Bet on high." Shui Yexing pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. "All right." Chun Hao walked to the table and directly tossed all his chips on high. Shui Yexing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss, are you messing with me? I clearly told you to bet on high. Oh, why did you bet on low? If you lose this time, you can't blame me." Just as Shui Yexing finished speaking, the seductive dealer revealed the 122 low. Chun Hao smiled as he collected the chips he won. He then took out a chip and handed it to Shui Yexing, saying, "What should we bet on this round?" Hesitating for a moment, Shui Yexing replied, "Still high." Upon hearing this, Chun Hao placed the chips he had just... Shui Yexing's expression instantly turned grim. "I see it clearly now. You're doing this on purpose." I must say Shui Yexing's luck was really remarkable. 1-2-4 low. Chun Hao won again. Winning 2 rounds in a row drew the attention of others at the same table. They subconsciously looked at Chun Hao wanting to know what he would bet on next. However, they were greatly disappointed. Chun Hao actually started to gather his winnings. Indeed, he did not intend to gamble any further. The gamblers nearby became anxious upon seeing this. To them, gambling relied on luck. With his current good luck, it would be a pity to stop now. Brother, how about betting a few more rounds? Chun Hao shook his head upon hearing this. Small bets for fun, big bets for harm. Although with this method Chun Hao could continue winning, he knew that if he kept winning he would be unable to leave this gambling den. Chun Hao took his winnings to the exchange to convert them into contribution points. This time he received over 200,000 contribution points. After exiting the gambling den, Shui Yexing looked at Chun Hao, appearing as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Can you lend me some contribution points? Don't worry, I won't borrow them for free. Seeing Chun Hao's displeasure, Shui Yexing hurriedly added, I'll pay you back. Pay back? Shui Yexing nodded and said to Chun Hao, let's go, follow me to get something. With that, Shui Yexing led the way. Chun Hao followed him to a shabby house. After Shui Yexing entered, he rummaged around. Shortly after, he emerged holding a pearl. Brother Alex, what is this? It's a dragon pearl. Dragon pearl. Chun Hao frowned and looked at the pearl in Shui Yexing's hand. Not knowing until he looked, he was shocked. Chun Hao's heart raced uncontrollably. Wow, it really is a dragon pearl. Chun Hao was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how the other party obtained the dragon pearl. Although shocked inside, he maintained a calm demeanor. Where did you get this broken pearl, claiming it to be a dragon pearl? Do you think him a fool? Hearing this, Shui Yexing became anxious. Hey, why is it that you all have such lack of knowledge? This really is a dragon pearl. It's a family heirloom passed down through generations. My grandfather repeatedly instructed me before he died to protect it well. If it weren't for me thinking that you and I are fated, I wouldn't give it to you. Fate? Chun Hao scoffed. Do you believe what you just said? Shui Yexing couldn't help but laugh at his own. Alright, I knew I couldn't fool you. Sighing, Shui Yexing couldn't help but toss the dragon pearl on the ground. I wonder if my old man has lost his mind. People often say that as one grows old they become senile. It seems to be true. I can't believe I trusted him so much. Do you know? I once pawned this dragon pearl. They threw the dragon pearl back at me and had someone beat me up. Shui Yexing grew angrier as he thought about it, preparing to stomp on the dragon pearl. Seeing this, Chun Hao heard. He then picked up the dragon pearl and gently wiped off the dust on it. After all, this is a relic left to you, but why don't you cherish it properly? Upon hearing this, Shui Yexing felt speechless. What's the use of keeping such? Seeing this, Chun Hao said, since you don't want it, then give it to me. I think this pearl looks quite nice. I'll take it back and place it on my bedside. Shui Yexing couldn't help but shake his head. Fine, you can have it. With his hands in his pockets, Shui Yexing prepared to leave. Chun Hao called out to him, wait a moment. What? This is for you. Chun Hao pulled out a stack of green bills. These bills are contribution points from the city of Sin. Shui Yexing grabbed the bills from Chun Hao. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. He was overjoyed, not expecting Chun Hao to be so generous. He directly gave him 10,000 contribution points. Shui Yexing kissed the green bills a few times and then quickly left. Watching Shui Yexing's retreating figure, Chun Hao narrowed his eyes. The dragon pearl is a spiritual object. Shui Yexing was its owner before. However, the moment he took Chun Hao's contribution points, the connection between him and the pearl was severed. It was Chun Hao who paid to buy it out. Looking at the dragon pearl in his hand with the help of the true sight, he clearly saw the attributes of the dragon pearl. Dragon pearl of the devouring heavenly demon. The energy of this dragon pearl has been exhausted. To use it, it must be renurtured. Renurture it? What does that mean? Do I have to swallow it and nurture it like a child? For a moment, Chun Hao was at a loss. He directly stored the dragon pearl of the devouring heavenly demon into his space. I have been out for a while now. It's time to go back. Chun Hao glanced at the city of Sin. The entire city of Sin was bleak with ruins everywhere, and the sky here was blood red. However, for Chun Hao, this was a treasure land. I will definitely come back. Chun Hao uttered a line similar to that. He then went to the place to exchange for an exit permit in exchange for one. He arrived at the city gate, handed the exit permit to the guard, and left the city of Sin. After leaving the city of Sin, Chun Hao returned to the ability bureau. He just got back and did not go to his room. Instead, he went to find Lu Fengfeng. At this moment, Lu Fengfeng was watching videos while munching on potato chips. Chun Hao's arrival caught her attention. Lu Fengfeng instinctively pinched her nose. Chun Hao, where have you been these past few days? Lu Fengfeng noticed that Chun Hao had a strange smell on him. It was a mixture of the smell of blood and sweat, which was quite pungent. I went to the city of Sin. The city of Sin. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengfeng's eyes widened as she quickly looked Chun Hao up and down. Are you human or ghost? Of course I'm human. Then how did you come back from the city of Sin? I heard that everyone in the city of Sin is a bad. Murders happen on the street there all the time. Chen Hao upon hearing this had no intention of continuing the topic. Instead, he changed the subject and said, Fengfeng, can you help me check on how to nurture a dragon pearl? Nurturing a dragon pearl? What's going on? Did you get a dragon pearl? Lu Fengfeng's intelligence was remarkable. From your expression, it must be true. Although she said so, her hands didn't stop. After a round of typing, Lu Fengfeng felt a sense of defeat. Previously, Chen Hao could obtain all the information he wanted from her. But now Lu Fengfeng found that she couldn't help Chen Hao at all, because the questions Chen Hao asked were too obscure. It was almost impossible to find it online. Is there nothing? Lu Fengfeng nodded. Alright, that's fine. He'll think of a way myself later. As Chen Hao prepared to leave, Lu Fengfeng called out to him, wait a moment. Is there something? This is for you. Lu Fengfeng pulled out a stack of A4 printed papers. What are these? Your opponents. Didn't you participate in the Ability Bureau's competition? These are your opponents for this time. Thank you. Chen Hao took the materials Lu Fengfeng gave him and left her. Watching Chen Hao's departing figure, Lu Fengfeng felt a sweet sensation in her heart. She was happy that As Chen Hao walked, he checked the materials in his hand. What are you looking at that has you so engrossed? Chen Hao turned upon hearing the voice and found it was Shangwan Huofeng. Sister Huofeng. Chen Hao greeted Shangwan Huofeng. Upon hearing this, she smiled slightly. I heard you participated in the competition this time, you better do your best. They'll go watch your match with Bai Jia then. My will. Chen Hao nodded. Alright, I have things to attend to, so I'll be busy. Saying this, Shangwan Huofeng left directly. Chen Hao continued walking forward. After just a few steps, he bumped into Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu. Seeing Chen Hao, Lu Xiaoji and LV Xiaobu were incredibly excited. Especially Lu Xiaoji. Brother Hao, I heard you participated in the competition. I prepared a big gift for you. Saying this, Lu Xiaoji pulled out a stack of A4 paper. Seeing this, Chen Hao couldn't help but speak. If you're just giving me information, your sister has already prepared it for me. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoji smirked mysteriously. My sister is my sister, and mine is mine. The information my sister and I prepared is definitely different. Because mine is internal information. Internal information. Lu Xiaoji laughed, looking particularly happy. Brother Hao, I won't disturb you from reading the materials anymore. With that, Lu Xiaoji pulled LV Xiaobu away. Chen Hao returned to his dormitory with a pile of materials. Lu Xiaoji's materials were on top, and he subconsciously picked one up to read. Name Ho Yun. Age 30, 170, 90, 63, 91. Seeing this set of data, Chen Hao couldn't help but laugh. This really is internal information. Chen Hao returned to the Superpower Bureau and rested for 2 days. Finally, the Superpower Bureau League tournament commenced. Chen Hao along with Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu arrived at the competition venue. Chen Hao noticed that Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu had specially donned peculiar attire today. Seeing this, he could not help but ask them, what's with the get-up? Lu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu began to cheer enthusiastically. Go Haoga! Go Haoga! Lu Xiaoji danced as he shouted. Liu Xiaobu waved a massive flag energetically. The two appeared overjoyed. Where did these rustic yokels crawl out from? Just as Liu Xiaobu and Lu Xiaoji were demonstrating their cheering tactics for Chen Hao, a few figures appeared. The leading man wore an air of arrogance. Chen Hao looked at the man. He had reviewed the files beforehand and recognized him. This fellow was Ni Xian from the Hiku City Superpower Bureau. Ni Xian curled his lips slightly and sneered. People these days really regress. I can't fathom how such a grand occasion as the Superpower League tournament allows every Tom, Dick, and Harry to participate. Hearing Ni Xian's words, his entourage chimed in, indeed. Don't they feel embarrassed? Oh, they've come all this way, as since their skills are lacking, they must leave an impression elsewhere, I suppose. TSK Tisk, does your leadership know about this? They laughed as they brushed past Chen Hao and his companions. Watching them leave, Liu Xiaobu grew furious and moved to confront them, but Lu Xiaoji stopped him. Xiaobu, if Haoga isn't angry, why are you? Lu Xiaoji said, pointing his right index finger into the air. That fellow fell victim to Lu Xiaoji's attack. He felt a sharp pain behind him and immediately clutched his rear as he spun around. Yet Chen Hao and the others appeared completely innocent. Just you wait. The incident was too humiliating, so Ni Xian dared not make a fuss. Watching him flee in disgrace, Lu Xiaoji said to Chen Hao, Haoga, forgive me for acting on my own. That brat was insufferably arrogant. If you run into him in the arena, you must teach him a proper lesson. Chen Hao nodded. Just as the three were about to head toward the arena, a massive silhouette approached. Hello, I saw your cheering scene just now. I think it's fantastic. Would you mind cheering for me too when I compete later? The newcomer was a burly man, muscles bulging all over. He held a hamburger in his hand, munching away incessantly. Han and I, why are you eating a hamburger again? Didn't I tell you? Burgers are junk food. High in calories, bad for your health if you eat too many. Hearing the woman's words, the burly man examined the hamburger. Where's the ingredient list? It doesn't say. If nothing's listed, then it's 0 calories. With that, he took a massive bite. For good health, eat a burger, oh yeah. He struck a pose he thought was cool. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ma Baoguo. I defend the country with hamburgers. Chen Hao frowned as he looked at Ma Baoguo. General Stage 4th rank, a level ability, Hamburger Superman. Though Chen Hao had seen the files before, his lips twitched when he actually met the man. Absurd. Ma Baoguo was utterly absurd. Alright, introduction done. I'm going in now. You two little brothers make sure to cheer for me during the match. Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu nodded meekly, not daring to refuse such a hulking figure. After Ma Baoguo left Chen Hao, Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu also made their way to the arena. They parted. Chen Hao headed to the contestants' lounge while Liu Xiaoji and Liu Xiaobu went to the spectator stands. As Chen Hao entered the lounge, "Hey buddy, sit over here." Ma Baoguo greeted Chen Hao warmly. Chen Hao walked over to him. Ma Baoguo pulled a hamburger from his backpack and offered it to Chen Hao. "Want some?" "Thanks." Chen Hao accepted and began to eat. Ma Baoguo nodded with satisfaction. Nothing pleased a man more than a kindred spirit. Judging by Chen Hao's manner, he too seemed to relish hamburgers. Love me, love my dog. Ma Baoguo loved hamburgers so naturally, he took a liking to Chen Hao, who also loved them. No taste. Chen Hao noticed an Xian sneering again. How does this guy survive until now? Chen Hao was genuinely curious about an Xian, but he did not dwell on him. Chen Hao scanned the room. He saw many participants, their strength ranging from General Stage 4th rank to 6th rank. His gaze finally settled on a few individuals. One was a woman in a red cheongsam holding a red umbrella. Another woman wore training attire and carried a red tasseled spear. A man sat at the front drinking water. Sensing Chen Hao's stare, he turned and smiled at him. Those three are all experts. Though the room was crowded, only these three possessed General Stage 6th rank strength. "Hey buddy, could I have a hamburger too?" While Chen Hao observed the others, a man in a fur coat with a longbow slung over his back approached. He begged Ma Baoguo for a hamburger. "Shoo, I don't even have enough for myself. Why should I give you any?" The man's face darkened with displeasure. He retorted, "Then why did you give him one? That's none of your business. And who do you think you are? Are you worthy of eating the same hamburger as me?" Chen Hao was surprised by Ma Baoguo's complete change in attitude toward others. "Oomph." The man snorted coldly and left his face dark. "Wow, what a pest." Ma Baoguo took a fierce bite of his hamburger as he spoke. He grumbled, "My hamburgers, and the one who gives them out, nobody gets to beg for them. And even if you want one, you come swaggering like some big shot. Who cares about you?" Ma Baoguo grew increasingly irritated. Chen Hao was at a loss for words. Everyone here was proud and headstrong in their own way. As people chatted in small groups, a woman in a uniform entered. "Hello, the first match is about to begin. Now everyone draws lots. Those who draw the same number will face each other in the same match." Chen Hao and the others took turns lining up to draw lots. Most people remained silent after drawing, but Xian was quite special. "Number 1, I am number 1. I knew it, I am the chosen one. Whatever I do, I will always be first." Xian glanced at the crowd and couldn't help but shout, "Who among you drew number 1? The others heard Xian's voice. They all looked at Xian with expressions of disbelief. At that moment, Chen Hao opened his drawn lot and found that he also had number 1. What a coincidence. Just as Chen Hao was complaining, Ma Baoguo walked over. "Brother, I drew number 3. What number are you?" "Number 1. Number 1. Ha ha ha." Upon hearing this, Ma Baoguo burst into laughter. "Brother, what good luck you have encountering such an opponent." Clearly, Ma Baoguo looked down on Xian from the bottom of his heart. "Everyone quiet down, quiet down." As the crowd was buzzing, a female staff member walked over. She smiled and said to everyone, "Now let me